In a sudden twist of fate, I find myself transported to another realm, becoming Su Chun, the younger brother of Su Zhongwen. Awakening an invincible lying flat system, I can merely sleep and lounge around like a carefree fish to reap rewards from the system. However, the Empress Wu Meinyang overhears my thoughts. Who dares to speak within my mind? Su Chen exclaims, "Wow, she is stunning. Is this the great Empress of Diqian? How marvelous it would be to take her as my wife." The Empress retorts, "Impudent. You scoundrel Su Chun. How dare you covet my form?" Su Chun stammers, "How did you know? I wasn't that I didn't." Meanwhile, the ministers announce, "The Turks seek a marriage alliance. We implore your majesty's consent." Volume 1, Chapter 1. Who dares to toy with this empress? In the first year of Diqian's prosperous reign, in the capital, under the luminous moon, a grand amnesty is proclaimed. Diqian welcomes its first female emperor in a millennium. Early in the morning, this unprecedented empress departs the imperial palace, making her way directly to the Su residence. At Su Mansion, Su Chun, stop sleeping. The empress is nearly here. Rise immediately. Su Zhongwen, the Minister of Justice, gazes at his younger brother, who lies sprawled in bed like a dead pig, trembling with excitement. The arrival of the empress is a matter of great honor and fortune. Yet, Su Chan remains oblivious, snoring thunderously. After a long while, Su Chan is roused from his slumber by a few sharp slaps from Su Zhongwen, awakening in a daze. "Did you just slap me, Brother Su?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Su Zhongwen turns his head away. "Slap you? Absolutely not. You must have been dreaming." Su Chen casts a suspicious glance, suspecting his brother's involvement, though he lacks evidence. Noticing Su Chen's continued lethargy, Su Zhongwen urges, "The Empress is almost here. You must prepare yourself." "Understood, brother. It's just the Empress arriving. What is there to fear?" At this, Su Zhongwen's entire being quakes with anxiety. This is not merely a trivial matter. This is the Empress. Angering her could lead to imprisonment or worse, execution. Furthermore, isn't this merely a case of oversleeping? Is he not always like this? "Come here, you lot. Help Su Chen dress." Fuming, Su Zhongwen hastily commands the nearby maidservants to assist Su Chen in grooming and dressing. This is no jest. The consequences could be dire. Indeed, Su Zhongwen often questions whether Su Chen is truly his brother. The two siblings are as different as night and day. Su Chen possesses an elegant appearance, but his greatest passion is sleep, a talent he possesses regardless of location. Yet, despite this, Su Zhongwen finds himself powerless. Their parents passed away early, and as the elder brother, he can only indulge Su Chen. Turning around, Su Chen is now clean and dressed, but though he stands, he appears ready to topple at any moment. Seeing this, Su Zhongwen's frustration escalates. Nearly roaring, Su Chen snapped to attention. "That is the Empress. Can you not display some decorum and respect?" With his brother's admonition, Su Chen reluctantly mumbles, "Understood, brother." Finally, he opens his eyes, and at that moment, a cold mechanical voice resonates in Su Chen's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for lying flat for 15 hours today. The system rewards you with 2 merit points, bringing your total to 520 points." Upon hearing the system's notification, a hint of a smile graces Su Chen's finely chiseled features. In truth, Su Chen is not a Diqian. His soul hails from a modern era over 2,000 years hence, inadvertently crossing into this parallel universe and becoming Su Zhongwen's brother. This Diqian resembles the Tang dynasty he remembers, yet differs vastly. This realm boasts Li Yuan, Li Shimin, the debates of Xuanwu, and the governance of Zhongguan. Such revelations shatter Su Chen's understanding of the Tang dynasty. But if such a phenomenon as time travel can occur, why couldn't Wu Zetian ascend to the throne decades earlier? Perhaps this is what novels refer to as a parallel universe. Su Chen quickly reconciles with this reality. After all, who occupies the throne is of little consequence to him, for he has awakened a system skill named Invincible Lying Flat System. In simpler terms, as long as he maintains ample sleep and adopts a laid-back approach, he can accumulate merit points. Once these points reach a certain threshold, he can exchange them for various rewards in the system's marketplace. Moreover, at intervals, the system actively bestows rewards upon Su Chen. Thus, it is said that lying flat leads to strength. Sleeping grants invincibility. Is there a greater joy than this? Moreover, He has a brother, the Minister of Justice. So, Su Chun comfortably embraces the life of a carefree slacker. I mean, a second-generation official. At the entrance of Su Mansion, the Empress's procession is nothing short of extraordinary. The streets before Su Mansion are already cleared by soldiers. Numerous warriors clad in golden armor, their expressions stoic, stand like a wall of bronze on either side of the street. A dragon carriage approaches, drawn by 6 majestic steeds, adorned with gold, silver, and precious gems, its body intricately carved with dragon and phoenix motifs, exuding royal grandeur and opulence. Within the carriage resides Wu Zetian, the first female emperor since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I, Minister Su Zhongwen, pay my respects to your majesty. Upon sighting the approaching dragon carriage, Su Zhongwen hastily pulls Su Chun to bow in greeting. Though he finds the formalities tiresome, Su Chun, though lazy, is not foolish and mimics the gesture with great effort. Minister Su, there is no need for such formality. A clear, commanding voice emanates from within the carriage, both alluring and authoritative. Then, the curtains of the carriage are gently drawn aside by the attendant Shangwan Waner. Beneath the azure sky and cotton-like clouds, the legendary first female emperor appears before all. The Empress's features are breathtakingly beautiful. Her face possesses sharp contours, and her elegant curves perfectly encapsulate her character and charm, making it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. Even draped in a broad golden dragon robe, her alluring figure remains unmistakably evident. Her brows convey an air of icy pride, embodying imperial authority. Su Chun is instantly captivated by this remarkable empress. Wow, is she the striking? This is indeed the legendary Empress Wu Zetian. Suddenly, the Empress tenses, startled by an unexpected voice that resonates in her ear. Who dares to speak? Who is so bold as to utter my name? Within the carriage, Wu Zetian's body stiffens slightly, her phoenix eyes flashing with lethal intent as she scans her surroundings. However, the street has been thoroughly secured, and aside from a gentle breeze, no sound is heard. The Empress gently shook her head. Could it be an illusion? After careful contemplation, she concluded that it must be a product of her recent exhaustion. After all, her ascension to the throne was unprecedented in history. Though she had successfully secured her position, the realm remained unstable. The remnants of the previous dynasty were eager to make their move, while the aristocratic families flaunted their power. Furthermore, this year had witnessed frequent natural disasters, and foreign barbarians were eyeing the kingdom, poised for invasion. The throne was precariously balanced, and a moment's carelessness could jeopardize not just her reign, but her very life. Nevertheless, Wu Zetian remained resolute and spirited. As a woman assuming the role of an emperor, she was determined to achieve what had never been done before. Why could she not, like the great Qin Huang and Han Wu, leave a legacy that would be remembered throughout the ages? She intended to prove to the common people and the ministers of the court that a woman could reign without yielding to men. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. What is she doing? I have been bowing to her for so long, it's exhausting. Can I not rise? Moreover, what are we all doing out here? Can we not return? I am freezing. Why is the Empress just standing there? Doesn't she feel tired? I need to catch up on some sleep. That Su Chun continued to grumble inwardly about the Empress. However, as Wu Zetian was lost in her thoughts, she heard that voice once more. Who is it? Wu Zetian was nearly driven to madness, her skin prickling with goosebumps. The strange voice was back. It was not an illusion. The voice was not audible to others. It resonated directly within her mind. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Do not stare at me, or I shall devour you. Your Majesty, what troubles you? The attending lady-in-waiting, Shangwan Waner, inquired softly, her neat bangs obscuring much of her forehead. Her delicate features and graceful demeanor made her appear exceptionally gentle. If the Empress was extraordinary and exuded an aura of dominance, then Shangwan Waner was like the gentle neighbor's daughter, cultured and refined. Both possessed enchanting beauty, yet they were entirely different, akin to fire and ice, for Waner was anything but icy. It is nothing, the Empress replied. Minister Su, are you content with the residence I have chosen for you? The Empress, supported by Shangwan Waner, slowly emerged from her dragon carriage, her gaze scanning the surroundings. The peculiar voice had echoed again in her mind. and she was certain she had not misheard. Yet, she pondered the source of the voice and why only she could hear it. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. I am overwhelmed and feel unworthy," Su Zhongwen bowed. In his youth, Su Zhongwen had participated in the Qian imperial examinations and was appointed as a local official, which honed his abilities and led to his recommendation by Prime Minister Yin Libin. This spring, he was appointed as the Minister of Justice. The Empress shook her head slightly, her thoughts still occupied with the strange voice. From the tone of the speaker, it seemed he was unaware that she could hear him. Thus, she concluded that she must be perceiving the speaker's innermost thoughts. This was intriguing, and analyzing the content, she deduced that the speaker must be within the Su residence. Since it was someone from the Su family, the scope of her investigation narrowed significantly, and her gaze turned towards Su Zhongwen. As soon as their eyes met, Su Zhongwen hastily lowered his head and solemnly stated, "Your Majesty, I welcome you to my home." The Empress nodded slightly and shifted her gaze away. If the voice she had just heard belonged to Su Zhongwen, she found it hard to believe. After all, he was a loyal minister whom she had personally elevated. How could he harbor such disrespectful thoughts? Just as the Empress was about to enter the Su residence, the voice echoed once more. "Damn it! While the Empress is indeed beautiful and alluring, why does she seem so slow to react? Has she perhaps succumbed to senility? But thankfully, we can finally enter. Once inside, that little minx can chat with my brother as she pleases, as long as she doesn't disturb my sleep." Upon hearing this, the Empress halted her step at the threshold of the Su residence. She turned her head to gaze at Su Chun, who had been feigning innocence beside her while secretly criticizing her. Wu Zetian's eyes narrowed dangerously at Su Chun. If she was not mistaken, it was he who had just slandered her. How dare he say she was slow to react? What a shameless individual. How could he even suggest she was senile? Though she did not fully grasp the implications of senility, the mere sound of the word was enough to incite her ire. How dare he imply she was old? She was far from it. And calling her little minx, those words were certainly not fitting for a scoundrel like him. Great, it seems I'm in deep trouble, Su Zhongwen thought, sensing the Empress's gaze shift towards Su Chun. His brother was notoriously lazy, and had it not been for the formalities of the Su residence, he would have preferred to leave Su Chun asleep. Given his brother's lazy demeanor, he could easily offend the Empress. With a heart full of anxiety, Su Zhongwen had finally seen the Empress enter his residence, only to realize that Su Chun had drawn her attention. "Your Majesty, this is my brother Su Chun. He is honest and simple-minded, albeit a bit." "Su Chun, do greet Her Majesty," Su Zhongwen hurriedly interjected. However, it was not appropriate for an elder brother to speak ill of his sibling. Su Chun, momentarily bewildered, quickly bowed to the Empress as Su Zhongwen prompted. "Commoner, Su Chun greets Your Majesty." Su Zhongwen, being the Minister of Justice and a significant figure in the court, stood in stark contrast to Su Chun, who held no official position and was merely a commoner. Although Su Chun was bowing to the Empress, his inner thoughts were relentless. Is the Empress daft? What is her problem? She's already half inside, yet suddenly turns to look at me. Still staring? Keep looking, and I'll devour you. At that moment, Su Chun recalled an amusing advertisement. Despite the lively thoughts racing through his mind, his handsome face maintained an appearance of utmost decorum and respect. Though Su Chun and Su Zhongwen were brothers, their appearances were dramatically different. Su Zhongwen was rotund and possessed a typical official demeanor, while Su Chun stood tall, handsome, and athletic. Regrettably, the public perception of the two Su brothers was entirely opposite. The handsome Su Chun spent his days idly at home, while the rotund Su Zhongwen was a rare talent among officials. The Empress fixed her gaze upon the obedient and unassuming Su Chun before her, yet her heart was ablaze with fury. One audacious fellow indeed. Were it not for my ability to perceive your innermost thoughts, I might have been genuinely deceived by your seemingly innocent demeanor. The Empress seethed with indignation. Although accustomed to the treachery of the court, Su Chen's pretense had nonetheless shattered her perceptions. How could one be so utterly shameless? How could one descend to such depths of depravity? On the surface, you show me the utmost respect, yet in the shadows, you harbor intentions to consume me. Infuriatingly, Su Chun, you are guilty of the gravest disrespect. Just wait until I bring you to justice for your heinous crimes. However, the Empress soon found herself at a standstill. While Su Chun had indeed committed acts of profound disrespect, she possessed no evidence to substantiate her claims. Surely, she could not resort to declaring that she could hear his thoughts as a basis for punishment that would be akin to calling a deer a horse. Moreover, the Minister of Justice, Su Zhongwen, stood present, holding a position equivalent to that of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and he just so happened to be Su Chen's elder brother. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Have I not been waiting outside long enough? Hurry inside and discuss the matter at hand. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Su Chan could not help but admire the beauty of the young palace made by the Empress' side. How delightful it would be to take her home as a wife. He maintained his facade of earnestness, yet internally he was relentless in his criticisms. This time, however, his thoughts rang true after all. Shangwan Wanner appeared to be graceful and understanding, undoubtedly gentle and submissive, the kind of woman one would wish to marry. Volume 1, Chapter 3. You are interesting. Your whole family is interesting, Your Majesty. Su Zhongwen inquired once more, perplexed by the thoughts of the Empress. At this moment, even he found it difficult to comprehend what the female emperor was contemplating. His brother, Su Chun, was utterly ordinary, appearing lazy and unambitious. What could possibly be captivating about him? Do not worry. I was merely reflecting upon certain matters. However, your younger brother, Su Qing, does possess a certain charm. A faint smile graced the exquisite visage of Wu Zetian, yet internally she felt a gnawing resentment. How unexpected it was for you, Su Chun, to harbor such thoughts while maintaining the guise of simplicity. Had it not been for my ability to hear your innermost thoughts, I might have been deceived. Nevertheless, I'm certain you cannot fathom that I have already grasped your intentions with absolute clarity. Interesting? You are the one who is interesting. Your entire family is interesting. How infuriating. Why does your whole family hold the title of emperor? Your father is an emperor, your husband is an emperor, your children are emperors. And the most absurd part is that you yourself have become an emperor. How outrageous! Su Chun continued to grumble internally. Yet the Empress had grown somewhat immune to his thoughts, having heard them repeatedly, both on the dragon carriage and at present. Although she was not entirely impervious to irritation, she was no longer as easily provoked as she had been initially. Moreover, the ability to hear a person's most genuine thoughts was a rather unique experience for Wu Zetian. Your Majesty, the wind outside is quite strong. May I invite you inside the residence? Su Zhongwen proposed, as it was the frigid winter of the 12th month. Though the snowfall in Chang'an had ceased, the atmosphere remained exceptionally cold. This time, Wu Zetian ceased her scrutiny of Su Chun, entering the Su residence with the assistance of Shangwan Wanner and the guidance of Su Zhongwen. In the main hall of the Su residence, the Empress took her seat at the head of the table, with Shangwan Wanner standing beside her and Su Zhongwen occupying the seat to her right. Su Chen intended to join Su Zhongwen, but was deterred by a sharp glare, prompting him to abandon the thought and reluctantly stand behind his brother, pouting in silent submission. As a mere commoner, Su Chan felt he lacked the qualifications to sit before Empress Wu Zetian. However, as he stood, his posture gradually grew languid. Although Su Zhongwen engaged in conversation with Wu Zetian, he kept a vigilant eye on Su Chun, observing his brother's increasing indolence. Su Zhongwen could only feel exasperated. My foolish brother, you truly have a short memory. Do you not realize how many times I have defended you? Must you not exercise a modicum of caution? While your laziness may be inconsequential before me, at least show some restraint in the presence of the Empress. If nothing else, you could feign a semblance of decorum. With this thought in mind, Su Zhongwen quickly interjected, Your Majesty, I trust you are feeling parched. My younger brother lacks many talents, but he is quite adept in the art of tea. Might I suggest he prepare a cup for you? Tea has a long-standing tradition in Huaxia. Yet the tea culture of Deqian is remarkably distinctive. In Deqian, tea is not steeped but brewed by crushing the leaves and simmering them in a clay pot with various seasonings such as scallions, ginger, mint, and orange peel. The choice of seasonings is entirely subjective. One could even toss in a duck if it pleased them, drinking and eating simultaneously. However, Su Chen scoffed at such a method. Good tea, in his view, merely required boiling water to steep it. There was no need for excessive ritual. After lying dormant in the residence for several years, and having received system rewards, his skills in tea had reached a level akin to that of a tea sage. The tea he brewed was truly imbued with profound flavor. The rewards from the system, while often erratic, had led Xuantian to discern certain patterns. Recently, the system had provided him with skill-related rewards, enhancing his abilities in music, chess, literature, poetry, and tea. Of course, tangible items had to be exchanged for with his merit points, although the system occasionally bestowed rewards as well. Suzhongwen had certainly enjoyed Su Chen's tea and thus sought to curry favor with Empress Wu Zetian through his brother's talents. Very well, brother, I shall prepare it forthwith. Su Chen replied with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing Su Zhongwen's suggestion, he sighed in relief, maintaining a respectful appearance as he began to retreat. Internally, however, he resumed his inner monologue. Finally, liberation. Brother, how can you sit there without a care while I stand here, feeling exhausted? I could do with a good sleep. As for the tea, today I am in no mood to brew it. I shall have Xiao Bai do it instead. By the way, when will that little beauty leave? I hope I won tea have to manage her meal later. At that moment, Wu Zetian, having overheard Su Chen's thoughts, felt a surge of anger. How lazy could he be, standing there for less than a quarter of an hour before slumping over? Furthermore, was it so taxing to brew a cup of tea? Did he not realize that the foremost tea master of the Qian, Shangwan Wanner, was right beside me? I drink her tea every day, and its flavors are not for outsiders to know. Does he truly think I would covet his brew? Additionally, his brother is my subject, and I provide him with a monthly stipend. Regardless of circumstances, it is I who sustains his entire family. When did it become their prerogative to manage my meals? With these thoughts, the Empress felt her frustration mounting, yet a smile crept to her lips. She turned to Shangwan Wanner and instructed, Wanner, please assist young Master Su and help brew a cup of tea for me. In this cold, I would relish a sip of your tea. Shangan Vanya responded softly, yes. Your Majesty. She then approached Su Chun and gently said, please lead the way, young Master Su. I shall brew tea for the Empress. Her tone carried a hint of pride, for as the most trusted female official of the Empress, Shangwan Wanner was both academically accomplished and renowned for her exceptional tea brewing skills. At this moment, Su Chan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Shangwan Wanner. Though he spoke not a word, his mind was filled with relentless musings. Wanna, is this the esteemed Shangwan Wanner, the foremost talent of the Qian? Wow, she is truly beautiful, indeed deserving of her reputation. Yet, why is this little beauty here? Is it merely to oversee my tea brewing? What? Do they fear I might poison it? Wu Mingyang is exceedingly cautious, yet I suppose it is warranted. After all, it is unprecedented for a woman to reign as emperor. It is a precarious position. However, this little beauty situation is indeed fraught with difficulty. With the demise of Taizong, the name of the heavenly Khan has faded, and the surrounding tribes are restless. A slight misstep could lead to border invasions. Moreover, the political landscape is unstable, with the old ministers of the Jingguan era, noble families, and the Wu clan all harboring their own ambitions. This throne must feel like a bed of nails. However, what does this have to do with me? I shall simply continue to be my own laid-back king and live my life as a salted fish. The remaining matters can be left to you, dear brother. Never mind. I do not wish to dwell on it any longer. I'm feeling drowsy again. When can I resume my slumber? In Volume 1, Chapter 4, it is evident that Wanner has exceptional tea brewing skills. Although Su Chun continues to harbor his grievances internally, he reluctantly accompanies Shangwan Wanner to prepare tea. Meanwhile, Empress Wu Zetian grinds her teeth in frustration, wishing she could tear Su Chun apart for the slander he has cast upon her. How dare you, Su Chun, accuse me of being so petty? Furthermore, when did Shangwan Wanner become the foremost talented woman of the Qian? However, upon hearing Su Chen's last two remarks, the Empress's thoughts began to churn tumultuously. The phrase "a hen crows at dawn" aptly describes her situation, as this is typically the role of a rooster. The Empress, having usurped the throne, faces myriad challenges. Foreign barbarians, loyal ministers from the Jingguan era, aristocratic families, and even her own kin all harbor ulterior motives, rendering her position quite precarious. That scoundrel, Su Chun, if not for the fact that I could hear your true thoughts, I might have been deceived by your fade of simplicity and honesty. Your smooth tongue and feigned loyalty are nothing but a ruse. The Empress is incensed. For Su Chun clearly understands the complexities of the situation, yet chooses to act as a slothful layabout, fixated solely on sleep. Such brilliance squandered is indeed infuriating. I have never encountered someone so wasteful and shameless. At this moment, the Empress has never loathed anyone for their lack of ambition to this extent. This is not merely a matter of ambition. It is a singular focus on living passively and aimlessly without engaging in wrongdoing. It is as though one could grasp at straws, yet find nothing to hold on to. Fortunately, Su Qian's musings cease here, as he has taken Shangwan Waner to brew tea. In the main hall, only the Empress and Su Zhongwen remain. The Empress steadies her emotions and then inquires, "Su Qing, do you know why I have come today?" At this moment, Su Zhongwen straightens his posture, realizing that a significant reason for the Empress's visit is the matter concerning the Ministry of Justice. Though he has been promoted to the Minister of Justice, Su Zhongwen is acutely aware of the grave issues at hand. In the governance of Deqian, the 3 provinces and 6 ministries exist, with the Ministry of Justice overseeing legal matters. However, alongside it, the Dali Temple and the Censorate share similar responsibilities, albeit with slight variations in focus. The Dali Temple addresses civil matters across the realms, while the Censorate primarily oversees officials, with the most vocal members often hailing from it. The Ministry of Justice handles cases involving royal relatives, and while their powers are relatively equal, their emphases differ. If Su Zhongwen's role as Minister of Justice is akin to that of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, then the Censorate functions as the prosecutorial authority, while the Ministry of Justice is comparable to the police force. In instances of particularly significant or complex cases, the Emperor may order a joint review by the 3 departments, the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and the Censorate, to address matters collaboratively. Indeed, the previous Minister of Justice hesitated in decision-making, resulting in a backlog of cases that have incited public discontent, leading to a rising tide of grievances among the populace. Thus, I have specifically appointed you, Su Qing, to the position of Minister of Justice, hoping you will render judgments fairly and uphold the law with the utmost integrity. The Empress gazes at Su Zhongwen with great anticipation. Although the court is currently in disarray, resolving these issues will require meticulous effort. The most pressing concern facing the Empress is the multitude of cases piling up in the Ministry of Justice, many of which are entangled with high-ranking officials, members of the Wu clan, or royal relatives. Each case is fraught with complications, often involving court ministers or members of the Wu family, or even princes and princesses. Therefore, ordinary individuals cannot manage such matters. In just this year alone, nearly 1,000 cases have accumulated in the Ministry of Justice, an unprecedented situation. Does Your Majesty truly wish for me to render fair judgments and enforce the law impartially? Su Zhongwen asks with utmost seriousness. Though he has yet to officially assume the role of Minister of Justice, he is aware of the ministry's current predicament, and many in the court eagerly anticipate his failure. I hope, Su Qing, that you can provide justice for the people. I wish for the 4 characters Ming Jinggao Xian to be more than mere decoration. I desire for you to embody integrity and transparency. The Empress, Wu Zetian, states with great gravity. I understand, Your Majesty. However, this matter is complex, and my actions may offend many. Su Zhongwen responds solemnly. Although he recognizes the challenges facing the Minister of Justice, he must confront them head-on. Upon hearing Su Zhongwen's words, Wu Zetian promptly expresses her unwavering support. Su Qing, proceed without reservation. As long as you act within the law, I shall provide my full backing. In the main hall, discussions between Wu Zetian and Su Zhongwen are fervent, while in the side hall, Shangwan Waner and Su Chun have begun their distinct methods of tea preparation. In this parallel realm of the Qian dynasty, the art of tea brewing remains quite popular, especially in Chang'an, located in the north. During the cold winter months, a steaming cup of brewed tea can warm one's insides. At this moment, a small stove in the side hall holds a teapot, bubbling with tea. Shangwan Waner retrieves a small wooden box filled with an array of dried ingredients: ginger, garlic, orange peel, flower petals, lotus seeds, and more, a veritable cornucopia. With graceful finesse, she dances her fingers over the box, sprinkling the various ingredients into the teapot as if casting petals. After a generous amount of spices have been added, she finally ceases her efforts and closes the lid. After her labor, beads of perspiration have appeared on Shangwan Waner's forehead. However, upon noticing the astonished Su Chun, a smirk emerges at the corner of her mouth. See, you country bumpkin, have you ever witnessed such an exquisite tea brewing technique? Despite the disdain that Shangwan Waner harbored for Su Chun, her demeanor remained unruffled. Young master, do you find my tea brewing skills to your liking? Su Chun instantly raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, Miss Wanner, your porridge is superb. I mean your tea." In that moment, Shangwan Wanner was taken aback, realizing that this second son of the Su family seemed rather dim-witted. Tea is tea, and porridge is porridge. How could they possibly be one and the same? With this thought, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she addressed Su Chun. "I appreciate your kind words, young Master Su. Earlier, Lord Su mentioned that your tea brewing skills are quite remarkable. Might I have the honor of witnessing them?" Although her face bore a sweet smile and an air of innocence, internally, she was seething with indignation. How could her unparalleled tea brewing prowess be reduced to mere porridge by Su Chun? Wasn't brewing tea simply a matter of steeping it? What difficulty was there in that? Casually, Su Chun grabbed a porcelain jar without a care in the world, turning to Shangwan Wanner and saying, "I am ready now. Shall we proceed with the tea?" He yawned, displaying his disinterest. However, Shangwan Wanner was left in utter disbelief. Was this truly how one brews tea? No seasonings were added, and the flavors were left unbalanced. He merely took a shabby jar, added boiling water, and proclaimed it done. Who did he think he was fooling? "Young Master Su, the Empress is quite particular about tea. I suggest you do not take this lightly." Shangwan Wanner frowned, emphasizing that brewing tea is an intricate art, one she had painstakingly honed over the years to earn the praise of Wu Zetian herself. For Su Chun to approach it so carelessly would surely incur the Empress's displeasure. Rest assured, it's simple, just a quick infusion and it's ready. No need for such complexity, Su Chun replied with another yawn. The porcelain jar in his hand was no ordinary vessel. It contained tea leaves that, among the various types he had collected, ranked a modest third, albeit at the bottom of the list. He figured it would suffice for Wu Zetian. Witnessing Su Chen's nonchalance, Shangwan Wanner stomped her foot in frustration, choosing not to engage him further. She had already warned him, and if he chose to ignore her, that was his own folly. In the main hall of the Su residence, Empress Wu Zetian and Su Zhongwen were engaged in lively conversation. The Empress was intent on restoring judicial authority, seeking to take action against the royal family, though few had the audacity to do so. Su Zhongwen assured her, "As long as your majesty harbors this intention, leave the rest to me. I will ensure it is executed flawlessly." Their shared understanding fostered a congenial atmosphere. As they spoke, Shangwan Wanner and Su Chun entered the main hall. "Your Majesty, the tea is ready." Shangwan Wanner smiled brightly, presenting 2 steaming cups of tea with the utmost elegance. First offering one to the Empress, Wu Zetian surveyed the tea brewed by Shangwan Wanner, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. On a cold winter day, to sip tea prepared by Shangwan Wanner would undoubtedly bring immense joy. "Wanner, please bestow the other cup upon Lord Su," the Empress instructed, generously allowing Shangwan Wanner to serve Su Zhongwen. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for this precious gift." Su Zhongwen was moved, realizing this was tea bestowed by the Empress herself, and brewed by Shangwan Wanner no less. The Empress took a gentle sip, exhaling softly, as if the tea had elevated her spirit. "Wanner, your tea continues to improve," she praised, her gaze filled with admiration for Shangwan Wanner, acknowledging her as the finest tea brewer in Deqian. How absurd. This woman merely brewed a pot of porridge, and yet the reaction is so exaggerated. What expression is that? Su Chun scoffed internally. Moreover, this so-called tea brewed by Shangwan Wanner lacks any essence of tea. It resembles a pot of mishmash. If warmth is the goal, one could simply enjoy a hot pot. His derision stemmed not from disdain for Shangwan Wanner's skills, but from the fact that her concoction bore no resemblance to true tea. At that moment, the Empress was savoring the tea brewed by Shangwan Wanner, a rare moment of leisure for her. Yet today, her brow furrowed slightly. It was not due to the quality of the tea, but rather the incessant thoughts of Su Chen's insolence that intruded upon her peace. Immediately praised Shangwan Wanner. Yet he claims I am exaggerating. Where is the exaggeration? Wanner is indeed the foremost tea brewer in Deqian. Does he lack the discernment to appreciate the difference between her tea and a pot of mishmash? But what was this hot pot he mentioned? Could it truly be more comforting than Wanner's tea? The Empress pondered, casting a glance at Su Chun. "Su Chun, earlier, Su Qing mentioned you would brew tea for me. Where's your tea?" she inquired, her tone devoid of belief that anyone in Deqian could possess superior tea brewing skills compared to Shangwan Wanner. That woman is quite the appetite, having consumed 2 bowls of her chaotic brew and still seeming unsatisfied. Su Chun continued to grumble internally, Well, I suppose this pot of chrysanthemum tea will suffice for you. Fortunately, I have better tea at home, he mused. Your Majesty, I shall prepare tea for you at once. Su Chen declared. Wu Ziqian's brow twitched slightly, for this audacious young man still dared to disparage her in his thoughts. Moreover, he clearly possessed superior tea at home. How dare he present her with merely a pot of chrysanthemum tea? This scoundrel was truly infuriating, appearing obedient while secretly scheming. Perhaps even Su Zhongwen had fallen for his tricks. As they conversed, Su Chen had already poured the chrysanthemum tea into the teapot, adding steaming water, creating a fragrant cup of tea in an instant. Your Majesty, my tea is ready. Su Chen proclaimed earnestly. Yet, both the Empress and Shangwan Wanner exchanged incredulous glances. Is this your version of brewing tea? Who do you think you're fooling? Just pouring hot water over the leaves does not constitute brewing. How could Su Zhongwen claim this is decent tea? Does he lack any sense of appreciation? The Empress was bewildered. Your Majesty, Su Chen's tea possesses a unique character. I implore you to taste it. Su Zhongwen interjected, eager to serve. He hastily poured cups for both the Empress and himself. Though the mainstream method of tea preparation in Qian remained boiling, Su Zhongwen had grown accustomed to the tea brewed by Su Chen at home. After having a cup of Shangwan Wanner's tea, he found himself at a loss for words. He simply could not adapt to the taste, which was overwhelmingly pungent. Upon witnessing Su Chen brew tea, Su Zhongwen could hardly contain his excitement. Volume 1, Chapter 6, The Empress is Anxious. With a series of loud knocks, Su Zhongwen eagerly downed 3 bowls in quick succession. Observing this, Wu Ziqian was momentarily taken aback. The tea brewed by Su Chen was likely insipid and unpalatable. To her astonishment, Su Zhongwen drank with such gusto. Then, a realization struck Wu Ziqian. Perhaps Su Qing was merely trying to spare Su Chen's fragile ego, thus feigning such eagerness. This was the only explanation she could muster, as it bewildered her why one would forsake the exquisite tea brewed by the renowned Shangwan Wanner for this rudimentary concoction. Su Qing was not merely drinking tea. He was consuming his affection for his brother. Oh, Your Majesty, why do you not partake? This tea possesses a unique charm, each having its merits when compared to that brewed by Lord Shangwan. After downing another 3 bowls, Su Zhongwen wiped his mouth, feeling thoroughly satisfied. It was a rare occasion to savor tea brewed by his notoriously lazy brother, who spent most of his days in slumber. Even on the rare occasion he sought Su Chen's tea, it was often an elusive delight. Although Su Chen's tea-making skills seemed unremarkable, merely pouring water over leaves, no one in the household could replicate the distinct flavor he produced. Wu Ziqian, momentarily dazed, gazed at the amber liquid in her bowl and then at the fervent Su Zhongwen. She found herself in a predicament. It would be difficult to decline. Very well, I shall sample my brother's tea today, she conceded with a slight nod, though internally she felt a twinge of resistance. Having tasted Shangwan Wanner's exquisite tea, the thought of Su Chen's bland brew, especially brewed so crudely, was less than appealing. Yet, Su Chen's inner voice echoed, if you don't wish to drink, then don't. There is no need to be proud. I'm not forcing you. Missing out on my special tea is your loss. At that moment, Wu Ziqian's delicate brows furrowed. Despite Su Chen's cleverness, his demeanor left much to be desired. Truly a case of knowing the face, but not the heart. As she pondered, Wu Ziqian took a sip of the amber liquid. To her surprise, her expression subtly shifted. Initially, her brows were slightly furrowed out of reluctance to drink such coarse tea and distaste for Su Chen's thoughts. However, to her astonishment, upon tasting the tea, an enchanting floral aroma enveloped her palate, and as she swallowed, the fragrance seemed to radiate from her stomach to her limbs. What a marvelous sensation! What extraordinary tea artistry! No wonder Su Zhongwen praised his brother's skills. It turned out Su Chen possessed a remarkable talent that rivaled Shangwan Wanner's. Moreover, Wu Ziqian was astounded to find that after savoring this cup of chrysanthemum tea, even Shangwan Wanner's brew seemed to lose its appeal. Su Qing, this tea. At this moment, the Empress found herself at a loss for words, astonished that such a rudimentary brewing technique could yield such a delightful experience. To make matters worse, the tea Su Chen had served her was merely the least of his offerings. The finest was evidently withheld from her. The Empress vowed she had never loathed anyone more in her life, yet frustratingly, she could not find fault to hold against him. And to add insult to injury, this rogue continually managed to provide surprises. Your Majesty, this tea is brewed by my brother Su Chun and possesses invigorating properties. I wonder if it suits your taste? Su Zhongwen asked expectantly. While Su Chen's tea had indeed captivated him, he was uncertain if it would enthrall the Empress. However, if she appreciated Su Chen's tea, perhaps she might overlook his brother's audacious behavior today. This tea is indeed remarkable, possessing a unique flavor that is distinct from Wanner's brew. Vanya, you should also give it a try. The Empress took another sip of the chrysanthemum tea, finding it undeniably exceptional. Though it appeared crude and the technique was rough, the flavor was uniquely captivating. Yes, Your Majesty, Shangguan Wanner replied, though she felt disdainful inwardly, suspecting the Empress was merely attempting to show Su Zhongwen some favor. However, when Shangguan Wanner gingerly lifted her cup to sip the chrysanthemum tea, she was instantly rendered speechless. An exquisite flavor blossomed in her mouth, with a remarkable sensation on her tongue that seemed to penetrate her very soul. In that moment, Shangguan Wanner was enraptured, lost in the enchanting aroma of this tea. If Shangguan Wanner represented the pinnacle of tea brewing, artfully combining various ingredients like a grand lady adorned in finery, then Su Chen's approach was as pure and unembellished as a celestial maiden dancing gracefully. With just a few tea leaves and a pot of hot water, he fully unleashed the tea's fragrance, embodying true beauty without adornment, captivating and stunning. One was the pinnacle of human achievement, while the other was a heavenly being descended to earth. The superiority of one over the other was glaringly obvious. This fellow's tea was astonishingly unique. At this moment, Shangguan Wanner felt a pang of jealousy. After tirelessly honing her tea-making skills, she had believed she had reached perfection, yet she was outshone by Su Chun's effortless brew. Jealousy welled within her. I must say, is it really necessary to create such a fuss over a cup of tea? Luckily, I didn't bring out my treasured Hong Pao or Long Jing otherwise. Su Chen internally grumbled, but then turned to Su Zhongwen with a hint of impatience. Brother, I also brewed this tea. Unless there's something important, I shall retire to sleep. I will take my leave. Su Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Zhongwen exclaimed, startled. Su Chen's recklessness was alarming. What was he thinking, addressing the Empress in such a manner? Yet, given that Su Chen was his brother, and knowing his laid-back nature, Su Zhongwen understood he had to cover for him. Your Majesty, earlier we discussed the establishment and implementation of laws. Though Su Chen is sincere, there are many inconveniences in this matter. I humbly request your permission to allow him to retire. Volume 1, Chapter 7. Children make choices, but I desire them all. Dear brother, you have finally made the right decision this time, allowing me to rest. I have not touched my bed for an entire hour. Do you have any idea how devastating this is for my tender heart? However, brother, you just mentioned formulating the Deqian laws. Surely, this woman has not persuaded you to confront those imperial relatives of hers. I knew it. That little vixen came to find you with no good intentions. She likely seeks to have you take the lead against those imperial relatives and aristocratic families. You must tread carefully. This woman is not to be trusted. Though Su Chen held these thoughts, they remained mere musings. Su Zhongwen had always harbored grand ambitions, supported by Wu Zetian. If he did not dare to seize opportunities in such circumstances, how could he aspire to become a distinguished minister? If his elder brother Su Zhongwen did not achieve that status, how could Su Chen enjoy a life of leisure and idleness? Fear not, Su Qing. I am not discussing anything inappropriate. I see your younger brother, Su Chen, possesses considerable talent, and I intend to promote him. In the future, the two of you will serve together, assisting me in governance. What joy that would bring. At this moment, Wu Zetian bit her silver teeth lightly, a sweet smile on her face, but her words caused both Su Chen and Su Zhongwen to change countenance dramatically. By heaven, has this little vixen lost her senses? Is this proper etiquette? Did I ever express a desire to serve in the court? What makes you think I'm talented? Serving together? What an unrealistic fantasy. Brother, what are you hesitating for? Reject this proposal at once. I have no grand aspirations. I merely wish to live a carefree life. Becoming an official would ruin everything. Su Chen was truly taken aback, unable to fathom a future devoid of leisure and freedom, burdened by constraints. It was not said that this empress was adept in governance and possessed an eye for talent. Who spread such absurd rumors? How could an unremarkable prince like Su Chen be perceived as talented? Could it be that she has taken a fancy to my tea? Had I known, I would have seasoned it with salt to sour her taste. At this moment, Su Zhongwen felt tears welling in his eyes, his slightly plump figure visibly trembling. He turned to glance at Su Chun, who was filled with longing. Suddenly enlightened, Su Zhongwen realized, Su Chun, I knew it. You are indeed a descendant of the Su family, and I see that you still harbor great ambitions. Rest assured, as long as you possess ideals and dreams, I will wholeheartedly support you. With this in mind, Su Zhongwen spoke earnestly. I am grateful to your majesty for this opportunity. Please rest assured that my brother and I shall serve you diligently until our last breath. As he uttered these words, his face shone with a holy radiance. At this moment, Su Zhongwen resolved to devote his life to the service of Deqian, to labor tirelessly for the Empress, and to strive for the well-being of the common people. Hey brother, what are you thinking? Do you realize that I want to crack open your head to see if there's any water inside? You are pushing me into the fire pit. My eyes are almost blinded from blinking. Do you not grasp my meaning? I do not wish to serve until I die. I simply want to lounge about. Goodness. You two are forcing me towards a dead end. Do not compel me to take drastic measures. Su Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. He never expected Su Zhongwen would betray him in such a manner, a blatant act of treachery. After years of brotherly affection, was it truly worth less than a few trifles from this little vixen? Moreover, the Empress's promises were still unfulfilled. How could Su Zhongwen be so easily swayed by mere words? What nonsense! Your brother indeed has considerable talent. Otherwise, how could I regard him with such favor? The Empress smiled brightly, feeling immensely pleased. Since I have heard your true feelings, you think you can escape my grasp? You shall dutifully serve in the court alongside your brother, every last one of you. At this moment, Su Zhongwen struggled to maintain his composure, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Although Wu Zetian's words were simple, he understood that she was showing leniency towards his indolent brother, offering special consideration without pursuing Su Chen's laziness. To meet such a wise ruler was akin to a fine steed encountering a discerning master. Su Zhongwen had finally found someone capable of recognizing his worth. Help! I cannot endure this. What madness has possessed this little vixen today? Why does she cling to me so? My dear brother, I implore you to reconsider, otherwise, you may truly ruin me. Su Chan was filled with exasperation. If he were to be forced into an official position, he could only imagine the grueling routine of early mornings and late nights, with Su Zhongwen as the highest-ranking official in Deqian. Even if Su Chan wished to indulge in mischief, he would find no opportunity. The prospect of becoming an ordinary bureaucraticog in the Deqian machine was far from the comfortable life he envisioned as a second-generation official. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Su Chan could no longer hold back and exclaimed, I am deeply grateful for your majesty's grace. However, I am but a commoner, lacking in any remarkable skills or talents. I am merely idle and unremarkable. If I were to become an official, I fear I would tarnish my brother's reputation and fail to meet your majesty's expectations. It would be best for me to remain an honest commoner. Su Chen had no choice but to refuse, knowing that if Wu Zetian and Su Zhongwen united, he would likely be assigned some position, be it minor or otherwise. It was decided he would resolutely decline. Volume 1, Chapter 8. The Shameless Empress, you have brought me misery. Originally, Shangvan Vanya, who had been sourly affected by the chrysanthemum tea, now extended her icy little hand, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide in disbelief as she regarded Su Chun. The lineage of Shangwan Waner is anything but ordinary. She is the granddaughter of the esteemed Prime Minister Shangwan Yi, a true scion of a prominent official family. It is precisely this exceptional background that allowed her to catch the eye of the Empress and become her trusted lady-in-waiting. However, despite her illustrious heritage, Shangwan Waner has never encountered anyone as oblivious as Su Chun. The Empress, recognizing Su Chen's potential, granted him an official position, only for him to audaciously decline. Good heavens! Could the second son of the Su family truly be a fool? At this moment, Shangwan Waner felt a buzzing in her head. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Zhongwen immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The unprecedented favor bestowed upon the two brothers by the Empress was a rarity, a treasure seldom seen in the world, which is why Su Zhongwen felt so deeply moved. For anyone else, this would undoubtedly be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, there are countless officials in the Deqian dynasty, but only a select few are remembered by the Empress. If it were an ordinary person receiving such elevation, they would have bowed in gratitude and pledged unwavering loyalty to the Empress. Yet this was Su Chun, a man who, come rain or shine, would steadfastly ensure he slept a full 8 hours, regardless of circumstances. How could he accept an official position now? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Zhongwen hesitated, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Despite the Empress's grand favor, out of concern for Su Chun, he felt compelled to firmly refuse the Empress Wu Zetian's offer. Your Majesty, please be assured that my brother is quite naive and may not comprehend the intricacies of court politics. Furthermore, I already hold the position of Minister of Justice, which is a result of your exceptional promotion. If your Majesty were to appoint my brother as an official, I fear it would incite dissent among the other ministers. I earnestly implore your Majesty to retract your command. At this moment, Su Chen's heart began to revel in joy. Su Zhongwen's words were simply splendid. How marvelous it was. He wondered how the Empress would counter such a response. The Empress's previously relaxed brows furrowed once more, but not due to Su Zhongwen's words. Rather, it was Su Chen's incessant internal monologue that irked her. This beautiful Empress harbored a silent fury. This wretched boy was truly insufferable. She had graciously promoted him, intending for the brothers to support each other in the court, yet he showed no appreciation. Instead, he resorted to self-deprecation, belittling both himself and his brother in a most disgraceful manner. Su Chun, you scoundrel, do you think this Empress cannot discern your true intentions? You claim to be innocent and upright, but compared to your mischievous nature, your brother is the genuine paragon of virtue. You probably have no idea how long you have deceived him. Yet, escaping the grasp of this Empress is no simple feat. At that moment, Wu Zetian spoke again. Rest assured, Su Qing, in my selection for the court, I am indeed unorthodox, but I also choose according to merit. This coming spring, I shall prepare for a grand imperial examination. Su Qing may send Su Chun to participate. There are still 2 months until the exams. During this time, I trust you will guide your brother well. I believe with Su Chen's intellect, he will undoubtedly excel and stand out in this year's examinations, and, at that point, I will promote him, ensuring it is entirely justified. Moreover, if I recall correctly, Su Qing was once a successful candidate. Would you not want your brother to achieve the top honors this time? The Empress's words struck a chord with Su Zhongwen. Although his current abilities have been proven, and he holds a significant position within one of the 6 ministries, Su Zhongwen had not achieved the highest honors during his youth. The Deqian Imperial examinations are categorized into 3 ranks: the successful candidates, Zhu Run, the advanced scholars, Jin Shi, and the top scholars, Zhuang Yuan. The latter requires mastery of difficult subjects, while the former is comparatively easier. Thus, those who achieve the top honors often look down upon those who merely pass as advanced scholars. Su Zhongwen, having only attained the rank of advanced scholar, harbored a lingering regret. The Empress's statement resonated deeply with him. Su Chun, in his mind, fervently urged his brother to stay strong and maintain his dignity, reminding him of his own virtues as Su Zhongwen, the future prime minister of Deqian, who would be remembered throughout history. However, he could only watch as Su Zhongwen's expression shifted inch by inch in response to the Empress's words. At this moment, Wu Zetian, while feigning a gentle smile, secretly harbored resentment towards Su Chen. She thought to herself, Su Chun, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Can you not exercise a modicum of intelligence in your speech? Your brother, while talented, is he truly someone I would harbor ill intentions towards? If it were you, even that would be out of the question. Yet, what was this detective Su Zhongwen? Wu Zetian pondered in silence. In truth, Wu Zetian was seething with suppressed rage, but her face radiated an air of spring-like warmth. Su Qing, I must convey this to you. Though Su Chun is your brother, can you truly shield him from all storms throughout his life? Birds must eventually fly into the skies. I see great potential in your brother. If he is not cultivated early, wouldn't it be a waste of such talent? If you agree, I can arrange for him to enter the academy for his studies. Su Qing, remember, if you hesitate, opportunities may slip away. Do not let such a rare chance pass you by. As the Empress finished speaking, Su Zhongwen's eyes visibly sparkled with excitement. In the next moment, under the terrified gaze of Su Chun, he resolutely replied with vigor, Rest assured, Your Majesty, this year, Su Chun will certainly participate in the imperial examination. Even if I must drag him there, I shall not fail to meet your expectations. Chinner, why are you still standing there? If not for Her Majesty's words today, I would have made a grave mistake. Rest assured, your innate talent is undeniable. More importantly, your honesty has been recognized by the Empress, who has graciously allowed you to seek knowledge within the Neishatang. You should promptly express your gratitude for her benevolence. At this moment, Swordswoman truly exuded the demeanor befitting the head of a family. He realized that the Empress was entirely correct. He could not shield Su Chun from the storms of life forever. Moreover, as a man of the Su family, he could not allow such lack of ambition to persist. In the past, he had tolerated Su Chen's reckless behavior and languid lifestyle, but now, with such a splendid opportunity before them, Swordswoman resolved to correct Su Chen's waywardness and transform him into a pillar of the Qian. Su Chen silently cursed. But under the pressure from Wu Zetian and the intense gaze of his elder brother, he conceded. At this moment, the second young master of the Su family trembled slightly, his face reflecting an indescribable excitement. Yet no one could fathom the tumult of emotions within him, where tears and frustration brewed. My dear brother, have you lost your senses? You're being duped, and yet you seem to count the coins for them. This woman clearly harbors ulterior motives. She is far from benevolent. Can't you see? To attend the Neishatang? With my unmatched brilliance, do I need their teachings? Do they even deserve to instruct me? And to participate in this year's imperial examination? I would rather not bother. Commoner Su Chun, I thank the Empress. Su Chun, on the verge of tears, was pulled by Swordswoman, respectfully bowing towards the Empress, albeit with gritted teeth. Oh no, he maintained a dignified posture while performing the etiquette. Fear not, Su Qing. I can see that your younger brother possesses great talent. Do not let personal grievances hinder Su Chen's future. Chinner, I have a truth to impart to you. The sage once said, when heaven bestows great responsibilities upon an individual, it must first temper their spirit, toil their muscles, and deprive their body. I have heard of your circumstances, but you must not repeat such behaviors. I await the day when you serve the great Deqian. The Empress gazed at Su Chun with undeniable joy. Although Su Chen's inner monologue irked her, she resolved to turn his discomfort into motivation. Did he not wish to be idle and carefree, to sleep for 8 hours a day? She would ensure he attended the Neishatang. Did he think he could rely solely on Swordswoman? She would raise him to be an official of Deqian, compelling him to serve the empire. As the Empress considered Su Chen's internal disparagement of her, she dismissed it as trivial. Mere words could not shake her resolve. If she could not win his heart, she would claim his allegiance, and she would be content with his service alone. Unfortunately, Su Chun could not hear the Empress's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have surely exclaimed, "Wretched woman! Well then, Su Qing, this concludes our meeting for today. I must return to the palace. You must pay special attention to the matters concerning the Ministry of Justice and Su Chun." The Empress rose, her spirit buoyed by her visit to the D residence. Having gained not only the remarkable Swordswoman, but also the extraordinary Su Chun. Your Majesty, I bid you farewell. Su Songbin bowed deeply, still grappling with the Empress's recognition of his brother. Yet, to Su Chen's dismay, as Wu Zetian prepared to leave, she turned her gaze back to him, precisely to the porcelain jar containing chrysanthemum tea in his hand. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, as if even a pin dropped could be heard. The Empress stood before Su Chun, wordlessly fixated on the jar he held. What is this endless charade? You wish to both consume and seize my tea. Is drinking my tea not sufficient, but you want to take my chrysanthemum tea as well? How outrageous! Wu Meinyang, you have gone too far. But Wu Zetian remained unapologetic. As long as she felt no embarrassment, she acted with complete confidence. After a moment, Su Chun finally surrendered, respectfully offering the jar of chrysanthemum tea with both hands. Your Majesty, if it pleases you, I humbly present this jar of chrysanthemum tea. Well, thank you, Chinner. I shall not be courteous. Su Chun thought, courteous? How dare you? This is outrageous. The Empress showed no sign of embarrassment, signaling to Shangwan Wanner, who promptly seized the tea jar from Su Chen's hands. Su Chun watched helplessly as Shangwan Wanner absconded with his chrysanthemum tea, observing the Empress depart without hesitation, leaving him in a state of disbelief. How shameless! Infuriating! Wretched woman! Why not just ask for my chrysanthemum tea outright? I thought you had an interest in me. Oh well, it is just a jar of chrysanthemum tea. I have plenty. Take the tea and leave swiftly. Your presence vexes me. Su Chun could not help but grumble internally, but seeing the Empress truly leave, he finally felt a sense of relief. Freedom. The air was so refreshingly delightful. After bidding farewell to the Empress, the two Su brothers returned home. Xuantian collapsed onto a chair, but this time, Su Zhongwen did not indulge him further. Instead, he earnestly pulled Xuantian up. "Chinner, it is not that I criticize you, but the Empress speaks the truth. You cannot continue in this manner. I have decided to send you to Neishitang starting tomorrow. Rest assured, I will cultivate you into a pillar of Deqian." Su Zhongwen's face sparkled with determination. As Su Qian's elder brother, he knew all too well that Su Qian was not foolish or dull. He was simply lazy, remarkably so. He was lethargic in everything except for sleeping. If only Su Qian possessed half of his diligence, he would not be in such a state today. Thus, Su Zhongwen resolved, for the sake of their ancestors and in gratitude for the Empress's favor, to dedicate himself entirely to redirecting Su Qian's path. He would ensure that his brother became a talent worthy of Deqian. However, upon hearing Su Zhongwen's words, Su Qian found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback. "Oh dear brother, have you truly been brainwashed by that woman? Do you not know my true nature?" Reflecting on this, Su Qian hastily protested, "Brother, I am not cut out for officialdom. You need not concern yourself. I can brew tea for you at home every day, can't I?" In the past, if Su Qian had spoken in such a manner, Su Zhongwen would have softened his heart and readily acquiesced, for with his current salary, sustaining one Su Qian was by no means a challenge. Moreover, Su Qian harbored no particular penchant for bullying others. He was quite easy to maintain. However, Su Zhongwen's mindset had undergone a complete transformation. Observing Su Qian's lackadaisical demeanor, his expression shifted dramatically. "Chinner, one cannot speak in such a way. Everything I do is for your own good. Besides, the Empress has even urged you to participate in the imperial examinations. Can't you at least bring some honor to our family, the Su clan?" Su Songbin sighed deeply, lamenting the fact that he had never achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations, having only attained a rank of Jinshi, which remained a source of regret throughout his life. What has bewitched this woman to such an extent? How could she possess such charm? Wu Zetian had ascended to the throne for barely a year. At this moment, discussions were still rampant in the city of Chang'an. Had it not been for her decisive actions that stabilized the court, the situation in Chang'an would not have been as tranquil. Yet today, her visit to the Su residence to meet with Su Zhongwen stirred quite a commotion in the city. In the Zhou Wangfu, Wu Zetian's rise to power had benefited the Wu clan, allowing Wu Sanqing to be conferred the title of Zhou Wang and appointed Minister of Works, simultaneously holding the position of General of the Right Guards of Deqian, thereby wielding immense influence. As Wu Sanqing listened to the reports from his secret guards regarding the Empress's whereabouts, his brows furrowed in concern. It must be said that the Wu family possessed commendable genetics. The Empress was strikingly graceful, and Wu Sanqing himself was tall and handsome, though his dark eyes betrayed a cruel disposition. After hearing the report, Wu Sanqing frowned. The Empress has spent over an hour at the Su residence. Su Zhongwen has been appointed Minister of Justice, a significant position wielding authority over the laws of our dynasty, particularly concerning nobles like us. It appears the Empress is somewhat displeased with our actions. Wu Sanqing was well aware of the backlog of cases in the Ministry of Justice, as many were related to their interests. Yet, despite this, what could they do? The throne of Wu Zetian had been obtained through the sacrifices of the Wu family. Now that she had ascended, could she simply cast them aside? "Your Highness, this matter cannot go unchecked. Su Zhongwen is known for his virtue and is said to be difficult to contend with. His appointment as Minister of Justice was personally recommended by the Chancellor, and there are likely powerful figures backing him." Next to Wu Sanqing stood a remarkably handsome figure, whose beauty surpassed even his own, almost enchanting enough to incite envy in women. "Indeed, Yin Libin is a formidable opponent," Wu Sanqing said gravely. Presently, the political landscape of the Qin dynasty could be divided into 4 factions. The first comprised the loyal old ministers of the Jingguan era, led by Changsun Wuji and Cheng Yaojin, staunch supporters of the Li family. The second was represented by the Wu family nobles, such as Zhou Wang Wu Sanqing and Wei Wang Wu Qingxi. The third faction consisted of the powerful aristocratic families, primarily the 5 surnames and 7 clans, who held considerable sway both in the court and in the provinces. The fourth faction encompassed the humble officials, with Su Zhongwen at its helm. Though this group was the weakest, Yin Libin's position was unique. as he had connections with the old ministers and was also a prominent supporter of Wu Zetian's rise to power, thus wielding significant influence. Now that he supported Su Zhongwen, he could sway the three factions. If Yin Libin succeeded in his endeavors, his voice in the court would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. Your Highness, it is said that the Empress has permitted Su Zhongwen's younger brother, Su Chun, to attend classes at the Inner Academy. Who is Su Chun? Wu Sanqing inquired, his brow furrowing. If one Su Zhongwen was already a challenge, another Su Chun would only complicate matters further. Rest assured, although Su Chun is Su Zhongwen's brother, he is reputed to be idle and lacking in knowledge, thus not a cause for concern. I have a plan to ensure that Su Chun embarrasses himself at the Inner Academy. I wonder how your Highness views this? Let's not make it too obvious. Send a signal to Su Zhongwen, letting him know that there are certain matters he must not touch. Wu Sanqing nodded. Yin Libin's intention to support Su Zhongwen against them would be thwarted. Little did Wu Sanqing anticipate that the seemingly unremarkable Su Chun would later become a considerable source of trouble for him. Brother Zhang, I have always admired the intellect of you two brothers. According to my latest information, within 2 months, once the spring returns, the imperial examinations will be reinstated. I hope you two will seize the top position, Wu Sanqing remarked, glancing at Zhang Zongchang and Zhang Yizhi. Your Highness, rest assured, the top position shall belong to us. Zhang Zongchang, the one who had spoken earlier, had a face as fair as a peach blossom, exuding an extraordinary charm, though leaning towards a more delicate beauty that could incite envy in women. Very well, as long as you secure the top position, I shall fully support your rise to esteemed officials in Qian. Wu Sanqing exclaimed joyfully. Did Yin Libin think he could consolidate power without opposition? Meanwhile, the Wei Wang Wu Qingxi's residence was also abuzz with discussions regarding the Empress's unexpected visit to the Su residence, where she had remained for over an hour. The news spread throughout Chang'an, capturing the attention of the old ministers and the aristocratic families alike. In an instant, Su Zhongwen became a prominent figure in Chang'an, having just been appointed as the Minister of Justice, yet receiving such distinguished attention from the Empress. In the imperial palace of Chang'an, within Wu Zetian's chambers, the vast space was illuminated by flickering lights, with the warmth of the dragon-heated floor enveloping the room. Seated before the dragon table, Wu Zetian's long hair cascaded freely as she donned an expansive dragon robe. The pile of memorials before her seemed insurmountable, yet she reviewed them with remarkable speed. Nearby, a small stove was set with a brass kettle. Shangguan Wanner was preparing tea, carefully measuring chrysanthemum tea into a purple clay teapot. Soon, the lid of the brass kettle was lifted by steam. Quick as a flash, Shangguan Wanner grasped the kettle with a white towel, pouring the boiling spring water into the teapot like a shimmering galaxy. In an instant, a delightful fragrance of chrysanthemums filled the imperial chamber of Wu Zetian. Observing the once-dried chrysanthemum tea in the teapot, which blossomed with the infusion of spring water, it resembled vibrant chrysanthemums unfurling in the tea. Shangguan Wanner silently calculated the time in her heart. Moments later, she approached Wu Zetian, cradling the purple clay teapot, and poured a steaming cup of chrysanthemum tea for the Empress. Your Majesty, this is the tea brewing method taught by young Master Su. I have learned it well. Please savor it. Shangguan Wanner remarked with a hint of sourness. She had spent 3 or 4 years elevating her tea-making skills to the level of the greatest master in Qian. Yet today, her efforts were overshadowed by Su Chun, causing her heart to ache. It was only today that Shangguan Wanner realized that brewing tea was far superior to merely boiling it. To create a cup of tea with a lingering aftertaste, one need not add various seasonings such as scallions, ginger, or star anise. Simply boiling water could evoke the tea leaves' inherent fragrance. Just a splash of boiling water infused the tea leaves, yielding a flavor akin to heavenly nectar and a fragrance surpassing that of celestial herbs, leaving one with an everlasting aftertaste. Wanna, you have done well, Wu Zetian remarked, her lips curling into a slight smile as she gazed at the cup of tea, which bore a striking resemblance to the amber hue of that in the Su residence. Ah, Su Chun, I must thank you for imparting this tea brewing method to Wanner. Without your guidance, I might never have savored such an exquisite cup of tea. However, after just a sip, the Empress's brow furrowed slightly. Shangguan Wanner, astute in her observations, quickly noticed the subtle change in Wu Zetian's expression. Your Majesty, is there something amiss with the tea I brewed? She inquired with trepidation. Although her grandfather, Shangguan Yi, hailed from a noble family. Her childhood had been far from blessed. After her grandfather fell from grace, she and her mother were relegated to the inner court, where she bore the mark of disgrace on her forehead, which explained her constant fringe hairstyle. Yet, after gaining the Empress's favor, she swiftly shed her status as a lowly servant, though the scar on her forehead remained. Wanner, come and taste it yourself, Wu Zetian urged, allowing Shangwan Wanner to sample her own brew. Hastily, Wanner poured herself a cup and brought it to her lips. However, with that single sip, she discerned an inconsistency in the flavor. Her brow knitted slightly, although the taste was not worlds apart from that enjoyed at the Su residence. Something was amiss. A slight difference lingered, preventing the chrysanthemum's aroma from reaching its zenith. Wanner's tea skills are lacking. I beg your majesty to punish me, Shangwan Wanner said hastily, acknowledging her inferiority, as indeed, her brew paled in comparison to Su Chen's. Yet, she found herself puzzled, for she had followed Su Chen's method meticulously and believed her execution to be even more refined. Why then, did her tea not match as in flavor? Wanner, do not be too hard on yourself. Su Chen indeed possesses a certain finesse. Wu Zetian reassured her, acknowledging that as the foremost tea master in Deqian, Shangwan Wanner's brew was commendable, albeit slightly inferior to Su Chen's. Your Majesty, there is something I wish to express, though I hesitate, Shangwan Wanner said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Speak freely, Wanner, Wu Zetian encouraged, her gaze fixed upon her trusted confidant. Although Shangwan Wanner had always been held in high esteem by the Empress, the sentiment she had gleaned from Su Chan today stirred Wu Zetian's thoughts. As the adage goes, it is difficult to know someone's true feelings. Without hearing Su Chen's thoughts, she would never have suspected his true intentions. Alas, it seems I can only hear Su Chen's heart, Wu Zetian mused, pondering the advantages of being able to discern the thoughts of others. If she could glean the hearts of all, governing Deqian would be effortless, and no one could dare to deceive her. Your Majesty appears quite fond of young Master Su. Forgive my impertinence, but I fail to see what remarkable qualities he possesses, aside from his tea-making skills. Shangwan Vanya inquirit. Her curiosity piqued, as Su Chen's demeanor had been rather unremarkable, bordering on irresponsible. Yet, the Empress regarded him with such favor, leaving her perplexed. This matter is of a different nature. Su Chen is truly extraordinary. Do not be deceived by appearances. He is no ordinary individual, Wu Zetian replied enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate further. This secret of the heart was known only to the heavens, the earth, and the Empress herself, and she intended to keep it that way. Yes, one understands, Shangwan Wanner said, bowing in respect. Though the Empress had not elucidated her words, Wanner grasped that the Su brothers, Su Chun and Su Zhongwen, were destined for greatness. The following morning at the Su residence, Su Chun, rise quickly. You must report to the Neisha Tang today. Get up. Su Songwen exclaimed, shaking his brother vigorously. Having received guidance from the Empress yesterday, Su Zhongwen was determined to transform Su Chun into a pillar of Deqian, regardless of the challenges. Understanding his brother's habitual laziness, Su Zhongwen had no faith in anyone else to rouse him. Thus he took it upon himself to ensure Su Chun attended class at the Neisha Tang. Ugh, brother, what are you doing so early? Isn't it better to sleep? Su Chan groggily protested, blinking at the sight of his brother's plump face looming before him, which instantly dispelled his drowsiness. Get up. The sun is already high, and the Empress has personally commanded you to report to Neisha Tang. Do you dare defy her order? Su Zhongwen replied sternly, emphasizing that the Guozijian was the official academy of Deqian, not just any place where anyone could study. Wu Zetian's command for Su Chan to attend was a significant privilege. Get up now. I must personally escort you to Neisha Tang today. Su Songwen insisted, unguabing. For the honor of our family and our aspirations, you must attend this academy, no matter what. I truly wish to avoid this. At this moment, Su Chun appeared utterly despondent, yet ultimately, he could only be dragged up by Su Zhongwen. Alas, as the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Indeed, in this household, Su Zhongwen's word is law. What Su Chan says only holds weight if it is echoed by Su Zhongwen. Otherwise, it is rendered insignificant. In the frigid depths of winter, as the biting winds howled, the maids and servants of the Su residence were astonished to discover that Su Chun, the second son who usually slumbered until the sun was high in the sky, had remarkably risen early today. Xiaoming, the sweeper, stood agape, In his 3 years at the Su household, he had never witnessed the second young master arise at such an hour. Old Chun, the gatekeeper, rubbed his eyes red in disbelief, struggling to accept that Su Chun had risen at this hour. Regardless, Su Chun had indeed gotten up. The carriage, already harnessed and ready, belonged to the Minister of Justice. Su Zhongwen first escorted Su Chun to the Neishatang to pay respects to the esteemed scholar Guoqing Shu, the head of the Neishatang. Guoqing Shu, now in his 60s, had been in his position for a full 12 years. Upon learning of the unexpected visit from the Minister of Justice, he appeared somewhat taken aback. However, being a seasoned veteran in the political arena for over 20 years, Guoqing Shu was certainly an elder to Su Zhongwen. Although the rank of the head of the Neishatang was one level below that of the Minister of Justice, it did not diminish Guoqing Shu's status as a senior. Moreover, the head of the Neishatang held a refined position primarily responsible for literary and scholarly pursuits, generally remaining uninvolved in political affairs. Moments later, Guoqing Shu met with Su Zhongwen and Su Chun in the parlor. "Ah, what an honor to have you, Lord Su. I regret not being able to welcome you properly," Guoqing Shu exclaimed heartily. Su Zhongwen, now a prominent figure in the court, could be considered a representative of the humble origins, supported not only by the Empress Wu Zetian, but also endorsed by the Chancellor Yan Libin, indicating a formidable background. "Please do not belittle me, esteemed scholar. I have come with an urgent matter requiring your assistance," Su Zhongwen replied with a bitter smile. The head of the Neishatang held a 4th-rank title, while the Minister of Justice was of the 3rd rank. Thus, in terms of official rank, Su Zhongwen was technically superior. However, in terms of seniority, Guoqing Shu was indeed a generation older, which justified Su Zhongwen's self-reference as beneath and his address of Guo as esteemed scholar. "You are too modest, Lord Su. No wonder Chancellor Yin speaks highly of you as a pearl of the sea, a treasure of the Qian dynasty. Your reputation precedes you." While it was merely a matter of titles, Guoqing Shu regarded Su Zhongwen with newfound respect, acknowledging that a young man in his 30s possessing such insight was indeed remarkable. "Such praise is undeserved, esteemed scholar. Let us proceed to the matter at hand," Su Zhongwen interjected, eager to transition to the main topic. "Esteemed scholar, this is my younger brother, Su Chun. Yesterday, His Majesty granted special permission for Su Chun to study at the Neishatang, and I implore you to make the necessary arrangements." Su Zhongwen spoke earnestly, casting a glance at the drowsy Su Chun, who he promptly urged, "Su Chun, quickly greet the esteemed scholar." What is it?" Su Chen, startled awake by Su Zhongwen's gentle admonition, hastily wiped the drool that was about to spill and looked at Su Zhongwen in confusion. "This is the head of the Neishatang, Guoqing Shu. You must show him the respect he deserves while studying at the Neishatang. Do you understand?" Su Zhongwen reiterated with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, I see. Greetings, esteemed scholar," Su Chen mumbled, casting a fleeting glance at Guoqing Shu before appearing drowsy again, as if he could never quite wake up. "Guoqing Shu, the head of the Neishatang? Apologies, I have not heard of you," he added nonchalantly. "Do not mind him, esteemed scholar. My brother is somewhat lackadaisical, and I shall rely on your guidance in the future," Su Zhongwen said with an awkward smile, wishing he could shake some sense into Su Chun, yet hesitating as he thought about his brother's future. "Not to worry. Since it is the Empress's wish, I shall certainly comply," Guoqing Shu replied with a light-hearted smile. Although the teachers at the Neishatang were renowned scholars of great repute, the students there were a mixed bag. Most were royal offspring or the children of officials, accustomed to a life of luxury, which had fostered a sense of arrogance among them. The royal children often behaved recklessly, while the martial family's offspring were notoriously unruly, with only the literary scholar's children exhibiting a somewhat better temperament. Su Chen's demeanor, in fact, was relatively acceptable. "I shall count on your guidance, esteemed scholar. I must attend to matters of the Ministry of Justice," Su Zhongwen said hurriedly, noting that the Neishatang and the ministry were not on a direct path. Yet he made the detour for the sake of Su Chen's education. "Since you have pressing matters to attend to, I shall not see you off," Guoqing Shu remarked with a calm smile. Despite Su Zhongwen's promising future, the Neishatang traditionally remained neutral, and at his age, Guoqing Shu had no intention of seeking further advancement. He planned to retire, soon to cultivate his land, and enjoy a peaceful life in his later years. As Su Zhongwen hurried off to the ministry, Su Chun, though still groggy, felt a twinge of anxiety in the absence of his brother. He shook his sleepy head and turned his attention to Guo Qingxu. You are Su Chun, the second son of the Su family. Very well. Allow me to briefly introduce our 6 studies at the Neishitang. Guo Zixu, Tai Shue, Sai Mengsu, Li Shue, Shu Shue, and Xuan Shue, Guo Qingxu said with a gentle smile, showing little concern for Su Chun. After all, he was a 4th-rank official, and it was only through Su Zhongwen's personal visit that he would engage face-to-face with Guo Qingxu. Su Chun was not yet of significant importance. As you are new to the Neishitang, you shall begin your studies with Guo Zixu, which encompasses the teachings of the various philosophers, including the 4 books and 5 classics. Guo Qingxu stated matter-of-factly, "Oh, thank you, esteemed scholar." Su Chen replied indifferently. At 20 years old, being compelled to study such elementary subjects seemed beneath him. However, he shrugged it off, considering it merely a means to placate Wu Zetian and his elder brother. Chapter 13. Entering the Ministry of Justice. The Jingyi Hall is one of the 6 halls of the Neishitang, alongside the Shuxingtang, Chengxintang, Chongshitang, Zudaotang, Xingyatang, and Guangyatang. This arrangement is roughly analogous to a class division system in later generations. Only those aged 14 and above are admitted to study at the Neishitang. Younger candidates are not accepted. Guo Qingxu intended to place Su Chun in the Jingyi Hall among the 6 halls of the Neishitang. The reason is simple. The majority of the members of the Jingyi Hall are sons of civil officials. Su Zhongwen serves as the Minister of Justice, and placing Su Chun in the Jingyi Hall is merely a matter of adhering to established protocols. Consequently, the somewhat dazed Su Chun was directly escorted into the Jingyi Hall. The number of individuals in the Jingyi Hall was modest, comprising merely 20 or so, and the overall population of the Inner Academy was not extensive either. When combined, the 6 halls contain around 130 to 40 students, averaging about 20 to 30 per hall. Cough, everyone, please settle down. This is the new student who has joined the Inner Academy, named Su Chun. He will be studying in the Jingyi Hall from now on. Guo Qingxu casually introduced Su Chun before elegantly departing, leaving behind the 20 or so students of the Jingyi Hall and the now drowsy Su Chun. Su Chun? I haven't heard of him. Whose son is he? At this moment, the Jingyi Hall had yet to commence lessons, and the teachers from the Inner Academy were absent, prompting the students to engage in spirited discussions. The Inner Academy was specifically established for the royal offspring, the children of the elite, and the offspring of high-ranking officials, which meant that most of the students had known each other since childhood. For instance, the 20 or so students in the Jingyi Hall were already well acquainted, and even the entire cohort of over 100 students in the Inner Academy recognized one another, having heard of each other as reputations. However, none of them had any substantial impression of Su Chun. I remember now. Su Chun is the younger brother of the newly appointed Minister of Justice, Su Zhongwen. It's no wonder that like father, like son, a mouse-esque child can dig a hole. Although the students of the Inner Academy were quite young, they were all well-informed, as their parents were among the most prominent figures in the Daqian dynasty. With this revelation, everyone quickly grasped the situation, understanding that being the brother of the Minister of Justice afforded Su Chun a rather advantageous position in joining the Inner Academy. Hey, you're Su Chun? I'm Yin Danqing. Before Yin Danqing could finish a sentence, he looked back to find Su Chun already resting his head on the table, sound asleep. Wow, that was fast. Yin Danqing was left speechless. He had intended to initiate a conversation with Su Chun, but was taken aback by Su Chun's blatant disregard. Danqing, this guy's quite audacious. Isnt, Long Sun Yin, who stood beside Yin Danqing, was equally astonished. On the very first day at the Inner Academy, Su Chun had chosen to sleep at the table. What a peculiar approach. Yin Danqing and Long Sun Yin were regarded as the leaders within the Jingyi Hall, not merely due to their backgrounds, one being the grandson of the Right Chancellor Yin Libin, and the other the grandson of the Left Chancellor Chong Sun Wuji, but also because few could rival their status even within the entire Inner Academy. However, even they had not anticipated Su Chun's audacity. Why come to the Inner Academy to sleep when you could do so at home? Isn't that a bit superfluous? After escorting Su Chun to the Inner Academy, Su Zhongwen hurriedly made his way to the Ministry of Justice. The bureaucratic system of Daqian was relatively relaxed, as officials were not required to attend court every day. Typically, there was a major court assembly once a month and a minor assembly every 3 days. Officials would only be summoned for special circumstances. Generally, officials simply clocked in for work and submitted progress reports every 3 days. with a monthly summary presented at the major assembly. At the last minor assembly, Yin Libin had supported Su Zhongwen's appointment as Minister of Justice, and the following day, the Empress had personally arrived at the ministry. Today marked the third day, and Su Zhongwen was officially beginning his duties. Tomorrow would bring another minor assembly, during which he would have the opportunity to share his first impressions of his new role. As the Minister of Justice, Su Zhongwen held a significant position among the 9 ministers of the Qian, overseeing the adjudication of criminal cases. Today marked the inaugural day of his tenure, and thus the officials of the ministry were all present to welcome him. Amidst the howling cold winds, Bai Youyou, the deputy minister, along with several other officials, awaited the arrival of the newly appointed minister, Su Zhongwen, at the entrance of the ministry. Shortly thereafter, a carriage bearing the minister made its way through the biting wind. Su Zhongwen, who was slightly portly, appeared even more so clad in his heavy official robes. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of Bai Youyou and the others. "I am Bai Youyou of the Ministry of Justice, here to pay my respects to you, sir." Bai Youyou, occupying the position of deputy minister and holding a rank 2 grades lower than Su Zhongwen, was joined by several other officials of lower ranks. "There is no need for excessive formalities. I have been appointed as the Minister of Justice by the command of Her Majesty, and I will require your support moving forward." Although Su Zhongwen was relatively young, he was not naive to the workings of the bureaucracy and understood the adage that a clear stream has no fish. While the Ministry of Justice was responsible for law and criminal proceedings, it could not operate devoid of compassion. Moreover, Su Zhongwen was not one to be inflexible or overly stern. Otherwise, how could he have tolerated Su Chun's years of idleness at home? Yet, while his character was one aspect, his official duties were another. Su Zhongwen's demeanor would not influence his ability to govern effectively. Upon entering the main hall of the ministry, after exchanging pleasantries, Su Zhongwen quickly got to the point. The Empress had elevated him to this position, and it was imperative for him to achieve noteworthy results. "Sir, indeed, there are numerous pending cases in the ministry," Bai Youyou replied, leading Su Zhongwen to the archives of the ministry. The archives, devoid of windows, were designed to ensure the security of the documents. Only the Minister of Justice and 2 deputy ministers possessed keys to access this room. Although Su Zhongwen was new, he was already familiar with the relevant protocols. With Bai Youyou's assistance, he found a key and unlocked the archives, which held the potential to reveal the pressing matters at hand. The archives room is spacious, filled to the brim with an abundance of files, all of which remain unprocessed. These unprocessed files represent the highest level of confidentiality within the XNB's secret archives. In contrast, those files that have been processed see their confidentiality rating diminish, as the results have been made public, and it is only necessary to ensure their secure storage. However, within these unprocessed files, every single character conceals significant information. Over 1,000 unprocessed cases have accumulated, overwhelming the archives room. Although SHNGWN had long been aware of the XNB's lack of action, he could never have anticipated such a profound neglect. "Your Excellency, these are the cases that the XNB has accumulated over the past year, totaling 1,138. Said MUNB with a wry smile. More than 1,000 unresolved cases, all accumulated this year, with the XNB receiving an average of 3 to 4 new cases daily. Such a staggering frequency is alarming. Yet the XNB remains unable to conclude these cases, blatantly disregarding the dignity of the law." As SNGWN surveyed the multitude of files in the archives room, hearing MUNB's words, his expression darkened. What a splendid display of arrogance by the royal relatives and the W clan nobility. In less than a year, they have committed over 1,000 offenses. If this continues, where will the laws of Di Qian stand? Where lies the dignity of the common people? Where is the fairness and justice? What will become of the stability of the nation? Bring forth the files. From this day forth, I shall restore the dignity of the XNB and rigorously review all cases, never to show leniency towards treachery. Upon gazing at the overflowing files in the archives, a fierce fire ignited within SHNGWN's heart. In the NISHT-ing, the ZH-ing-YT-ing, SCH-in had barely fallen asleep when he was abruptly awakened, for the lessons at the ZH-ing-YT-ing were commencing today. The first lesson was taught by S-ing-F-ng-Sachin, one of the 6 esteemed scholars of the NISHT-ing. focusing on the Guzisu. The NISHT boasts 1 headmaster, 2 deputy headmasters, 6 scholars, and various other esteemed lecturers, all of whom are renowned scholars. Otherwise, the royal relatives and officials would not entrust their children to this institution. It is precisely because the NISHT gathers the finest scholars that numerous families willingly send their offspring there. Although the quality of students may vary, the knowledge imparted by these sages is undeniably profound. Essing F. NGSHN, aged 50, is considered a senior among the many great scholars at the NISHT, particularly skilled in expounding the 4 books, with a particular proficiency in the Disu. The way of the Disu lies in manifesting virtue, in loving the people, and in striving for goodness. The slightly hoarse voice of the Venerable S. resonated within the ZH In this era, teaching requires students to first memorize the knowledge from their texts, then integrate it, and finally comprehend it, with most relying on their own insights. The notion of reading a book 100 times until its meaning becomes apparent is the best interpretation for scholars of this time. Having not participated in classroom learning for many years, SCH initially felt a flicker of excitement. However, as soon as SFNGSH recited a few lines, he found himself growing drowsy. The sound of S.'s voice prompted the other students to sit up straight, but for SCHN, it was akin to a lullaby, lulling him into a stupor. SCHN's behavior was entirely normal for him, yet to SFNGSHN, it was rather provocative. Observing SCHN nodding off, nearly resting his head on the desk, the venerable scholar suddenly exclaimed, "Whose child are you? How dare you sleep so disrespectfully in class?" SFNGSH is known for his strictness among the many great scholars. And even the likes of NGS, NYNH, and YND in Q would sit attentively during his lectures, let alone others. Little did he expect to encounter a bold student who dared to sleep during his lesson. Panic ensued among the students in the ZHYT as they froze, glancing anxiously at the furious SFNGSHN. "Hey, SCHN, wake up, wake up!" Seeing the elder's expression darken, YND and Q hurriedly tried to rouse SCHN. As SCHN is SHNGWN's younger brother, and YND and Q is the grandson of YNLBN, who holds SHNGWN in high regard. YND and Q felt compelled to assist SCHN. "What happened? Is class over? Can I go home and sleep?" SCHN groggily opened his eyes, having risen far too early today and feeling exceedingly drowsy. However, upon awakening, he was met with the furious visage of SFNGSHN, whose face had turned as dark as a coal miner's. "SCHN, you dare to fall asleep in class at the NISHT?" SFNGSHN's expression was not only dark with anger, but he looked as if he had just emerged from a coal mine. Especially upon noticing the book on the desk, half soaked with SCHN's drool, his fury intensified. "You dare to defile the sacred texts of the sages. Extend your hand." Without hesitation, SFNGSHN grasped the long-dormant ruler in his hand. "When did I defile the sacred texts? I did not." As SFNGSHN raised the ruler to strike, SCHN swiftly grasped it, urgently explaining, "I did not defile the sacred texts. It is merely punctuation." "Punctuation? Nonsense. What punctuation? This is the book of the sages, the words of the sages. You dare to scribble upon it and defile the sacred text, and you still deny it." SNGFNGSHN exasperated, huffed as he attempted to reclaim the ruler from SCHN's grip. After several futile attempts, he found himself unable to wrest it away, his nostrils flaring in exasperation like a stubborn old ox. "Dear teacher, I truly did not defile the words of the sages. It is merely sentence structure. Please take a closer look." SCHN, feeling utterly exasperated, held the book before SFNGSHN's eyes. Though he had indeed nearly fallen asleep, he would not accept the blame for defiling the sacred texts. If such an accusation were to stick, it would not only tarnish his reputation, but also affect NGWN. As for the book, SCHN had drawn a few marks simply out of frustration at the lack of punctuation throughout the text. In this era, books did not concern themselves with punctuation. They were filled solely with characters. The first lesson imparted by the teacher should be on sentence structure. for only by mastering it can one truly understand how to read a text. Otherwise, even if one recognizes the characters, misreading could lead to significant misunderstandings. Reading a text devoid of punctuation is akin to grappling with the very words I now present to you, stripped of any punctuation marks. Indeed, the absence of punctuation profoundly impacts comprehension, especially considering that ancient texts often sprawl across tens of thousands of characters devoid of such marks, which naturally complicates reading. At this very moment, within the Jingyi Hall, Yin, Danxing, Changsun Yin, and others stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed upon Su Chun, who grasped the ruler of Master Song. My goodness, Su Chun is exceedingly formidable, indeed, more ferocious than those martial families. Is Su Zhongwen truly the Minister of Justice? He seems even more impressive than the princes themselves. Who knows? Regardless, today promises to be a spectacle. Perhaps the Grand Master will arrive shortly. The students, their eyes wide with disbelief, could hardly comprehend the events unfolding before them. Goodness, astonishing indeed. The scholars of Jingyi Hall were all internally exclaiming in disbelief at Su Chen's audacity. The primary purpose of the Neishu Tang is to educate the students. Thus, news of the happenings in Jingyi Hall swiftly reached Guqing Shu. At that moment, Guqing Shu, clad in a fur robe, was engaged in brewing tea and reading. The Neishu Tang, while unperturbed by political affairs, serves as an excellent retreat for self-cultivation. After 12 years in the Neishu Tang, Guqing Shu had grown accustomed to this environment. However, when two instructors from the Neishu Tang approached him to report that the newly admitted student Su Chun had clashed with Master Song, one of their 6 esteemed scholars, Guqing Shu unexpectedly spat out the mouthful of tea he had just sipped. He had never anticipated that on his first day, Su Chun would confront Master Song, whose audacity emboldened him. The Neishu Tang is a prestigious place where even noble families and royal relatives adhere to decorum. How could Su Chun dare to engage in conflict with a teacher? Quickly, let's go. Why are we still standing here? We must ascertain the situation. Guqing Shu, the Grand Master, could no longer remain seated. The matter concerning Su Chun, while not insignificant, could be exploited by those with ulterior motives, potentially implicating even Su Zhongwen. Although the Neishu Tang does not engage in court politics, Guqing Shu shared a profound friendship with Yin Liben, and he had heard whispers of Yin Xiangye's current maneuvers within the court. Now, witnessing Yin Xiangye's plans nearly unraveling due to Su Chen's actions, how could Guqing Shu remain calm? What Guqing Shu could not have fathomed was the rapid escalation of this incident. The Neishu Tang is not far from the palace, merely a wall apart. Consequently, the events transpired within the Neishu Tang swiftly reached the ears of Wu Ziqian. At that moment, within the imperial palace, Wu Ziqian was still buried under a mountain of memorials to review, yet Shangwan Wanner had paused her tea preparation to assist Wu Ziqian in organizing these documents. Shangwan Wanner had earned Wu Ziqian's utmost trust, not solely due to her tea skills, but also because of her remarkable talents, making her an invaluable aid in handling state affairs. However, when Wu Ziqian learned from a maid that Su Chun had openly confronted Master Song in the Neishu Tang, her expression barely concealed her agitation. As for Shangwan Wanner, she gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment, the clarity of her pupils reflecting 2 enormous question marks. What on earth has possessed Su Chun? On his first day at the Neishu Tang, he openly defied his teacher. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yet upon hearing that Su Chun had been awakened from slumber by Master Song during class, Shangwan Wanner found it less surprising. Sleeping during class in the Neishu Tang is indeed an unimaginable act, but seemed rather fitting for the notoriously lazy second son of the Su family. Wanner, prepare the carriage. I must visit the Neishu Tang. Wu Ziqian's expression darkened instantly. Su Chun, you scoundrel, I promoted you to the Neishu Tang yesterday, hoping you would rectify your slothful ways. Yet I never imagined that on your very first day, you would create such a significant debacle. Very well, you audacious rascal. Just wait. The atmosphere in Jingyi Hall grew tense, akin to the stillness before an impending storm. On the podium, Master Song wore a grim expression, his face taut, as he exhaled forcefully, resembling a stubborn old bull. Meanwhile, Su Chun, with an expression of feigned innocence, fixed his gaze upon the assembly of teachers and students, his grasp still firm on Master Song's ruler, while he thrust a book, still dampened by his saliva, directly before Master Song's face. The hall fell into a profound silence, so still that one could hear a pin drop, as the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Just as the tension reached its peak, Xuantian, the Grand Master of the Neisha Tang, finally arrived on the scene. "Bold Xuantian, what mischief have you wrought? Release him at once," Xuantian exclaimed, his eyes wide as he beheld Xuantian holding Master Song and pushing a book into his face, a mix of frustration and disbelief evident on his countenance. Xuantian was clearly acting against the principles of respect and hierarchy. "Ah, Grandmaster, you have arrived. I can release him, but let us be clear once I do. Master, you must not retaliate," Xuantian replied, a hint of caution in his tone. "Impudent. What conditions are you discussing? Release him at once. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable." Xuantian, overwhelmed with frustration, felt the audacity of Xuantian's actions was beyond belief. "Fine, I shall let go. Consider it a favor to my brother," Xuantian huffed, reluctantly loosening his grip on the ruler. However, he released it too abruptly, causing Master Song to stumble back several steps, nearly losing his balance. Master Song, humiliated by the sudden turn of events, felt his face flush crimson with indignation as he rose, trembling finger pointed at Xuantian. "You dare to defy your teacher." In ancient times, it was said that a teacher for a day is a father for life, which is why the scholars in the Neisha Tang held such esteemed positions. Yet, now faced with Xuantian's insolence, Master Song's dignity was in tatters. "I did not intend for this to happen. You simply lost your footing," Xuantian protested, feeling aggrieved, and turned to Xuantian. "You told me to release him. You cannot blame me for this outcome." At that moment, Xuantian felt utterly overwhelmed, wondering what transgression had led him to encounter such a troublesome situation. Just then, a distinct voice resonated from outside Jingyi Hall. "Her Majesty the Empress has arrived." As the sound reverberated through the air, numerous young eunuchs and female officials rushed into the Neisha Tang, promptly arranging themselves in formation. Suddenly, the stunningly beautiful and valiant Empress Wu Zetian made her grand entrance before the crowd. "We humbly greet your Majesty. Long live the Empress." The unexpected appearance of Empress Wu startled everyone present in the Neisha Tang. Fortunately, the venerable Xuantian reacted swiftly and promptly bowed to the Empress. However, Xuantian found himself momentarily bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why is even Xiao Meinyang here? Has she set her sights on me? Just as I find myself in trouble, she arrives? Xuantian was utterly flabbergasted. Logically, the Neisha Tang should not be a place where such a lofty empress would appear. Yet here she was, leaving Xuantian to ponder the implications. At that moment, upon stepping into the Jingyi Hall, Empress Wu Zetian inadvertently overheard Xuantian's internal monologue. Her footsteps momentarily faltered. "Is this scoundrel doing this on purpose? How dare he? I cannot believe I hesitated. Indeed, this rascal is clearly here to provoke me. As the esteemed empress of the Dacian dynasty, how could I be summoned here merely for his antics? My loyal subjects, there is no need for excessive formalities. I have come to the Neisha Tang to review some documents when I was drawn by the commotion. I simply wished to ascertain the cause of the disturbance," Wu Zetian explained, gritting her teeth internally. The gathered officials were taken aback, realizing the Empress had come for research purposes, though the timing seemed too coincidental. "Xuantian, what exactly is happening here?" The Empress's gaze fell upon Xuantian, for the Neisha Tang was indeed his domain. Xuantian felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. How should I explain this? It's rather difficult to articulate. The crux of the matter was that revealing the truth would be somewhat humiliating, especially since it was the Empress herself who had ordered Xuantian's admission into the Neisha Tang. Yet, on his very first day, such a scandal erupted, which could reflect poorly on the Empress. Before Xuantian could respond, the stern Confucian teacher Song abruptly stood up, his voice resonating with authority. "Your Majesty, this child is incorrigible. On his first day of enrollment, he audaciously fell asleep during class and defaced the historical texts, thereby disrespecting the sages. I beseech your Majesty to expel him from the Neisha Tang." Teacher Song's eyes flashed with indignation as he directed his words towards Wu Zetian. At that moment, the students present, including Yin Danqing and Chong Sun Yin, were utterly bewildered. The arrival of Xuantian was one thing, but even the Empress had graced them with her presence. The timing of these events was indeed too fortuitous. Is that so? Xuantian, is this true? Wu Zetian's gaze sharpened as it turned to Xuantian. her expression now tinged with discontent. It seemed that Su Chen's targeting within the Neishitang stemmed from more than mere happenstance. Reports indicated that teacher Song had close ties with Wang Wu Sansi of the Zhou royal family, particularly as two of his most distinguished students were currently residing at the royal court. Additionally, the Empress had recently received intelligence that a visitor had called upon teacher Song the previous night. The occurrence of such events on the very day of Su Chen's enrollment was suspiciously coincidental. In response to your majesty, this matter is, generally, as such, but further scrutiny is required. Guo Qingshu stammered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Su Chen's misfortune could have occurred on any other day. Yet the fact that it transpired on the very first day of his enrollment, under the Empress's decree, was undeniably embarrassing. Meanwhile, Su Chun, who awaited his fate, suddenly perked up. You old fool! How dare you file a complaint in front of Xiao Meinyang? You treacherous old man! You have betrayed me. But I must admit that your machinations are quite clever. If you truly manage to expel me from the Neishitang, I would be eternally grateful to your ancestors. This wretched place is truly unbearable. Had it not been for this woman's misguided insistence on my attendance, I would never have set foot in this institution. Moreover, what kind of Neishitang is this, that they do not even recognize punctuation? No wonder they fail to nurture any pillars of society. Yet, amidst his internal tirade, Su Chun stepped forward. When he finally raised his head, his expression bore a hint of foolishness. I humbly acknowledge my mistakes, your majesty. I should not have defaced the sacred texts, nor openly defied teacher Song. He is correct. I should not be studying in the Neishitang. I beseech your majesty to expel me. In that moment, Su Chen's face radiated regret, yet his words were laced with fervor, leaving those in the Zhengyi Hall utterly perplexed. Could this second son of the Su family truly be a fool? What sort of behavior is this, self-incriminating under circumstances where Guo Qingshu had attempted to mitigate his culpability? But Su Chun, without hesitation, accepted the charge as if he were eagerly seeking to withdraw from the Neishitang. In the presence of the crowd, Empress Wu Zetian endeavored to maintain her composure, ensuring her expression remained inscrutable. Yet, beneath the flowing dragon robe, her delicate form began to tremble slightly. Rage surged within her. Had she not been privy to Su Chen's true thoughts, she might have been deceived by his audacity. You little scoundrel! How dare you harbor such intentions? You are utterly shameless. I graciously allowed you into the Neishitang, and you have the audacity to scheme against me. How detestable! However, if you think you can simply withdraw from the Neishitang and tarnish my reputation, you shall not succeed so easily. Ah, Su Chen, today you shall learn that I am not one to be trifled with. A smile graced Wu Zetian's exquisite face, transforming her into a celestial beauty, captivating all who beheld her. Yet the astonishment did not end with Su Chun's peculiar actions. The next moment, Wu Zetian's command left everyone dumbfounded. Bring me that book, she declared coolly. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Which book did she mean? Could it be the one that Su Chun had carelessly sullied? Su Chun may be deemed a madman. Yet what is this peculiar behavior exhibited by the Empress today? In the hearts of the onlookers, a chorus of cheers erupted. For the Empress should, in all reason, present a frigid visage, seething with rage, and expel Su Chun from the Neishitang. How could she possibly take the book, now dampened with saliva, into her hands? Did she not find it distasteful? Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Shangguan Wanner momentarily paused, then gracefully swayed her exquisite figure, effortlessly snatching the book from Su Chun's grasp. Following this, she reverently presented the book to Wu Zetian. However, it was evident to all that even as Shangguan Wanner held the book, she deftly avoided the corner stained by Su Chen's saliva. The Empress's gaze fell upon the book, and in an instant, her expression froze. Almost instantaneously, her countenance transformed into an icy demeanor, palpable to the naked eye. As Wu Zetian's expression grew colder, the temperature within the Zhengyi Tang seemed to plummet further. The students within the hall were left uncertain whether it was the cold weather or the Empress's frigid aura that caused some to visibly shudder. Even though a woman ruled as Empress, wielding authority, she remained an Empress nonetheless, her imperial presence formidable. Chang Sun Yin and Yin Danqing maintained their composure, yet they sighed inwardly. The Empress's face, akin to ice, suggested she was beyond furious, leaving no one able to easily absolve Su Chen this time. It was even possible that Su Qin's actions might adversely affect Su Zhongwen. Although Chang Sun Yin and Yin Danqing wished to assist Su Chun, they dare not speak, for their influence was insufficient. Had Chang Sun Wuji and Yin Libin been present, they might have interjected. Alas, the one hailed by his grandfather as the Pearl of the Sea and a treasure of Huaxia, Su Zhongwen, might suffer repercussions due to this incident. Yin Danqing lamented internally. Yet who could have foreseen that the Empress would grace the Neishu Tang today? The events unfolding in the Zhengyi Tang swiftly spread throughout the Neishu Tang. Given its modest size, combined with the Empress Wu Zetian's presence, it was indeed a significant occurrence. Thus, the dispute between Su Chun and Confucius Song rapidly circulated among all present. Even the other two vice ritual scholars and several doctors within the Neishu Tang were drawn to the Zhengyi Tang. The crowd surrounding the Zhengyi Tang grew ever larger, with expressions ranging from impassive to furrowed brows, bowed heads, or averted gazes. Some even displayed sneers, mockery, pity, or disdain. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the multitude, the Empress finally spoke. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, her ire was not directed at Su Chun, but rather at Confucius Song. Song Fang's Han, take a good look at this book. How can you, a scholar of the Neishu Tang, fail to discern such obvious flaws? With a swift motion, Wu Zetian seized the book from Shangwan Waner and hurled it at Song Fang's Han. The Empress's fury ignited fiercely, yet no one anticipated that it would not be directed at Su Chun, but rather at Song Fang's Han. Was the Empress attempting to salvage her dignity by turning truth into falsehood? After all, regardless of the circumstances, Su Chun had indeed slept in class, disrespected his elders, and challenged the teacher. These were undeniable transgressions. Nevertheless, the Empress's anger was indeed perplexing. In the first volume, Chapter 18, what a perplexing situation. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Su Chun has shown blatant disrespect in class, dozing at the lectern and daring to challenge the teacher. Am I in the wrong? As the book was flung by Wu Zetian, Song Fang's Han found himself momentarily stunned. This venerable sage, having lived nearly 60 years, was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. Despite his esteemed reputation, the Empress had casually hurled a book, sullied by saliva, at his feet. If this matter remained unresolved, he would, from this moment forth, become a laughingstock among scholars. Thus, Song Fang's Han, incensed, resolved to seek justification, even in the presence of the Empress. After all, a scholar's life is devoted to reputation. Losing it would be akin to living in torment. As Song Fangshan's fierce rebuke echoed, puzzled glances shifted toward Wu Zetian. Since her ascension, she had demonstrated considerable shrewdness, deftly maneuvering situations. How could she possibly protect Su Chun through such an unwise method? At that moment, no one believed that the saliva-stained book contained anything of value. They merely perceived it as the Empress's attempt to preserve her honor, having recommended Su Chun to the Neishu Tang, and thus reversing right and wrong. Goodness, what has gotten into Xiao Meinyang today? Has she taken some sort of stimulant? Surely not. Is she defending Su Chun so fervently? He merely slept in class. Why make such a ruckus? Something feels awry. This old man must have a hidden agenda. Yet what a dilemma. Should I retaliate and ruin him? Or play along and withdraw from the Neishu Tang, returning to a life of ease? What a conundrum. In that moment, Su Chun found himself in a quandary. Being a clever individual, he quickly discerned the underlying intricacies, yet he was torn in his decision. Should he pursue a life of leisure or seek revenge? Overhearing Su Chen's internal musings, Wu Zetian nearly choked on her indignation. Oh, you fool Su Chun, is your head merely for show? While others aspire to climb the ranks and gain titles, you, on the other hand, seem content to languish in idleness. Can you not strive for greatness? At that moment, Wu Zetian felt an urgency for Su Chun, for he was not beyond redemption, nor a lost cause. From her perspective, he was a raw gem, destined for greatness if only he were polished and refined. Yet, what vexed her was that this gem seemed intent on becoming merely a stone in a latrine, exuding an unpleasant odor. How frustrating it was that this brilliant individual chose to conceal his talents. Wu Zetian's resolve hardened as she silently vowed, "You wish to lie idle? I shall not grant you such an opportunity. Today, I shall unveil your actions for all to see, and your talents shall be recognized far and wide." With this thought, The Empress's expression took on a grave seriousness. Guo Jijiang, since Song Fangzhan is unwilling to take a look, why not you come and see for yourself? If even you, the esteemed Neishutang Jijiang, cannot discern the intricacies within, then perhaps you ought to reconsider your position. The cold voice of Empress Wu Zetian resonated within the Jingyi Hall. As her words echoed, the onlookers, be they students or teachers, collectively inhaled sharply. It appeared that Empress Wu was resolutely determined to protect Su Chun, even resorting to a metaphorical bombardment, confusing right with wrong, and dragging Guo Qingshu, the Neishutang Jijiang, into this fray. It is worth noting that Guo Qingshu is a distinguished Confucian scholar, his reputation soaring far above that of Song Fangzhan. Otherwise, the position of Neishutang Jijiang would not have been bestowed upon him. Yet, none anticipated that Empress Wu's metaphorical cannonade would extend to Guo Qingshu himself. At this moment, Guo Qingshu wore a bewildered expression, silently questioning, "What have I done to deserve this? How did this heavy burden end up on my shoulders?" However, upon meeting the Empress's indisputable gaze, he found himself at a loss for words and pointed to a student present. "Go retrieve that book for me." The book he referred to was, of course, the one that had been spat upon by Su Chun and subsequently thrown before Song Fangzhan by Empress Wu. The student, suddenly struck by a sense of existential dread, could only comply and fetch the saliva-stained book amidst the presence of so many prominent figures. Upon receiving the book, Guo Qingshu opened it to the first page, where the content of the Dashua, one of the 4 books, immediately came into view. He casually scanned the text and found nothing out of the ordinary, as it was merely a standard, conventional edition of the Dashua. However, just as he was about to turn to the second page, a soft gasp escaped his lips. This utterance captured the attention of everyone present. As one of the most renowned Confucian scholars of the time, Guo Qingshu's reaction was anything but trivial. Yet, before anyone could comprehend the significance of his gasp, they witnessed the Neishutang Jijiang, holding the book, becoming entranced. He then began to recite aloud, "The way of a university is to manifest virtue and to cultivate affection strangely." He became increasingly engrossed in his reading, causing those in Jingyi Hall to be utterly astonished. Some students even questioned their own sanity, as the day had unfolded in an entirely abnormal manner, with everyone seeming as if they had ingested something peculiar. Particularly, Guo Qingshu appeared utterly captivated by the book, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it still bore Su Chun's saliva. This situation felt decidedly amiss. Yan Danxing quickly sensed the oddity and exchanged glances with Chang Sunyan. Alas, despite their intelligence, the 2 scions of the prime ministers found themselves bewildered by the current circumstances, as such an extraordinary event was rarely witnessed in a millennium. In the classroom, an awkward tension enveloped the air. The only sound cutting through the silence was Guo Qingshu's recitation, which emanated a rhythm and cadence that struck the hearts of the listeners, as if the words themselves were infused with power. Before long, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Guo Qingshu completed the initial pages of the saliva-stained Dashua. Then, with an astonished gaze, he turned to Su Chun. "What is this?" he inquired, leaving the crowd momentarily dumbfounded. Here was Guo Qingshu, the esteemed Jijiang of Neishutang, one of the foremost scholars of the age, asking a mere student who had just arrived at Neishutang for an explanation. While ancient wisdom extols the virtue of humble inquiry, this seemed to be pushing it too far. "Su Chun, do explain this to everyone." Just then, the Empress's urging voice rang out. The onlookers were horrified to discover that both the Empress and Guo Qingshu were now gazing at Su Chun with an insatiable curiosity. This unremarkable second son of the Su family, known primarily for his idleness, had suddenly become the center of attention. At this moment, Su Chun was utterly taken aback. "Oh my, is this woman trying to set me up?" He realized that the illustrious Empress and the eminent scholar had indeed seen through his ruse. Wu Zetian felt a sense of speechless frustration at Su Chen's inner monologue, yet her lips curled into a smile. "Su Chun, should you elucidate this matter, I shall spare you. Otherwise, your impudence towards a great scholar and your disruption of Neishutang may result in your exile. Choose your fate." The Empress spoke with a playful yet serious tone. At this juncture, she was no longer feigning. She was laying her cards on the table. If he wished to remain idle, she would grant him that opportunity. Su Chen's internal dialogue was filled with vivid imagery and excitement. "Oh dear, The threat of exile is quite malicious. Oh my heavens, my brother, please come to my rescue. Wait, I have my elder brother, Swordswoman, the Minister of Justice. Su Qian's thoughts were a whirlwind, yet his expression remained one of innocent simplicity throughout. However, under the pressure of the Empress's inquiry, his previously innocent demeanor began to dissolve like ice in water, revealing a more composed and radiant visage. Your Majesty, esteemed Zhejiang, and honored lords, what I present here are punctuation marks. Su Qian pointed to the book, still damp from his saliva. The audience observed the open page, which, in addition to the moisture from Su Qian's saliva, displayed various squiggles and circles between the words. It was these very symbols that had led Song Fangshan to accuse Su Qian of insulting the sacred texts. Punctuation marks, Su Qian elaborate further. Guo Qingshu, now filled with eagerness, sensed the gravity of what appeared to be mere scribbles, believing there to be profound teachings hidden within. With no other options available, Su Qian steeled himself to continue. The little tadpoles with tiny tails represent commas, which serve to separate phrases, while the small circles symbolize periods, denoting the conclusion of a sentence. By distinguishing between commas and periods, one can delineate the structure of a text, thereby clarifying its meaning and enhancing comprehension. Su Qian's two statements elucidate the roles of commas and periods with remarkable clarity. However, these seemingly simple sentences struck the audience like a thunderclap, particularly the other two esteemed scholars in Nei Shu Tang, along with several other doctors and teaching gentlemen. As they listened to Su Qian's explanation and observed the already segmented university textbook, a moment of stunned silence enveloped them. Commas and periods, such elementary elements, they had overlooked for decades, failing to recognize their significance. This oversight was not merely theirs. Their predecessors, the sages, had also neglected to discern their importance for centuries. Those present were either great Confucian scholars or renowned figures, all of whom were well-versed in classical texts, and thus understood the profound significance of these punctuation marks. Even Wu Zetian, the empress, grasped the importance brought about by the introduction of punctuation. The low literacy rates among ancient peoples can be attributed to various factors. Yet one can envision that the widespread adoption of punctuation would significantly enhance the literacy rates and learning success among children. Moreover, these punctuation marks might also influence the sacred texts of the sages, potentially transforming the entire Confucian landscape. For instance, the revered 4 books and 5 classics have been annotated by great scholars over the years. Yet differing interpretations of the same passages have often led to significant discrepancies. Even among the most esteemed scholars, debates over punctuation could yield divergent meanings. If punctuation could unify the interpretation of the sages' classics, one can imagine that such discrepancies would diminish, greatly reducing the likelihood of misinterpretations. Therefore, one must not underestimate the humble comma and period. Their significance and impact are irreplaceable. How could this be? How could this be? Punctuation is not difficult to comprehend, and after Su Qian's explanation, the great scholars and students in Zheng Tang all came to this realization. Yet, the previously resolute Song Fangshan now appeared visibly shaken, his expression betraying a palpable fear. Su Qian's elucidation transformed these ink stains, once deemed an affront to the sages' classics, into an essential element that could deepen their resonance with the populace, facilitating their promotion and understanding, precisely the lifelong goal of these great scholars. There is no doubt that the new editions of the 4 books and 5 classics released by the Qian would undoubtedly incorporate this punctuation. In due course, Su Qian's name might be immortalized alongside that of the sages, while Song Fangshan, the once great scholar, would be branded as the chief obstacle to the dissemination of the sages' teachings, risking eternal disgrace rather than achieving lasting renown. How could Song Fangshan, already a distinguished scholar, come to terms with such a fate? Yet at this moment, no one cared for Song Fangshan, for from this day forth his reputation was irrevocably tarnished, leaving him no chance for redemption unless he could confront the entire Confucian system. Volume 1, Chapter 20. You don't agree? Then take a bite out of me. It seems this matter has reached a conclusion. Esteemed scholars, what do you think of this punctuation? The Empress Wu Zetian spoke in a calm tone, though the term great scholar carried an unmistakable hint of irony. After all, despite the assembly of so many great scholars, they paled in comparison to Su Qian. This was indeed a source of embarrassment for them. In that moment, the crowd could not help but lower their heads in shame. It was not that Wu Zetian had erred. Rather, it was they who had failed to see clearly, mistaking a precious jade for mere stone. Guo Qingshu sighed deeply. Su Chun, it appears our Nei Shu Tang has misjudged you. I never anticipated that the Su family could produce two exceptional talents. Once, Minister Yin praised your brother, Su Zhongwen, as a jewel of Haik, a treasure of the southeast. It seems your talents are equally commendable. Guo Qingshu sincerely praised Su Chun, recognizing that although it was merely punctuation, it could lead to his name being inscribed in history, while the so-called great scholars might not achieve the same recognition. Indeed, the Su family is renowned for its talent. With Su Derun being a crucial minister of Deqian, Su Qin's intellect rivals that of his brother, marking him as a prodigy of the age. It seems we have failed to recognize the mountain before us, misunderstanding Su Chun. Surely, Su Qin's earlier lethargy was due to the mental exertion of contemplating punctuation, which must have left him fatigued. Such is the reality. The world has never lacked sycophants, a truth that has persisted through the ages as long as one possesses talent or wealth. Su Chun, it is evident, has encountered this wave of sycophantic admiration. Yin Danqing and Chang Sun Yin exchanged incredulous glances at the so-called noble offspring, feeling utterly baffled. The rapidity of this transformation was astonishing. It was a sharp turn that none could have anticipated. Yin Danqing had clearly seen that Su Qin's first act upon entering the classroom was to sleep. And had it not been for his intervention, Su Chun would likely still be asleep. In the span of mere moments, Su Chun was on the verge of being immortalized in history. Shang Wanwaner, too, was taken aback. Although she had picked up the book earlier, she had initially regarded it with disdain. Now, as it circulated among the great scholars, she felt a pang of jealousy as they overlooked the drool left by Su Chun. A wave of bitterness surged through her, making her feel as if her very teeth were aching. I am Su Qin. I hope you will not hold a grudge against me for the earlier incident. It was my fault as a festival winemaker, Guita Jiji said warmly, extending an invitation that left everyone feeling envious. Su Chun, although you have entered Nei Shu Tang, you have not yet taken a master, have you? I, Guo Qingshu, though unworthy, am known as a great scholar. I wonder if you would consider becoming my closed-door disciple. A wave of envy swept through all the students present, including Yin Danqing and Chang Sun Yan. Although they were studying in Nei Shu Tang, their relationships with these teachers did not constitute true teacher-student bonds. Only by formally becoming disciples of these great scholars and receiving their acknowledgement could one claim to have a genuine teacher-student relationship. Has served as the head of the N Ishti Ing for a decade, yet he has only taken on a mere handful of disciples. It is utterly astonishing that he now wishes to accept SCHN, this ruffian, as his sole disciple. The thought alone is enough to make one pound their chest in disbelief, for this is a bond that surpasses that of ordinary disciples. At this moment, within the grand hall, the gazes of numerous scholars converged upon SCHN. Their eyes brimmed with envy. For among the 100 or so individuals in the Nishtiing, nearly all aspired to be under the tutelage of. However, it was impossible for him to accept them all. It was unexpected that such a significant opportunity would be granted to SCHN, and even more surprising that himself initiated the offer. This clearly indicates the high regard holds for SCHN. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, SCHN maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, neither displaying fear nor excessive excitement, while his handsome features retained a naive expression. Only when addressed him did SCHN seem to awaken from his reverie. Ah, the punctuation marks you speak of are not of my own creation. They were imparted to me by my brother. I often find reading to be a headache, as it feels akin to observing ants. And my brother suggested that this method of notation makes reading easier, which is why I hastily scribbled a few strokes on the page. But why do you all gaze at me with such astonishment? SCHN feigned a look of innocent confusion, his face painted with bewilderment. S expression froze, resembling a marble statue, as the collective heart of the onlookers seemed to shatter in unison. They had anticipated discovering a gem of talent, only to uncover a piece of ordinary stone. It was as if they had been playfully deceived. Yet, SCHN's words immediately assuaged the concerns of the others, who had thought that besides NGWN, Another prodigy had emerged from the S family, only to realize in the end that he was merely a copycat. If he were merely imitating his brother, why not disclose it sooner? They had invested so much excitement in him, only to discover he was nothing of note. In an instant, the envious gazes directed at SCH transformed into unabashed disdain. Ha, what a joke! Is it merely imitation? Though they lacked a brother as remarkable as his, they possessed even more distinguished elders. Meanwhile, SCH continued to wear his naive expression, though inwardly he was reveling in delight. Ha ha, foolish ones, are you taken aback? I have long maintained that my life is my own, and I owe no explanations to anyone. Wait, I seem to have lost the plot. What I truly desire is a life of leisure, indulgence, and tranquility. And now, dear Mignon, do you wish for me to gain fame? To hold an official position? Dream on, for it shall never come to pass. As for those so-called punctuation marks, let me place the blame squarely on my brother. Let us see who dares to utter a word in protest. After all, what belongs to my brother is also mine. What of it? W.M. Mignon, are you dissatisfied? Go ahead and bite me. SCH's heart echoed with exhilaration as he thought, with this, you shall perceive me as an unremarkable scion of privilege, merely waiting for death to claim me. Wrong. I am a second-generation official. Indeed, I intend for you to view me in this manner, crafting an illusion of idleness and indulgence. I must commend my own intellect. It is simply remarkable. Oh dear, I am truly in awe of my own cleverness. You could never fathom that you have fallen prey to my cunning. In the first volume, Chapter 21, the little cow takes flight. Not only did Liang Y Ring attend, but several elders from the Taichu Academy were present as well, alongside instructors drawn by curiosity. YLing's sole purpose was to find a sparring partner to practice sword techniques, engaging solely in duels focused on swordsmanship. Bang! GYNZH placed an ice crystal upon the dry street, subsequently reverting to his original form. Meanwhile, the shaman in mid-air, observing GYNZH emerging from the water, retracted the hurricane, leaving only the swirling vortex of the cold pool to continue its tumultuous rotation. In the context of KILR's infinite restraint system, one fears the absence of a system. However, any system can be broken. In Hu G and G, YCH's courtyard remained as lively as ever, with numerous ethnic girls gathering to watch him, particularly J.K. Shiyuan, who had become even more enthusiastic, almost treating the place as her home. To commemorate their miraculous escape from death, Shiyyo prepared an exquisite feast, featuring dishes such as chopped chili fish head, braised fish, and a platter of savory pig trotters alongside yellow bean old duck soup. While the knowledgeable might not comprehend the intricacies, for those who had never ventured beyond QNGZHU City, the village chief represented the highest authority. Although his strength had grown rapidly, and he could contend with mid-tier warriors, he still could not withstand the direct assaults from the powerful families. LNX was at a loss for words, yet he sensed it might be connected to SH, Enru, NIN, especially since he had been observing ZHUYN's attitude towards her lately. Until the final moments of the competition, he believed that the eastern side genuinely wished to triumph over the western side. Thus he exerted every effort in defense. Other warships submerged, moving steadily towards the ocean floor alongside the flagship. ZHD Bai Youyou glanced around, noting that only the flagship was protected by a magical barrier, ensuring air circulation within, while the other vessels had all descended beneath the waves, their aquatic soldiers gliding through the water with greater agility than on land. And IFNG, TNK, and LOK had reached the enemy's missile base, witnessing rows of missiles ascend into the sky. The Flying Eagle and the other three teams, Snow Leopard, stationed in Beijing under the Beijing Armed Police Corps, Wolfang in Chongqing under the Chongqing Armed Police Corps, and Lightning, part of the Special Forces at the Armed Police Headquarters, were all present. Archie NGS awakened suddenly, joining the fray, while PT's projection was once again battered by the three rascals, barely clinging to life. Behold, BIDLN's left hand extended, revealing a platinum ring inlaid with jade on his ring finger, gleaming brilliantly. It was peculiar. Everyone was baffled by the concept of secondary scanning. Yet the combat prowess indicated that Zero and were nearly equivalent. Moreover, that area was a concentration of universities. Besides Ingi University, there were no fewer than 6 other universities in the vicinity. The consumer power of today's university students far surpassed that of the past, and simply catering to them could yield a bountiful profit. Before them, a vast river abruptly materialized, flowing quietly from a rift in the sky, twisting and turning gracefully as it made its way to the land below. Yet there were no visible riverbanks. The ground had split open, revealing a dark, gaping chasm of unknown depth and width. The river flowed silently down this void. After delivering his gifts and dealing with J.N.X.ing, CH&W Ising felt it was time to rest and await the new year. Is he your boyfriend? J.N.G.J.ing, not one to be easily fooled. Venture to guess when ZHULNL remained silent. G.N.G.Z.chef. Y.N.Z.P. I cried out in agony, pierced by the soul's sharp spines, and began to attack you NFN with even greater ferocity. The room was not particularly large, merely 30 or 40 square meters, and it was circular in shape. Liam Ing embraced G.N. as they approached the edge, reaching out to touch the wall. Zhu Ming, initially burdened by a profound sense of guilt, aspired to swiftly rejuvenate himself and embark on a new phase of development after the new year. However, he soon realized that circumstances were often beyond human control. Among those present were predominantly individuals of Chinese descent, who placed great importance on etiquette and hierarchical relationships, necessitating that all matters unfold in a logical manner. Reflecting upon his position as a city lord, Zhu Ming was tasked with issuing commands to the ruler of the entire island of Sumatra, which inevitably led to complications over time. Having previously witnessed Lu Mang's formidable prowess, Mark could not help but internally comment that this individual was far from ordinary. He was indeed a prodigy. This battle was of paramount significance. A defeat would render the situation of our holy sect even more dire, sighed Yibo. In truth, this operation bore a striking resemblance to a death sentence for Lin Xiaofeng. Li Lianpu successfully set a trap within the emperor's palace, reveling in anticipation of Su Wan's downfall. Father, can Elder Su suppress his adversary? Yu Junmo inquired, trembling with apprehension, as the mere presence of the fire giant unsettled him. The forces of Yin and Yang surged into the Yin-Yang formation, causing the Tongtian Tower to shimmer with two new hues, black and white. Yang Tsung had intended to penetrate directly into Xianling Island, yet fortuitously encountered the island's array. Rogue, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you would not come, exclaimed Dongfang Aoshue, embracing Mu Chun with a flushed countenance, the scent of alcohol wafting from her. A majestic purple mist billowed upwards, soaring towards the heavens while simultaneously radiating outward in all directions. Jiang Shuihan's face revealed a sinister and treacherous grin, contorting his features into a more menacing visage. Should Yang Ren fail to rectify the situation, he could summon Luo Yuanben, who lay in ambush nearby, to publicly capture him without hesitation. Just as the convoy was on the verge of bursting forth from the valley, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Dozens of sharp arrows shot forth with lightning speed. The adventurers aboard the ship exhibited extraordinary excitement, urging the captain to steer the vessel closer to the mirage. Meanwhile, the three sisters behind her cast disdainful glances as they approached Lin Shiyun and Yifeng, under the collective gaze of all gamblers and gambling kings present. The duel between the two kings commenced. Ling Na anxiously observed Nye Feng as a day had passed, yet he remained unconscious. In an instant, blades clashed furiously, with Mu Chen's strikes being incredibly fierce and domineering, while Xia Mei held her own, matching his intensity. He might exhibit impatience and anger towards others, yet not towards He Weijian, the manager who had guided him since his debut. To him, He Weijian's role transcended that of a mere manager. He was akin to family. Volume 1, Chapter 22. It is said that this woman possesses a heart as ruthless as it is fierce. Upon witnessing someone soaring through the sky yesterday, he fantasized whether Qiu Ming, the national master, had returned, prompting him to make preparations discreetly. Even if the monster had not been vanquished by the national master, he intended to attempt its extermination should it sustain injuries. Had it been in the past, Qiu Ming would have found it challenging to create a sanctuary, but now, his array had made significant advancements, allowing him to manage it with a gathering spirit formation. Song Huifeng might have felt a sense of relief, grateful that she had not seen the claw marks on Zheng Qinheng's back, nor the marks of affection on Shi Chen's body. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed with terror, driven to madness, and ultimately to despair. Were it not for the previous Duke of Shi's defiance against the rule of the Vampire King and the conspiracy to rebel that led to a rift between the Shi clan and the Vampire King, it is likely that the Shi clan would now overshadow the other 12 clans entirely. However, the concern displayed by Gu Yi had not entirely dissipated. Upon glancing back at Pashi, her calm and gentle voice resonated once more. Yet again it is Zhao Qinhai, he who has shattered all our happiness, who has taken away everything that rightfully belonged to us. Now, I find myself branded a sinner. Upon hearing her words, he was stirred with a flicker of emotion. Tanya's statement stirred something within Wu Lipeng. It appeared she did not wish to speak falsely. He glanced at Xuantian, offering a slight smile. Sensing that Xuantian intended to oust Tanya to negotiate matters of collaboration with him alone. I once worked as an accountant in America. Tanya hesitated to disclose her identity as a financial expert, yet the profession of accounting fell within the financial realm, ensuring she would not raise suspicion. I have long warned them that coercive interrogation is futile for you, yet Director Fry insists on subjecting you to the full extent of it, Corson lamented. Zhao He. No. Gong Qianzuzi cried urgently, witnessing the glinting blade aimed at Zhao He's heart. Without time for further contemplation, she rushed forward to embrace Zhao He. And in the next moment, the icy blade pierced her body with brutal force. She felt her mind go blank, experiencing no pain in that fleeting instant. Before the sun had even risen, a throng of people had already gathered, tightly encircling the entire arena. After a brief self-introduction, Shishio scanned the electronic resumes of the 500 attendees, ensuring she was well informed. Contraceptive drugs? Kuan-Tai muttered in disbelief, his eyes reflecting sheer despair. Qing Hemming sent these images, along with the videos recorded by the robots, to Qing Zhishuan, punctuating his message with a series of question marks. Despite retaining his identity as a wishmaker, there was no longer any concern that he posed a threat to Shenlong's safety. For Qin Hongjun, that ruthless individual had transformed all the intelligent beings from the 4-star systems into immortal robots. Brandy's loud outburst eventually attracted the attention of staff and on-site medical personnel. After effortlessly dispatching these nuisances, he remained drenched in sweat, for the crisis of Longshan was far more daunting than he had anticipated. Looking up at the blood-red full moon, he felt an unsettling presence, as if an unknown entity was monitoring everyone and everything within Longshan through that sanguine orb. Deng Sufei was inherently intelligent. There was no need for such humility. Shang Liyuan observed Deng Li, who spoke of modesty yet bore no trace of humility in her demeanor, and found herself quietly admiring this individual. Upon noticing that Yao Zhou had taken her words to heart, Yao Dai felt a semblance of reassurance. As long as Yao Zhou was attentive, the matter would be manageable. However, Wei Yangyang delighted in his creations, regardless of how eccentric the garments or accessories were. She wore them with pride, unconcerned by others' opinions. Consequently, Shin Mingyuan was invigorated and even more motivated in his work. Thus, the majority of Wei Yangyang's clothing and accessories were truly one of a kind. Both parties, harboring ulterior motives, began to confront one another. However, Goryo was ultimately at a disadvantage. Mountain King Yao Yanyu primarily adopted a defensive stance, intending to wait for the opportune moment to act. Infudi Har Dao Lai served as the city's guardian, commanding an army of 10,000. Comprising both the forces of the Fatima Caliphate and zealous fanatics aware of the impending assault by heretics. Yet, as one who had traversed these trials, Yu Yuan understood that being a ninja encompassed far more than mere survival. He was acutely aware of the paramount qualities required of one. Nevertheless, Guangong was a hero of the Three Kingdoms era, having endured an unfathomable passage of dynasties. And the martial saint referenced by his brother could not possibly refer to Guangong himself. Moreover, the term martial saint was something that Du Guifang had also encountered in another context. With these two concepts in mind, Zhishui refrained from further inquiring about Yu Yuan's specific methods. The distance felt as though one were hastily traversing a path. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that one had not strayed too far from Samo. After Emperor Chao Rui ascended the throne, he deftly employed strategies to ensure that his 4 advisors maintained a delicate balance of power, seeking to harmonize the influence of the royal family and the aristocracy. Witnessing Tao Yuo's demeanor in the carriage was like observing a young sapling flourish under careful nurturing, filling one with a profound sense of satisfaction. As dusk settled, Aunt Wu, concerned for the safety of Li Shishir and her companions, urged them to return home swiftly. Chen Mo noticed her skeptical gaze. He had not summoned the police. Yet those officers had indeed been brought by him. Faced with unexpected scrutiny, Du Baiji refrained from rushing to respond, instead observing Fan Ru with keen interest. For the second time, Xiaohe visited the Lu residence, and this occasion left her momentarily astounded. Overcome with urgency, she knelt to check Lu Qinjin's pulse, gently lifted her eyelids, and upon noticing Lu Qinjin's furrowed brow, raised an eyebrow in confusion at the peculiar situation. How dare you speak of this? From head to toe, aside from the pain inflicted upon your face, where else can you feel hurt? Any other blows would only harm me, Mudu lamented, glancing at his intact right hand, as if recalling something significant. It was best not to disturb her further, lest she grow increasingly averse to his presence. He placed his phone back on the bedside table, ready to extinguish the light and rest, when suddenly, a text notification jolted him upright, prompting him to retrieve the device once more. Ganjuji wished for Yang Jihua to eliminate obstacles and serve as the vanguard. Now that they confronted Liao Jun head-on, their objective had been accomplished. Volume 1, Chapter 23, The Empress's Test. Jiang Yinfeng, I have finally found you, Qi Wuwei declared coldly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light, akin to a cheetah fixating on its prey. Song Chun felt quite helpless. Most of the elixirs sold on Lingbao Street were of low quality. Occasionally, a mid-grade potion appeared, but those merchants guarded them jealously. At that time, my grandfather had returned from the archaeological team in the county, informing my parents that the blooming bamboo in the yard signified misfortune, urging them to move back to the ancestral home. However, my father dismissed such beliefs, claiming my mother could not leave the house during her confinement. Han Yu and I could remain at the Wang residence, Ji easily remarked. Feeling reassured to leave her trusted confidants, Mo Yu and Jing Chun, behind. It can be said that without the skeleton emperor, the three generations of Shui Ying would not stand a chance against the Take Cat. Others may not comprehend the significance of the white powder, but Qin Hao, well-versed in ancient medicine, recognized it all too well. In her previous life, before Pei Jinchuan proposed, Pei Yu's actions had gone largely unnoticed and were not of great consequence. The Blood Wolf Gang, a level 10 organization, had never before witnessed the defeat of their guardian beast, marking an unprecedented event in the realm of immortality. The scene was far more shocking than the time Orochimaru unleashed his shadow shuriken technique to obscure the sky. The company compensated him for his losses and provided 3 months' wages, assuring him that the incident would not affect him, as the company would cover any repercussions. The convoy traversed the bustling streets and swiftly assumed control of the security at the sports arena, while Chu Yi led Suhan Si directly inside. As the crowd absorbed Yu Wen's words, they felt slightly better than before, yet there remained an underlying sense of unease. Possessing divine weaponry, Su Changtian, in a sense, had transcended normalcy, perhaps even qualifying as an exceptionally rare genius. Observing Wu Chang's vanishing figure, Chun Fan felt no compassion. One must inflict pain on such a villain to deter future transgressions. Several sounds pierced the air as the 3 silver needles launched by Yu Lian were struck away by the lightning gun, scattering around Su Changtian. Just as he sought to catch his breath, a delicate hand encircled his neck, causing his body to tremble violently. This is bad, this is bad. We are surrounded," came a frantic voice from outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. His time was limited. He had to rescue Lu Wenwen from the pillar in the sea at the moment the tide surged, or her life would be in jeopardy. Upon hearing Principal Lu's words, Jitsun rushed forward, clutching Lu's arm and shaking it vigorously. With a wry smile, Cui Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him at the unexpected arrival of reinforcements, which turned the tide of the situation entirely. At that moment, Wu Jinlong was in agony, having sustained multiple injuries that night, and he worried whether he would ever father children. Cheng Yaojin's eyes turned crimson upon hearing Shan Xiongxin mention Yang Hao, his fists cracking with tension. Outside, the spectators seemed to hold their breath, fixated on the duel unfolding. Their fists clenched, eager to see how Lu Qi would be defeated by Qi Ling's single strike, though he had harbored this thought long before. Nothing compared to the shock of receiving confirmation from a high-ranking death beast in person. Flee. We never even considered it, Bai Youyou said with a smile, wiping the blood from her lips. She understood that with Do Li's tyrannical nature, he would surely seek to end her life given the chance. Therefore, she would not sit idly by, but would resolve the danger preemptively. Ah, by the way, Luo Cheng, do you know my army general Luo Zian? In truth, Xuantian was aware that Luo Cheng's implanted identity was that of Luo Yi's cousin. He asked merely to strengthen their ties and facilitate Luo Cheng's recruitment. Moreover, upon entering the castle, Han Honggang felt an inexplicable chill, an unsettling sensation he could not articulate, but it left him profoundly uneasy. It was not that they wished to observe the battle or felt overly confident. Rather, the terrain compelled them to remain. Yi Kong pointed to the right, downstream, initially intending to explore the entire corridor at a leisurely pace, as their online time was ample enough for a thorough investigation. Despite his imposing presence in battle, brimming with arrogance, he was merely a 3-minute Ultraman, his combat prowess lasting only that fleeting duration before reverting to his original form. I shall not discuss this further with you. Let us return to the room and check for injuries. Zheng Chanheng decided to refrain from engaging in debate, recognizing that prolonging the matter would yield no advantage. The student responsible for welcoming the villagers was still Hu Wei, who had been cautious after the previous incident involving Fu Guei Bao, ensuring he would not neglect his duties again. Master, I am honored to have long admired your esteemed temple. Should the opportunity arise, I would be grateful to visit, Yi Chunyang replied ambiguously after a moment of contemplation. Volume 1, Chapter 24, What Embarrassment! The Redmi phone gleamed with a radiant light akin to a sword, illuminating the night like stars, each location it touched blossoming with a strange crimson glow. Clad in white, as pure as snow, she fought without a single drop of blood staining her, resembling a snow lotus standing proud upon the mountain. As the elders stepped from the carriage, Yamamoto Tamahito awakened from his frenzy, revealing a look of confusion and bitterness. Darkness reflected upon this, and fearing an unforeseen incident, sought an ally that even the three-eyed beings had not anticipated. Although holding the position of the town chief in a tertiary town, Chaichi Sanling's cultivation level is quite modest, merely at the mid-tier of the ministerial rank. This can be attributed to certain connections, as well as the fact that Lin Huazhen has long been shielded from the onslaught of savage beasts, resulting in a lenient standard for the town chief's cultivation. Liu resumed practicing the Xuantian Sect invisibility technique, noting a significant improvement in its effectiveness. Could it be that an elevation in one's cultivation level enhances the ability to operate certain techniques? As the hour approached midnight, Chaichi Sanlang had yet to receive what he awaited. His expression shifted from a mild tension to one of bewilderment and dread. I specialize in hydraulic engineering, having been brought back by Yang Feng. Previously, I was a scholar at the Water Resources Institute of the Hydraulics and Water Power Research Institute, specializing in hydraulics and river dynamics. At this moment, Sun Changxin regained his senses, feeling exceedingly anxious and mentally disarrayed. The vastness of the world, and Huangling is the greatest? The old man with the white beard murmured, simultaneously casting a glance at the imperial jade seal, which also furrowed its brow. Excellent. Luo Wei's father swiftly unwrapped the wine, and upon opening it, a rich, aromatic scent of soy sauce wafted throughout the restaurant. This time, neither of them utilized Gu Bei's songs, as a series of significant events had recently unfolded, leaving Gu Bei with little leisure to divert his attention. She nodded, accepting the medicinal herbs, and reached for her purse, only to find herself empty-handed after a prolonged search, her complexion turning ashen. Hanyu, walking ahead with her bodyguard, did not falter in her stride. A slight smile graced her lips, and a hint of mirth glimmered in her eyes. Among the entire Beastman tribe, the Nyo clan possesses one of the weakest mental capabilities. It had been quite some time since a telekinetic master emerged before Nyo Ben. Hearing these words, Han Dasong and Han Dayang's faces flushed crimson, wishing to turn and leave. Yet, seeing their sister had already taken a seat under the guidance of the waiter, they could only join her. The room was ablaze with light. Qin Shou reclined on the bed, setting aside the divorce agreement, and picked up the phone to dial. The phone rang once before being answered. Just as Quan Wei was about to retort, her fingers were tightly grasped by the large hand of the man beside her, causing her some discomfort. Back at the villa, Lin Feng instructed Wei Ran and the others to continue hunting zombies, as today marked their final opportunity. The chaotic surge of external energy had rendered the zombies particularly agitated, presenting a chance for the group. As she spoke, Han Yu turned her gaze toward the bewildered Dongfang Ying, offering a gentle smile before producing a vial of medicine. Qin Tiansheng and the others naturally recognized him, as well as the middle-aged man beside him, who was none other than Wang Lei's father, Wang Ming. Wang Qingyun smiled wryly at the thought. This was how she met Wei Junzi, exchanging contact information and inexplicably receiving flowers from him. Turning her head, she beheld a boy clad in a white long robe, his pale complexion exuding an air of aloofness. His expression was grim, and his eyes shimmered with a cold glint. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yunhe's countenance darkened abruptly. He could hardly fathom that Hu Yu would utter such sentiments. At that moment, the entire Flame Mountain range fell into silence. No matter how Ling Yun had previously performed, it paled in comparison to this strike, for Ling Yun was slaying a figure of invincibility. It was somewhat unpredictable. This Ling Yun was peculiar, as if enveloped in a mysterious power that hindered my ability to perceive him clearly. Zhang Dao contemplated for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows. Had they traveled such a distance merely for a dog? Surely it could not be that simple. The icy rain soaked through He Lian Qianqian's form, penetrating her heart and leaving her with a chilling sensation. Hee, are you not worried that your master might find it tedious to listen? I'll bring you some amusement, Sanhua said with a playful grin. Master, to discuss how they met their demise, one must certainly mention the passion fruit, Sanhua casually remarked, uttering something that startled Lu Mo into a fit of agitation. Damn it, can you just shut up? Wasn't it you who received $100 and promised to help me turn off the power? Yet here we are. Shu Hui Fumit. The Shenlong clan was inherently proud. After being rejected by Li Si, they were exceedingly angered. Although they did not seek revenge, they nonetheless deemed Li Si one of the least favored humans among their kind. In this world, only 3 deities remained. The wind god harbored no ambition, presenting little threat, while the destruction god, despite being in a perpetual state of opposition, had never triumphed over him, making the light god the most formidable force in this realm. Ultimately, as a novice task, after being trapped for a while, many players discovered the clues to advance the main quest line, swiftly unlocking the next round of tasks. Ever since encountering this individual, he profoundly felt the significance of his elder brother's existence diminishing rapidly. Xiang Yutian is a disciple of Mo Yiming, while Yin Fei is Mo Yiming's biological child. Their bond is profound, yet their acquaintance did not stem from Mo Yiming. Sunny gleaned from the scout's intelligence that Ajax's team was exceptionally formidable. After conducting a preliminary analysis, he concluded that Ajax's strength likely surpassed that of Night's team. The young master remained silent, unfurling a map drawn on white silk, fixating on it as his finger traced the ink lines depicting waterways. Upon hearing this, Duyan subtly turned his head, glancing back. He noticed that although Cheng Yu bore no expression, there was a flicker of change in her gaze. Tenglong's recent success in securing advertisement time was relatively brief, merely 1 minute. At this moment, CV had yet to realize the true market value of inserting advertisements, thus granting Tenglong this advertising slot for a continuous 20-year broadcast period, allowing Tenglong to insert 1-minute ads whenever desired. Over the years, countless individuals approached her with varying motives, whether to curry favor or issue threats. Yet the fate of those individuals was invariably the same. They vanished without a trace. It was during this time that Kobe led his team to their first championship, captivating audiences across the land with his remarkable solo performances, inspiring countless passionate young men to flock to the courts in pursuit of mastering the art of jump shooting. Volume 1, Chapter 25. Brother, do you have a light? He had been right beside him just moments ago, yet in the instant he activated his ability, he had unknowingly crossed a distance of several meters, hiding in the shadow of a peculiar stone, concealing his presence. Roar! The giant serpent howled in pain, propelled away by the force of strike. For the past 3 weeks, even non-believers among the residents of Lila Town harbored a fondness for the Church of Light. Whenever faced with serious injuries or stubborn ailments, their first thought was invariably to seek assistance from the Church of Light. Si Ching leapt into the air once more, gauging the distance before landing on the legs of the feline creature, running straight upwards. The back is the most resilient area of the human body. but it also possesses two vulnerable spots. Today, the emperor declared his intent to visit the Chu family during the morning court, prompting the Chu family to prepare in advance for the emperor's arrival. She did not claim that the Hu family was at fault. Rather, she lamented her own inadequacy, expressing her inability to disregard human relations. Zhao Honghan, you know how much your family has helped mine, and how much my family has done for yours. You are well aware. Lu Qiao retorted defiantly. Not only does it require the methods to forge souls into ghost servants, but it also necessitates the cultivation of the foundational techniques associated with this method for successful practice. As soon as the 10 competitors commenced their matches, the arena of Xianwuji and the others was already devoid of combat scenes. The expression of the scarred-eyed individual was exceedingly agitated, while he smiled. His brow was furrowed in complexity. To utter such words feels distant. We are friends, and apart from you, I have no others. After speaking, I departed the laboratory, noticing Nua gradually following in my footsteps. Upon entering the realm of the main god, Ling Xiao's eyes gradually regained clarity, and a colossal vortex materialized before him. At this moment, a flicker of disdain shone in Shangguan Jishi's gaze, though she concealed it adeptly, leaving no one the wiser. The final rays of dusk descended upon the horizon, and gazing towards the dim arc of the southwest, 3 figures approached slowly at the juncture of twilight and light. Transporting such a substantial and rare crystal, or here signifies the monumental effort involved. Rome was not built in a day, and neither was this deep-sea dragon palace. One audacious fool dares to strike me. The victim's expression turned fierce, retaliating with a flurry of punches and kicks directed at Jiang San. At this juncture, the esteemed figure before us let out a rare sigh and fell into silence. This sigh, laden with a sense of desolation, resonated with every being in the cave, including the true dragon's remnant soul in the throes of merging its will, causing it to stir slightly. I am indeed a master of the mid-stage of Engine. The power of Engine cannot be compared to that of ordinary practitioners. Coupled with the ancient sword, honed to an unparalleled sharpness by the venerable Qing Hu, each swing could cleave their blades in two, leaving a striking scar on the assailant charging toward me. Yi Jun cast a hurried glance at Jin San, gulping down a few swigs from the gourd, and then respectfully returned the gourd to Jin San. As for Zheng Qiu, he did not linger, departing alongside Chang Hu to return to Zhou Tian's side. Just as I prepared to retort angrily, I was silenced by the guard from the Wang family who had spoken earlier. The cook's talent lies in an extraordinary speed of physical recovery, while the silver ghost possesses the ability to transform into a weapon. Upon returning, I briefly shared my thoughts with Hua, Niao, and Mo Jun, who responded with a look of realization. Bei Gongqin heard someone speaking behind her, though she was unaware of their presence, causing her to startle and turn abruptly. With a thud, 2 bloodied heads rolled at her feet, the very ones belonging to Wu and Zhang, who had departed earlier, their eyes wide open in death. Faces etched with terror. Volume 1, Chapter 26, Su Chen Smoke Signals. He understood that even Yuan Hao could not accomplish what he was faced with, and thus, he could save no one. Although Gu Gu is the most hidden boss of the Super Beast dimension, its power pales in comparison to that of the King of the Underworld. Moreover, Gu Gu would only strike when the King of the Underworld and the Snow Empress were locked in a mutually destructive battle, their powers nearly exhausted. At that time, he and the warriors had effortlessly surged into the Western Finals, expecting an epic clash with the Grizzly Bears, only to be unceremoniously subdued. The man in the black robe was none other than Hong Yin, one of the Galaxy IS 5-colored eyes, sent to locate my Dang. Without further ado, he added, "It is getting late. You may disperse now and return home early." I informed my senior sister of the youth training notification I received this morning, as well as my current training at the Internet CAF. It is unbearable to witness such flirtation within the company. Guike exclaimed excitedly. The news of Lin Hong's imminent southward journey reached Dong Wumount Manor, causing Wu Shicheng great concern. After consuming a millennium-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain, paired with comprehensive Western medical treatment, Wu Shicheng's health improved significantly. I saw her clutching her chest, kneeling behind me, blood trailing from her lips, the overwhelming pressure pushing her to the brink of collapse. After dispatching the Zongzi, Air Pang turned and struck. The Zongzi, which was in a standoff with the cheese, had its spine mercilessly shattered by Air Pang's blade. Toxic liquid splattered, Had it not been for the protective mask, contact with it would have spelled certain death. These various species of monster fish, rather than being for consumption, are more accurately described as predators. ZFA's expression darkened upon seeing the photograph in the newspaper, especially when a new recruit inquired about it. I pondered for a moment, assuring him that this matter should not be difficult to resolve. If he refuses to apologize for such ruthless deeds, can he truly be called human? I suddenly felt rather despicable. Indeed, I am quite despicable, unable to make a choice. Count me in. Just as Nietian finished speaking, Lu Renjia declared loudly, already resolved to advance or retreat alongside Nietian. Ying Shitun. Could such a phenomenon truly exist? For the first time, a look of astonishment graced Guiyu's face. Do not be disheartened. Your strength is already remarkable. I only managed to give you a grand title due to sheer luck. Qinlong passed the basketball to Liao, smiling faintly. Very well. Huang Wei is the eldest son of the Huang family, currently serving as vice president of Huang's group, regarded as a promising talent in the business world. Alas. Aside from me and Ouyang Fei'er, no one knows he is a coward. The destruction that occurred in Chen Yan's office resonated throughout the corridor, causing the entire office building to tremble. The loud crash and tremors put the office staff on high alert, with some fearing a terrorist attack, while others suspected an earthquake. Instantly, chaos erupted both inside and outside the company. Villagers often borrow the mule cart from the village chief for errands, and the chief is generous, as they are all part of the same village and ancestral hall. Besides, those borrowing the cart are typically in urgent need of it to visit the town or shop. Likely only Murong Yu has borrowed it. Strangely, despite this, their bond not only remained intact but seemed to grow even stronger. Zhang Ran, having traversed through time, understood deeply that when true calamity strikes, private wealth is of no use. It is the public force that must provide a safety net. If not for the public setting, he would have raised his fist to teach this disrespectful commoner a lesson, forcing him to kneel and beg for mercy. Naturally, constrained by length, everyone only briefly introduced their lifetime accomplishments. Lu Jinyao gazed at these evaluations, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet he still expressed gratitude to Shen Xinluo. After numerous attempts, he finally began to believe that all of this was indeed real, and the original narrative could not be altered by a mere villainous pawn like himself. It was not merely a simple circle. Within it lay a unique pattern, reminiscent of the intricate designs found on a chip. The luminous bedding abruptly dimmed, and moments later, a fluffy head emerged from within. Qian's gaze faltered slightly as he realized that her address of him seemed to shift according to her mood. Qinyu, who had retreated 100 zhang away, felt a tremor in his heart, but before he could discern the visitor, a formidable wave of destructive power surged toward him. Among the four, the leading man in a satin robe was at the third level of the Wang realm, while the three trailing behind were at the first level. Just as during the reign of Emperor Guangwu in the Jinwu era, when the northern Xiongnu seized the opportunity following Wang Mang's assassination. The Xiongnu invaded the western regions while the protector of the western regions, Li Chong, lost contact with the Central Plains. It is worth noting that she was merely tipsy, not truly intoxicated. Thus, her mind remained quite clear. This meant she understood the weight of Li Erlong's promise. So how could she not be moved? Observing Aunt Huang's expression of feeling old and weary as she departed, Sun Qian, seated on the sofa, could not help but laugh, covering his mouth to prevent Aunt Huang from hearing. Qin Mingyao nodded, feeling too embarrassed to introduce Sun Buki to her sister after not doing so on the way. As they walked, she found herself unable to proceed, not due to fatigue, but because a courtyard obstructed her path. Indeed, I did not witness you losing the blanket. Did you see me strike him? Did I hit him? I smacked the little man twice, one slap for each statement, and I made sure to address him directly in front of them. Since they wished to play shamelessly with me, I would engage in their shamelessness to the fullest. How was I to know? Yi Litu's helplessness was palpable. This was his first visit to the Central Lands. Yet he was so preoccupied with ensuring his master did not stray from the path that he had no time to appreciate the long-desired lands around him. Volume 1, Chapter 27. Is this so difficult? It seemed as though the old fox sensed the magical power as the bow Lian Deng trembled, emitting a faint glow that promptly dispelled the old fox's magic entirely. No one spoke regarding the fate of Nai Ao Zhu. The decision was left to the old Buddha Ding. Watching the empty gentleman's retreating figure, Su Ming shook her head, her thoughts conjuring a vortex that gradually materialized before her. Viscount Ivan Less felt a stir within him, as an idea that was not particularly brilliant, yet still acceptable, flitted through his mind. He looked at Rain, who was anxiously awaiting. "How old are you?" he inquired. While Yang Huairan and the Wuda army were preoccupied with warfare, these merchants were busy gathering manpower for crocodile hunting. Although Yang Huairan was unclear about the exact numbers, the situation relayed by his close guard suggested that at least 10,000 crocodiles had been exploited. Behind him, the young wizards of the Yozue hunting team, who had been whispering, fell silent, anxiously glancing at their captain. When the time came for anyone to rely on their family or background, Yang Huairan would naturally find a way to deal with them. However, before that, he must thwart Sal's forces and prevent them from interfering with his plans. The alien worm was crucial to this. The elder was deeply reluctant to see the deity endure such humiliation, having safely birthed the divine fetus. All that was needed was cooperation from the fetus for the deity to reclaim his position at the pinnacle of the 9 realms. So why had he changed his mind? A hint of satisfaction crossed Count Bogdan's face as he cast a triumphant glance at Count Stephen beside him. The latter sat down heavily, turning his head away coldly. After a fruitless day, having seen nothing but the occasional dolphin breaching the surface, Qian Huan and the others returned to their rooms to rest, lamenting their failure as pirates. "No, the first time was in front of the mirror in your dorm. Do you remember my first loud shout? I delivered clothes to you and pushed open the door to find you standing in front of the mirror, grooming your hair, looking quite charming, almost like a lady, with your fingers elegantly poised. I thought you were teasing me on purpose." Wei Xiao remarked. The body of the fire dragon itself lacked the ability to articulate human speech. Zhang Sun communicated through the fire dragon's form using eloquence. It now appeared that Mu Siyu and Massimian had replicated this ability. After Long Sun sat down, he shot Yuan Hong a fierce glare, awkwardly placing Qian Huan down to return to Li Er's side. Li Er merely smiled without speaking, while Long Sun sighed. Once the gunpowder on the walls of Su Nan ignited, it would signify victory in this war. Whether the Jingguan would catch fire was beyond Qian Huan's contemplation. He only wished for the survival of Mortang's soldiers. Qian Huan turned to leave, yet all the merchants in the marketplace looked upon Ji Lam with envy, regretting their failure to present precious gifts as Ji Lam had done. As for Ji Lam, he lay prostrate on the ground until Qian Huan's figure vanished. "You sure am I to your satisfaction with this action?" Chen Mu smiled faintly, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a tissue handed to him by Chen Qishui. Although it is commonly said that the best way to move on from one relationship is to start another, Luo Xia felt that Mu Shui would not. Luo Xia believed that 50,000 yuan was a significant amount for Luo Zhishuan. Yet little did he realize that, in comparison to Luo Zhishuan's monthly salary, it was negligible. After much effort, Chen Qishui found a piece of meat, picking it up along with some vegetables to deliver to Qiumu. Had it not been for Rong Yoxing's desperate struggle, they might have been carried away by the brutes, or worse, both would have perished there. The Divine Emperor and the Divine Dragon held profound reverence for their master and the city of Ryu, built by Chen Baihe, secretly admiring Chen Baihe. The elevator doors opened with a ding, and the first man to step out was clad in a black, bespoke suit. After bidding farewell to Wang Han, Gao Peng did not exhibit any notable changes, his affection for Lan Rui remaining steadfast. At this moment, some martial emperors laughed maniacally, while others cast venomous glances at the place struck by heavenly thunder. Chasing after the garbage truck to dispose of his refuse, Qi Jinfeng turned back, and a red Lamborghini slowly pulled up beside him. At this moment, on the platform, whether it was Luo he poised to devour souls, or those cultivators numb to death, they were all startled by the sudden descent of Su Fan. However, due to the limited number of personnel from the Long family, they could not match the imposing presence of the 4 great martial alliances. Just then, the 5 slain immortal emperors' bodies emitted wisps of green smoke as they were completely absorbed by the command flag. Furthermore, spending an entire night in the time-space chamber yielded little in terms of cultivation progress. The Deluo Divine Power Staff radiated a rich golden light, appearing somewhat dazzling amidst the dimness of the maze. In that moment, I felt a wave of anxiety for Yi Xing, fearing that Yang Kursen, under threat, might suddenly retaliate against him. Surprisingly, Yang Kursen did not strike back, yet it was evident that she was quite agitated, her body trembling violently as she spoke. Gu Sun seemed enraged, suddenly unleashing a formidable force that instantly repelled Yin and Mo Wu. Liangfu chuckled along, remarking that the palace ladies who did not please the emperor would be left to the fortune of Zhengij and the Prince of Xiang. As long as the emperor remained happy, it was of little consequence if he, as a servant, were reprimanded. She donned a delicate green long skirt today, reminiscent of the ethereal Chang'e from the Moon Palace, exuding an enchanting presence among her peers, youthful and striking. Luo Jingyang released her, watching her flustered retreat into the bathroom, her sensuous lips curving into a playful smile, radiating an intensified affection. I slipped on a pair of flat shoes, and, under the scrutinizing gaze of Zhang Minglang, I had no choice but to theatrically knock on Lin Qiqing's door. In the first volume, chapter 28, it is truly exasperating. When do you plan to return? Chen Roland inquired of Chang'an during the gathering. With Shui Hongyao and her companions present, he felt no concern about her absence. Meanwhile, Hongjie beside Shi Yi was persistently swatting away an unwelcome hand, but to no avail. Everyone congratulated Shui Hong, insisting he treat them, to which he cheerfully acquiesced. Now, unexpectedly, a eunuch had arrived, and the day crumbled as if a roof had caved in, compelling everyone to focus intently. At that moment, Yi Xing had inexplicably appeared behind Duoluo, wielding a crimson spear stained with blood, its tip glinting ominously. This uncertainty troubled Chang'an. Observing Fan Fan asleep, she gently opened the door, intending to get some fresh air in the courtyard below. However, as she stepped over the threshold, she spotted Murong Hong leaning against the railing in the corridor, gazing at the distant night sky, who turned to look at her upon hearing the door creak. It seemed Luo Baishuang struggled to accept this seemingly unfounded paternal figure. The old madman. Yixing narrowed his eyes, intimately familiar with the duo before him, the 14th prince and the half-beast Abu. As for the other 5, he had not encountered them, yet their overwhelming aura suggested they were of the same caliber as Lu Fansong and his companions. Today, I shall conquer this mountain, Suyoshi exclaimed joyfully as she caught up with Qi Bai, wrapping her arms around his. Upon entering the city gates, they discovered the bustling streets lined with shops and stalls, merchants vociferously hawking their wares. Mr. Li's skills were remarkable. Unexpectedly, he was a martial arts expert. Han Chun's eyes brightened, shedding his previous disdain, and began to flatter him. Yet, observing Bai Shuming's jubilant expression, the imposing figure in the background mused, "Fool, would I praise you if you weren't the scion of SK Telecom?" Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yu's true motive for avoiding conflict with the Jin Kingdom was to obliterate them in one fell swoop, leaving no opportunity for survival. The combined damage from Dabao, Air Bao, and the ancient 5 elements Pearl barely exceeded 3 digits, rendering it negligible. Consequently, Zhang Fei had no choice but to consolidate his forces, uprooting all of Qin Jiazhuang and relocating them to Qincheng. Lin Fengyu, slightly taken aback, got into a taxi towards the airport at his mother's urging. After Jin Huanya finished speaking, the photographer trailing behind Park Jiho and Jin Huanya silently marveled at their beauty. The sight of them nestled together at the entrance of Idle Village, watching the fiery sunset, was akin to a picturesque scene, beautifully melding with the surrounding landscape. In the battle of masters, even a moment's delay could lead to a fatal flaw. Under the unblinking gaze of all present, the legendary sword descended with a thunderous crash, mercilessly striking the forehead of the fool. Yun Tian fell into silence, evidently believing that some unseen force was beckoning him, for he would not have come here solely based on a feeling. The familiar roulette reappeared before Shuabufan, and this time he could hardly be bothered to control the force, casually spinning the wheel, which began to whirl rapidly. Should he accept such an item today, it was likely someone would bury him tomorrow. Furthermore, having been forcefully taken by the Dark Overlord, and originally belonging to the Liu family, Luo Wei harbored a flicker of anxiety. If it turned out to be a formidable artifact, once the 3 kingdoms reset and Dong Pangpang returned without it, would Zhong Dajiang not execute him on the spot? Fang Jian glanced up at Yu Kai, finding her fair and delicate, not resembling a flawed fruit, pondering how such an unsightly child could emerge from her. Simultaneously, it had also consumed a portion of the cosmetics market share, inciting ire from several companies. Mudan, this matter does not concern you. It is a conflict between me and Tianchong. If there is no resolution today, none shall find peace. Du Qiu's arrogant demeanor rivaled that of Tianchong. Their medical skills were extraordinary, No ailment was beyond their capabilities, as Chu Wei stated. The brawny man's shoulder was reattached, and to prevent any mishaps, the nurse secured it with a bandage. As the villagers of Maui and Kaiwa leaned on each other, this fellow at the rear suddenly offered his phone. His awkward posture was exceedingly contrived, and although Mu Tugue noticed, he refrained from exposing him prematurely. Afterward, he activated the intercom, instructing Guan Cheng to emphasize the importance of caring for them. Hu Tao paused. Although this space was merely 50 square meters, it was earned through his own labor, making it his home. You wish to kill me? Wang erased his head, a resolute expression etched on his face. The aura of someone accustomed to power pressing down upon others. His demeanor was unmistakably revealing. Just look at the greed reflected in his eyes as he fixated on the necklace. One eye clearly conveying avarice, while the other denoted a predatory intent. Suddenly, Yunhao let out a ferocious roar, striking the shell of the Xuanwu Tianzuan with an even more formidable punch. They were undoubtedly discussing something. As the hissing sounded unlike anything heard before, a cacophony of cries rising and falling in waves. Ling Tian, possessing the legacy of the demon-suppressing emperor and bolstered by his past experiences, had reached an unparalleled understanding of formations. Yet, even with such prowess, he remained bound, illustrating the formidable power of the spirit refining grand formation. There is no need to exert yourself. I've already defeated all your men. No one will come to save you too, Yi Xiu declared coldly, kicking Yang Xiong to the ground in mockery of the panicking goddess. In the first volume, chapter 29, how did you deduce that? Qing Dai stood upright, catching a glimpse of Qin Shu's gaze sweeping past her towards Hua Xiaoyan. The melancholic yet captivating glance she cast was undeniably heartbreaking. Turning to face Hua Xiaoyan, she discovered him staring intently at her, his deep eyes shimmering with enchanting waves, causing her heart to flutter. Perhaps her sudden movement had startled him, or perhaps he could no longer contain himself. The youth adorned with a Huaguang jade pendant rushed forward. Surely, this old man was one of the masterminds, as he had been able to locate them promptly. In the face of overwhelming magical assaults, only a handful of thieves managed to utilize their single chance for evasion, only to be obliterated in the subsequent storm of lightning. She concealed the true amount, claiming to retrieve 200 taels of silver, having learned caution from her experiences with Wang Pozi and Jia Er. The ghost hero was right. If one harbored no malicious intent, they must nevertheless be wary of others. With a mighty sweep of its tail, the colossal creature abruptly turned its head, its blood-red eyes fixated menacingly on the group of humans launching the fiercest attacks. In the Grand Estate, there were numerous sordid affairs. The loyal and brave Marquis, having married a princess, maintained only one wife, without even a hint of a concubine. Any potential candidates were either dismissed before the wedding or dealt with by the princess herself, resulting in significantly less internal strife compared to other households. However, at this moment, he found himself quite displeased with Qin Weijun, for her actions were utterly undermining his military position. Thus, he oscillated between anger, joy, and pride for an entire hour, only to suddenly awaken to the realization that it had been quite some time. If he delayed any longer, Ron Lai would be concluding court. Yet there was still no sign of movement. A violent thunderstorm abruptly obscured the vision of several elementalists. Lin Zhongtian had long since spotted the bloodthirsty strike creeping up to the elementalist's side. To be frank, he held a favorable impression of Shimin Lingxiao. Yet he had not anticipated her enmity with the unknown Hua family. In the villa's grand hall, various dignitaries from Jinling City swiftly altered their demeanor, approaching Lin Tian with respect and deference. By the time Yang Jianqing regained his composure, he discovered a clear imprint of divine consciousness had emerged within his mind. With a startled exclamation, a white figure dashed towards the direction where Wang Yuetian had fallen. After tireless efforts and a desire to catch up to Di Wuyo, aided by the myriad treasures of the Mu family and the elixirs he had concocted, he had accumulated quite a collection. The onlookers struggled to discern the situation on the chessboard, and Zhang Qi was no exception. However, by observing the expressions of the two players, he could surmise their current circumstances. As Wang Yuetian's words echoed, the previously arrogant Ma Jingwu's bravado instantly faltered. While Uchiha Feng was deep in thought, a slow, deliberate footstep approached. Just moments ago, Lin Tian's light-hearted banter with Su Yuan was still vivid in his memory. Meanwhile, on the other end, hearing the busy tone on his phone, Daming froze, panic washing over his face, and hastily dialed out. This was largely thanks to Mr. Wei's unwavering support. "Mr. Murong, do you require any assistance from my villa?" he inquired. Initially, when Duoluo received this news, he was filled with rage, questioning how Dina could manage Zhuer in such a manner. Duoluo believed that Dina should have raised this issue sooner. Bringing it up now indicated a lack of earnestness. However, the path to survival was not easily found. These individuals either perished in the wilderness or were captured and executed by pursuers. The knowledge imparted to them did not encompass wilderness survival. Even if it had, the pre-war survival manual lacked information on dealing with mutated creatures. Following a chorus of shouts, the sound of hooves intensified, unmistakably signaling the cavalry's charge, heading straight towards Duoluo. "Assistant Zhang, seeking me out is a courtesy. In the future, please do not hesitate to ask for assistance. As long as it does not contravene principles, I would readily brave any challenge," Chun Zhaojun assured with a smile. Patting his chest, Wu Hui switched on his flashlight, revealing the frost-laden ground scattered with blue liquid, astonished yet disheartened. He was amazed to discover such a novel species in the heart of Kekexili, yet dismayed that this alien-like creature was impervious to bullets, almost dismissing the impact of gunfire. "Then I shall use my mouth instead of my hands. Very well," Wei Feng chuckled, leaning down to bury his face between those snow-white peaks. Caught off guard, Wei Feng was surprised by Nina's remark. He glanced at himself, letting out a wry smile. "Currently, I am immobile. Even the sole way to repay you is hindered by my inability to move. Tell me, how can I repay you?" With a nod and a smile. She came as a primary offensive force, yet lacked the awareness of a leader, delegating all matters to Lu Sha, who bore no grievances. Following 2 days of intensive interviews, a week of busy work ensued, continuing to organize patent technologies for potential trade with Yishalu. Cui Xiaoying realized she had no grounds to rebuke him and promptly resolved to remain silent on the matter, knowing that entangling with the boss would lead to her own reprimand. As the crowd swelled, many who had secured tickets joined in the commotion, prompting the payment platform to issue a statement overnight. In this scenario, Zhao Guifei served as Lian Zhang's finest sword. The Empress's confinement indicated her growing desperation. Otherwise, she would not have been concerned about Lian Xiao still being in the southeast. With the vanishing of these vengeful spirits, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the world dissipated in an instant. Despite the late hour, the surroundings felt remarkably clearer. Su Miaoyi exhaled a long sigh of relief, and then closed her eyes to express gratitude to the deities she had prayed to along her journey. It was likely that within 3 days, the majority would wail, yearning to return to the bustling world. Li Hong smiled, sensing numerous presences approaching, many of which posed a potential threat, seemingly emanating from the multiversal alliance's forbidden weaponry. Upon reaching the mountain summit, the elder descended and formed hand seals, conjuring a golden gate in the sky, adorned with countless celestial swords. The second part of the experiment required analyzing the peptides he had just extracted for purity verification and drafting an analysis report. Should the purity prove insufficient, he needed to assess the reasons. Based on her understanding of her wife, she suspected that her current demeanor indicated a lack of opposing sentiment. Through inquiries, Raymond learned that Mings Hilton was the nephew of Baron Hourman Hilton, Lord of the Black Ring City. Volume 1, Chapter 30, Astonishing Algorithms. A.O. Guang was always a decisive figure, having endured countless years in the form of the eternal Shadow Dragon. He was willing to abandon everything to attain the true dragon form and the path to immortality, as there was nothing he deemed irreplaceable. Initially perplexed by the sight of the two emerging from the restaurant still wearing masks, he was taken aback when they removed them to reveal the legendary Phoenix. However, although the governor appeared exceedingly respectful, Lin Hao sensed something amiss. While he could not pinpoint the issue directly, he could certainly speculate. Upon reaching He Zhonglian's hospital room, he found him lying on the bed, battered and bruised, his hands and feet encased in plaster. Ji Chuyan bellowed, summoning a white jade wine pot above his head, radiating the essence of a top-tier magical artifact, unmistakably a postnatal treasure of perfect completion among the 36 divine prohibitions. At this moment, Rinyu felt her spiritual energy deplete significantly, and Lu Yi also noticed that the Tianxin stone and the other 4 treasures had dimmed considerably. They distinctly heard the sound of the villa's door being pushed open, followed by the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Unexpectedly, this orb proved difficult to subdue. A gentle tremor was enough to jolt Kong Xian's hand away. After devouring the shadowy poison frog, the Taotai avatar soared towards the ethereal projection of the blue serpent summoned by the beast spirit. Following the subjugation of the black dragon pool, the military personnel expanded once more, reaching a total of 10,000. I will certainly seek you out. He released her wrist and took her hand instead, their palms overlapping. On the bridge, bystanders gathered, observing the guard's attire, which was no longer that of ordinary soldiers, but entirely comprised of personnel from the North Town Pacification Office. Bai Zhao and Mao Tsong, along with others, followed the sound, noticing a relatively concealed stone cave on the rock wall of the sinkhole, where golden light radiated from within. Yet its contents remained a mystery. The 7 treasures of Buddhism. Do you know which ones they are? At this moment, he was staring directly at himself. And Tong Fu wanted to pretend she hadn't heard, which was hardly possible. Bai Zhao so then said, "What you say is absolutely right, senior. I shall set off immediately." After he finished speaking, he led his 7 disciples away. Tong Fu, meanwhile, could hear the distant sound of galloping hooves, faintly perceiving the hurried footsteps of someone trying to suppress their panic. Zhong Yanqi, upon seeing Li Songhai in his flowing white robe, immediately felt a surge of joy. As Li Songhai passed Zhong Yanqi, he offered a gentle smile and a nod in greeting, both of them tempering their demeanor in such a setting. Utilizing wave guides to investigate the environment and attract formidable spirits, and possessing sufficient strength to elevate a violent dragon. How immense must that power be? The crow perched beside her, drawing Suzuki Yuko's attention, who turned her head and expressed her gratitude to Natalie once again. After all, these secret realms had emerged over the sea, and it was quite normal for Mana Fei to be privy to some insider information. Go wild yourself. Afraid others won't call you foolish, Nightblade retorted, casually tossing the sniper rifle he had scraped together into the fight. When Qin Shi Ci appeared in the CAF with a 4-tailed fox Qianshi, all eyes were drawn to him. Tang Yuan, frightened, immediately dashed upstairs, losing both slippers in the process, one of which rolled down to the floor below. He was aware of Song Yin Zhao's emotional turmoil. Princess Ming Hui and Prince Song argued daily, as he simply wished to avoid marriage and the life his parents led. In the dense forest beneath Lian Hua Peak, Song Yin Zhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently at the person opposite him. His meticulously planned military reform was unexpectedly taken advantage of by Cheng Lin, causing Mu Qingfeng to feel immense anger. The position he had just assumed was manipulated by Lin Lang, allowing him to gather some strength and avoid collapsing. Without needing to think, Lin Lang also understood that these corpses were likely those of practitioners or demonic cultivators slain by the old monster Wu Ji, and then transformed into puppets through secret techniques. Upon hearing that Luo Qinyan was ill, Han Mu discussed matters with the shopkeepers, but in the midst of their deliberation, she fainted. Wei Feng carried her back to her room, with doctors arriving one after another, panic gripping him as he hurried to see her. Wu Siqing opened her mouth, hesitated, and ultimately decided against telling the truth, as jumping into a pit together would better demonstrate their deep friendship. With this thought in mind, Guolin smiled and said, "But 10 may not suffice. Give me 20. Upon uttering this, Guolin immediately regretted it, noticing Mei Ying laughing, looking at him as if he were surrounded by a pile of heavenly coins. Yuan Xiao Yuan stammered a couple of sentences, his complexion changing suddenly at Zhongli's whispered words in his ear. Zhao Gan, still cradled in the embrace of his homeland, was oblivious to the impending slaughter that loomed over him, merely experiencing the dawn before the storm. June, he realized, this must be genuine news from Chu Tao. A flicker of strength ignited within him. He finally understood what he needed to do. The northwest is known as Qiandi, associated with the heaven formation. The southwest is Kuandi, linked to the earth formation. The southeast is Sunju, corresponding to the wind formation. Yet she stubbornly clenched her teeth, refusing to yield. However, the bandits surrounding her instilled a sense of fear within her. Turning back, the princess noted that the prince remained in a comatose state, having consumed nothing. Finally, thoughts flowed smoothly, and Si Ming felt a sense of pride. How strange, why are there so many people here? Each of them exuded a robust life force, not merely walking corpses. Yu Fei initially thought they were evolved corpses, only to realize their vibrant life energies confirmed their humanity. Volume 1, Chapter 31, Su Chun. Do you dare to slander me? It was precisely because of the anticipation for Ma Zhong that these dead soldiers endured day after day of hardship. He pondered for over an hour, contemplating which step he had reached in the 4 realms of the sharp sword, soft sword, heavy sword, and wooden sword, and whether to practice the soft sword next, or continue honing the sharp sword until perfection was attained. A video was playing on his phone, detailing the incident where Ji Yang exposed the use of drugs by Sang Fu Hai's Sea Cucumber Company at the marine farm. When Zhang Zhisher heard that sound, he instinctively glanced back and saw a middle-aged man emerging from within. In an instant, the shouts praising Wan Hua were incessant. After all, shouting slogans was not exhausting, merely a pursuit of excitement. Li Shun chuckled, setting down his teacup, stating, "Father, why be angry? I was merely utilized as a tool by the powers that be, and the newspaper has made it quite clear. I shouldn't need to explain this to you. You can see the dangers brought by Buddhism. Victory in the battle against Goryeo would undoubtedly earn him the people's favor regarding his future claim to the throne. Let you go? Beg us? I presume my family also pleaded for mercy, yet you showed them none." Fei Long raged, recalling how his sister had been driven to madness by their torment. Several key bamboo strips had been broken, likely a retaliatory act instigated by Zhang Dubo. Thus, the heads of the departments competing for promotion fervently recommended patients from their own departments, providing a myriad of justifications. What was happening? Why had the elder and the head of the Wang family come out personally? According to the script, the Wang family should have forced them to the ground and loudly judged them. What was the situation now? My goodness, is this still human? Could it be a true deity? Ling Yu gasped, as at that moment, Yi Chun soared into the sky like a great rock without the aid of ropes, reaching the mountainside in just 2 minutes. The distance was too great to discern what it was, but one thing was certain. That dark object was of considerable size. Upon seeing Xia Fang Yuan and Xia Cheng Yuan ascend the stairs, Gong Xiao Xie's smile instantly faded. Could he truly have an everlasting relationship with Xia Fang Yuan? With this thought, Gong Xiao Xie couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips. The sound we had been hearing, akin to boiling water, was indeed emanating from the mouth of the Youyou. Just as he reached the doorway, he encountered the district chief of the XC division, who had come to the University Town police station. This middle-aged man, referred to as Lao Huang by Zhang Chaoyang, had initially intended to make a phone call to inquire about the situation, but was taken aback when the call to the University Town's head, Han Xiaoming, failed to connect. I saw him on horseback, one hand pressed against his wound, his elegantly curved lips still adorned with a casual smile. He gazed at me, slowly moving his lips as if to speak, but the wind was too loud for me to hear. Xia Cheng Yuan, with an expressionless face, inquired, "What brings you here?" From his tone and demeanor, it was evident he did not welcome Gong Qianqian. As Liao Yuan spoke, Ivan Vanko felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he collapsed to the ground. Glancing at Tony Stark, who had followed him, Liao Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Chun Feng chuckled amidst the swirling dust, briefly lingering his gaze before shouting kill. As his words echoed, the surrounding dust dispersed, and in the blink of an eye, multiple layers of forbidden formations crumbled, erupting with a thunderous sound outside the courtyard. The relevant reports have once again flooded the scene. Yet this time the response has not been as overwhelming as in previous instances. After all, Su Tian has merely registered a new company and has not yet made any substantial investments, with no astronomical sums involved. Thus, the impact pales in comparison to earlier entrepreneurial news. It was then that Dao Wujia approached with a grin, extending his hand to pat Xiao Luo's shoulder. Luo Feng had not considered that they might plan to escape during the treasure transport led by Endoma and Zaisha. The foundation of Dali cannot be forsaken, and for that reason, he would not hesitate to sever ties with Emperor Han Ling if necessary. Upon his arrival, Yuzhou had already surveyed his surroundings and found himself in an abandoned ancient temple. Gu Sujin put away her silver-gloved hands, puzzled by the other's actions but refraining from inquiry. That night, he reserved the largest tavern in Fuzhou, Yinfan Tower, hosting a grand banquet and inviting the 13 most renowned and powerful leaders of the underworld in Fujian province. When speaking of bygone acquaintances, the face of Jiuzhou Yijian, a master of swordsmanship, showed a moment of discomfort, quickly masked by composure. When one possesses the power to obliterate all, this world presents nothing beyond grasp. Xiao Luo let out a furious roar, feeling his rage escalate to the heavens, his murderous intent almost overwhelming his senses. Hee, Brother Jia, you flatter me. Can you kindly inform me where the Undying Clan is located and share your intentions? Heisha squinted his eyes, adopting a shrewd demeanor as he smiled. The Tianjin Yao is indeed favored by the Jade Emperor, while the others are merely clever tricks of the bird, a source of shame, unworthy of mention. The 8 immortals stated earnestly. After speaking, Xiang Yi approached the dressing table to check her reflection and tidy her hair before turning to leave. Meanwhile, another voice inquired, "What does a minister do in court?" I replied, "The minister is merely an observer in court, perhaps with no right to speak. The last time I saw ZK, she was merely at the 8th stage of spiritual mastery, having defeated Lin Shi in battle. Now, Xiao Luo could no longer discern her level, though when had he ever penetrated ZK's realm? Ladies and gentlemen, Dong Yong commenced his labors in late May, precisely during the season of flourishing seedlings. In the blink of an eye, the 100-day mark had arrived, signaling the time for harvest. Due to Dong Yong's industriousness, the landowner this year did not need to hire extra hands. Hearing their united resolve was indeed a boon, for at least no one would cause disruption among them. However, how could the perfectly intact gold simply vanish? If this gold truly lies nearby, where could it have gone? Yuan Sheng. At that moment, a thunderous shout from outside interrupted Yuan Sheng before he could speak. There appeared Zhu Yifan and Yao Yi, soaring into the Great Hall. Volume 1, Chapter 32, The Old Rascal. The location chosen by Bai Youyou, to be precise, lies beyond the isolation zone of the human race on a grand island. Here, spiritual plants abound, untouched for ages, accompanied by various untamed beasts. One can hear a cacophony of sounds from afar, making it an ideal training ground. Olaf is an immensely powerful practitioner from Freljord, who, upon receiving a prophecy from a divination master predicting his peaceful demise, refused to submit to fate. He was unwilling to accept a coward's death, thus embarking upon an extraordinary path. Guo Ziqiang placed a hand on Du Chuanhua's shoulder, gently urging her back to the Gu family, as he had matters to discreetly inquire about. "Leave this place," Lan Hua called out loudly, leading those who had regained their bodies out of the ascending emperor's platform. Gu Yu's lips twitched. Evidently someone had been frightened into unconsciousness. What now? Should they directly send the person back to that realm, or simply eliminate them? The Demon Lord Yanshan and the Demon Lord Inha, upon sensing the arrival of Demon Emperor Qi San, pinned their hopes on him. Yuan Meng was currently in the hospital, happily conversing with Yuan Chong when she noticed Chen Zhan entering, her gaze immediately lighting up with uncontainable joy. Lei Lei's words of gratitude turned into a roll of her eyes. Reluctantly, she escorted Yang Linglan and Lei Xuantian to the boundary of the upper and lower celestial realms. And as she watched them enveloped by a faint green light, disappearing from view, she finally accepted that they had truly left the upper realm. "Let's go back," Shun Ying said in a hushed tone, turning to activate something, causing a rift to open beside them, where familiar room furnishings could be faintly seen. Seeking death. The young man clad in black, witnessing his companion being thrown to the ground, was enraged and charged forward, throwing a punch at the middle-aged man. A massive hammer of spiritual consciousness, under Su Mu's mental command, instantly struck towards the opponent's head, the overwhelming destructive force shattering their consciousness in an instant, revealing countless fragmented images within their mind, crumbling into ashes. Sun Yinan found herself still clutched by the fearsome man, uncertain of what dealings he had made with the blonde youth that led to her release. In the face of impending death, that feeling of helplessness enveloped Su Mu like a drowning person. No matter how she cried out or struggled, it was all in vain. Gazing upon the illusion of a giant mouth formed by the cultivator's soul, incessantly devouring her body, she felt a deep terror at that moment. Qiu Xian did not disclose her possession of a jade pendant to Wen and I, who remained oblivious to the fact that Qiu Xian bore the same pendant. Under the overwhelming force of destruction, extending outward in the blood phantom prison, at the center of the celestial graveyard, lay a large pit that had sunk into the earth. Watching Li Mingxue shake her head, Su Mu remained indifferent, retrieving another pill from her storage ring and consuming it. After several hours of healing, her wounds had stopped bleeding. Had she possessed a high-tier pill, the wounds would have healed much faster. Qin Muqing's voice was gentle, his appearance softened by the rain. His forehead warm and cheeks slightly flushed, yet his strength remained astonishing, as in Yin Chu could not pry his hand open. She glanced at Mu, nodding with a smile. Although she was not particularly fond of an Xian Yin, she held some affection for Mu, who had given her a taste of maternal warmth. Yet she could never bring herself to call Mu mother. A damage of 9,700,000 erupted from the long-beaked demon duck king, as Yin Gu's strike dealt critical damage, reducing the creature's health by 40%. As for the youthful bravado of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not underestimate the young and poor he had long since outgrown. After 20 years of exile, the dragon's mind remained sharp. Yet he had learned to conceal all thoughts within, his expression a poker face hiding untold secrets and emotions, impenetrable by anyone. Very well, when she is about to leave, we will follow her. Once we locate her nest, we shall act without delay. Lien Sheng resolved. Haha, excellent. I have never enjoyed a conversation this much. Let us continue tomorrow, Lien Sheng replied with a smile. With a flicker of his right eye, he thrust the MOCS sword into the body of an otherworldly soldier, shoving them into the crowd, while his other hand swung the sword fiercely, severing the incoming spear along with an arm. The world shattered, molten lava surged everywhere, and suddenly, a massive flow of magma rushed toward Linyu. Indeed, no matter how formidable Morong Jinyun was, he remained merely a terrestrial champion, unlikely to surpass the prowess of Lu Dai. However, before long, the Qiaogu sensed a familiar aura emanating from Su Yi. In Volume 1, Chapter 33, Preparing the Carriage. I must visit the Su residence once more. Ying initially believed that Hua Tian would be thoroughly defeated under his assault, if not dead, then certainly in a dire predicament. Yet, upon feeling an immense pulling force from his hands, Ying's expression drastically changed. Turning back, he resumed processing the fish where, in culinary skills, Wu Fan might be a talent in the realm of dark cuisine, but when it comes to knife skills, few chefs in this world could rival him. The prices in the Victoria of the Earth's timeline were not exorbitant, reflecting normalcy, yet here in Jiuqian, a high-end route was entirely adopted. Given the nascent state of the company and insufficient production capacity, it was unrealistic to seize the market through affordability. Thus, a premium approach was taken, with plans to address the lower market once scale was achieved. With a whoosh, the soul fire was drawn to the wheel and subsequently fell into a black hole it had opened, thus embarking on its journey to the afterlife. To be frank, Jiuqian had no intention of conducting classes. It was not out of possessiveness, but rather an acknowledgement of personal limitations. Mastering a skill and imparting it are two distinct matters. After all, not every seasoned driver qualifies as an adept driving instructor. Zhao, sure, and I stealthily returned to the military base, first observing for a while before tossing a few stones into the open ground. Upon hearing a whisper, Jiuqian paused slightly, narrowing his eyes. After a moment of treading, Qingming finally calmed down and looked ahead, realizing he had arrived at the edge of Qingxi village. Without a second thought, he turned to head back, believing that returning to his elder brothers was the safest option. Wu Fan gestured toward Nagiata on the distant high-rise, noting that the recent gunfire was supported by Maine. Of course, those who had their gaming consoles taken away did not count, as they did not belong to the same faction as the System Clan. Lin, can't you feign a bit of concern? Youyou snapped, glancing at the indifferent Lin Yin beside her, irritated. Upon seeing the dagger in Youyou's hand, Suha instinctively stepped back, startled by her presence. The old matriarch Lin snorted coldly, stating that she had heard Lord Sun personally visited to propose to Fei Chengfeng, but was turned away by her father. Since my words seemed ineffective, perhaps I should visit in person and let your father dismiss me as well, for it appeared she was resolute in making this marriage happen. The invitations had already been prepared for Madame's review. Lian Long had long since completed the arrangements, turning to retrieve two elegantly simple yet affluent invitations from a hidden compartment, presenting them to Xiao Wan. Prepare to go down now. Do not make me repeat myself, Qi Shun said, his brows furrowed, his gaze piercing enough to make Qianni shiver. Then came about half an hour of wind riding. The winds of the demon realm differed from those of the underworld, lacking the density and energy, instead carrying an air of ruthlessness. Were it not for subtle expressions and movements, I might have nearly mistaken him for the true Yang Gong. Though upon closer examination, even my skills in forgery could not be deceived, it sufficed to bamboozle these mortals. The entity could not tear through the powerful energy shield enveloping it, instead circling around it. Soon, these creatures began to recklessly gnaw at the energy shield. After Li Bai departed for a while, Lung Ruo Bing pondered his earlier words. He mentioned that the bar would reopen in 20 days. If I do not end your life now, would you be disappointed? He suddenly uttered a perplexing statement. As I finished reading, a tempest suddenly swirled before us, making it difficult to keep my eyes open, nearly toppling me over. The first 6 magic restraining arrows swayed violently, their sounds grating, yet they could not break through, revealing the intensity of the resistance they faced. As Yishu and Huan reached out, he grasped John's shoulder and, without waiting for John to speak, pushed him inside. Jun Yamin swallowed his words, his gaze fixed on the sword's tip, beads of cold sweat forming. Finally, Ku Bai Nung delivered a powerful kick to Chekhov's chest, sending his massive form flying backward. He had wed Su Xiaoyan, though even now, he struggled to comprehend how he had arrived at this juncture. Qin Zheng was astonished, for while the number 3 seemed insignificant, it truly represented a considerable demand. Thus, all eyes converged back upon Qin Zheng, their expressions reflecting a bewilderment far surpassing the earlier confusion. Although Zhongzhou lay at the heart of the 9 provinces, its eastern region had a gap adjacent to neighboring states. Where the sea lay, Du Kong triumphed over Lu Chongfeng yesterday and needed not to battle again. The Yu sisters promptly went to draw lots. Pan Sanwei was uncertain whether he had won or lost the previous day. Unable to endure the cold stares of others, Xia Fan suddenly recalled something. And in the next moment, a silver needle appeared in his hand. With a swift jab, he tasted it with delight. In no time, whether familiar or unfamiliar with Xia Fan, people began to chatter, their opinions a blend of praise and criticism. Indeed, I had a clear understanding. As long as Fu Hong and his companions could not reach a consensus, my safety would remain intact. What was there to fear? Duanye confidently asserted. He knew that Zhao Zilong had a favorable connection with the nation, and having him speak to Jiang Donglao would suffice once or twice. But what about a third time? Leading the age by too great a margin, there were no rivals. A barrage of stones fell, clearing the living from the city walls, with only a few fortunate ones having fled, while the rest were reduced to mere pulp. In Volume 1, Chapter 34, Xiao Meinyang, must you be so shameless? The boy before me bore an innocuous appearance, clearly well protected by his family. How did you acquire this? You haven't engaged in any unsavory deeds, have you? Guin expressed disbelief. Although earlier it was Gu Xinxin and Lu Zhichen who had conspired behind my back, allowing them to conduct clandestine affairs was one matter. But permitting myself to fabricate was another. This old man must have caught a chill. It would be wise to remedy that soon, for this back and forth has taken a toll on his health with poor eating and sleeping habits. She sounded like an old Chinese medicine practitioner. When the time came, Xiao Ji and the Empress Dowager appeared simultaneously, with a young man following closely behind, presumably Princeton. At Qin Yin's urging, the group began to run, and as they progressed through the hazy darkness, a jagged cliff edge materialized before them, revealing the outline of a pitch-black door at its base. Shun Gengyi's laughter sent chills down one's spine. Death was better, as all should perish. Her own misery led her to wish the same for all. As a mother herself, Gu Mian wished to avoid harming this innocent child through her actions. This seemingly casual gesture belied the profound pain that began to surface on Chu Yunling's face. This assault had fortunately passed without incident, and the night was specially arranged for dual sentries. Everything would have to wait until dawn for further discussion. The spirit of the Tai Su Temple previously witnessed the demise of Ling Xiao on Ling Xiao Mountain, which resulted in a catastrophic assault on Ling Xiao's heart realm. However, as the Tai Su Temple remained nestled within the Tai Su realm, both the temple and Su Bo only suffered severe injuries without facing total obliteration. Had it not been for the ineffectiveness of his toxic servant, Yi Fei would not have found himself in such a predicament. Nevertheless, Ming Jianfeng, being his subordinate, could not be left unsupported, for if blame were to be cast, both Ming Jianfeng and he would find themselves in dire straits. The two engaged in casual conversation as they traversed the stone corridors of the courtyard and entered a room with a somewhat heavy aesthetic. Eventually, they summoned the Yin-Yang Master, who, upon entering, scolded vehemently, for the placement of the idol was directly above the three evils' position. Deming Ji Shi gazed contentedly, As the visage of a face ignited in flames across the sky, the vibrant hues of the divine flame forming a pair of wings, while Feng Qiu Huang descended gracefully from above. It is noteworthy that during the Qin and Han dynasties, a stone of grain weighed approximately 31 kilograms, roughly equivalent to 62 jin, with a formidable soldier requiring about 2 jin of sustenance daily. He exhaled deeply, feeling as though his very being had ignited, far surpassing even the flames of indestructible fire. As a man, he could tolerate any remarks, but being deemed inadequate was intolerable, especially from someone of questionable character. And Ping Jun seized the collar of this licentious individual, drawing him close and gritting his teeth in inquiry. The 5 figures that stood motionless in the void disintegrated into dust, scattering with the wind. Where one might procure such a Qin Yin remained a mystery to her. In her understanding, dragon energy was exceedingly rare, not only within her sect, but even among the other prominent sects, which seldom possessed dragon pills. Feng Manhua succinctly recounted the events, prompting Yu Sheng to grasp the gravity of the situation as he leaned against the door, eavesdropping on the commotion within. Song Yinmen, priding itself as the leader of the righteous path, naturally refused to acknowledge that the sword techniques propagated within were derived from malevolent energies. Yet he clearly observed in the stone tablet records that Beidou Zhu Shun required the essence of the earth's malevolence to unleash its formidable power. My dear, you mustn't indulge in alcohol. Allow me to replace it with warm milk, Shun Shuriwei offered, pouring another cup for Gu Shan, his meticulous demeanor eliciting chuckles from those present. As the gathering decided to depart, Wu Yongdi Zun bid farewell to Zhuge Ziyun and embarked on the journey out of Zhongzhou. Of course not. However, I do wish to speak with a Liang, Qiuya stated, wrapping her arm around Wu Junliang's. The village was unnaturally quiet, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects, and the dense fog obscured any view of the outside world. A wave of the hand summoned a server who approached with a tray, from which Nangong Zheng selected 2 tall glasses, pouring a drink for himself and Shi Men Xinxue. A sense of relief washed over me. My earlier anxiety about taking the stage dissipated, as I feared that my own dark energy might inadvertently leak out. The middle-aged man, with a visage resembling jade, exuded a calm demeanor, as if with a mere gesture he could shatter mountains and rivers. His overwhelming presence left Gu Tianxiang devoid of any will to resist. Yet she understood that it was precisely in such moments that she could not falter. We are sworn brothers, having faced life and death together. They are individuals I trust, and I led them out of Yin City, Qin family village, to Nanhua. I bear a responsibility and obligation to plan for their future, Qin Feng declared, a surge of responsibility and mission swelling within him. Are you unwilling? An unmistakable disappointment surged within Yun Ci, as he had not anticipated that the usually gentle and compliant Chu Xiu would so bluntly refuse. Yet, he chose not to say more, restoring his indifferent facade as though the preceding events had never transpired. This corpse belonged to Xiao Zi, who had finally met his end after exhausting his lifespan. Xiaopa remained unperturbed, calmly sitting and sipping his drink, having prepared in advance by employing protective talismans before the spiritual energy was severed. What good news? Observing the joy on the students' faces in the classroom, prompting the nearby youth to eagerly share 2 pieces of delightful news. Zhao Xia realized that El Ernyang had come to her room to inquire about matters in Jiangling Prefecture. Although Zhao Xia was reluctant to reveal that she was the person involved, she could not evade when El Ernyang had already brought the matter to her attention. Nevertheless, this was still preferable to being an orphan without parents, Chen Lang sighed, stripping off the plump man's clothing and collapsing onto the bed to sleep. Ming Ying remained enveloped in shock, scrutinizing Chu Xiu from head to toe, pondering if there truly existed someone so remarkably similar. The lady before her, with unparalleled beauty, assured her that no one else could compare. Yet, had not Han Chu perished many years ago? How could she now be the matriarch of the Yun family? This meal was possibly the most sumptuous I had ever consumed. It was also the most distasteful. In the first volume, chapter 35, does this Empress harbor feelings for me? He instinctively reached into his attire, rummaging until he retrieved a transparent vial containing over half a bottle of yellow-green liquid. Upon seeing it, he eagerly uncorked it and took a sip, quenching his thirst and alleviating his discomfort. Within Cao Cao's camp, guarded like a fortress, the atmosphere was charged with a sense of power, as Cao Cao stood solemnly, gazing toward the distant Zhonglin Pass, his eyes reflecting inscrutable thoughts. He yearned for, and believed he possessed, the strength to command respect from all. His opinions and ideas deserved recognition. Wu Ju pays respects to the Hall Master. Upon recognizing the Hall Master, Wu Ju dared not be remiss, immediately bowing with utmost respect. Just as he departed, Yue returned, drenched in sweat and carrying a stack of geographical records. Upon witnessing this, Shi Sheng squinted, his expression contemplative, while Qimeng's face flushed with excitement, though his eyes betrayed a deeper apprehension. Qin Lang, have you broken through? Upon realizing the significant elevation in Qin Lang's realm, Ling Er gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The identity of the citizens of Qi was, in the eyes of the natives, akin to being direct subjects of the Celestial Master, a supreme honor, with a status vastly different from that of mere cannon fodder. Now recognized as part of the official Qi army. Thanks to Feng Bao's meticulous control over the Jinyui and the commander Lu Shou running about like a servant. Even after Feng Bao's intense hatred for Yumao Xue, he had merely dispatched the Jinyui to block the door. Of course it's true. Would I deceive you? Li Ning replied calmly, yet a smile graced his lips. Upon awakening the following morning, the ice blade remained enveloped in a layer of white mist, resembling cotton candy. 3 earth bear beasts leaped forward, their 6 massive fists, infused with explosive force, compressed the surrounding air, rendering it as heavy as mountains, akin to the Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Suppressing all, placing the martial techniques he intended to learn by his bedside, he held onto the techniques he had selected for George and the others. Shen Muyu remarked. The white divine dragon roared mightily, its voice reverberating throughout the universe, causing all livestock within a radius of several dozen miles to prostrate themselves in submission, not daring to move an inch. Even those formidable figures far away in Yanjing sensed the awe-inspiring power of the dragon. The other elite guards observed the situation before them and quickly sprang into action, causing immediate chaos at the city gate. At this moment, Zhang Xiao smiled and remarked, "How could we possibly doubt you? I was merely jesting. Besides, I have no time to waste on you." After speaking, Ling Tian also chuckled. To act recklessly, one must be prepared to pay a heavy price. I was not initially in such a hurry upon mentioning this. Luo Yun's mood darkened. Jones, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated that Shen Muyu's performance would be so brilliant, resulting in half of his plans being thwarted before they had even commenced. Unbeknownst to Ko Lei, as he entered the room, members of the Special Operations Team and police had already arrived outside the Youth Palace, preparing to search for him. The Day of Destruction operation disrupted the gravitational balance within the star, causing the second star in the Chengxing star system to collapse and trigger a helium flash within the critical point. Yikai also smiled slightly, recognizing that Hu Zhicheng was not as sinister as others, but rather quite hospitable. Thus, he often chose to inquire about certain matters with Hu Zhicheng rather than Miao Shuai or others. Tang Wei Jun's 20,000 troops were busy cooking over fires in their camp when suddenly a figure appeared. At that moment, Lin Feng was utterly terrified, gazing at Chun Shi with a look of dread in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chun Shi exited her meditative state, her eyes suddenly wide open, 2 beams of visible brilliance radiating from them. Situ Kong simply tidied up his belongings before entering the desert, without taking the prepared items inside. It would be tantamount to a death sentence, yet bringing them in could also lead to peril, albeit with a chance of survival. Lin Buyin was a cunning fox. Lin Zhengfeng would never naively believe that she could not discern anything from Zhang Zixian's complexion and skin. After last night's nurturing, Zhang Zixian had evidently undergone some changes. If Lin Buyin's eyes were sharp enough, she would undoubtedly notice. At this moment, Lin Yuan halted, turned around, and took a vial of medicine from her handbag, offering it to Yang Ying. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill at his neck and slowly looked down to see a cat paw pressed against his throat. Yang Junjiao's voice followed. "My master sent me to find you, not for any fortune, but simply to ask you to take care of me." Han Ling glanced at Su Qi. "Once I arrived in Haidu, my 3rd aunt and 4th aunt constantly praised you before me, and by the way, my 5th and 6th aunts also gave me a share of their gifts upon meeting. It's over. We have lost." Chun Ji Li leaned helplessly against the wall at the staircase, slowly removing his helmet and cradling it in his arms. A voice called out to her, yet she furrowed her brows, finding it laborious even to respond. Her throat felt dry and painfully sore. Thus, she tightly shut her eyes, remaining silent. A bizarre scene unfolded. With a stark contrast, he had not expected to collide with a wall harder than steel. Kakashi's entire body was thrown into turmoil from the impact. Even the sturdy ring of his kunai was bent out of shape. What is the situation with that child? You must clarify immediately. Otherwise, I will revoke your position. Yang Zhizhong pointed at him with a fierce look, shouting loudly. What deity had her swan offended to play such a cruel joke on her? If she were to continue dealing with these neurotic individuals, would she still be able to live peacefully? The flickering flame of life in the ghostly figure was on the verge of extinguishing. It made no further attempts but dragged its battered body to Bai's side. Collapsing to his left, and with its last ounce of strength, turned its head to gaze at Bai's flawless yet lifeless face. You have just arrived in Zhongcheng, haven't you? It is understandable that you are unfamiliar with the circumstances here. The so-called Yao Ren is neither a demon nor a human. Rather, it is the lowest class of hybrid born from the union of demons and humans. The girl in yellow disdainfully remarked to the girl in green. A cold breeze slipped through her collar, causing Yunwei Yang to shiver unexpectedly, just as she intended to cultivate warmth. Something heavy suddenly weighed down on her shoulder. A black fur-collared cloak had fallen onto her. In the first volume, chapter 36, titled A Generation of Swordsmen, everyone seized the opportunity to fill their bellies before continuing the battle. However, it seemed that even the heavens had turned against the Lu Qiu army this time. Although the rain had not transformed into a downpour, it had not ceased for a single moment. This statement was nothing short of earth-shattering. Yang Hao realized that merely being at the fourth tier of the divine realm, the transformation realm, the servant god realm, the true god realm, and the slaughter god realm, along with the transcendental realm, which surpassed the divine realm, meant that even if he advanced to the servant god realm, he would stand no chance against an elder of the transcendental realm. This time, it was not an ordinary crack, but rather a resounding crack. Bai Su was interrupted by Yi Zheng, and in frustration, she raised her hand, making a scissor gesture aimed at Yi Zheng's indecent area with a swift snip. However, did this seemingly cheap master not resemble a mischievous child? Furthermore, he mentioned meeting in the divine realm. He likely did not anticipate that the world she currently inhabited had such thin spiritual energy, rendering her ascension to the celestial realm an uncertainty, let alone the divine realm. Nevertheless, that was a matter far removed from the present. As the two conversed, a gluttonous spirit, having just reincarnated, stealthily approached Gong Wu Xie, eyeing the grapes in his hand with longing, its round eyes darting furtively between Gong Wu Xie and Yun Zijin. Though he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement in just a few days, the meridians throughout his body were exceedingly fragile due to the lack of true energy refinement. Thank you, Zhang Meigong. My wife and I will first consult our son's opinion before responding. If that is acceptable? Su Mu received the portrait and then escorted Zhang Meigong out. Nanji Gong was so astonished that he jumped up on the spot, leaping 3 feet high, instantly arriving beside the bathtub. On the stage, Sima Nuo could hear the discussions of the disciples below. He paused momentarily, and at that moment, Lung Yin took the opportunity to knock him off the stage. This competition could not allow for distractions. A moment's inattention could lead to failure. So he cannot blame anyone else for his loss. Sword practitioners must always maintain a focused mind. The barrage of comments on the screen continued to flood in, unsurprisingly filled with disdain for his blatant cheating against Dr. Chun before the entire nation. The thought of having to fight against Chu Bingming due to the mental domain attack of the mother worm filled him with dread. Compared to the calculating Di Jun, the silent Tai Yi was the more formidable presence that instilled fear within her. A powerful inner energy had already formed a vacuum barrier around his body, creating a gust of wind as he charged forward. Instantly, the aura of creation emanating from the willow stump halted, and the entire willow grove fell into silence. With the faintest hint of the avatar of creation within the willow stump continuously manipulating techniques in an attempt to refine it. The two acted in perfect unison, with not a single discrepancy. Aside from their physical differences, Wu Tianshi was left in awe, praising them incessantly. The visual enjoyment and impact brought forth by their simultaneous practice was incomparable to any ordinary rehearsal. With each sound, the tentacle extended to over 30 centimeters long, appearing particularly eerie. However, would Mr. Moriarty be worried? Sakata glanced at Conan, who had climbed into the back seat, with a look of concern. Long Jing felt a twinge of worry at Si Ming's strong ambition for fame and fortune. If he were a normal person, testing his martial skills would not be out of the question. But he was an anomaly, and should he encounter any issues during the assessment, it would lead to unwarranted complications. Meanwhile, on one of the islands, a waterfall cascaded vertically to the ground, serving as the source of the Blue River. Long Jingyu remained in a state of fatigue, issuing soft snores even before Bai Bianfu had finished his words. In the presence of this man who, despite lacking any blood relation, sincerely regarded him as a son, Ace of the Fire Fist shed tears for the first time on the execution platform. The solemn faces of the soldiers from various nations nodded in understanding that the Supreme Command would resort to violence to suppress this matter. However, the true masters of the insect realm possessed powers that far surpassed those of the current mundane world. The ordinary insects, toxins, and venomous beasts were no comparison. Those who came here would leave none alive. Kill. The blood peacock looked disdainfully at the countless ants below, her blood-red robe swirling as thick crimson mist enveloped the area. Yet, amidst her hesitation, Chen Yufan had already grasped Mo Wen's hand and descended the elevator with his grandfather, Chen Xiao. It was certain that these photographs had been captured by someone using a mobile phone from a distance, likely from passing pedestrians. Although Chun Yin's spear had only penetrated an inch, it could no longer advance due to the contraction of Meyer Gannes's muscular body. Nevertheless, Chen Yin's spiritual weapon possessed capabilities beyond mere direct harm. Without the source of quantum power, many advanced devices became mere ornaments, leading to swift environmental destruction, ultimately bringing about the end days. The ancient humans were compelled to gather all remaining crystals to construct spaceships for their escape. As for these lower-tier disciples of the divine realm, they had encountered only a limited number of Hall Masters, primarily the Master of Thunder. Though this individual was unfamiliar, they could discern at first glance that he was a significant figure in the divine realm. Zhou Humin seethed with anger, her slightly revealed cleavage becoming increasingly alluring. The moment Feng Zhu appeared before the crowd, his aura radiated darkness, and with the poor lighting, he resembled a malevolent spirit rising from the depths of hell. As another year passed, the millet had fully grown, yet the millet and weeds intertwined, herbs and flowers blossoming together, rendering the distinction between edible and inedible nearly impossible. Those who attained harmony comparable to saints had every word and action echoing the heavens, causing the assembled celestial beings to shiver with dread. For this individual had consistently distanced themselves from celestial affairs. Did it not seem they were about to assert authority over the saintly sect? Wei Fu felt somewhat surprised, as their divine abilities had not fully eradicated the demonic creatures. The environments of the underworld and demon realm dictated that the demonic energy would not dissipate. And over the years, new demonic entities would arise, necessitating mere suppression. Volume 1, Chapter 37. Left-hand shovel, right-hand kitchen knife. Kill. The sudden cry for bloodshed reverberated across the battlefield, as if a signal had been received, prompting both factions to charge collectively, overcoming the 100-meter distance and deploying their forces in full. You have awakened. Bao Bei suddenly found herself at a loss for words, realizing she had little to say. Even Xieshan was not the least bit annoyed. Instead, he wore a proud expression that made the others present feel as if they had swallowed a shiny green fly. Nauseatingly so, she looked up at Feng Hao, the ceiling's spotlight casting a shadow over her forehead, obscuring her eyes from his view and leaving him uncertain whether those large, expressive eyes were shedding tears at that moment. The source of this desolation stemmed not only from the sentimentality for the surrounding scenery, but also from a pervasive atmosphere enveloping the entire court city that deeply resonated within everyone, stirring them to sorrow. The demon suddenly spoke, revealing his title, Doge, Vice Commander of the Demon Legion. The current Tindi society, combined with the strength of branches from various regions, had grown excessively powerful, especially with the emergence of over 10 territories rivaling the NPC forces of Tier 3 towns, all constructed on crucial wartime fortifications, inspiring both admiration and trepidation. Your aunt simply desires sushi. What concern is it of yours? Lin Xiaoxiao shot a disdainful glance at Feng Hao, opening her plump lips to shove a piece of sushi into her mouth, only to be choked, gasping for breath. Li Lin smiled broadly. Yet his grin appeared more akin to that of a demon in the eyes of Ji. In terms of strategy, you indeed possess some skill. However, compared to the Prince of Longevity, your tactics are ultimately inconsequential. You, like a toad wishing to eat swan meat, are not worthy. Huang Yun spoke without a hint of mercy. Lin Yin turned back, took a few steps, and bent down to retrieve the short, brown-hued knife that had fallen from the stout man's grasp on the ship's deck. He approached Gu San, but suddenly halted, pondering briefly before retreating into the ship's cabin. Upon hearing this, Feng Tun's expression eased somewhat. If that were the sole reason, the punishment would not be death. He mused inwardly that serving a ruler is akin to serving a tiger, although the individual before him appeared gentle. One who could command such a vast force as the heavenly punishment troops would surely possess a temper. Initially, he may have been concerned about how others perceived him. As a chief of staff from the military and one of the leaders of this operation, Hu Huoming maintained an air of calmness. However, as Hu Jijun's words echoed in his ears, his expression grew increasingly unhinged. Perhaps due to personal matters, Zhou Sun and the others, including Zhang Yanqi, could no longer focus their attention on appreciating the grandeur and uniqueness of the palace built upon the divine tree. They were only aware that upon their arrival, they were first greeted by numerous nobles and ministers already waiting outside. Yu Hengzi observed the increasing number of Khitan soldiers and realized that the surprise attack plan had already faltered. The urgent task was to devise a means of breaking through. Abdis recalled Locke's words, still somewhat incredulous that the Cathedral of the Holy Light would come under attack. Yet everything unfolded according to Locke's prophecy. Not only were there the corpses of the fallen from the Plague Legion, but also the soldiers of the Plague Legion trampled by Ragnaros. Holding the hammer of the fire demon, he led the fire elementals in a final assault against the remnants of the Plague Legion. At that moment, two figures were also descending behind the crusher, their silhouettes flickering in various locations, pulling out mangled corpses of green-scaled zombies from the ground. The remaining food was scarce. It was unlikely to last more than 3 days. The voice that spoke bore a tone of despair. However, this weapon demanded a high level of skill from its user. Strength, technique, and speed were all prerequisites. As time progressed, the court's control over civilian weapons tightened, causing such weaponry to quickly fade from use and become increasingly rare. Ding Feng stood at a great height, gazing at the completely vanished spatial passage without any sign of joy. His brow remained furrowed, anxiety gripping him, his ominous premonition growing stronger. Although Horace was equally tense at this moment, Catherine's words nearly made him burst into laughter. Liang Guang was quite legendary, preferring to roam instead of staying within the academy. At just 36 years of age, he had achieved his current level and garnered significant prestige within the academy, earning the admiration of many disciples. A gust of fervent air swept past Yu Qingfeng, causing the young man to flinch. When he turned to face the source of the wind, he found himself staring into a pair of enormous eyes. In those pupils, he was struck with terror, rendered speechless and bewildered. "Are you trying to kill me?" Qin Mu thought to himself, speechless. Before him lay a sea of demons that even a master of creation dared not penetrate. What chance did he have? Almodus gestured, and a guard accompanying him stepped forward directly to her. Almodus whispered something, and the guard nodded, performing a courtly bow before stepping back. The bandit of Taohua Mountain found himself utterly lost within the vast, lush expanse of reeds, akin to a blind man with his eyes wide open. Unable to pinpoint the unseen ambush, he resorted to aimlessly shooting arrows in the direction of the sounds, unaware that the boat had already departed. The splashes of rainwater failed to dampen the thin garment draped across his form. With a flick of his wrist, his sleeves billowed gracefully, causing the descending raindrops to veer off course mid-air, not a single droplet adhering to her. However, for Li Chuan, despite having attended numerous such soirees, he remained utterly ignorant of the fundamental etiquette associated with them. Thus, after the server passed by him with a tray of drinks 3 times, he merely regarded it as a passerby, paying no heed whatsoever. Volume 1, Chapter 38. Son Thief, bring it on. All right, cease your tears. Look, those monsters have begun to laugh at you. Do not heed your brother Ouyang. He's a villain. Wipe away your tears, and let us continue to slay the beasts. Fanqing comforted Yinji as she approached her side. At that moment, the youth had his eyes tightly shut, his brows slightly furrowed, forming the seals of cultivation with his hands. His vital essence swirling within him, breathing rhythmically as a fragrant aroma of medicine permeated the air, just as Nido Wang forcefully pulled the day's flower toward himself. Iligia issued another command. Upon reaching the island, Shinji made a beeline for the distant structures atop the mountains. As he drew nearer, faint melodies reached his ears. He recalled that the master of the Yuzu dojo was a remarkably young man with a sister who favored dance as a means of training Pokemon. Silence. Do you wish to tarnish the reputation of the Jiang clan? To defy our oath in such a manner is not what the Flame Lord desires. Jiang Xian shouted at the assembly. The meaning was grossly misinterpreted. The ambiguous words caused Lan Rongyue's earlobes to redden slightly. She took Yin Kanglin's hand and strode purposefully towards the Jia residence. I shall assist you in breaking the curse. With that declaration, she left Shui Huimin, who remained in a daze on the floor, opened the door, and stepped outside. It was only when Yu Jianba entered and beheld the dazed figure of Shui Huimin that she snapped back to reality, embracing him tightly and weeping loudly, a mix of joy and sorrow overwhelming her. When Yuko furrowed her brow upon his sudden mention of Jiao Yu's demise, the two were strangers. Their initial encounter fraught with mutual testing, hearts insincere and intentions misaligned, the beginning already unfriendly. She was perplexed by the third prince's sudden counsel urging her to refrain from investigating the cause of Jiao Yu's death. Shall we go to Hangi Inkiang for grilled fish? Lan Lan suggested from aside. Gao Qing wholeheartedly agreed, deeming it both delightful and affordable. Seeing that he was unharmed, she momentarily relaxed, casting a grateful glance at the man before her. His long hair flowed elegantly, and his every gesture exuded a refined aura. In his gaze directed towards her, there appeared a sense of familiarity. This unintended discovery sent a jolt of realization through her. Her master was not indifferent to her well-being, but merely possessed a reserved nature that hindered his expression of concern. After Chu Wurong uttered her statement, she cast a meaningful glance at Chu Yizhu and turned to exit the hall, not specifically targeting Chu Yizhu, but rather feeling a perplexing unrest within her heart. The old man, suddenly resembling a defeated rooster, shot a resentful glare at Old Su before trudging out the door. Inside, Old Su barely had time to revel in excitement before hearing an exuberant shout from outside, instantly recognizing the voice. Fu Yuanzhou had believed he could endure. Yet while he managed to restrain himself, a remark from Lian Jin nearly provoked a violent response. Fei finally exhaled in relief, his gaze intense as he prepared to escape the constraints, ready to take a bite out of her. However, the more he exerted himself, the more his body grew numb. Lei Hu's countenance was rife with murderous intent, echoed by the expressions of other divine beings, all seemingly on the verge of charging forth. Due to Du Chang's solitary intrusion into enemy territory, compounded by their betrayal of him in Sunan village, even confronting him was out of the question. Dongfang Tani disregarded the fleeing crowd, fixated solely on his third brother. In Changfeng, after acquiring what he desired, handed me a 7-day potion. I feigned death to escape and fortuitously encountered General Liu, thus taking refuge here. Lin Yunran succinctly recounted the events of this period. She traveled to a scenic area with her family, feeling increasingly paranoid, convinced that someone was watching her. Consequently, she snapped numerous photographs, which, from the perspective of a photographer, were quite amateurish. As the number of pictures grew, her unease intensified. At that moment, Rong Di remained oblivious to the meticulously laid trap he had fallen into. A raven watched them depart, an emissary of the devourer, meticulously observing their every move. Should Han Zish perceive their anxious intent, he would surmise that they did not possess as many allies as they claimed. Unexpectedly, Uncle Liao, suppressing his laughter, looked at him with admiration. A series of orderly system notifications sounded, and a blue beam of light erupted, sending the unprepared young elite team reeling. At this juncture, Yao Qing drew closer, brushing past Jin Shun, allowing her to distinctly inhale the scent emanating from him. The room contained few belongings. As a consort, Long Xiaohua's mother led a rather meager existence. Though no one had ever attempted this method, and it was merely a possibility, Jin Shun was convinced that Wu Huang had not deceived him. Amidst a frantic escape, the malevolent cultivator spotted the sword aura emitted by Yi Lin and let out a shriek, hastily accelerating while unleashing a surge of bloodlight in an attempt to impede Yi Lin's advance. Suddenly, a high-pitched and fervent song resonated through the impoverished district. accompanied by a deliberate and heavy cadence, reminiscent of a melody that bridged the realms of heaven and hell. Volume 1, Chapter 39. Come forth, beast. I am prepared. It seems we have another visitor. Baumeier peeked in, observing Feng Wei entering yet again. Typically, Feng Wei's entrance indicated the arrival of guests, as they came to report. Behind him, dozens of shadowy arms radiated from me, spreading out like a peacock fanning its tail. One of the shadowy hands, under my command, tightly bound a long pole that jutted out above my head. The hand, resembling dried kelp, swayed in the wind. The King of Realms transcended all other kings, and even the Great King, his divine essence incomparable to that of the short flute. Tianghua, upon hearing the commoner's inquiry, blushed and hurriedly concealed himself behind Xuantian. Yin Longzi chuckled lightly, unleashing a wisp of spiritual energy, which then manifested and continued to play. Yin Longzi bowed and presented a storage ring. Tianghua accepted it and handed it to the blind old woman, who probed it with her divine sense. Discovering a trove of spirit coins and various medicinal pills, magic crystals, and magical essence. At that time, aside from the over 10,000 troops of Liaodong, led by Yuan Chenghuan, who borrowed funds from Chongzhen, the remaining border troops, including those from the capital, were without any financial support. The third family promptly complied with the elders' instructions, but as soon as they set down the task of feeding the pigs, they picked up the responsibility of feeding the chickens, the entire family remaining restless, for they felt a sense of stability only through busyness. Later, Frisia and his father arrived on Earth, and I acquire their cells, said Sheru with a smile. Indeed, what nonsense are you spouting, you brat? Do you believe I, old pig, will not thrash you? Zhu Beiji exclaimed. Qin Kuan and the others felt helpless, relieved that the talent assessment did not necessitate their direct involvement, as the local government would assist in resolving it. Otherwise, the four of them would have been overwhelmed. Yu Ling and Xiao Yang were both taken aback, and even Lu Xiao, who was currently immersed in the sea of consciousness, was filled with astonishment. The three of them swiftly returned to the Zhua Yao Sea, directly ascending to the second floor of the Grand Hall. Zhang Tianshi pulled back a cloth, executing a series of actions, while Li merely stirred slightly, as if still in slumber. Eager to witness the spectacle, a throng had gathered around the stage, creating an impenetrable crowd. Yet, the central seat remained unclaimed, reserved for the esteemed head of the Xiao family, Xiao Bai, regardless of his presence. It was precisely for this reason that, during the raid on the Fugua Gongfu, the authorities ensured that Xu Jiao was left with sufficient wealth and jewelry, securing her future in peace. Suddenly, Paixio Laozu sensed an overwhelming force surging towards him, mistakenly attributing it to Cheng Shuer. He snorted coldly, unleashing his aura without reservation, sweeping towards her like a raging flood. According to their conjectures, it would take far more than a handful of Foundation establishment pills for Yu and Wan Liang to break through to the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Due to the unique nature of his battle soul, he inherently possessed the capability to fight beyond his level, and with the addition of Yen Lei, he was further empowered. Not to mention the third-tier talismans he had already attempted to draw during combat. Lu Zhao's heart quivered. Although he had been pursued by the Ghost King in a perilous situation, he had not anticipated seeking out the other party, and that Black Yuaning. Suli had attended meetings all day and was hurrying home, having pulled 2 consecutive all-nighters due to a recent issue with a project at Hongji Enterprises. The immense pressure Wu Liao faced stemmed from the fact that these bandits possessed rather low average cultivation levels. He understood that, as the Emperor of Conglan, Qin Yu was not one to easily show weakness. He was merely adept at exploiting the psychology of others and adept at seizing their vulnerabilities. To centralize authority, Zun Wu Bao expended considerable manpower and financial resources to construct a conduit linking the 8 gates of the Imperial Path, known as Yudao. While conversing, Xuemeng inquired about how to escape this landslide and informed that they needed to undertake a task. Yen Jingxi ran several red lights and finally arrived at the hospital, a place he had searched many times before but had never encountered her. Was she deliberately avoiding him? And who was that man? Why had he shared this information with him? Rest assured, young master, he will be unharmed. The iron tower, gently placed, Xiao ran down, allowing him to lie on the ground in peaceful slumber, quietly awaiting his master's instructions. She firmly believed in Qin Yu's previous words. convinced that Princess Linglong was the one her senior brother cherished. Thus, she knew that if her senior brother found a way to cure the poison and return to Qin capital, it was likely the day he would take Princess Linglong away. Upon Xianxian's return to the hotel, she discovered Yin Zhengxi already waiting in the lobby, accompanied by Qi Ranqi. A sudden sense of gloom enveloped her as she adjusted her attire before approaching nonchalantly. Tianqi, she did not wish to confront it. If unnecessary, she would refrain from taking action, as long as they did not provoke her again. Therefore, after hearing Su Jinyan's remarks, she found herself unable to refuse Qin Yu's request. These flying daggers were equally challenging for the other two planetary-level thought masters to control. It was likely that at this moment, the thought energy would attach to the daggers, driving them to attack. Before the rooster crowed, as dawn broke, when Ruatio heard sounds from the backyard. Being a light sleeper, he awoke almost instantly. Tuo immediately widened his eyes in indignation, but upon seeing the Shangxie in Tai Ro's hand, he promptly became obedient. Xiaji was fixated on Hanyu when she suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at her, prompting her to hurriedly lower her head. My mother is nothing more than a paper tiger. Outwardly appearing self-satisfied without guilt, she knows not what it means to feel remorse. Yet, whenever she encounters anyone or anything related to Lin Haixin, she becomes flustered, losing her composure and unable to focus on what she needs to do. Han Yu immediately smilet, entrusting the remaining tasks to the steward. Within half an hour, she had already transferred most of the remaining grain, even sharing a portion with Zhou Yigong. I shook my head, and later it seemed someone entered my bedroom, committing an unforgivable act against me. However, the two individuals did not seem to mind. They suddenly turned to look at me, and for some reason, upon meeting their gaze, an ominous premonition filled my heart. Volume 1, Chapter 40, The Seizing of Bamboo Shoots. I responded to him somewhat dejectedly, "It's all right." But then I countered, "How did you know we were in a relationship? Have you been following me?" I fixed my gaze intently upon him. Although being adopted is not a glorious past, it is not something to be ashamed of either. Given the depth of our affection later on, I believe he has considered me a significant person in his life. Yet why at this juncture? Does he still refuse to reveal his true identity to me? Zhu Xiuqing forcibly suppressed the impulse to pinch Shen Lang's ear, kindly leading the somewhat anxious Tian Tian aside for a whisper. The boy awkwardly smiled and did not dwell on the matter, simply expressing thanks before taking his seat from the previous night. In her dream, Dong and Shun flew into a rage, issuing an edict not only to have the villagers deliver Xia Anren to the Holy Temple, but also declaring Lin Shangnan as a wicked son, commanding them to burn him alive, a truly malicious decree. This is a semi-finished spiritual medicine. Due to the inability to approach it closely, I cannot ascertain its specific medicinal power. It appears this herb requires at least 300 years of nurturing to transform into a true spiritual medicine. Uncle Chen sighed. "Qingjia, this car is yours. Can you take me back?" Zhang Fan said leisurely, handing the keys of the Audi to Yao Qingsha, completely ignoring the nearly enraged Zhang Jia. When you thrust the spear in, it allows your overflowing hormones to be released with exhilarating satisfaction. She envied Si Zhen for her height. Not only did she look slim and attractive in clothes, but her posture on horseback was exceptionally graceful. That morning, still in a secret base in Chicago, Mr. Ku Shui, an elderly overseas Chinese, was sipping green tea while closely monitoring the divine ranking. Just moments ago, when Qin had been in a frenzy, the appearance of this young man instantly brought him back to his senses, prompting him to exclaim, "Who gave you the audacity to engage in combat in the City of Twilight?" Pro Lu glanced over the crowd, his expression rather displeased. Anyone interrupted during their cultivation would certainly feel irritable. At that moment, the Star Demon's three sovereigns gained their freedom, filled with ambition and fervor, bringing forth the powers of the Star Demons from the Star Demon domain to flaunt. Wu Fan received a supply of 200,000 purple spirit stones, along with the remaining 20,000, totaling over 400,000. This made Wu Fan feel rather affluent. Utilizing the purple spirit stones now felt just as abundant as when he had possessed 1,000,000. As for the Fire Thorn, I believe they would also look down upon it. We, the Thorn Dragon King, possess few who can reach the level of monstrous combat strength, and most excel in ranged attacks. Although there are only two weaknesses, they indeed have inherent flaws in overall combat capability, making exceptions exceedingly rare. and the Fire Thorn-S fire-type mutation exacerbates its shortcomings. Luo Yi's ferocity truly intimidated those elite goblins, which was precisely what he desired. As long as he could instill fear in them, the battle would become considerably easier. Her guest room faced the street, and she heard the sound of hurried hooves outside, followed by the sound of someone rushing up the stairs. Zhoubai is more inclined to engage in box office revenue sharing with the Eastern publishers. However, the astute individuals of Dongying evidently have high hopes for this film, and negotiations have consistently stalled. Even when Dowley Films expressed willingness to cover all marketing expenses, they remained obstinate. Moreover, they deemed the 500,000 RMB distribution fee proposed by Dowley Films excessively high and refused to accept it. What do you wish to do? Unable to restrain himself any longer, blood trickled from Bai Youyou's mouth as he gazed toward the distant sky, seemingly spotting two dark figures hastily approaching. Mu Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart, his complexion paling. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he could contend with an ordinary Huaying stage cultivator, facing off against a formidable opponent like Du, he was far beyond his capabilities. Simultaneously, Wan Liang had completely resolved to abandon the pursuit. A prodigy capable of breaking through to the Qi refining stage in Dongshenzhou was certainly not someone that their Tai Yi sect could accommodate. Su Guoren did not wish to rely solely on firepower to defeat the enemy, but the prolonged delay caused him to worry that the enemy's naval artillery would indiscriminately open fire, rendering the situation unprofitable. "Did you not hear?" Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. His curiosity piqued about how Yun Yi had persuaded Wang Ku. Was it money? Suddenly, a purple whirlwind surged, as Yu Luosheng unleashed a super consecutive strike in midair. While far below, De Luo pressed the teleportation button. The disparity between individuals can be so vast. Having a leader of unparalleled beauty is one thing, but even the other three vice leaders are equally captivating. Fu Lan was naturally oblivious to the terrifying implications of the term my colleague has mentioned by Simon. She merely assumed that he meant as a mage attendant. He had nothing particularly commendable, despite the concerted efforts of the three holy knights to intervene. They did not believe that the death of a peripheral member and the mere spectacle of a pair of Yin Tu's eyes warranted a confrontation between the Holy See and Eastern practitioners. As the voices from the left side of the area subsided, a synchronized sound erupted from the right, leaving many uninformed onlookers astonished. Even those backstage, such as Tara and her companions, were equally taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. "I have brought the Jingku sword. If you return our Su family's genealogy to me, I shall gift it to you." Sutian Sautet Lao Li. Of course, that must be the reason the Sanja work permit alerted me. Cold sweat trickled down Li Cheng's forehead. Regardless of the variety, any of these plants, if placed in the outside world, will be considered treasures capable of inciting envy among Yuan Shun venerables, driving the entire Zhongtianzhou into a frenzy. Once the vitality of the banana leaves was drained, they turned a yellowish hue, indistinguishable from ordinary banana fans. In Volume 1, Chapter 41, it was unexpected to discover the Empress's heart was so malicious. In an instant, Yada felt a force pulling her up the stairs, something darting past her ear. In front of her, Bram let out a strange cry and was immediately sent flying, crashing against the wall with such force that it shattered the wooden planks at the bottom of the cabin. If this were publicly disclosed information, it might be laden with embellishments. However, the internal data is credible. In any case, this represents a significant advancement and excellent news. A.O. Bing had already briefed the Dragon King on the prior events and mentioned how sure Hui saved him. Although the Dragon King was displeased, he still held some regard for Li Jing, and given Nez's sincere apology and Sure Huey's reputation, he did not resort to violence. The silver needle was delicate, and those without internal strength could not manipulate it. Sure Hui speculated that its owner was a physician, and a skilled one at that. How blind I was to be seduced by her beauty, believing her words, only to end up with nothing. This was because before the holy weapon was forged, a complete set of prohibitions had already been embedded within, granting it power rivaling that of an emperor. At this moment, Yishu summoned the pair of winged birds that had been soaring above the beast-taming garden, declining Taishang's assistance as he did not wish to waste any more time. The explosion created an effect that was nothing short of a global spectacle as brilliant clouds blossomed in the sky. Yi Qian felt a stir in her heart, her eyelids fluttering, slowly opening. Indeed, it was time to awaken. Shouting a phrase, The nearby students hurriedly cleared a path. After all, those in front had already seen the true faces of the black-clad men, feeling a deep sense of fear, terrified of offending someone. The clamoring voices of reporters grew louder, each fearing that she might choose someone else's question. Guo Songtao remained in the Chuyong military camp due to Zhang Zhongyuan's recommendation and did not return to Xi'an. Just wait. Your grandson is of no use to us now. You will see him, the man in black said with narrowed eyes and a smile. If it were not for Wu Jian sending letters from Long Yin Xian each month, she would not have known that her son was out there living like a scoundrel. Nevertheless, knowing he was well brought her some comfort. This was the first time Zhou Xiaoxiao had encountered such a situation. Previously, she had always dined in the hall with colleagues, never experiencing someone being chased out. Only with proper values and corresponding abilities could Wang Nuo have a promising future. I did not come to the capital merely for leisure, Zhou Xiaoxiao responded after glancing at me. Seeing his disdainful expression, Kong Miao Miao felt that her good intentions had been met with ingratitude. She tossed out a remark about not caring anymore and stormed out of the office to call for Yu Wei to come in and prepare tea. All right, you focus on the Zhang family. Whenever you have time, come to the company, she said, hanging up the phone without waiting for Yanxi to respond. As if it were a hot potato. Him? Xiao Ning's expression darkened. His wife was actually flying across half the globe with her first love, or rather, a former lover. Just the thought of it made him feel suffocated. He Huajin glanced at the wound on his arm and suddenly thought, if he made himself seriously injured, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have to go? With that thought, He Huajin hurried upstairs to change into a short-sleeved shirt and then headed out. Seeing Chun can get straight to the point, Yi Feng decided not to beat around the bush. Clearing his throat, he said, early the next morning to avoid drawing attention. The two of them left the city just as dawn broke. Since it was still early, the painted boats on the water, aside from one with lights on, had yet to commence business. Qian might work well against others, but it was ineffective against me. Although defeating him might require some effort, victory was assured. As Yao Yao seemed to sense Chunyun's thoughts and remarked, Yamamoto, Jiangxi nodded slightly. The relationship between Huaxing Society and the Yamamoto Group was good, and they should speak the truth. The Yamamoto Group had collaborated with Huaxing Society for decades, establishing a relatively close relationship. What would be difficult about this? Gao Yuanzhai turned to the steward beside him and issued a few instructions, which the steward accepted and left. Rest assured, your elder brother will be fine. He may suffer some minor injuries, but that Lu Changsheng will likely endure inhuman torment. Chen Yun reassured Lin Yu to remain calm, as they had merely detained Lin Xian for the time being and would not harm him. I am weary. In a few days, I shall return to my homeland to recuperate. Though I have preserved my life, my injuries are severe, and I must return home to heal. You may leave now. Ling Jingyu put on a strained facade as he waved to Rick, then was carried into the military base. If she would argue with him, as she did on the phone, Shen Shijun might not bother to explain and would continue to sulk. However, Mo Law's current demeanor was truly heart-wrenching, making it impossible for him to look away. Shang-Chi wept profusely after leaving the Luo family. Her heart left in tatters by Luo Yichun. She could not fathom why he had the audacity to kiss her forcefully and yet feel justified in his actions. This man showed no regard for her feelings, indulging only in his own whims. Particularly disheartening was his behavior in front of others, treating her as a mere object of his ostentation. As memories of their daily life together surged within Chu Di, a warmth enveloped his heart. However, upon hearing Yi Nin mention his father, that smile faded away completely. Xiao Han wore a teasing smile, leaning closer to whisper in my ear, "If you dare to remove the mask again, I shall kiss you next time." He then proceeded to place the mask back on me. Fong Chung recalled vividly that he had received a tutoring fee of 60 yuan from Fong Fu, which left a lasting impression on him. She discovered that within the body of Yaij Nilu, besides the energy and pressure emanating from its primal bloodline, she could also sense the flavor of the chakra fruit. More precisely, it was the energy of the chakra intertwined with the energy within this dragon. In Volume 1, Chapter 42, who could have anticipated that Wu Zetian possessed such a peculiar taste? Useless fool. Xiao scoffed, contemplating before calling Si Junhao. The pursuit order had been issued by Hua Shuiyin. If she were to be captured, perhaps AI Mu would find a measure of safety. How audacious for an amateur to harbor thoughts in the presence of seasoned professionals. Did they not witness how Vice Minister Ji Si fled in disgrace? Thanks to Old Yun's intervention, Those guards at the city gate, who initially intended to cast disdainful glances at Liang Tian and the other 13, found themselves thwarted. Despite their imposing entrance into the grand city gates, the group of 13 experienced an unexpectedly smooth passage. AIC trembled with rage, her ears buzzing and her mind in turmoil, even failing to hear AI Mu calling her from downstairs. Just last month, the Vanderbilt family's automobile factory finally commenced production. True to form, the Vanderbilt family chose a rather absurd name for their vehicles, dubbing them Vanderbilt automobiles. Yi Yuqing shook his head with a chuckle, acknowledging that he had lost a treasure only to gain a new arm. This seemed quite a bargain at first glance. Yet witnessing the camaraderie between the two brought a tinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, the empire lay ahead. How significant could beauty be? With the humble utterance of those two words, a proud expression adorned his face, as if to say he was undoubtedly the most formidable. Inge Ji turned to select a carving knife. Wang Ming's peculiar physique caused quite a stir, earning him some notoriety within the tribe. Moreover, he gained recognition among the royalty. Inlin Zi was an anomaly, his strength not to be underestimated. Zhang Yu and I raised her head and said, "Mother, I wish to speak directly to Lady An." Such matters were best conveyed directly by her. Relaying through intermediaries would only dilute the message. To be candid, the preparation of this shipment had consumed far too much effort and capital for Manager Zhao, as Westerners flocked to Yugang to procure goods. This not only surged orders for the Fan family business, but also from many other firms. The students gathered at the Xuantian Square upon hearing those words, yearned to rush through the light curtain and confront Shun Haoxian. What did it mean to simply walk through? If it were that effortless, why had so many failed to pass? At that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Dubai, the only distinction being their differing auras. The nirvana fire seeped from within, isolating him from the external heat. Gazing at the surroundings bathed in pure crimson, Yang Ran inhaled deeply, a sense of caution blossoming within him. "My feet have gone numb," Bai Youyou admitted, albeit feeling a tad embarrassed. Yet her grip on Tang Xian Li's hand tightened. Although Yao understood that Ting Chao's behavior was a result of the Mo family's deliberate indulgence, she felt it was not her place to intervene. Ting Chao had parents, and even a grandmother. It was not her responsibility as a cousin to meddle in such matters, for that would be akin to creating unnecessary trouble. That night, the Zhang family was deep in slumber when suddenly a cacophony of barking dogs jolted them awake. It now became evident how laughable their previous self-assuredness was regarding the tribe's development and strength, especially upon encountering the outside world. They resembled the naive frog living at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious to the vastness beyond. When Yi Jingfeng returned home, he found no sign of Bai Youyou, which brought him a slight sense of relief. Though he was still plagued by guilt for having promised Imama that he would not spend time alone with EZXIN before the high school entrance examination. Zhou Ji pouted, conceding that Lu Meilan's words held merit. The request for Lu Meilan to perform for Zhou Yiran could only be fulfilled by her. No one else could replace her. In other words, Chi-Chi's abilities had transcended what second-year students could comprehend. "I have another patient arriving. I must attend to them now. We shall converse later," said Iyagu, promptly ending the call. The scene remained in a stalemate, neither side willing to fire a shot, yet neither willing to lower their weapons. Qin Feng calmly polished the stone in his hand, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Just as he evaded the range of the 1,000-year kill, a colossal rabbit stood before Chun Fan. "In this world, there is nothing our boss does not know," Ling boasted somewhat ostentatiously. Finally, after Xuan Mei finished her barrage of questions, she received a simple reply. "Her name is Luo Shui. She is a classmate of ours. Excelling academically and possessing great beauty, that is all I know." Qin Feng succinctly conveyed Luo Shui's situation to his parents to ease their minds. He was acutely aware that having lost face, no one would wish to collaborate with him in the future. If isolated, he would find himself without a foothold in the capital. Was it possible that my previous conjecture was correct, that the blood of the gods indeed flowed through the veins of the Zhang family? Shen Xiaoping frowned at the sight of the two engaged in playful banter and turned to Dr. Sun, who appeared equally contemplative. Su Qingshun expressed her distress, stating that while her leg was fine, she was merely languishing in the ward, with her wound both painful and itchy, coupled with psychological trauma from the quake. Her emotions remained unstable. In truth, even without Bai Qianmo's later comments, everything had deviated from the original plan once she began conversing with Lin Baiqi. This alone sufficed to demonstrate Su Bu Fan's remarkable prowess. In the present moment, Dong Lei's pupils dilated sharply, a sense of foreboding rising within him. In Volume 1, Chapter 43, the chrysanthemum lay shattered across the ground. David coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. For bodyguards in black hurriedly transported him to the hospital. Tomorrow, we shall hold a press conference at Tianlong Building to unveil the specialized sensors from Tianlong Group's electronics factory and the new conductive materials from Tianlong Materials, Qin Feng stated, unwavering as he held the phone. Standing beside Gong Sunbin, Su Dong, and Lu Tian Kong displayed sinister satisfaction on their faces. Fully aware of the formidable nature of the Black Tower, the righteous indignation expressed by her was futile, as it had no bearing on the man in white. He merely sighed and turned his gaze back to the Dragon Balls, which had begun to lose their vibrant colors. Ah, is there someone here to cause trouble? Reflecting on the incident at the concert involving Sister Lily, Tao Ran felt a cold smile creep upon his face. He could not allow a repeat of such an occurrence. Quietly, he followed behind. She walked with a heavy heart as the sun gradually sank below the horizon, the last remnants of twilight fading into the vast expanse of the sky. However, his intention to utilize the Tiansheng Baodian to eliminate a large number of traitors did not come to fruition. Unexpectedly, it was struck by Lin Fei's palm, beginning its descent. While she was still endeavoring to reminisce about the events of the previous night when she heard a voice and responded instinctively, only to realize something was amiss and abruptly raised her head. Ha ha ha! At this point, give a try. The final exclamation erupted from Hao Tianming, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Daling Mountains stretched endlessly, yet there was but this single path leading down. The factory was strategically positioned along this essential route, and you claim ignorance? Nevertheless, the homeroom teacher's assertion subtly indicated his lack of skill, which offered Yin Ruojuan a sigh of relief. Just moments prior, she had been in the president's office on the second floor of the Saliage Hunter branch, threatened by the mysterious figure controlling Michelle, stripped of her clothing. And then, was this man her savior? What was transpiring at this moment? As Mu Hanyin made her entrance, her brows furrowed as she scrutinized him, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Moreover, when employing the method of spiritual fusion, he might have the opportunity to delve into the heart and mind of this Yuming Ji, glimpsing her memories. Do you have any idea that those 2 shots nearly struck me? Had it not been for Shen Han Luo pushing me away, I would have perished at your hands. Who permitted you to fire recklessly? Montak elf questioned Shen Han Luo loudly. Minutes later, a bloody Japanese soldier stumbled in from the direction of the back room, panting heavily. Yu Fei seemed taken aback that Xiahou Ying would actually surrender the scroll, momentarily stunned as he instinctively reached out to catch the scroll soaring through the air. He gently ruffled Mo Shi's hair, caressing her locks as if cherishing the most precious of treasures, tenderly, his gaze warm and gentle. Qin Baozhen, on the other hand, slapped her thigh, finding the term particularly fitting for the dance she was currently performing, and declared that it would henceforth be called square dancing. This should be an opportunity for Qian Shisheng and his companions, although they were unlikely to enter the court. The Donglin faction always managed to infiltrate the court for their affairs. However, since the company launched its intelligence software, he soon discovered an anomaly. Some individuals attempted to sneak into the company, which heightened his vigilance. He immediately reinforced security measures, intercepting numerous individuals attempting to infiltrate or forcibly breach the company. We must find a way to break free. As long as we can escape the labyrinth and reach the summit, we will obtain the chaotic treasure at the peak. By then, my cultivation can ascend to the 6th level, and I will be able to slay that deep-sea king. Following this, the elders shouted once more. It's Zhang Sisi, not Zhang Sisi, you country bumpkin. Do you believe I can summon 100 people to turn you into minced meat and toss you into the Huangpu River as feed? Zhang Sisi's disdain for this toad far surpassed her aversion to Chen Ergu, which carried a hint of taboo. Shortly after, the sound of footsteps approached, followed by a figure emerging from behind the palace, holding a tray. Behind him, his elderly centaur parents cried out, desperately urging their son, their expressions of anguish vividly portrayed. After the afternoon training, the entire company was unaware that their commander, Chen Yanwang, relished nothing more than silently sitting on the sidelines of the basketball court, neither participating nor engaging, merely observing others shoot. Yishun's expression turned ashen, his fingers gripping the sword hilt turning pale from exertion. The several personal guards behind him, fearing for their lord's safety, rushed forward to shield Yishun, glaring fiercely at Yuanyi. Although Chu Tianlin had absorbed considerable power from the laws, the earliest and most profound understanding he had was of the wind power from the extreme Wind Emperor. The gentleness of Yun Yi, her enchanting demeanor, her supple waist, and the faint fragrance emanating from her body captivated Jiue. While Song Lingyu had also received a portion of the primordial essence from the Zhanxiao Grand Heavenly Sovereign. The quantity was limited. Given her cultivation level, she would need little time, and there was no need for her to engage in serious seclusion. Su Zheng's eyes brightened instantaneously, fixating on Diana as if seeking her counsel. He had no choice. He did not wish to be tardy, but his biological clock dictated otherwise. He could not force Mick to rise. Thus, an unprecedented calamity drew to a close. Although it paled in comparison to the ancient wars, it could undoubtedly be heralded as the most resplendent battle of this era. Foolish creature, do you not know why I strike you? Do you think you, a lowly being, are worthy of invoking the Su family of Lingnan? Mo Kuang regarded Su Dong with utter disdain. The crowd trembled at the imposing commencement of Su Zhong. Though they were unaware of the distinctions between a kindergarten and a nursing home, it sounded impressively formidable. If that was the case, would they not be walking to their doom? Volume 1, Chapter 44. Elegance is timeless. Lu Chenqing gently set Shuer down upon entering the room. Shuer encountered the furious gaze of Shueru, which she chose to disregard, making her way directly to the living room. In this campaign, the 800 tiger and leopard riders accompanied the army under the command of Xiahou Yuan. Additionally, the number of Gao Shun's assault troops had restored to 1,200, while Zhang He's halberd soldiers had been replenished to 3,000. He bore an immense burden, with much to accomplish. If he were forever ensnared within this darkness, what then? Perhaps one day, when those burdens and shackles have faded, he would willingly return and never depart. Ma Jingfeng's objective was clear. First, to massacre Lu family village, and once the family's power was secured, to then assault He family village, thus avenging his blood feud and solidifying his own position. Witnessing her agony tore at Zhuo Junlin's heart. He felt intense hatred, questioning why he could not endure her pain at this moment, oblivious to the horrors she had endured that instilled such fear of wolves within her. Do you have braised pork with vermicelli? Wu Di closed the menu and inquired of the nearby waiter. The enormity of the claw was unimaginable, described only as obscuring the sky. The claw was covered in fierce, jagged scales of a dark yellow hue, with a single claw tip resembling a magnificent mountain tower, descending with an aura of destruction and rebirth. On this day, the Yang Kingdom was filled with joy, and the city of Luoshui was a breathtaking sight. A gentle breeze rustled the flourishing hibiscus, the vibrant red blooms swaying gracefully in the wind, their exquisite beauty intoxicating. Wang Jun's mouth twitched. Could he not manage a smile? Was it too much to ask for a little respect? Must it be like this? Tian Pei dismounted, taking a flask of water, drinking a mouthful and then spraying it directly at the coachman, who slowly opened his eyes, pleading for mercy. Chen Xiao also remarked, yet her heart grew heavy. Bai Youyou appeared exceedingly enigmatic in her eyes, leading her to ponder his every action, particularly those directed towards her. There was a monk and a Taoist. The monk was plump with a round face, wielding a rattan staff, his earlobes reaching his shoulders, grinning broadly with an air of serenity. In contrast, the Taoist was slender, with hair flowing to his chest, possessing a spirited gaze, one hand forming a seal while the other rested upon a sword, exuding an ethereal presence. Why is it so terrifying? Tu Ming was utterly dumbfounded, believing that his own formidable physique could easily surpass these individuals, only to find that his ascent to the stage triggered a dramatic upheaval, increasing the pressure at least tenfold. Although this battle was not a matter of inadequate strength, Gao Wan has always regarded it with shame. Now, as Xie Gongbao brings up old matters with such disdain and insolence, how could he possibly endure it? Gulme, let me see if this defeated opponent can kill you. With that, he let out a furious roar, leaping up and striking down with his palm. Zhuoqiu, being inherently free-spirited, naturally attracted many who perceived him as arrogant and indifferent. This marked the first time he activated the Lianxing Ju after leaving Jiaolon. The stellar energy absorbed now far surpassed that of Jialan, and the power of order contained within was remarkably complete, albeit difficult to refine. The voting was left to the remaining 3 individuals, and one could even cast a vote for oneself. The one with the most votes would become the leader of the Zhengdao Alliance. At first, Jiang Han was unaware of the existence of the Black Dragon, believing it merely to be some form of restriction or another entity. Yes, Puziro respectfully accepted the command, even though Martin's cultivation was inferior to his. As the one who erred, he would not dare express a hint of discontent. However, what left Zhonglong even more astonished was that Lao Shui had vanished. One moment he was raising his fist to strike himself, and the next he had inexplicably disappeared. At this moment, the talented individual rose again to pour wine for each guest. He first approached Madame Tu, pausing momentarily, hesitant to pour her wine without discernment. His pause was to gauge her disposition, and Madame Tu showed no signs of objection. Xiao Chun, do you truly have confidence in providing me with 5 times the profit? Su Shan murmured softly, lost in thought as she gazed at the glass. Jin Hong remarked, this entry was thanks to Chong Kong. Once I successfully transcend the tribulation, I shall unleash the might of the ancestral dragon. Surely the Wu Men did not anticipate the existence of someone like me. A.O. Kuan stated. Stay your steps. A voice called out from behind, and before he could turn around, another voice thundered. What are you doing here, you beast? The authority of the command was palpable. Very well. Next I shall incapacitate you to vent my pent-up rage. Lin Xiao glared furiously at Wu Xianming, wishing to tear him apart. I would never allow that. I have already granted you a chance. Since you squandered it, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Wu Jiang had been continuously clenching his fist from the beginning. Deng Tao's words struck a chord, stirring the crowd. Everyone silently drained their cups. Nie Tianhua sighed, stating that since he had forced Nie Chun out of the Nie family, this outcome had been inevitable. His discontent towards his cousin stemmed partly from his father's incessant nagging. Xiao Xiener initially ignored him, but his relentless pursuit irked her greatly. Even though the Chun and Lu families were unaware of the situation beforehand, there were still murmurs in the capital attacking Chun Lianzhong and Lu Jinghua. Youyou nearly doubled over with laughter, as Hu Liz Hen dared to fabricate stories just to vex her. 12 weeks pregnant? Bathed in the resplendent light of dawn. The island radiated a dazzling halo, enchanting like the fairyland of Penglai. Brother Chun, take note. He utilized the soul exchange secret technique, and for now, he would be unaffected by his previous severe injuries. Zhen Shayerhedli reminded Chen Feng. Zhang Miaoyu's face flushed crimson as she quickly nudged Meng Xiaoning. When he clumsily retreated, attempting to rise, she seized his sleeve, using her weight to pin him onto the soft couch, rendering him immobile. However, recalling his previously hideous expression, Lu Yi was unwilling to let him off the hook, so she readied another arrow, just as a chilling voice interrupted her. In the first volume, Chapter 45, her small face turned beet red. After a while, Dr. Yu sat down again, grasping Wang Shankin's hand to check his pulse. The number of antiques was truly overwhelming, filling an entire bedroom and living room. Not having finished, Yang Bo refrained from retrieving more, instead organizing the antiques and reviewing the list compiled by Jiang Li. Yipping. Do not rush this matter. Let him recover from his injuries first. I have already waited for 20 years and can afford to wait a day or two. Cui Shi once said. In the past, she only knew that Xiao Fei possessed exceptional medical skills and had never inquired about his social connections. With your meager abilities, you could diagnose a healthy person with an illness. Laughter erupted as everyone began to jest. Thus, Jia Yongliang exerted all his strength, narrowly evading Song Ink-Sai's punch by executing a tightrope maneuver just as the fist was mere inches away. Meanwhile, Cui Haiyu had not yet fully refined the exquisite spiritual essence stone in her possession. However, faced with a formidable enemy, she no longer had the inclination to practice. She leaned closer to Li Yu and inquired, Brother Li, what shall we do? Do you see that willow tree? Huo Lao pointed to a willow tree outside the villa. Thick as a bowl, Li Yu moved swiftly, unleashing the extreme eye light. The 21st layer, 2 billion cells of stellar energy liquid, was expended in an instant. Yet the golden beam had already turned the 7-step path to ashes. Chi Gafei sighed as he handed a bottle of wine to Mei Lin, who was struggling to crawl on the ground, weak from drink. He admired, this blind one's rhythm is indeed remarkable. My worry is, what if we lose this round? Naturally, Another choice, superior to Lady Yiglain in every aspect, was Yasha. The following day, Xia Zongrong requested a day off from work, taking Qi Hui and his mother to view houses. Nan Xingyu looked at Jiu Qi Niu Meng in silence, approaching to offer gentle comfort, as they would still need each other's assistance to clear the collapsed Black Mountain and rescue Zhou Yunying and others. Within, there were not only the insights of Mr. Zheng Yanshi during his creation of the elemental energy throw, but also the perfected thought processes of generations of the Zheng family. Witnessing this scene, Jia was filled with intense rage. How could a level E demoness be so audacious? The meteor cannon launched 2 attacks, and with Scarlet's perceptiveness, he immediately confirmed it. After all, the nearly 1,000 scattered immortals surrounding them were terrifying when united, and he alone could not contend with them. Originally, the gathering was lively and harmonious. But with the unexpected arrival of Qin Guangnan, the atmosphere shifted. Jiang Wanwan briefly introduced herself, and then moved on to the main topic, asking if anyone among them had ever sold something. "Take the money. Consider it a bonus from me today," Zhen Wu said, as he snatched the jewelry with a large hand. Soaking in a Holy Spirit spring, Bai Qingyue felt exceptionally comfortable. Even the wounds from the earlier fight in the factory gradually healing. The phoenix tail in the sky noticed that Bai Qingyue no longer pursued further inquiries and sighed in relief, grateful that the girl had not discovered anything. This also served as a lesson for Uncle Xuanke. At his age, instead of cherishing time with his wife and son, he spent every day drinking at the Cat's Tail Tavern. Truly irresponsible. The young master emerged slowly, greeting Fan Nan with a friendly demeanor, appearing as a considerate older brother. Flames began to seep through the cracks of the iron door, alongside a pile of clothes soaked in oil. On her way back, Bai Qingyue learned about the VIP card system of the Nangong auction house, which resembled a bank card on Earth, capable of storing money and facilitating transactions with 6 types available. The golden card she held was a saint-level VIP card. The Dream Demon had encountered such items before and had tasted them once. The peculiar flavor, spicy to the point of discomfort, deterred him from ever trying again. Ganyu's expression of surprise and confusion was directly captured by Zhongli, who cleared his throat and spoke in a calm tone. Initially, he had hoped that meeting an old classmate would bring some joy. However, they all found the atmosphere here to be utterly revolting. How could this be possible? The Wu family must have moved here not long ago. My great-grandfather and his peers relocated to this island during the War of Resistance, at a time when the Wu family's ancestral home had just been constructed. Back then, the elder of the Wu family was already 30 years old, remarked Ho Xiaoqi. The duplex on the 2nd floor had an excellent layout, facing south. And when looking out the window, one felt a refreshing sense of ease. I suddenly felt as though I had won 5 million. Engaging in Guan Jian's life, I realized that wealth could indeed be so splendid. Damon was drenched in cold sweat, as this matter had arisen from his own careless words, and he feared the ensuing trouble would inevitably catch up with him. A crisp sound echoed as Phil's neck was brutally snapped, his grotesque face contorted backwards. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Ying appeared somewhat relaxed, but as soon as she entered her room, that ease vanished. Nonetheless, Zhou Zhongyi articulated the doubts harbored by a majority of the crowd, and given the current situation, it was indeed plausible. One wondered if Mr. Ning from room 86 possessed some secret. His perspective was remarkably unique. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shuyan smiled warmly at Ning Tao. Fan Min observed the resolute expression of Zhang Qiguang and felt compelled to take him seriously. He regretted his earlier decision to protect Zhang Qingze, fearing it might create a rift between him and Zhang Qiguang. Volume 1, Chapter 46. Brother, I acknowledge my mistake. I am Lin Yu from Zentiangong. Seeking an audience with the esteemed Zhongzhu Daoyi, I kindly request your announcement. Lin Yu proclaimed loudly. Suddenly recalling something, a gentle smile emerged on the aged face. And with a swift motion, Hu Gui's eyes widened in realization, a wave of emotion surging within him as he gazed at the entrance to the mountain. Not turning back as he spoke softly, his tone unexpectedly carrying a hint of remorse. Lin Feng, what are you doing? If anything happens to the patient, you will be fully responsible, Chun Jian remarked as he approached Lin Feng, preparing to intervene. Before Wang Zhiwan could comprehend the situation, the Avenger offered his lips, attempting to draw near. Simultaneously, a dark-skinned youth clad in a brown robe treaded upon the lush branches, his figure soaring like a great rock. conjuring a fierce gust of wind. The slender figure then landed steadily in front of the Black Xuanhu, who was astonished and dared not move. Can we stop it? Moreover, this is a duel between rivals. Why should we meddle? Qi Xiao reassured. His companion was momentarily stunned by the scene, but the instincts honed through training compelled him to raise his submachine gun, ready to shoot. Dongfang Qingyu took the torn half of Lin Feng's shirt and, mimicking his actions, covered her mouth and nose with it. The faint scent of sweat emanating from the fabric did not repulse Dongfang Qingyu. Instead, she found it to embody the essence of masculinity. After hearing his words, Li Shuai noticed that despite the thick fog surrounding them, the moon in the sky remained brilliantly bright. Ouyang Jinghua's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he leaned slightly forward, his rear barely touching the edge of the chair. Poised for action. Looking up, one could see the darkened sky filled with ominous clouds, surrounded by endless thunder, with bolts of lightning occasionally striking down, exuding a sense of annihilation. As for the divine blood realm, he could not claim to have reached it yet, but the dragon blood realm was indeed within sight. Ever since their failed ambush on Duanjiao Fortress, it seemed that the winds had ceased to target the fortress. The Sword Immortal, under the name of the revered master of the ancient sea abyss, had become the chief strategist of the army, carelessly proposing absurd ideas along the way. Chen Xiaoxiao shared a sales message she had collected from the Divine Theory Mall with Chen Wangsheng. "Don't come near," he exclaimed. "The more you tell me not to, the more I must approach," Fan Haixing declared as he leapt into the sea, swimming towards the island. When faced with a purple light attacking him, he dove underwater to evade it. Before the call was answered, Ling Xiang cleared her throat, aiming to speak with Qin Shun in the best state possible. Courage unleashed a powerful punch, and a tremendous explosion erupted in front of Baka Baka, sending him flying off the dueling platform. To avoid killing him, Courage altered the trajectory of the explosion, and a fire dragon soared into the sky, shaking the surrounding air. At that moment, he achieved the feat of subduing Danfeng Mountain, undoubtedly enhancing his standing in the eyes of the emperor. This may not be right. Hong Yan intended to intervene, but Chu had already become fervently enthusiastic. The sword magic was unleashed once more, and Fiona forcefully obliterated several nearby zombies, then redirected her sword to confront the enormous, extendable centipede tail attacking from the side. In the next moment, countless phantoms erupted from the earth, lunging at Fiona and Riven. "So you all brought handguns?" Mu Qingxue exclaimed in disbelief, carrying handguns while out shopping. Meanwhile, Long Yuqi stood dumbfounded, gazing at the tearful youth before him, unable to regain his composure. His consciousness was gradually returning. Perhaps it was time to utilize Kronos' stomach. The voice of Lux's father, Marquis Kronga, resonated. Du Huiding was merely a bit reckless with his words. He was not foolish. He knew He Wei was intelligent and would not persistently question her. Regarding the matter of succession, Jianyu shared the same viewpoint as Jiandan. All the good fortune in the family belonged to Jianjing. Although Jianyu was also a boy, he paled in comparison to Jianjing. Scattered about, Qi Bao could not leave. Otherwise, the heavenly path of this world would punish the master. "It's too hot. Let us buy an air conditioner and a washing machine," Nie Yingchen suggested. After some thought, she decided to enter the kitchen and prepare 2 dishes for the elder, hoping to bring him some joy. Xing Shiji continued to create characters, becoming deeply engrossed and completely forgetting that she was still in a trial, while the first layer's time was running out. Yan's parents and Yan Shengyi kept vigil by their grandmother's bedside throughout the night. As a child, Yan Shengyi eventually could not hold on any longer and fell asleep beside her. Tian Fenghuan called out several times without response, growing somewhat irritated, wondering if the individual was still upset over yesterday's events. Yan Xingyu smiled innocently, as he had intentionally acted this way to cheer up Shang Wanlin. Jiang Mingshan held a larger stake than Lu Kunho, but due to his age, he had taken on a nominal position, delegating all responsibilities to Lu Kunho. Accommodations in the military district corresponded with those at school. Hence Zhishir was assigned to the same dormitory as Zhang Shui and Li Weiwei. As soon as the servant's words escaped, Su Luo hurriedly shoved the necklace back into his pocket, his expression returning to its usual icy demeanor, showing no intention of responding to the servant. The moment Yixinwan spoke, she regretted it. Her tone seemed to blame Su Luo for not giving her money to spend. Volume 1, Chapter 47. He, Little Master, is about to make a fortune. Su Zheng felt increasingly that there was no rationale behind it. who in the court did not know that Chen Jing was his father-in-law. They were eager to curry favor, so how could he possibly be coerced? This signifies that it is undoubtedly a place filled with countless remains, and the sanctity of this site arises from the fact that these remains belong not to ordinary beings, but predominantly to divine corpses. Although their numbers may be few, their efficacy is remarkable. The moment Wang Lingfu witnessed his master collapse on the ground during the calamity, he resolved that in his lifetime he would ensure the celestial realm reappears in the mortal world, sparing all cultivators from the arduous trials of the upper three calamities in their pursuit of immortality. The scene of the two weeping in each other's embrace evoked a deep sense of sorrow in Yu, who, after a slight bow, quietly withdrew from the courtyard. However, the breakthrough was not as simple as it seemed. Refining blood essence in a short period was unfeasible, and relying on external forces for a breakthrough was fraught with difficulties. Simultaneously, she dispatched Zhao Zun, who was nearby, to wait for Zhou and to return in Qianjing and convey the situation to him. The reason for not allowing Zhao Zun to seek Zhou and directly was that Zhou was mobile and would be on the road, making him difficult to locate. As time ticked away, approximately 5 minutes passed, and some individuals began to grow impatient. Consequently, the spider endeavored in every possible way to win the favor of the colorful butterfly, yet ultimately, the butterfly chose to bond with another beast. In despair, the spider lost all will to live and resolved to end its life by leaping off a cliff. Igniting itself, it utilized its faint flame to dispel the encompassing darkness, ultimately meeting a fate akin to a candle melting away, yet remained unperturbed, embodying the courage and resolve of righteous individuals. However, Xuantian had not departed. Suddenly, the sky ahead darkened, thunder rumbled, and a formidable pressure caused the earth and heavens to tremble. This time, Li Xiangang summoned his uncle, Li Changji, from Qifeng. Not for Li Xuanquan. In fact, prior to Li Xuanquan bringing back news of the fourth uncle, Li Xiangang had already sent word to his uncle. A melodious and ethereal song emerged from the cross, and splendid golden light, imbued with a sacred aura, surged towards the ancient ink seal. Nevertheless, upon contemplating the final 3 alchemical furnaces, he paused momentarily, his gaze drifting to the Tianqian Huandi furnace he had employed for many years. Hearing Wu Guiqiang's words, everyone turned their attention. Even Zhu Qinggong, who had just intended to rush out of the monitoring room, glanced back. Luo Tian approached the stone wall, inspecting it closely, only to discover that the wall was intricately carved with lifelike murals, featuring soaring eagles, 9-tailed fire foxes, 3-headed giant pythons, rolling waves, and colorful auspicious clouds drifting in the sky. Moreover, Wang Qingfu seemed to have vanished in a thin air. No matter how the police searched, they could not find even a trace of him. Jiang Cheng meticulously disinfected the silver needles and returned them to Lu Yuqing's medical kit. He then stood up and paced in front of the vividly colored orchids, his expression grave. Blood splattered onto the snow, and, before it could disperse, it froze into ice. With another heavy snowfall, all traces disappeared. What? You want me to beg for alms? Xian Yuan felt somewhat reluctant, as he considered begging to be the most humiliating task. Furthermore, being young and impetuous, he was quite unwilling to undertake such an endeavor. The scene shifted to a dark marsh, where withered vines and ancient trees intertwined, entangled on either side, leading to a dense forest ahead, with thick marsh gas obscuring the direction. The following day, Su Baiyang remained at the Bai family to guide Bai Chuanfeng and Lei Dongtian in their training, while Bai Lian busied himself contacting shareholders to discuss the press conference. It is worth noting that since entering the league in 2011, this was only his 3rd season. Although during the latter half of the previous season, due to Westbrook's injury, Reggie Jackson had a moment of brilliance. He had not garnered much recognition while living in Westbrook's shadow. This made him appear both elegant and crude, both wise and barbaric. In contrast, D'Antoni, trailing behind him, donned a white athletic t-shirt and gray sweatpants, resembling a high school gym teacher. Regarding the tense atmosphere on site, Coulson did not intervene. Rather, he welcomed the prospect of a duel, as he had some understanding of Xian Han's capabilities and felt confident. Suddenly, a black spatial rift appeared before him, revealing a ghostly realm shrouded in ominous energy, the domain of the underworld. Yet, this is the allure of the NBA court, where there are no absolute divides between teams. The side that performs exceptionally always has the opportunity to triumph over the underperforming side. Just as the last-place team can defeat the first-place team in the NBA, every team possesses formidable strength. In his heart, as long as he elevated himself to a certain level, those martial practitioners below would be unable to harm him. As for the protective replica fan Tianyin, his uncle would undoubtedly assist in reclaiming it once he emerged from seclusion. This would prove to be the most arduous battle since I entered the turbulent void. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination, his fighting spirit ignited. Zhou Suyun raised her head, her pitch-black eyes exuding a hint of provocation, as her pale, slender hand gave a thumbs up and then pointed to herself. Given Wang Dong's expression of embarrassment, Xiaoling, being in a foreign enterprise, naturally grasped the situation, lightly steering the conversation away, allowing Wang Dong and Miao Miao to take their seats in the car. Volume 1, Chapter 48, Dali Temple. Xiao Yunfei was somewhat taken aback. How could transportation be so underdeveloped? He had thought that with the speed of the bullet train, he would arrive on the same day and return that night, only to discover he had to make so many transfers. Su Xiaoyu and Yi Shang left almost no footprints, indicating they had been utilizing internal energy to elevate themselves, not fully pressing down, hence leaving no traces. The Xin-level Dao technique erupted forth, enveloping Mo Fan in a massive azure light, with 4 azure swords swirling around him. Amidst the calls, this person soared into the air. Everyone looked up in astonishment, for the newcomer was none other than Kong Ren of the Gonggong clan. Zhao Qiaojin felt deeply humiliated, akin to being firmly pressed to the ground and slapped harshly by Zhang Donghai. Jiang Tianyu, being of an impatient nature, paced back and forth, causing Bai Youyou to roll his eyes. He directly flew out of the Tianyuan Valley private room and struck the door of Mo Fan's room with a palm. The moment he did, he regretted it, for that was the private room of the Xuantian Sect. Father, according to my investigation, he is a notorious playboy with several beautiful companions. Are you pushing me into a pit of fire? Yan Liuizi Ramarka. Zhongren, as per the original plan, you are to lead the team to take over Changhan Street, which is a cash cow for the Qinglong gang. You need to send your brothers ahead to spread the news of Yu Qinglong's death, minimizing casualties for your men. Chen Fei passionately instructed Chen Zhongren. Of course, aside from these individuals, there are many others confined as well. Over 100 of them are lawless individuals, and, among them, the Buddha seems rather insignificant. The monster wielded a precious staff, approached the shore, and attempted to capture the Bodhisattva, only to be thwarted by Huiyan wielding a heavy iron rod, who shouted, "Do not flee." The monster then brandished the staff in response. They called out twice, but there was no response from within. They initially assumed Wu Reno was not home. However, at that moment, due to Cui Jian's remark, they heard footsteps emanating from inside. Fortunately, he had a small appetite. As long as he was not hungry, he could avoid consuming the unpalatable leaves as much as possible, due to the shadow of a previous crash. The Shenzhou stock market exhibited great caution regarding the issuance of new shares, and it was only when a multitude of shareholders clamored for stock purchases that the Shenzhou Municipal Committee was compelled to increase the issuance of 500,000 subscription certificates. Yet this matter remained under discussion. Without a word, Shi Lu Wei began to undress, although a hint of alluring crimson crept onto her icy countenance. Zhu unexpectedly addressed Han Wangfei Linghua's sister, which raised questions about the newfound intimacy between them. He Huan gritted his teeth. The imperial examination system of Desong was far less stringent than that of the Tang dynasty, where only a handful of scholars could achieve the title of Jinshi in a year. However, amidst thousands, the path to this honor remained arduous. Despite his self-assurance in his scholarly prowess, He Huan could not guarantee success. Sister Hu is right. In business, one must uphold integrity. When he initiated those price cuts and promotions, I had little faith in him, remarked a woman from earlier. Upon returning to the studio, Hua Xiankong returned Qingqing's ceremonial gifts to her room, locking the door behind him. He recounted the events in detail, deliberately omitting the foolishness of the earlier conversation with Ma Yili. However, the assessment proved to be far more complex than Gu Xiaoyu had anticipated. After dodging a second wave of arrows, an increasing barrage was directed at him. After the official announcement, a graceful figure ascended the steps and turned, revealing Xinyuan Rue, who opened his fan to shield his smiling face. Finding a talent like this was akin to searching for a second gem. He knew he must seize this opportunity. As events unfolded, departure became inevitable, reminiscent of her mother's hasty exit long ago, driven by love and the desire for freedom and a brighter future. After dispatching the fragrant fish, removing its innards, and scraping off the scales, it could be skewered and seasoned with salt before grilling over an open flame. Qi Xiu raised his gaze, replaying the elder's words in his mind, pondering their true meaning. After Lin Qingyuan performed 2 songs and concluded an interview at the substage, he returned to the backstage lounge. Even if some were willing to sell, the prices would be exorbitant, making purchases unwise in his view. Therefore, having found the jade ring was akin to discovering an ancient treasure. It was merely a matter of time before he possessed a matching pair. Xiangke retrieved several oranges from the storage room, freshly acquired from the cafeteria that morning, and began peeling one while inquiring. As the figure in black evaded to the right, Su Chen's right hand, clutching the Duan Xian sword, moved with the swiftness of light, resembling a dancing serpent. Within moments, the blade rested against the throat of the cloaked assailant. This was also a deliberate act of propaganda, subtly disseminating information amidst a sea of data to dull the enemy's senses. Although he had experienced a rise in cultivation, the lethality demonstrated by the sword aimed at the cosmos exceeded his expectations, linked to the purity of his spiritual energy. Yin Jin, Chen Tong, and Wang Li were left speechless, their hearts tumultuous. Among the younger generation, Feng Anlong had astonishingly reached such heights. It was truly terrifying. Was he even human? In Volume 1, Chapter 49, a group performed before me. In a 4-story villa, Jing Zhongmin, a businessman in his 40s with gold-rimmed glasses, was in the kitchen donning an apron, much to the bemusement of the nearby servants. What is it? Are you simply idle? Do you even know who he is to speak so freely? Xueqi was genuinely frustrated, her concern extending beyond her not-so-close elder brother. With a Meng Se and El present, none of those individuals could be considered ordinary, and he could hear the final bell for their last morning class. The meeting had concluded. Brother Jiangyu, Yin Xiaoxiao's voice quivered slightly with hesitation, her shoulders trembling as if she were on the verge of tears. The crimson-eyed Neo, she gazed at the bird-like creature that hovered above, drenched in seawater. Emperor Jun's disdain for Dong Wang Gong was palpable, especially today as several factions converged. Both sides were acutely aware of each other's intentions, merely seeking to seize the Hong Yun's primordial aura. The atmosphere was initially calm, yet a terrifying presence enveloped everyone, making it difficult to breathe. Xiang Duanmu, the Duke reports that the opponent is a monk of the Golden Core stage. Although I wish to uphold my dignity, the opponent's achievements were unfathomable, as explained by those beneath him. Xiao Qihan extracted a bloodied piece of cloth from his pocket, its rough edges a testament to its violent tearing. He slowly knelt and began to excavate the soil with his hands, the reddish earth exuding an unusual dampness. At that moment, he seemed to have lost all sensation, mechanically pushing the soil before him. Mo Xian demanded a compensation of 2 million. It was then that she met AI Dage. By September, tensions had suddenly escalated within the empire. Xiahe was aware of the news. The Imperial fleet clashed with the military vessels of the Half-Elf Empire in the waters near the Green Forest continent. Following the Emperor's orders, the Arcane Empire's noble warships had sunk 9 ships in one fell swoop. This year, Grandma Zeng was over 90, having long surpassed the halfway mark of her life. Yet she had only spent a short time with her third uncle and her own family. If she were to stay with her in the future, it would likely lead others to believe that Yi Fu was the next head of the family. Liu Bei found it difficult to be associated with Elbu. If there were any connection, it would be the legendary tale of the 3 heroes battling Elbu at Hulao Pass, one of Liu Bei's few noteworthy achievements over the years. Upon arrival, Yu Ziying lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out, followed by Xiao Yuan, who dismounted as well. Yi Zifen's raised hand trembled in the air before he abruptly withdrew it, leaving with a stern expression and without turning back. Their fierce assault had perfectly dismantled the defenses of Jifeng City, triggering an internal crisis. Having inhaled so much smoke was no laughing matter. Luo Qinghan's endurance was remarkable. Xiao Yuan did not look back. She understood that the palace banquet would soon transition into a family gathering. Regardless of Nalen Heng's feelings, he would remain for the sake of the Empress's face, and she truly wished to avoid staying there. As the gentle breeze from the fan brushed against her, the lingering scent of sandalwood faded, and she finally allowed herself to awaken. A tremendous roar echoed across the heavens as a towering tiger's phantom appeared on the arena. Vividly alive, exuding a terrifying pressure that instantly shattered Lu Yun's protective energy, sending him hurtling through the air. Xiao Yi smiled and continued, "This is just the beginning. If this alone cannot attract more players." Crisis. When Rodman's health drops to 20, an Earth-based defensive barrier automatically activates, enhancing damage absorption. The damage absorption correlates with Rodman's surroundings, with physical constitution being the primary attribute. At this moment, he found himself unable to control his body, forcibly seated on the ground. A pinnacle expert of the 10th layer of the Bagua realm could leave without a trace at will. Two fearsome jailers had exchanged their menacing demeanor for a humble smile, gratefully receiving 2 gleaming gold bars from Lin Xiaodong's hand before quietly slipping into a nearby alley. "I have seen the 2 elders," Wu Hao respectfully addressed Ma Chun and Luo Yuan, casting a brief, cold glance at Lin Xiao in the center of the hall. Lin Ruoxin pondered as she sat on the ground, gently leaning against a tree trunk. With a self-deprecating smile, she reflected on her own beauty, realizing that fate had played a trick on her, endowing her with flaws that rendered her imperfect. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. The heart of the man in black immediately dismissed the absurd notion. What on earth is going on? When I arrived, I noticed a graveyard. Although it did not seem to belong to our village, Li Muyu inquired. Furthermore, she was aware of his formidable capabilities. Yet his nonchalant mention of usurping the imperial power seemed rather arrogant and frivolous. Zhao Shi casually extended her hand again, her innocent smile barely masking her unease as she gazed with hopeful anticipation. Despite the soldiers' discontent, they remained steadfastly beside the king, advancing toward the undead army shrouded in the rain. Subsequently, she painstakingly obtained the precise location of this pet shop, finally finding the time to visit today. At this moment within Shanghai Zone, opinions were rife, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, from the reclusive elders to the outer disciples guarding the mountain gate. All eyes converged at the edge of the universe. At this juncture, and he had already acquired 11 merit tokens, she was uncertain whether this quantity was significant or not, as she had not engaged in discussions with anyone. However, considering the total, it could be deemed as possessing 1/10 of the total count, which sounded quite substantial. Moreover, due to her family's affluence, Hisai Fei generously waived herbal fees for some patients each year and even thoughtfully provided fabrics and provisions for the new year. A dark shadow loomed over Mi Air's delicate face, and upon seeing her master raise his hand, she neither flinched nor retreated, closing her eyes, willingly bracing herself for what was to come. Yet, this very Mi Air only served to amplify by Li Wuxiang's fury. Although the ingredients were not plentiful, they were diverse. I speculated on dishes Zhao Shiyu might favor based on her usual orders and commenced my preparations. Her gaze bore neither despair nor hope. Devoid of joy and naturally absent of sorrow, lacking even the slightest trace of humanity, resembling a creature frozen in time, accompanied by the reverberating sound waves. Immense waves of thunderously cascading water revealed irregular ripples. Volume 1, Chapter 50. Brother, shall we have one? At this moment, Yang's father, Li's father, and the elder generation of old rascals, along with aunts and uncles, all gathered in Shijing. Indeed, the elder coughed for a while, his complexion improving somewhat, and soon he would be able to sit up. Everyone witnessed this uniquely dressed doctor, who, with a mere gesture, rescued a dying elder, prompting spontaneous applause from the crowd, including several flight attendants. Observing the gray-clad elder, Jiang Chun couldn't help but smirk coldly. If Xian Bingshi were indeed as rare as a lantern-carrying blacksmith, why would it be piled up here? How disgusting. If you're going to come, then just come. What a ridiculous excuse. Do you not fear that it will frighten me into illness? Chun Yidao laughed and scolded over the phone. Upon hearing this, the boy with big eyes hurriedly covered his mouth, not daring to utter another word. As for Leng Huating, after consuming the restorative medicine provided by Lu Yizheng and resting for another 2 days, he not only regained his strength, but also significantly enhanced it. That evening, seizing the opportunity while Jin Yang was absent, he donned a dark outfit and mask, stealthily exiting the royal palace. The old rascal shook his head, thinking that he was indeed a person of principles, but then considered that if he lacked principles, he would likely have been swept away by the flamboyant assault of the turtle long ago. Returning to the guild, Yunhua transferred most of the spoils to Wu Zifan for processing, retaining some divine gems to embed into his own gear, enhancing its attributes and further augmenting his strength. How could Kuang Dao run Yunhua? With a swift execution of the level 15 Ling Bo Wei Bu, he instantly caught up to Kuang Dao, delivering a fatal blow that severed his head. Kuang Dao dropped 4 items, including 2 level 80 purple pieces of equipment, Shui Jing, and 3 gold coins. Brother Yunhua, just ahead lies our hometown, Shanhai Village, under the jurisdiction of the Li Dynasty, Yang Guang remarked. Loyis eyelids twitched. He thought, if you want to hit someone, just say so. What's the point of fabricating such flimsy excuses? Even in poverty, they are still princes and princesses. Their family has a legacy of over 500 years, with noble titles of knights and their own territories, Fanhai Xian explained. Of course, this completion involved settling accounts, clarifying who owed money, who needed to repay, and who could afford to wait. Yin Sui, seeing that his objective was achieved, did not wish to linger any longer. As Yin Cheng had yet to take further action, he was already prepared to make his exit. However, in order for Sheng Hua Hua Rui to transform into a purple hue, he must wait for the moment to reveal his trump card. So this timing could not be premature. Chong Lin's body lurched forward, a bloom of blood erupting from his back, his upper half immersed in the crimson fluid that had mysteriously appeared on the floor. The mid-stage Hedan Cultivator seemed to have finally lost patience, retreating to the side as he swallowed a mysterious pill, then began to form hand seals. Kanai shifted slightly forward, her fingertips adorned with dazzling jewels that bewildered the senses, leaving her unsettled. I cannot be blamed for this. Qianshui Cheng revealed his true nature, coldly gazing at Zhouda, exuding a bloodthirsty aura before swiftly striking out towards him. However, her face bore a prominent scar that stretched from beneath her left eye to the upper right, fortunately avoiding her eye. TSK. How timely. Li King Dong Musha. Not only able to contact the other party via sound transmission talismans, but also maintaining a lock on the presence of a certain professional merchant with whom he had previously traded. The super bubble water had been introduced earlier. The subsequent 2 items were purchased by Yang Yu while meandering through the service area of the subspace. As Yidan turned to look, an elderly gentleman with silver curls, donned in a cowboy hat and an aged leather coat, appeared quite gentlemanly as he leaned over the saddle to inquire of Yidan. The individuals at this table were all well informed, yet they were astonished by their unfamiliarity with the hospital system. Yu Qian smiled as he landed the drone, the very one that had blocked signals. Once it touched down, all surrounding signals returned to normal, including the clouds that had previously gathered in the sky. The large tree began its journey by consuming wild resources, relying on the unique characteristics of its offspring, avoiding the need to draw aggro and entering the fray without incurring losses. Wang Yergo, who stood nearby, gaped in astonishment as Yu Qian effortlessly eliminated a Japanese soldier with a single shot. They typically relied on luck to succeed against the Japanese in fortunate moments. They could achieve a one-shot kill, but in unfortunate circumstances, they might miss even after a dozen attempts. Such rigorous training allowed Li Qingtong, now employing the Starry Sky teleportation seal, to fly while frantically contorting his skeletal structure. Awakening, he certainly aimed to return, for this discovery was monumental. Sakai now recorded the mechanical lizard entangled with the elves from a distance with her camera, then tossed out her pokeball. A flash of white light revealing a firefly and a rainwing moth. Moreover, it was all due to this man's desire to obstruct my path. Yet now, he clutched his toes with both hands, leaping on one foot in apparent agony, his facial expression contorted in pain, which drew the attention and laughter of the surrounding spectators. This matter should have been addressed long ago but had been delayed. Now, as things finally progressed favorably, I recalled this issue. Zhen continued to stare at him. Rong Mian was perplexed by him. However, he had always possessed such a capricious nature, so there was nothing particularly strange about it. Rong Tang heard someone nearby inhale sharply. It was none other than His Highness the Crown Prince, who could not be bothered to intervene. At that moment, he too wished to gasp in surprise, aware of Miss Mo's formidable strength, but knowing it was different to feel it firsthand. As Wang Lutong observed the backpack of Chief Yu, brimming with contents and seemingly quite heavy, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire immediately. Those nearby could not help but cast envious glances at Chen Gaoyue. Despite being of the same age, appear to possess a youthful countenance akin to that of someone a decade younger. The child's remarkable achievements, coupled with a considerate partner and the autonomy she held in managing her affairs, stirred feelings of jealousy and admiration among them. Upon learning that Wu Xiaoyan was unharmed, Wu Yaoguang felt a sense of relief. However, he harbored no belief in Zhou Jun's words. Xia Zian was a deeply flawed individual, guilty of sins far greater than his own, and even as an outsider, he could not help but share this sentiment. He grasped her wrist firmly, drawing blood which he spat into a flower pot. Inspecting the wound closely, it was not deep. In the first volume, chapter 51, titled Nei Shutong Yin Fanzi, he promptly arranged for personnel, recognizing that Hua Qingyin's reckless desire to participate in the assessment of direct disciples was undoubtedly laced with ulterior motives. Revenge? What gave you such confidence? Do you truly believe you stand a chance of victory? At precisely 9:40 in the morning, Yang Yang arrived at the designated location, a shop recently leased by Kong Naisai, still undergoing renovations. The prospect of establishing this gaming studio filled him with trepidation for two reasons. One, his cousin's lack of support, and two, the anticipated disapproval from his parents should they discover his intentions. Before the knight could respond, the spellcaster nonchalantly shifted his gaze towards the direction of the smile. The strength of the Ziwing Yebian leopard matched that of the Baishuang wolf, both being elite first-tier units, yet unlike the latter's abilities of swiftness and endurance. The former possessed swiftness and magical recovery. Despite facing a crisis, Zhang Yin remained remarkably composed, as the surrounding environment gradually aligned with the scenes etched deep within his psyche. At the same moment, Shi Hulu flicked his hand, sending a streak of azure light towards Yin Ruhui, intending to thwart her attack on Yinxin. Nay, I must persist in my practice, Chai Lang sighed, displaying an air of desolation. As the two conversed, one of the Dark Elves archers suddenly cried out. For instance, Zhang Ranji was allied with Prince Liu Bian, alongside Empress He and Uncle He. Chu Huayu and Shi Lingyu were engrossed in conversation, blissfully unaware of Bai Mo's simmering resentment. The depths of his eyes reflected a profound darkness, concealing a hint of urgency and unmistakable tenderness. His tone momentarily caught me off guard, though not with joy. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned, acknowledging that his earlier smoking in the restaurant was indeed somewhat impolite. Though it was the staff who had reminded him, and he had extinguished the cigarette promptly, it was surprising that others felt compelled to intervene. Li Mo redressed the wound with a sense of urgency, silently sitting beside Mu Qifeng after serving tea. Gazing up at the gates of Luoyang, Liu Bei was struck by a wave of nostalgia, memories from his former life flashing through his mind. Little did he expect that his compassion and overconfidence would not only fail to save Dongming, but also inadvertently implicate two innocent individuals. Your current strength is exceedingly limited. Few can withstand a blow from that lunatic and survive. In the coming days, investigate thoroughly. The Gu family frequented those places when they were alive, as did those who were closely associated with them, Qiyu commanded. Li Qing was growing impatient, having sent the video the previous afternoon, anxious to learn of its impact. Murongju, still recovering from internal injuries, moved sluggishly and, unable to defend himself, fell to the ground after being struck. Chun Xiao displayed an astonishing lack of shame, appearing unfazed by the situation, which required social niceties. It was inappropriate for Gu Shuren to constantly follow Qin Xiao, prompting Luo Huang to arrange for her sister Luo Zhan to attend to her. The words stuck in her throat, as she yearned to know the identity of the nanny and the fiancé, yet every attempt to voice her curiosity felt like wet cotton stifling her speech. Following their recent victory, the morale of the Tang army soared, erasing previous disarray. Thus, upon Li Jing's command, they hastily coated their arrow tips with pine resin and wax, igniting them and unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows from the heights of Yangwan City, all aimed at the siege vehicles below. Guests, how many? A stunning server, taken aback by the sudden influx of patrons, hurried over to inquire. As she tidied up, Chun Xiao observed, occasionally offering minor assistance, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips when she was not looking. The elder lady appeared to anticipate Tang Xian's inability to respond, regarding her with disdain, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. After finishing his words, He withdrew his gaze from me and glanced at those from the Judicial Affairs Bureau, signaling that he had said all that was necessary, and they could escort the individual away. To love you is to long for a heartbeat that remains elusive. To sketch your essence yet fail to capture the intricacies of your bones, to memorize the nuances of your visage with unwavering dedication while my heart yearns solely for you. Her cherry lips parted, and until the final syllable was uttered, everyone remained entranced. These individuals, initially seeking trouble with Xuantian, now found themselves in dire straits, hastily kneeling and begging for mercy. She has likely succumbed to the cold, much like those who once resided here, Aunt Zhong pronounced coldly, her heavy cotton coat accentuating her bulk, her eyes vacant, stifling yawns. At this juncture, it should be clear to all which of the three balls holds paramount importance. Upon seeing Isling enter, her face still shrouded in a black veil, obscuring her true appearance save for her striking, icy blue eyes. This abrupt turn of events left Lin Mabai startled, his eyes widening in fear, his body trembling slightly as a wave of foreboding washed over him. Just then, an enormous serpent suddenly lunged from the nearby stone pillars, bearing its fangs at Niefeng. In the distance, the sea was thickly shrouded in dark clouds. The previously scorching sun had vanished without a trace. The sky above had turned overcast, though the clouds were not overly dense, allowing some rays of light to filter through. The three of them exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, casting a tense atmosphere over the scene. It is essential to remember that 2 months prior, in this very room, he and Shang Wanfian had their first intimate encounter. Bai Youyou hurried forward to assist, gently saying, "Your Majesty, please take care of your health. I heard you stayed up late again last night to review documents." Her attentiveness seemed to have morphed into a habit as time passed. The nature of her concern shifted from the initial indifference of water to a tumultuous care. "Do you have any means to contact her? I see you maintain a decent relationship with her," Zhao Wanyan inquired. As the following day's sunlight bathed the earth, dispelling the tide of darkness. And after another hour had passed, as the ground warmed completely, Lu Ling finally emerged from the cave. In the first volume, Chapter 52, titled Shu Tan, Truly Comfortable, Long Sanyi had indeed orchestrated an impressive performance, and such remarkable acting deserved an audience. Yu Sinan regarded him with a knowing smile. This thought sent a chill down his spine. If it were indeed the case, it would be rather terrifying. However, aside from the members of the First Army, no high school students were privy to the contest between Qianyi Yunxuan and Gue Shurtzilang. The disaster relief troops have yet to deploy, and the supplies for aid are scarce, discovered only after the handover. Should this matter remain unresolved and come to light, it will undoubtedly lead to serious repercussions. The man who leaped from the Ho family building was revealed to be a notorious bully, masquerading under the guise of a high-ranking healer while engaging in the most despicable activities, even attempting to drag the Ho family down with him as he met his demise. Observing his old friend silently sipping tea with his head bowed, Yi Leioi let out a sigh and chose not to pursue the topic any further. The golden sun shone brightly, akin to a blazing star, casting its scorching rays upon the world, causing countless wretched beings to wail in despair, dissipating into nothingness. Never had anyone managed to compel him to such an extent. Tang Wanjun was the first and only individual to do so. As Yuan Shao recognized that the battle had concluded, he returned to the central tent, summoning Li Chong and Li Run to fulfill his earlier promises, appointing Li Chong as the general of the state and Li Run as the colonel of the anti-bandit forces. However, the two were only to command a mere 700 cavalry, as Yuan Shao would not allow recently surrendered individuals to lead substantial forces. Behind him, Lung Fatian and Yu Shui felt an inexplicable surge of joy upon seeing the familiar surroundings. The activation was successful, as Ao Kuan's gaze fell. A look of delight illuminated his face. Ao Qin, initially taken aback, instantly shed his weary demeanor upon noticing Ao Kuan's joy. 7 days and nights of torment had finally culminated in success. Nodding to each other, the 5 sword saints swiftly moved towards the 4 directions of the demonic seal in the sky, and upon reaching their positions, they channeled their energies into the nearly shattered seal. Chu Chongyu felt a twinge of confusion and followed along, only to see Pei Xingzhan walking along the camp wall towards the northwest corner of the encampment, directly approaching a wooden lookout tower. Climbing a few steps up without uttering a word, prompting the two sentinels to descend with smiles. Thus, the situation became clear. Evidently, this seemingly ordinary man was fickle, taking a new companion to the night market while avoiding an old flame, willing to humiliate the latter in public for a mere smile from the new beauty. No, a chance must be found to ascertain her relationship with Xuantian. Otherwise, even if he remained silent, if Su Lin were to discover it in the future, she would surely blame him. Regarding Ding Yezi's literacy, Hao Ling had always felt an insatiable curiosity, especially after the last time when Madame Shun had her collect debts. She could even comprehend the account books, astonishing Hao Ling, though she had refrained from asking about it. Nevertheless, Wan Yang maintained an air of indifference, as if the matters discussed between the old lady and Gao Leoi had no bearing on her. Ding Yezi furrowed her brow at Gao Yu, questioning his intentions. Why was he presenting her with so many difficulties when it was clearly his responsibility to handle the situation? In truth, this was the current residence of Wei Furong. Or rather, she had been confined here for over 2 months. Zhou Yunfeng possessed considerable strength in his own cultivation and was also exceptionally gifted in creating martial techniques. He believed that after years of targeted guidance, these individuals would undoubtedly experience significant growth in their abilities. Witnessing the scene before them, Ye Kai and the others were utterly stunned, with Ye Kai even uttering a curse. The sound of crashing waves echoed like the simultaneous movement of thousands of tanks, producing a thunderous noise that seemed to shake the very earth. Qing Lian Zhushi took a sip of wine, chuckled, and remarked, "What you say is true. This sword is mine, and in my hands, why would I part with it?" Lan Hongshan of the Tianyuan Demon Sect expressed admiration for such a remarkable individual as a brother, bowing towards Song Li. Although he had temporarily evaded death, Mang Xiao did not exhibit joy or excitement, for he understood that if Lin Shuiyao were so easy to deal with, she would not bear her name. To the east lay a chain of verdant mountains stretching for miles, while the west was engulfed in endless yellow sand, whipped by fierce winds. The north was a forest of stone pillars, resembling menacing spears, whereas the south was a desolate expanse of withering grass, concealing potential threats. Let us see today whether I, Feng Lei Wang, am mightier, or you, Feng Yin Wang. Qi Feng laughed. Master, is this Battle Heaven's city? Zhou Lingxian gazed at all that encompassed the city, his eyes ablaze with fervor, turning to the burly man beside him. Mu Huan nodded, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Her heart suddenly lightened. Even if death awaited, living in this palace was akin to a fate worse than death. At dawn, Gu Xiu slowly opened her eyes. After a night of recuperation, she finally felt her spiritual energy nearly restored. Is that so? But I am already engaged. I am now a member of the Gu family. And even my mother lacks the authority to determine my fate. Su Ning could only assert his engaged status as a defense. Teacher Su had been at this kindergarten for nearly 3 years, having taken over when Zhou Jin arrived. She was well aware of Zhou Jin's temperament. In truth, there were reasons behind her actions. Had she not been so ruthless, slaying her parents and forcing her younger sister to death, perhaps others would have empathized with her family's misfortunes and felt some pity. However, the news of her mercilessness spread, causing even those who once thought her blameless to shun her. Chu Xiu glanced around, likely resigning himself to the fact that embarrassment was inevitable today, accepting his fate as he settled into the back seat of the car. As an ethereal being, she naturally perceived the changes that transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet despite her extensive knowledge, she could not ascertain the origins of the 3 sword lights. The only certainty was that it was undoubtedly a transcendent sword technique. Yichan had intended to inquire further, but before he could utter a word, the individual departed. He would wait for another opportunity. Just then, the Dragon Emperor spoke. Upon finishing his words, the Dragon Emperor's figure vanished like a mirage, only to reappear 100 meters away. Upon the banner of the divine prison, a once-lost deity subtly regained a hint of vitality, becoming remarkably lively. Following his battle with Shi Longxiang, his swordsmanship had reached a new pinnacle. He sensed that the gap between him and the legendary sword demon had significantly narrowed. Volume 1, Chapter 53. The Business of Cigarettes with the Fall of Irlica. The dark red barrier in the sky shattered like broken glass, and within less than a second, Yi Yunzi had burst forth from the black crevice. Still pondering the implications of his gifts, Min urged Deng Lijun, her eyes captivated by the dazzling diamond on the ring. Unaware of the external circumstances, Ignorant of the police's actions and feeling lost about his future, Li Qisong endured immense suffering. Just as despair enveloped him, a man appeared, Jelly, a foreigner capable of helping him evade the police's pursuit and avoiding Feng Yifeng's search. This was a topic of great concern for all players, yet many remained perplexed. As one might assume, the Tiandi Society was undoubtedly engaged in some clandestine operations, attempting to solidify control over the Central District. Those with foresight connected this matter to the widely circulated rumors of national warfare. After a brief while, the situation stabilized, and Shuang Xiao Jiling was the first to send congratulatory messages, followed by greetings from Zhu Hong and Tian Dao Yuqing, along with suggestions and discussions regarding future territorial planning. Suddenly, a figure with eyes emanating a strange red light emerged. Upon locking gazes with Feng Hao, a familiar aura surged within him, reminiscent of the dark energy dwelling in his mind. At this moment, the colossal ice giant was relentlessly scorched by Chun Yufan's Sanmei Jinhua, as countless soul ice was continuously corroded by the flames. Observing the sudden manifestation of this skill by the jazz musician, Chen Yin couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Indeed, the death-related profession was formidable, capable of utilizing the corpses of living beings to create undead creatures under its control. Just because I want to savor sushi. Does it concern you? Lin Xiaoxiao glared at Feng Hao with irritation, opening her plump lips to viciously shove a piece of sushi into her mouth, only to choke and burp in response. It wasn't just him who entertained this thought. Others gazing at the exquisite blade of the hunting dragon knife also harbored various ideas, while Zheng Yi, buried underground, remained oblivious. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a spatial wormhole materialized approximately 20 meters behind He Fu and He Mu. The previously limited track, accommodating only a dozen large garbage bins, was now equipped with over 100 bins. Jiang Tang wore an expressionless face. Such remarks had become commonplace over the past year, and she was indifferent, even less inclined to take them to heart. Once the elderly couple finally departed, Lu Wan immediately deflated, bending down to clutch her stomach, while the eldest daughter hurriedly assisted her mother into the house. No, it was a chance encounter with the eccentric Han Wang. Clearly, Han Wang had not anticipated this meeting and appeared somewhat dazed. Noticing that Sun Su was unharmed, Zhou Yu felt reassured and returned to his residence, where Huang Gai, Cheng Pu, and other frontline generals had gathered. To consider that the 4G era would soon become mainstream reflected a rather keen commercial instinct. Delayed by the personnel from CEC and Cbao C, she, in a bid to save time, did not don her ceremonial attire as per the palace's standards, opting instead for a common appearance. Li Mei instantly fell silent, casting a suspicious glance at Su Fucking, her mind questioning whether she had uncovered something. However, the two of them exuded different auras. Lun Yin possessed an innate charm in her gaze, appearing deeply affectionate towards anyone she encountered, while Mu Fuyun was lost in self-adoration. She was unexpectedly kicked from behind, causing her to stumble forward, nearly falling in front of so many members of the royal family, risking a humiliating display. In an effort to conceal her embarrassment, Ning Anren merely glanced back briefly before leading ZMO and the others back to her room. She had the right to make friends. Moreover, her bond with Lucifer, forged over more than 20 years, was incomparable to his. The flavor essence was exceedingly useful and, consequently, very popular. The initial supply had already been snatched up. She had just received a task from the Xuantian Sect, urging her to expedite the distribution of the flavor essence as much as possible. Shen Yi gazed upwards, his expression serene, as if he had not fled here due to serious injuries, but merely wished to bask in the sun and take a nap. Jian Dan ignored her. After all, she hadn't mentioned who should stop, and did she really need to heed her command? The matter regarding the Han Yuan Jing was known only to her husband. She had not disclosed it to anyone else. In the realm of cultivation, who didn't possess 1 or 2 hidden cards? She needed to reserve her trump card for a critical moment to ensure her survival. After purchasing a cute, fluffy doll and a bouquet of roses, she set off once more. Upon hearing that Nangong Yi and Bai Youyou had returned, Dugu Qingye immediately took Lu Muchuan to meet them. At this juncture, the other 3 members of Qingyun also arrived in succession. Observing this, Lucian hastily relinquished purification and blink, moving behind Kanan to assist Zoe and Kanan in battling the sword demon. She appeared quite obedient, and for some inexplicable reason, Simply gazing at her provoked a delightful itch in the heart, as if not teasing her would leave one feeling unsatisfied. Returning to the tall building, as Yiling contemplated how to climb through the second-floor window, a shadow suddenly swept past behind the building, prompting him to instinctively pursue it without a second thought. Even someone like Rong Rong was aware of the need to worry about Wu Zhizhen's coldness in sending her a jacket, while Zhang Zili avoided her in another vehicle. As a directly involved party, Lin Yi, despite not being the one who harmed the youth, had administered the potion, and the incident had stemmed from her actions. Even if criminal responsibility was not pursued, the institution could not withstand public pressure, ultimately deciding to dismiss Lin Yi. Volume 1, Chapter 54, My Pursuit is Not Noble. Had it not been for that bothersome younger sister, Feng Yueshi might have considered the pros and cons. However, with the appearance of this younger sister, Feng Yueshi's final traces of hesitation vanished completely. Thus, the saying, if one does not seek death, one will not die, holds some truth. Lu Ming contemplated that perhaps it was best to adopt the victim's demeanor to seek compensation, as suggested by Bu Fu. Previously, when encountering Chun Shi and He Qingyi in a restaurant, all of Wu Kuei's subordinates had inexplicably perished. Such news was, of course, kept under wraps. Yet he was eager to uncover the reason. They had not seen clearly, but I had observed with great clarity. The adversary's 300 punches were not random flailing, but executed with remarkable order and technique, disrupting all of his meridians, and the final blow shattered his heart pulse. Du Du remarked on the exhaustion, while the sight of Zhang Tianxia suggested he appeared even more fatigued. As he was not as familiar with Du Du as Lu Ming and was unaccustomed to communicating with such a disjointed tone, the white light from the appraisal dissipated, and upon closer inspection, the spirit core emanated an orange glow. You seek death. Yu Zihong's eyes widened in fury, and he advanced with his blade, aiming directly for Fu Wuming's face. Observing the bewildered expressions of the group, Feng Yun felt a surge of urgency, nearly in tears. What was with these expressions of confusion and ignorance? Wasn't it agreed upon to retaliate and to combat the villains? Were they certain this was a mission to confront foes rather than await an attack? Amidst a cacophony of wild laughter, the figures of Wang Chun and Lai Gang were engulfed by the merging spatial passage. Does your lord truly consider himself superior? Shi Shilong pinched Xia Nuanyan's delicate waist, causing Xia Nuanyan to giggle uncontrollably. Suddenly, the elder sister felt the world spin. Her pale mind consumed by a single thought. It's all my fault for not taking good care of you. All shouts ceased, and everyone turned to gaze at the black armor. Many mecha enthusiasts were so envious that they appeared ready to rush forward and tear the black armor to shreds. This delicacy was certainly familiar to him, yet Yi Chuqing was unaware of how Su Qingwan had acquired it and what her intentions were in presenting it to him. Nevertheless, she had recently conceived a new idea. Since she had traversed into this world, she would endeavor to transform its system into the world of her ideals. While this might sound somewhat fanciful, as long as she adhered to her plan, the possibility of realizing this notion remained. Contemplating this, a smile gradually became more pronounced at Jun Chernois' lips, and his gaze toward Xia Nuanyan softened incrementally. No wonder the relentless attacks from the outer realms had led to the fall of many masters. The wealth here was astonishing, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg within the Tianzuan secret realm. Is that so? Xia Nuanyan replied coldly with a smile. Recalling the events of the previous night, she suddenly felt that she no longer held any value in Jun Chernois' eyes, or rather, to him. She was merely a source of disdain. In the future, if she were to restrain by Qing Luo and by Mo, it would likely necessitate her assistance. Listening to this flute melody, one could only assume that the flutist was a gentleman of deep feelings. The haunting notes flowed gently, refreshing the spirit. Su Qingwan truly wished to approach him for a meeting. Certainly, and moreover, this establishment allows you to set things in the manner that brings you the most comfort. Lu Rant's medical skills are indeed remarkable. After diligently taking medication for 3 consecutive days, the injuries of the 3 individuals have indeed healed. In the realm of mortals, there are always those more skilled. If such proficiency were to be displayed in the military, it would likely provoke much ridicule. Lu Ming's expression grew solemn. Liang Jun cast a sweeping glance over the numerous officials and noted that some deliberately averted their gazes, revealing a primal fear. The old wolf, heeding the elder's words, recognized that this elder was no simple figure. Perhaps he had already discerned Xian's true identity. He stepped before Xian and spoke. It is challenging to articulate this battle. Calling it a blitzkrieg might hold some merit, yet the German blitzkrieg during World War II surely did not unfold in such a manner. The soldiers lined up in perfect order on the far left, each one a diamond-level warrior, marching toward the monument standing prominently at the forefront of the square. Fang Xingbao felt that the screen before her bore a striking resemblance to the advanced technology of her previous life, akin to a touchscreen experience. You, a mere scholar, have no right to possess such a precious item, Meng Xiaojing scoffed. It was akin to snatching food from tiger's mouth. The treasures that had been within reach slipped away, their overly sentient nature inciting a frenzy among many cultivators who yearned to chase after them, while others remained unmoved, adhering strictly to their orders. Li Xian halted his actions, gazing intently at the bank. After a brief moment, he heard a gunshot ring out and proceeded towards the establishment. It was perplexing. Who exactly was this demon lord? He had no familial ties to him, so why the excessive concern? Thank you for rescuing me, Robin exclaimed, tears streaming down her face once more upon seeing Luffy and the others. She attempted to wipe her face. Only then did Luffy and his companions realize that Robin's hands were still shackled. Despair marred the face of the red demon, and suddenly the flesh on his face quivered, his expression darkening, revealing a glimmer of ruthlessness and resolve in his eyes. Were it not for Song Boyu's meticulous preparations prior to consuming the Ice Soul Elixir, the sudden surge of spiritual energy would surely have incited the greed of the cultivators in Sha City. Regardless, since the advent of these two ninjutsu techniques, it might be their first true clash. Do and Haruno Sakura were oblivious to whether it would be the chakra scalpel severing Sakura's muscles first or Sakura's brute strength shattering Do's metacarpals, crushing the chakra scalpel in the process. If you won't say it, I shall inquire with Uncle Ma later, Su Tingting said, impatiently plucking a snail from the plate and bringing it to her mouth, the sound of its meat sliding inaudible. Having spent 2 years in Sha City, Bai Youyou's physique had visibly filled out compared to her time in Jinyang City. Her skin had become fairer and more supple, and her attire now exuded a subtle elegance and intellectual charm, making her more alluring to the eyes of men. Feng, you did not summon me here merely to engage in such trivialities, Feng Qinshi interjected lightly, cutting him off. Chapter 55. Wei Qi, you've gone too far. Su Yun grasped the general situation and understood her father's intentions regarding the charity banquet held yesterday, where numerous journalists were present. She was already aware that yesterday's events would be reported and had prepared her remarks accordingly. Yet, such concern overwhelmed Gu Shiyun, who found that the inexplicable attentiveness was less bearable than the previous coldness. Glancing at the champagne in her hand, she gently swirled it, harboring no doubt, and brought it to her lips for a sip. Unbeknownst to her, in a corner, 2 affluent young gentlemen were keenly observing how she drank the champagne, which had been custom-made for her. Yan Mo looked up at Nangong Yao and perfunctorily greeted Uncle Yao before quickly lowering his head to resume playing with his toy. Gu Shiyun pondered whether there existed a mutually beneficial solution that would allow her to acquire wealth without compromising her dignity. After a night devoid of incidents, Zhao Qingshuang arrived early the next morning, accompanied by O Karen, a Hong Kong special police officer. Upon seeing Yi Qing for the first time, her complexion immediately flushed slightly. In truth, the traffic police were somewhat distant from this location. He merely assumed they might have stopped briefly for some matter and would soon depart. However, after observing for quite a while, the vehicle remained in the prohibited zone, prompting the traffic officer to approach for inspection. It was only when Junli pulled me away that I realized I was the only one gazing at Gu Yijun, alongside Yun Jing and Gu Yicheng. Junli had not even cast a glance at her during the entire time she had been present. In a month, Tianmin had gradually found its footing. With the support of major families and the state, a multitude of engineers had entered Tianmin, expanding the original site of Mount Shu 100-fold within merely a month, transforming it into a classical city. Simultaneously, Kuyin and Neza were gradually distinguishing their outcomes. After an intense struggle, Kuyin began to gain the upper hand, relentlessly pushing Neza back. With her delicate teeth, Kuyin proved fiercer than Neza's red tassel spear, leaving Neza pale with fear. The once smiling countenances of numerous esteemed figures in the cultivation world turned to shock as they rose. The 3 formidable corpse monarchs, capable of sweeping through the entire He Suo realm, emitted trembling sounds that even they could scarcely believe. As for Fu Zijing, Meng Wu held no fear. It was not that he believed he could contend with Fu Zijing, but rather he was merely executing orders. If Fu Zijing sought him out, he was confident that Daqin would protect him. I shifted my gaze back, forcing a smile to mask my awkwardness. Subsequently, I revealed the 2 soul jars I'd kept in my possession. At that moment, a dog and a cat-like spirit burst forth from the jars, immediately taking their positions before us. Truly, as a disciple of the Jixia Academy, their methods were indeed impressive. However, as one who had transcended several levels of cultivation, how could I possibly be defeated by them? Lu Yi mused inwardly as he summoned the bloodbath bow to his hand. Long Yi soared into the sky, astonished by the sight of a terrifying creature resembling a mountain range with a tail, rendered momentarily speechless. Now, as he entered the martial arts realm through the melody of the Qin, his strikes began to evolve. Each punch manifested the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, gradually crystallizing into reality. This martial art was established by the first emperor after unifying the realm, known as the Qiankun Yi Yuan Hao Tian Divine Fist. 2 streams of true energy surged forth like 2 spiraling dragons, furiously sweeping towards the dozen or so silver-armored warriors. This star, undeniably a sun, radiated boundless light and heat. However, Ji Tian's overwhelming consciousness detected a flaw. Beneath the endless light and warmth, it was evidently a vibrant star brimming with spiritual energy. Yi watched the crew hastily departing, and a sound rang in her mind. The Koi system has been activated. The circumstances were largely the same. Their past lives had been idyllic, residing in Bodhi Mountain and enjoying a healthy existence. However, the quality of life had sharply declined recently, and Bodhi Mountain seemed less magical than before. It was only then that the Blade God realized why Qinyang had previously proclaimed that surviving great calamities was a blessing. With everyone's attention on Wu Shuang, she lifted her chin, her nostrils flaring as she watched Yi with keen interest. Yi. She has become an overnight sensation with her performance on a variety show. The sound of hooves always reminded her of distant memories, bringing to mind faces that had gradually faded from her mind. The village chief's home lay at the edge of the village. Sure, we could hear the sounds of battle outside, the clamor of horses' hooves chaotic, indicating that the invading soldiers had been thrown into disarray. By the time Z had completed his work, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes to rest. After such a lengthy flight and continuous work, his body could hardly withstand the strain. Yi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why there was a sudden urge to visit the amusement park, particularly when a single ticket reportedly cost over 600 kuai, and additional expenses might arise once inside. She began to feel that her funds were insufficient. Ndin Juan, having collected the money, felt somewhat responsible. At that moment, he stepped forward to block the entrance, his eyes betraying anger. As a soldier, he appeared more menacing than a rogue. And Y had always detested such individuals during her time at school. The 5 individuals selected by HNL-NUN included renowned figures such as Fing CNGZH and Xing TNGB, alongside this year's top scholar, ZHFN, and 2 others, Wing LJN and SD Chiying. Ning Ju understood that worrying was futile. Some matters required resolution. Thus, she hurried off to find the boy Q and M. Did you not prepare an extra horse, or have someone send one? Y followed suit, observing the man's retreating figure while glancing around, only the chirping of sparrows breaking the silence. Even if GNWDO persuaded him to act tonight, he remained skeptical, yet the harsh reality was undeniable. However, this did not imply he had not contemplated acting. After all, he could not bear to witness his own disciple perish before his eyes. Are you all right? The face of the divine doctor glistened with sweat as he approached them with concern. He had only just begun to recover a fraction of his strength, and he dreaded the thought of sacrificing his fox spirit yet again. LCIWI mused that these matters were originally his responsibility. She took UNBO aside, as there were indeed more pressing issues at hand. Yet she was accompanied by ZNGZH Ing SH. As she spoke, I produced a vial and sprinkled some potion over him. The strong scent intrigued him, though he refrained from inquiring further. Volume 1, Chapter 56, SCHN becomes the big brother. LT New York's forehead was already beaded with fine sweat. It had been at least 9 years since he had unleashed a heart-blood arrow, and this shot had significantly drained his true essence. Reluctant to speak, he resolved to act decisively. F-ing T-N-F-ing. Observing their inability to escalate the situation, secretly employed the sword of illness, the sword of miasma, and the sword of slaughter. SH2, at a loss, was drawn aside by SHMN, who sensed something amiss. However, SH2 stubbornly refused to divulge anything, insisting that if she pressed him, she should inquire with CH Nyu and herself. Fear? Of course I fear. I am no jinx. How could one not be afraid? GF candidly replied, unashamed of his trepidation. Regarding gifts, he had indeed not spent extravagantly, just as during his last visit when he attempted to buy on credit. He found no rare items. What he could procure, others could as well, and it would be better to casually purchase something. The key consideration was the 2 children from the Dieng family. Eng's disciples originally wore scornful expressions, but upon hearing Eng's words, they immediately drooped their heads in dismay. The magical crystal cannon mounted on the city wall began to fire, causing the night formation to suffer increased losses due to the wide blast radius. The guards of the royal city, the Shi'ar Legion, commenced their bombardment from the high walls, encircling the light knights who were besieged by the oncoming civilians and the defensive forces of the Shi'ar Empire. Mr. Effing, why are you heading to Hlu Lake now? The construction team hasn't even arrived, Zhuing Zh queried, perplexed. When LTULY and ILSF arrived near the port, the unnamed warlike spirit had yet to reveal itself, yet its voice had already reached their ears. Bai Su held the cold corpse, surveying her surroundings, feeling the vastness of the world, tears flowing down her cheeks. Holding his phone, NCH Yu diligently responded to the encouraging messages, occasionally smiling brightly and at other times furrowing his brow in contemplation. Thus, you will never find a solution to the problem. That is the crux. If it were me, I could not forgive you either. No good man like me would. HNGL attempted to explain to XZHN and Su NZH that their departure 3 years ago was due to XZHN stomach cancer. Yet, XZHN resolutely chose to remain silent. Previously, through the auction of 3 pearls, Desert Star, Sky Soul, and Ocean Spirit, along with Jade, they had amassed 150 billion. Subsequently, SMYN handed YNY a gold card, the amount within being unknown to him. Thirdly, cigars are available, instant noodles are available, and toilet paper is certainly available. The lingering stench of blood and smoke in the guest room was persistent. Zi Nguyen's wife had complained numerous times, indicating that he had indeed been trained well by his brother, fully aware of what that smell signified. One acquaintance had even procured a large wooden barrel filled with beer, watching as case after case was brought in, while another friend, clutching a long-preserved bottle of red wine, hastily sought to hide it away from the scene. While others' watches were ticking, yours had stopped. The portrayal of NCH Yu in the footage was profound, exuding warmth and radiance, embodying an air of nobility. Yet, in the face of Li XHN's gaze, there was a hint of disappointment and regret, intermingled with a tenderness capable of melting ice. By the way, I hope today's competition remains confidential, floated the words of YCH New in the air. Are you Shuing possessed? No such spiritual power. Her self-awareness had emerged merely due to Li K.H.Ng's continuous enhancement, ultimately evolving through persistent evolution. Therefore, her current task was to avoid such scenarios, drawing from her experiences and employing precise instruments for ongoing experimentation. The officer's conjecture was audacious. The implication was clear, casting doubt on whether these coincidences were related to Li K.H.Ng. You have arrived, Mr. Ziying. Please come and sit. Let us discuss work over afternoon tea. Would you like some milk? Before Ing could settle, Mrs. Tilnsi had already poured him a cup of English black tea, inquiring if he desired any additional ingredients. With this thought, LNXNGCHN chuckled softly, a glimmer of golden light flashing between his arms. NNK Ru had not anticipated that MFNGD would make such a radical vow, which piqued his curiosity regarding which saints' blood crystals bestowed such great advantages that they were willing to pay such a hefty price. HX quickly silenced himself, eager to answer correctly this time, driven by an instinctual sense of competition. Charm? She ZH raised an eyebrow. realizing that this sorcerer's cultivation technique had an extraordinary allure for the opposite sex. Nearby, Wing Chu In added, Lord Siege In, this flatbread is indeed delicious. You must try it. Saying this, he disregarded decorum and picked up a piece of flatbread, devouring it without much restraint. However, the king of the seaweed monsters had evidently succumbed to his own delusions, falling into a peculiar state of self-obsession from which he could not extricate himself. Yet, Su Fn's next words plunged Lu Yin's heart into despair. CHNF, I had never expected that the scene he had encountered countless times in dreams would manifest in this place in such a manner. Disregardingly SHMN's odd tone, he suddenly knelt before him. Master, what is this? With her frigid demeanor, I would rather embrace a block of ice than harbor any improper thoughts toward her. At this moment, NK Ru spoke the truth, as he genuinely had no particular feelings for M.B. Shuing. CHY Eng's lips twitched slightly, pondering how many had perished from such illnesses. Who had ever encountered death in this manner? However, deep down, she does not endorse such an emotional attitude. At the very least, one ought to express oneself like a man, rather than solitary, smoking a cigarette. It is not merely a family, but rather an entire ethnicity. For now, it is prudent to focus on self-cultivation and refrain from delving into these matters. If one day you become a formidable force, the knowledge will come to you naturally. Xin Shuang had no intention of revealing this to Luo Yu. Thus she spoke in a subdued tone. Regrettably, the results of this year's initial singles have not been particularly promising. They have not fared poorly, maintaining steady sales as a second-tier artist. Yet the heights of first-tier stardom remain as distant as ever. What flowers are about to bloom? Song Wei Li was perplexed by his words. Song Zicheng kept repeating this phrase, unable to extract further information. Fan Tai Ren respected He Jiaxiang's opinion, for He Jiaxiang had made it clear that this office still held value, and come year-end inspection, it could be disposed of at will. Huang Lei was utterly baffled by the director's words, casting a puzzled glance at the two detectives behind him, only to discover that his subordinates dared not even lift their heads, rendering any hint from them impossible to obtain. Volume 1, Chapter 57. One must have distinction. Suddenly, a dozen elderly figures clad in green appeared before everyone, each emanating a profound aura that was impossible to gauge. 3 months later, as the year drew to a close, and she had officially secured her position, signing a 3-year contract and embarking on her journey, no longer collaborating with Jean Lien. Now that she had set out on her own, she was capable of independently managing a project and could discard the crutch that was Jean Lien. The youth lifted the cage, causing the parrot inside to hop twice, tilting its head curiously at Lu Wanqing and the approaching Yifan Xing. Due to heightened nerves and previous brutal kicks, a tempest of pent-up anger surged within him. Moreover, their earlier attempt to exploit the terrain to deceive the palace guards and release smoke had resulted in a delayed realization of the charging cavalry. The name was indeed fitting for the environment, icy to the core, surrounded by colossal icebergs. Initially, Chuyu had managed to suppress her emotions, but after her father's provocation, she could no longer hold back her tears. Just as she responded, Ninshu heard her phone ring. Upon seeing the number, her eyes narrowed as she moved aside to answer the call, and Yuan Zhou wisely distanced himself, striving to avoid the awkward situation. He felt a sense of confusion, suspecting that Su Yifan ahead might act in ways he had previously found incomprehensible. In a moment of youthful impulsiveness, the elder Qiu had intended to leave in a fit of rage. But Bai Ning had specifically called him back and introduced him to the already esteemed Qin and Mo Shan, which forged their subsequent relationship. It could be said that without Bai Ning intervention, he would never have had the opportunity to receive Qin and Mo Shan's teachings. However, the headquarters of the Qing Lu Yuan was not in Tianqiongzhou. It was merely a branch located in Xianmozhou. What the hell? Xian Yi cursed under his breath, finding the toxin excessively tyrannical, demanding a continuous 7 days. He glared fiercely at the disciples of the Xiong men, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lao Jin knelt in shock, bowing his head. This was a sum that no gold digger could ever hope to unearth in a lifetime. Inside the tent, his numbed stomach suddenly stirred back to life, twisting in agony, his face taut with the fear of losing composure or revealing unrestrained joy. The icy technique of Ying Yuan had been fully executed. He turned and embraced Ban Xia tightly. An unseen hand seized the monstrous giant that was the old man. Lin Yuan Fan observed the comprehension platform embedded within the protective array of the spiritual lake, behind which a sturdy branch extended from the essence of spiritual cultivation, bearing only a single leaf, and the platform itself was constructed upon that leaf. Aware of the impending public execution of Qing Ji and Huang Yuan, it was impossible for the Navy to refrain from contacting Chu Yi, and vice versa. My mind exploded with confusion, my vision spinning as I stumbled, nearly losing my footing. She pursed her lips, lowered the whip, and shot a fierce glare at Mo Sheng, wishing to dismember her. This is it. This group is undoubtedly seasoned criminals. Having long lain in wait at the foot of Wuling Mountain, their experience vastly surpassing that of Jing Xiang and her companions. For he had learned that entering the realm of transformation required a celestial pill, with exceedingly low odds, heavily dependent on luck. Yi Linglong, knowing that Han Dong had safely extricated himself, did not linger, turning to enter the vehicle, while Hu Chaoping took ahead and returned to Yi Jia Mountain. Han Dong perceived the hesitation in her expression, sensing she was privy to something, uncertain whether to voice it or not. This is a single attribute spiritual vein, with abundant accumulation and powerful outbursts. Multi-attribute spiritual veins tend to exhibit chaotic and weaker characteristics. Thus, it appears that Wu Shi Min possesses a certain mystique, far more enigmatic than those semi-hidden sects like Tianyin Pai, which are situated in renowned mountains and rivers. The reasoning behind this intention stemmed from the previous attack on the steppes, leading him to believe that the heavenly tribulation, with its formidable power, would impose constraints on the steppes, presenting an exceptional opportunity to escape this place. Countless diners paused, their actions halted, as several bowls and chopsticks clattered to the ground. Moments ago, she had assessed this girl's potential, discovering her to be a rare extreme in physique with a talent rating of 70%. Such a prodigy. She could not bear to hand over to her disciples for instruction. Indeed, Liexainya, you are quite the oddity. Those who secretly admire you no longer hold affection. Why blame others? The fault lies with you alone. Do not involve me. It has nothing to do with me. The two continued their leisurely journey towards Lingua, learning much about it along the way. Lu Tianlang was aware that this couple would likely say something before Lu Feng, yet he calmly wiped the corner of his mouth without paying them any mind. Although the divine realm is vast, it still harbors numerous ferocious beasts. And within the entire divine realm, there exists only this one large town, home to 99% of the divine residences. Only a handful of belligerents venture outside for training. You fools, who told you to wander off so far? Enough with the chatter. We must not raise suspicion. After Hu Gao finished speaking, he fell silent, scanning the surroundings for suitable places to lie in wait. In the outside world, winter had descended, the air frigid and snow cascading, the cold wind howling. While on Mount Wangdi, flowers bloomed abundantly, warm as spring. What the hell? A curse escaped Hu Gao's lips. At that moment, he lay on the ground, sweat streaming down his forehead, his face contorted in excruciating pain, occasionally twitching. Although Yu was the personal maid of the fourth concubine, she had been elevated to the status of a cohabiting maid before this year. Ge Shi, possessing a gentle disposition, was reluctant to discipline her subordinates, and over time, Yu had grown accustomed to this, believing herself to be nearly a master in her own right. Volume 1, Chapter 58. A grandson guarantees with his character. Riding in a modified Land Rover, Shi Tian recklessly charged into the city area, a place unfamiliar to him, as it was to Luo Panlong. On the third floor of the villa, in the room on the right, Chun Baozhun's voice was utterly devoid of strength. Before the military, he dared not resist, nor was he able to. The only course of action left to him was to comply. I am departing once more, and shall not return to your realm. Ji Chui spoke softly, her eyes seemingly filled with reluctance. Beside her, Ma Lai, though silent, wore a smile that betrayed no intention of returning the Rongshui pearl. It was evident to all that the defense attorney's desperate remarks were uttered in a moment of panic. Yet everyone knew they could not produce conclusive evidence, which led to this stalemate. At this moment, Shi Tian once again left the gathering place, wandering aimlessly in an unspecified direction. Yang Yanzhao cast a cold glance at Zhang He, forcefully pushing Ying Xian back a few steps. Heiwen approached the iron door with great strides and kicked it fiercely. While a third-tier mutant could not shatter the iron door, destroying the lock was a trivial task. Although Song Qingxiang feigned resignation, He was diligently suppressing the destructive power absorbed from the source of the virus within himself. Qi Qingyu's lips twitched. What was this madness? Wasn't it said that disciples of the Immortal Sect value their sect above all? When he received the divorce decree from the command center and saw her sign without a hint of hesitation, he had called her that once too. Acting involuntarily, Sun Shuo suddenly lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch to Dr. He's chest, his eyes betraying a profound panic. It could be said that the corpse and the ancient tree had seamlessly merged into a state of mutual symbiosis, inseparable and nearly impossible to divide. I have stated that you may take charge of matters within the sect. Guyu glared at him, questioning why he would inquire of her when he was not even my disciple. She pointed directly at the person beside her. In truth, only those who witnessed Ares take the heads of enemy generals could fathom the sheer shock of it. Lu Bin shook his head, to be candid. His heart was in turmoil, yet he did not believe he would lose, thinking to himself, that fellow cannot dribble, nor can he shoot accurately. As long as I maintain close defense, I shall prevail. Murong Rei had gone to arrange matters assigned by Tang Xia, and upon his return, he fortuitously overheard the conversation, his face darkening as he took it seriously. The crowd visibly relaxed, promptly retrieving their storage bags to extract spirit stones, their eyes occasionally darting towards the few individuals in the center. Village Chief Zhang's affection for Zhang Aihua was not without purpose. She was a beauty, and he hoped to groom her for future utility. Despite not meeting his expectations, she could still fetch him at least 50 taels. Her exquisite cherry lips glistened with a rosy sheen, the perfect curve defining her beauty, though now tightened in anger, quivering slightly. Tang Tang, held by Tang Qi, felt increasingly stiff. She desired the Tang family's sound attack technique to contend with Yi Jing, yet Tang Qi consistently diverted the topic. Su Feng offered no further explanation. He had little interest in understanding those who neglected applicants during working hours. The royal residence of Ling Jiao resembled an immense treehouse, appearing as a millennia-old ancient tree from the outside, its foliage lush and vibrant. Yi Fantian's expression subtly shifted as he instinctively resisted, only to discover his movements could not withstand the opponent's speed. Realizing the strength of this individual, Yi Fantian became enlightened. The Dragon Prince's countenance darkened ominously, his demeanor suggesting he could weep torrents of despair. The lair of Scarface and his cohorts was not far from here, yet even so, Su Feng had pursued for quite some time, the wild grass and tangled branches tearing at his garments. He wished fervently for military attire, for combat in these woods would be far more comfortable. This had always been the established rule. His Imperial Majesty was permitted to be accompanied by a multitude of powerful followers, regardless of the nation he visited. A first-rate power would cherish a young holy warrior as a prized possession, yet their superfamilies boldly sent them into the lower realms on missions without hesitation. The advancements in modern technology had propelled human genetic and regenerative sciences to remarkable heights. On the battlefield, with timely and proper surgery, even critical organ damage or limb loss could potentially be regenerated, provided one had the financial means. Her body remained at the barest threshold of survival, hence her reproductive system, which offered no benefits for survival, was thus excluded. Presently, the powers of the three of them were not remarkably superior to those of ordinary individuals. 10 points represented the highest baseline for humanity, the physical standards expected of an adult. The long-haired specter exclaimed, "Boss, what about that mysterious weapon? We simply do not know how to use it. By the time Nyotai finds that girl Feier, we will be doomed." Emerging from the washroom, Li Ming had already prepared porridge and set it on the dining table, alongside several dishes of Zhu Muyi's favorite pastries. Some cultivators struck by the water column were obliterated, and the elder watching felt a change in his demeanor. Should the ship be destroyed, he too would not escape. Gritting his teeth, the elder leaped into the fray. Chi-level martial arts? Lu Qingfeng was slightly taken aback, inwardly lamenting that indeed, Shinfeng Academy possessed Chi-level martial arts. Although merely a copy, it was invaluable. Chu Xiaoying was a man of few words, mirroring his father, Chu Mu, to an almost uncanny degree. However, this demeanor was reserved for outsiders. With family or acquaintances, he exhibited an entirely different disposition. Lei Yunting, with a piece of bread between his teeth, glanced at the door. Growing somewhat impatient, upon seeing Yan Ziyu emerge, he approached, saying, "It's been a while." We are finally about to enter the final script," she cheerfully remarked with an air of mystery. The strength of a formal knight is thus, aside from weapons and armor, it is merely a combination of physical prowess and combat skills. As for skills, they're not something that those devoid of extraordinary power can manifest. Volume 1, Chapter 59, Generations of Talent. This reassurance lasted but a moment. Rose seemed to calm, her eyes reddening as she looked up at him, observing his serene and composed expression as if nothing had transpired. Just as he was but half a step away, a sharp object was fiercely thrust into his chest. At that moment, I scarcely absorbed much of what was said, for my mind was consumed by the vision of Jiang Yining and Song Chu-wei embracing. Bathing, in a sense, serves as a suggestion. As an adult, she ought to understand. Remaining in the bathroom for such an extended period was likely a sign of reluctance. Fu Rui played joyfully, his face alight with happiness, while Fu Yi seemed equally content in his company. Beneath the slide, he tirelessly caught Fu Rui and lifted him back up, and each time he saw Fu Rui smile, his lips would involuntarily curve upwards. I know that the Jiang family, unable to withstand the pressure from online discourse and recent news, has temporarily arranged for Liu Yin and Jiang Iran to marry. This statement was particularly directed at Yu Chu. The moment she entered, she had already been informed that Yu Song ultimately chose to adopt the design from their EXIN. What Yu Chu being the wife of Shen Muqian? Under her coaxing and persistent persuasion, Shen Muqian's preference would ultimately lean towards her. The disparity of identity and the burden of life imprisonment plunge him into a profound abyss devoid of hope. His endurance until this day must surely be regarded as the limit of his resilience. Chu Yin has already envisioned the outcome following his donation of corneas. The advantages he reaps are merely the fruits of the initial negotiations between his wife and the venerable Tang Zhong. The imperial physicians will only grow in power, paving a smooth path for their future endeavors. As expected, Lin Weiwei shot him a fierce glare, gritting her teeth and exclaiming no. With that, the elevator doors closed, isolating them within two separate realms. More crucially, he discerned that an individual bearing a striking resemblance to Shan Juanhao had seized control over the entire realm of spirits, leading him to believe that everything was a perilous gamble. Fortunately, night had fallen, and the children brought nearby had departed. Even the raging fire remained unseen by ordinary eyes. Yet it still filled him with trepidation. She had not forgotten the thoroughness with which she had previously rebuffed others, and now, recalling the scene of her impulsively leaping forward to kiss him, Qi Shiyin's expression grew increasingly difficult to articulate. She longed to clarify the situation immediately, but feared that her attempts might only exacerbate the misunderstanding. Ultimately, she disregarded whatever bombs he might drop, rolled her eyes, and feigned unconsciousness. Yang Xinda found it peculiar yet admirable. He dared not breathe in front of Qi Jui, while this Master Qi treated him as if he were inconsequential, truly displaying extraordinary courage and character. Such a place, fulfilling their conditions, naturally heightened the risk for individuals involved. Xiao Linzi grew increasingly irate as a guard entered to report that the Holy Martial Emperor summoned him to the palace. Xiao Shu offered words of comfort, and Xiao Linzi reluctantly accepted the command to enter the palace, instructing Xiao Shu to locate Gu Xianjin, who had just returned to the capital, although they had parted ways. Witnessing her exceptional kindness towards another man still caused him heartache and jealousy. Gu Xianjin had not returned long, weary from his journey. Upon arriving, he first succumbed to sleep, only to awaken and hastily attend to his grooming. "Classmate, are you all right?" "Classmate?" The dormitory supervisor hastily called out to Ning Yinyu, fearing that a tragedy might unfold and implicate her as well. At that moment, Shi Jinyang rushed in with the restaurant manager. It turned out that this family-friendly restaurant was under the auspices of the Shi family. Presently, apart from the crown prince and the still young 10th prince, all the emperor's sons were gathered here, and regardless of their intentions, they were prepared. The Prince of Ping arriving now would certainly not permit her to leave. She could not afford to remain passive or indifferent. However, crossing that chasm was no challenge for her now, as it belonged to her. Yu Yao pointed towards several wolves standing not far away. She evidently remained unaware that Cheng Jingzhou's so-called leniency stemmed from his indulgence and pampering of her. At this moment, they appear to be in stark contrast to Qi Xingyu. Despite being well-traveled interstellar residents, they resembled provincial bumpkins far more than Qi Xingyu, who hailed from a backward planet. Although such behavior is not uncommon in the world of football, Li deemed it an exceedingly risky venture, one that could jeopardize a player's career. Thus, the only path left for Wanda Ramos was self-rescue. As for how to achieve this, it was straightforward. If he could secure a 5-0 victory against Leeds United at Elon Road, then Wanda Ramos would consider his self-rescue accomplished. The two did not disrupt the operations of the three ahead. Thus, it seemed the passage through Shui Xinjiang would pose no issues. Due to the recent incessant assassination attempts, she had prepared thoroughly for her outings and brought sufficient personnel, feeling unafraid. Yet, would she concern herself with those princes? And what of Zongjing Mingjin, should she intervene? Observing her resolute gaze and listening to her decisive words, Jianxun understood that her determination was unwavering and irrevocable. She intended to usurp the throne, even at the cost of her own life. The poems by Sun Sai that remained unseen were partially unearthed by them, while those known to the people near Suzhou were presented in their entirety before Emperor Longin. Wu Fan immediately contacted Xianyang Lu, informing her of the Black Bear's whereabouts and the possibility of cooperation in its capture. Xianyang Lu, now the chief of the Galactic Police Bureau, commanded greater resources. With a little cooperation from her side, even if the Black Bear could fly, it would still find itself cornered. A mischievous smile crept across my face as I remarked, "And we can kiss when no one is around." Initially expecting the fairy to scold me again, I was pleasantly surprised when she subtly nodded in agreement. Wu Fan participated in several interviews with reporters. When asked about his plans post-graduation, he expressed his intention to delve deeply into research and study while also engaging in social development to contribute his modest efforts. Volume 1, Chapter 60, Su Chun returns home. Upon reflecting on this, Yang Xinan involuntarily shuddered, shaking his head to cast aside those convoluted memories. He sat at the edge of the rooftop, propping his leg up, quietly gazing down at the playground not far away. According to the initial plan, the Ark served as a resting point, although it would take some time to return. The battlefield between celestial beings and demons was perilous. Should they linger here at night, any encounter with fierce beasts could spell disaster. Sun Shuren beheld the rampage of that extraordinary creature and suddenly conceived an exquisite idea. A feeble voice trembled, contemplating whether to test the waters and see if 6,000 was indeed his final limit, though it appeared rather unconvincing. Noticing the irritation in the expressions of those around her, Qingya promptly stood and addressed them. Following that, I placed a card face down. The turn has ended. Chunjing calmly inserted a card into the magic trap card zone of her dual disc, revealing a face-down card. Now the first turn had concluded, and Chunjing surveyed her meticulously arranged setup with immense satisfaction. Ao Xingqiu remained silent, merely observing Ji, his phoenix eyes revealing their vertical pupils without reservation. Exuding an imposing aura, Wei Xian and their subordinates did not possess nuclear defects. However, even without the need to sense the pulse of the Earth, they still required access to channels. Should Wei Xian's core remain unscathed, sensing could extend to penetrate dimensions without issue, but at this moment, his sensing distance had significantly diminished. Shortly after a few phone calls, Hu Qirun's call inevitably reached Chu Daophone. "Never mind. For Chang Ji's sake, let's temporarily entrust your belongings to this Grand Sea Commander." The Xian instructed his subordinates. Huan Shi, however, did not rush to voice her thoughts. Instead, she momentarily lowered her gaze, her expression dreamy as she softly said, "I am truly lovesick. Longing is my bait, and love is my remedy. Only the Grand Commander can cure me." Her tone suddenly soared, her voice becoming hoarse. And Zio was slightly taken aback, caressing the police badge on his shoulder, reminiscing about the excitement he felt upon entering the public security university, diligently learning the skills of a police officer. This also elucidated why those individuals had transformed into what they were. They had likely encountered their most profound fears, or perhaps their greatest desires. Fortuitously, the effects of ginseng hidden deep within him had yet to dissipate entirely. Saving Chun Howren's life, that alone was enough to incite envy. How unjust the heavens are. Why must I be deprived of such a remarkable artifact? Bai Jingxian lamented, drawing an eye roll from Long Shui. After all, surrounded by vast expanses of desert, renaming the hotel to Longmen was indeed fitting. And the related tales were known only to the people of Huaxia, sparing them from concern that the people of Meija Kingdom might uncover the truth. Lu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. The two exchanged glances, and in a moment of mutual understanding, They erupted into laughter. Upon hearing Lanlan's words, Yu Jianbao was filled with disbelief. Why must they be lifted out again? Just moments ago, he had finally overcome the fears within him to open the coffin, and now he was to remove it once more? Surely this must be some sort of jest at his expense. In a narrow alley within the market, 3 early-stage Qi practitioners lay unconscious on the ground. Their cultivation was too weak, and when the demonic sound echoed, they were rendered senseless. Similar situations were rampant throughout the market. Ah, Tian'er, you still claim to have matured? It seems to me that you have not grown at all, remarked a voice. Summer had arrived swiftly. Calculating the time, if the heir of the Qin kingdom had a smooth journey, he should have already arrived in Qi capital. 2 anguished cries pierced the night sky, and soon after, Lu Xian witnessed 2 shadows plummet from the window. Do not preach to me with lofty principles. I am well aware of them. If you believe my presence by your side will bring you constancy, I shall remain in the shadows, never to intrude upon your life. A Xiang insisted. With that, he thrust an object into Chun Suchuan's hands and ran away, a scene that was fortuitously witnessed by Li Wang. This was one of the more powerful formations of the Morning family, as the old Taoist had once stated. At the height of their strength, the Morning family had utilized the Tianfeng Grand Formation to blow away the Immortal Island. In Suzhou, the 3 mountains and 9 palaces had received a message from Yi and Xiao, alerting them that the Qiyuan mountain range had opened the 2nd demonic realm gate. However, due to the overwhelming magical aura and Yi Yunxiao's warnings, no ancestral figures dared to investigate the vicinity. Is Ruan still well? I wish to speak with her, Bai Yihan remarked, glancing at Bai Yanran, who lay lifelessly on the bed. In his dreams, he found himself in a place of unparalleled beauty, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Seeing Feng Yixiang's expression, everyone shared a collective chuckle, dispelling the previously heavy atmosphere. Natai also expressed his admiration for Long Xuantian's actions. Though he was a warrior, he possessed discernment regarding the gravity of situations. Yet, Natai appeared unchanged from his initial demeanor. Even the creases in his clothing remained unaltered. If any change could be noted, it would be the palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him. However, Natai underestimated the ferocity of this fellow, believing that such a public setting would deter the dwarf from acting. Thus, he felt emboldened. Moreover, Mei Shuilian had already contacted individuals residing in the Long Island family, and several experts at the out-of-body stage were en route to this location. I must also extend my gratitude to you for aiding our company in achieving victory. Each has raised his glass once more. Volume 1, Chapter 61. The imperative to expand and strengthen. These paper soldiers indeed possessed the strength of the Qi layer and the blood condensation realm. However, they lacked the attributes of fortune and talent, and their physiques were exceptionally frail, with poor defensive capabilities. Enough. Cease your words. This matter does not concern you, and your feigned concern is unnecessary. Feng Yao coldly addressed Yen Wu. This is also what I wish to convey to Senior Yue. He chuckled, and the two exchanged knowing smiles before Yue turned to depart. I would rather die than fulfill your wishes. With that, Zhang Yi raised his head and crashed it against the ground, clearly seeking an end. Naturally, I shall seek out the one who dared to offend you. If he has the audacity to act thus, he must be prepared for the consequences. Mu Yi stated with a smile. Jiang Yi held significant importance in his heart, and the treatment she received from one, namely Xin, was infuriating. Had such events not transpired, the Divine Mother would not have sealed her own existence. Nor would she have erased the memories of the Heavenly Eagle, resulting in his endless reincarnation, enduring the vicissitudes of love and hatred. Only after thoroughly examining the Tontian riverfront did Chu He realize that the situation was not as favorable as the battle report suggested. 100,000 stones of grain required a fleet of ox carts and thousands of laborers. This was not an endeavor that private forces could manage. Only the government could organize such a transportation team. An explosive force shattered the massive tree ball enveloping Brent, and his figure reappeared before Lin Wei and Bancini. I believe Long Ji has a greater chance of victory. After all, he has been the champion for several consecutive sessions, and this time should hold no surprises, remarked one of Long Ji's supporters. Zhao Mingxian was evidently aware of this, but typically, once Xiaohua completed his experiments, he would call back upon noticing missed calls, so he merely smiled and remained silent. He glanced at his wrist device, which continuously transmitted his physiological data, and noted it had 1/3 battery remaining. A perfect amount of time to recharge after dinner. I care not who owns the establishment. I am merely here to enjoy some rice noodles. Just as I do not concern myself with the origins of the chicken that laid my eggs, Wang Chao asserted, logic firmly on his side. Just wait. When Cao Cao and Yuan Shao clash, we shall seize the opportunity to stab Cao Cao in the back and ensure Yuan Shao's victory, Pang Tong remarked. That morning, he awoke earlier than I, and, as I opened my eyes, I saw him lying on his side, one hand resting on my waist. This was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that I suddenly realized I was completely unclothed. According to Yang Chenxi's account, her father had briefly returned to life last night, uttering words before slipping away once more. She was as bewildered as anyone. Yet she was certain she had witnessed her father's revival and heard his voice. 14 could not accompany me for a day. Having skipped dinner, he left to attend to matters. I sat rigidly on the Kong, occasionally pacing in the courtyard, which required considerable effort and caused Winkyu to react as if preparing for battle. Mr. Duan Wanshan possessed the quintessential scholar's appearance in the photograph. He donned a beret and a checkered scarf. Perhaps it was the black umbrella he held that led Lin Shun to believe he had studied in Britain, exuding an air of cultured scholarship that inspired admiration. Thus, the denizens of the black market believed themselves aligned with Huai Si Te, naively assuming that by clinging to his influence, they could fearlessly confront the court, bolstered by newfound confidence. After such commotion, only the side concubine and Hong Chun remained in the courtyard, the side concubine feeling both gratified and desolate. Lin Jing's face was flushed, possibly due to the excitement from a film. Even when the waiter presented the menu, she appeared distracted. Though merely a simple gesture, the youth had understood and discreetly procured a delightful sip of life water from a spatial pocket. Following suit, the two began to ravenously devour the beef noodles provided by the establishment. Since the scenic area had been placed under military control, this road had seen no visitors aside from soldiers patrolling with police dogs. Qin Ke recalled Sun Bu'er's respectful demeanor towards Zhao Wuming and felt somewhat reassured. Perhaps what you said holds merit. Though she remained uncertain if Sun Bu'er had truly made the necessary arrangements. As Qin Li searched for Mingming grass, she collected dew from various flowers. Although the autumn nights were chilly and heavy with frost, she felt no fear, wielding the Biloxian sword as she traversed the towering mountains. Xian Nua issued a royal bounty, significantly impacting the esteemed young ladies of the empire. Indeed, Shi Meng is a descendant of the bloodline. Yet due to his impure lineage and the presence of mutant genes within him, he has been cast out by the Western blood clans. Consequently, he has sought refuge in America, living a life of obscurity. He has never dared to reveal his vampiric abilities. Shi Meng is merely a pseudonym, his true surname being Beluhi. Hailing from France, he spent several years in Italy before recently joining the company, where he is currently undergoing security training. Enough of this chatter. I have made my decision regarding the matter, Lu Fei, Lin Zhongyan asserted with authority as he patted the rosewood table. You seek death. Gao Xiong erupted in fury, unable to contain himself any longer. He charged at Luo Wei with a roar, outraged that this individual dared to strike him. My doorstep? Su Yifeng's words startled Gong Qianqian slightly, as she realized he might be there to pick her up. She replied, I will be there shortly. Please wait a moment. Before hanging up the phone, in that fleeting moment, the two entered the medicinal courtyard. At that instant, Mu Shifeng swiftly produced the tools of an alchemist and began transplanting the precious herbs he had longed for in his dreams. This endeavor continued until 3 in the afternoon, when he enlisted several laborers to transport dishes and electrical appliances into the house, undoubtedly spending a considerable sum in the process. The foreigner remained unperturbed. He clearly did not comprehend the meaning of the words spoken, but that did not imply he was ignorant of the language it originated from. Of course, the youth appeared rather disheveled, dressed in the most mundane attire imaginable. It was evident from the estate that its owner was a person of wealth and influence, rendering the life of that youth inconsequential in the eyes of the guards during the night. So, tell me what your thoughts. Lele's father flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray and turned to fix his gaze upon me. The more I behaved this way, the less others would suspect me. Everything was under my control. Li Munin was confident in his strategy. By the way, are there still some A and B grade tasks left? We could simply submit the remaining tasks, couldn't we? Volume 1, Chapter 62. I shall leave the palace incognito tomorrow. She understood that Shun Liangma harbored a strong aversion towards families like the Yu clan. She held a significant prejudice against Xuantian, who operated within the gray areas of society. Sometimes, certain statements ring true. Every affluent individual is accompanied by a sycophant, and even treacherous characters like Wu Jin are prevalent, a fact well known among the servants of the estate. He had not anticipated that after Tianyu met his demise by crashing into a wall, his sister would seek him out for vengeance. Regret? Yi Xiaoro had regretted long before. The moment those words left her lips, she felt remorse. After he stepped out, leaving an empty room behind, her regret only deepened. Yet now, what purpose did such reflections serve? Fear not, she will surely awaken. Didn't Qin Chen promise that? Guandonger reassured her, gently patting Xia Xinfan's shoulder. She was aware that aside from herself and her biological mother, everyone else in the Mu estate had been dispatched to the frontier, so she refrained from speaking too much for fear of arousing suspicion. However, Lin Qi's timely reminder endeared him to Qin Qin, prompting her to retrieve her phone and peruse the news from that day. The Prime Minister Lin glanced at the scene, realizing that this was not a doctor, but rather someone akin to a wolf encountering a sheep, unable to feel at ease. He stepped forward to intervene, but was pushed aside by a beggar, who boldly extended his hand, with a faint blush on her cheeks. Mulan found herself in an unprecedented situation, as the man before her stood completely unclothed, every part of him laid bare to her sight. Yet, she was merely bathing him, not engaging in any impropriety, although her gaze could not help but wander toward Yang Ding's impressive stature. Even in conflict, the ability to cleverly twist concepts and turn the tables, while maintaining internal logic, is a skill worth mastering. Jiang Shanning was unconcerned with anything but saving her son. She was genuinely terrified of what might happen. Without hesitation, she boarded Gu Siyu's vehicle, rushing to the hospital with her son. The hospital director rambled on extensively, yet his intention was not to boast about the rarity of their medications, but to convey their sincerity and the significance they placed on treating Chunyan. She opened the door of a parked Land Rover, climbed inside, and retrieved a mobile phone and a set of car keys. After all, they are the backbone of humanity, the first to charge into battle to protect their homeland against foreign beasts. Upon entering, I realized that behind this iron gate lay the true airport, filled with numerous large passenger planes, the courtyard stretching endlessly before my eyes. Throughout history, there have been but a handful of individuals who have reached such a level of mastery, and in this contemporary world, only 3 war emperors have achieved this feat. Hua Qixue stood agape, her microphone slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground with a resounding clatter. Qin Mo, seeing Jiang Shanning's anxious expression, could not help but chuckle and said, "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Here, this is for you." With that, Qin Mo produced an exquisite gift box from seemingly nowhere. Alas, your strength is merely lacking. You have traversed the path of trials, destined for an extraordinary future, worthy of standing tall against the heavens. How exhilarating it must be to contemplate. Ryan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Overthinking certain matters is akin to a needless worry. Yi Tsungwei shook his head and turned to the outer room for tea. With her thoughts settled, Fian resolved to seek out Lin Mo in the courtyard, eager to serve him tea, offer a gentle massage, and subtly stimulate him. Qing Ning, his most ardent admirer, despite studying directing, remained practical, harboring a dream of becoming an actress. Upon seeing Hua Yingchuan for the first time, she felt an overwhelming desire to embrace him. The middle-aged man behind her, clad in a simple linen robe and devoid of expression, seemed naturally devoid of emotion, not even wielding a sword, yet he hovered in the air, maintaining a distance from Zhao Feng and Yi Shi. At that moment, Wang Yin'er finally recognized her classmate anew, Nianlin. Across the vast expanse of Shenzhou, powerful individuals simultaneously unleashed a punch towards the heavens, while a sword immortal, wielding a 3-foot blade, cleaved open the celestial gate. Thousands of exiled immortals surged forth, eager to shatter that heavenly door. Another one, Zhou Kuan, felt that this tomato possessed an uncanny magic today. The bus had already turned around in an exaggerated manner, and now Chun Peng, Guo Wei, and Qian Lina had arrived. Who knows who else might show up? A gigantic python had coiled itself across the road to the west of the village, necessitating someone to eliminate it. Villagers had lost an axe, possibly in the thorny forest to the north, but it was said that many magical creatures resided there. They hoped someone could assist in recovering the axe. Additionally, a cat from a village had gone missing, and many other matters required attention. Although such sentiments were expressed, how unfortunate it truly was. Not merely unfortunate. With so many awaiting in the main venue, could it be that the honey oranges from Nanwan were truly destined to claim victory? You dare strike me? Victoria's lips bled, yet her countenance remained proud and defiant. As they dined, a sudden clamor erupted. Su Yuran looked up, her gaze drawn to the arrival of Song Lin Shun. In a construction site in the western district of Paris, the roar of machinery echoed incessantly as dozens of workers toiled through the night. Xuantian console, do not panic. While there is danger, it is not catastrophic. Is it not well now? We must be prepared and enhance our strength for additional assurance, thus distributing medicinal pills to expedite training for everyone. Volume 1, Chapter 63. Su Chun, what great power you possess. A moment later, a stunning beauty gracefully leaped from the tree, casting a spell that enveloped Mu Wan Feng and whisked him deeper into the woods. As her words fell, an enchanted broom appeared in her hand, and a winding stone staircase unfolded before her. The injury she sustained took a full year to heal, underscoring the severity of Ying's wounds. However, upon her recovery, her cultivation had returned to the mid-stage of Ling Ying, and Zai Su had always harbored some intentions. Yet even his thoughts could not shield him from the cacophony of the outside world encroaching upon the room. Boer received his verbal promise, feeling it somewhat unreliable. Yet it was still a gain, providing him something to report back to Go Daisheng. Alas, it was too late. From the ground beneath, a multitude of blood-red lights erupted, followed by a thunderous roar as a colossal pillar of malevolent energy, spanning over 50 kilometers in diameter, surged into the sky, engulfing all, including Su Ruogu. A faint oppressive aura emanated from him, not born of strength, but rather a sense of pressure cultivated from long-standing authority. This individual was clearly no ordinary person. On the Ming army's front, losses were still under 20,000, with the soldiers growing bolder and their attacks becoming increasingly fierce. The morale and resolve of the European anti-Ming alliance had plummeted, leading to a diminishing resistance. The Ming army's casualties in defeating 10,000 anti-Ming soldiers were becoming ever lighter. Su Hao was indeed aware of what Yin Zi was, a formidable force trained by the former Soviet Union for the conquest of territories, almost comparable to the forces from the American Empire. However, post-Cold War, this group had largely fallen into disarray, with many resorting to scams. The matters concerning the Tian Wushang Zhu were well known to AI Yu Qingfeng and Feng Chenguzi, who understood that their objectives aligned with his, to confront the Tian Di. Moreover, even disregarding the elusive remnants of ancient divine beasts, the bones of an 8th-level demon were treasures of immense rarity. Those who could cultivate to the 8th level possessed within them the bloodline power of ancient divine beasts, albeit in a far more diluted form. Stealing the vitality of others to enhance one's own was the most formidable ability of the fallen angels. Not even the holy angels could contend against it, for in battle, the holy angels would only grow weaker while the fallen angels would grow stronger. In that moment, Chu Chan was filled with impatience, too disinterested to discern the appearance of his opponent. All he knew was that the young man before him wielded a spear over a foot long, its tip glimmering with a cold light. Mo Jiao's figure was continuously retreating, causing the waves of blood to accumulate in layers. In just a brief moment, the blood waves had surged to a staggering 30-fold. The energy contained within reached an astonishing extremity. He never anticipated that this madman would treat his own life so frivolously, placing such a bomb at his waist. If it were to detonate, this place would be reduced to rubble, and escape would be impossible in such a short span of time. The Ding Xian Li Shi Huai Yuan Kong Jishan was exceptionally sturdy, with a flat upper section and a sharply pointed underside, characteristic of a knife-bottom vessel, capable of cutting through the waves. The ship's compartments were divided into 3 sections. The upper section of the front compartment served as a kitchen and water storage, while the lower section housed the accompanying soldiers. The middle compartment contained over a dozen rooms. Due to the rain, Chu Sun Yu's hand was covered in mud from his fellow's touch, prompting her to withdraw her hand in disgust and inquire, "What kind of creature are you?" Of course, she did not expect an answer and turned a glance back at Mao Mao. At that moment, 81 blade lights surrounding the crowd trembled violently, resembling a colossal battle formation in motion. Immediately, all 81 blade lights surged forth, roaring in fury towards all directions. I found myself perplexed. What on earth did my secret admiration for Dongfang, Yin have to do with that damn Chen Niamo? Upon reflection, I realized it indeed bore some connection. Regret washed over me. Our initial folly in provoking Lu Xian had led to this predicament. Now that we had invited Lu Xian, we were utterly unable to handle the situation. The Mountain Guardian array? Su Tongling furrowed his brow. This array was excessively vast, requiring an immense expenditure of resources. For a time, the Shen group was known as the Zhang group. My mother's lifelong efforts were ruined by a man named Zhang San. Such naive behavior could also be feigned, intended to lower my guard. After meticulously planning a series of strategies, events began to unfold as intended. Dongfang Zhenming did not disappoint Su Yao's goodwill, indeed taking action. But what surprised Su Yao was that the first to push me aside was not Wu Shenghe, but rather the ever-watchful Chun Nai Mo who stood behind me. Li Xian beside me felt the same. This was an opportunity to meet the wealthiest. In recent days, I had discussed numerous deals, and now to urge her to leave was unthinkable. Thus, I, with a heavy heart, lifted the wine glass from the table, disregarding Black Wind's attempts to dissuade me, and downed a glass of red wine, at which point I heard the laughter of several men. She was unaware of what these white walls truly were or how they came to be, but it was evident. You are indeed unlike them. They cannot compete with you in my heart. And Hao, touched by his words, burst into a joyful smile. Though I understood my brother could support me, how could a sister always rely on a brother? Yet his words were sufficient. I knew no one could accompany me to the end. But I would always remember what my brother said to me tonight. Though not entirely realistic, it was deeply heartwarming. Volume 1, Chapter 64. What on earth does Wu Mainyang intend to do? Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced Gu Shun's ears, instinctively causing him to frown as he pressed his Bluetooth headset. But by the time he attempted to listen again, the line had already been disconnected. Tai Bai Shan Hu Zhu Zhao, upon hearing this, brandished his wolf-toothed club and charged at Yu Pengju. Seeing Zhao arrive, Yu Pengju raised his gun in response. Zhou Bing ran side. How could he convince others of his sincerity? The fellow exited the street corner, unaware of Wu Xian's whereabouts. Contemplating where to search, he resolved to first inform Lu Ming. Light rain fell. The night deepened, and the courtyard was utterly silent. Under the cover of darkness, the branches of the trees moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, and a shadow as faint as smoke flickered and vanished, swiftly entering the pitch-black main house. Since Yao Ling heir could accompany the Su family to Guanyin Temple on the second day of the second month to pay respects, it must have been permitted by old Madame Su. At that time, Yao Ling heir had drugged herself, inciting old Madame Su's fury. Why had the old lady suddenly changed her stance and become amicable? The reasons behind this were quite intriguing. Zhou Xiaoling understood the meaning behind He Chuan's words. Yet she truly did not wish to see Li Qing. He Chuan spoke from the heart. He genuinely wished for Zhou Xiaoling and Zhao Yiya to release him. Even if just for a fleeting moment, that alone would suffice. Once Ji Wang attended court the next day, she promptly dispatched someone to inquire, only to learn that Yao Ling heir had wept, claiming that she had harmed her child and had even contacted Lu Yinyang, securing evidence. While the old woman she sent to the pharmacy was also captured and interrogated by Ji Wang. In the previous moment, he had displayed an icy demeanor towards others. Yet upon the mention of Xia Ran and Gu Shan, he transformed into a figure of warmth and cordiality. She found it unnecessary to trouble him so, yet inexplicably, Shang Zhanbo refused to allow her departure. Just moments before, he had thrust her into the room, and shortly thereafter, a business associate pursued her, leaving her with no means to escape. Su Zuru gazed intently at the silhouette of this man, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind, deliberately avoiding eye contact with him. The more he did so, the more his scrutiny intensified. Another matter arose regarding the specially crafted business cards. How could one navigate the world without possessing a card of distinction? Other matters could be discussed, but when it came to affairs of the Shadow Realm, even the mightiest must yield, and it was imperative for him to take the lead. As the water gradually enveloped her body, her memories began to resurface. After being captured by Pan Air the previous night, she had prepared herself for the worst, even descending into despair. The adults finally relaxed. The farther they distanced themselves from the Germans, the lighter the surrounding atmosphere became, as if a sense of homecoming permeated the carriage. Just 100 steps outside, Elder Meng Qing Shu of the Wenru sect beheld a rare, medicinal herb in disbelief. This herb was none other than the Shisue herb, a highly sought-after elixir in the martial arts world. Yet the specimen before him was over 6 times larger than the ordinary variety and bore crimson fruit. During the pestilence, he had employed formidable measures to suppress it, even resorting to more potent tactics that compelled many warlords to cease hostilities. Ergué shook his head, stating, "The Celestial Master is mistaken. It is not Tonglu, but rather the general lies dormant in my province." Li Tian shook his head in agreement. Lin Heguang feigned ignorance, entering the room with a piercing gaze directed at Zhang Yicheng, his eyes betraying both fury and confusion. He pressed the yellow-orange bullet into the chamber, racked the slide, and listened to the distant sound of retreating footsteps. "I see you have nothing to do. How about we catch a movie together?" Zhang Yiji proposed, producing 2 movie tickets with a solicitous expression. The atmosphere in the hospital room froze instantly as Gao Xiong and Gu Yi turned their heads, flushed, to stare at Zhang Ning. "Brother, I apologize." Du Dui's pale visage slumped back against the chair, his tone weak yet sincerely earnest. However, as the federal army regrouped, Lei Jiel led his troops towards the transition point, his intentions unmistakable. Although Yang immersed himself in these experiences, he did not close off his senses. Thus he comprehended Qi Feng's words and hastily made his exit. Outside, Qi Yun awaited him, guiding Yang Yi to a clean and spacious room, prepared as a guest chamber by Qi Shan for visiting elders. Xiaji believed that with several parents united in reporting Sun Lanhua, there was no way Sun Lanhua could continue as a teacher. Upon realizing this, Lei Jie ceased to insist that Rob continuously provide the vitality aura that could enhance speed and stamina recovery for everyone, allowing him to choose the timing to activate whichever aura he deemed fit. When Xiahou Tianlong witnessed the black whirlwind charging towards his beloved disciple, he immediately discerned the malicious intent and extracted his Panlong staff to pursue the dark force, instructing his subordinates to intercept Nian Na. Upon hearing Hulina's words, the others merely scoffed, casting her a disdainful glance before departing, unwilling to engage with what they deemed her madness. Upon hearing the Dragon King of the South, he too felt the absurdity of summoning an ignorant nephew to exchange tokens. It was likely that Husan would keep this matter under wraps, unbeknownst to the ancient Fox King. Su Jinyun's response took Su Xinglin by surprise, as he had presumed she had long forgotten her past experiences. The young male doctor's voice was somewhat hoarse, and when he regarded Su Jinyun, his expression bore little emotion, akin to the detached demeanor he exhibited towards all his patients. "What does it matter? It is neither painful nor irritating. Let them say whatever they wish, as long as I can sustain myself," she mused. She pondered why the path felt increasingly familiar. Was this not the very route she had been led to the Zhuang, Feinyang? Qi Wan and the Black Bear brothers were equally agitated, lamenting, "This is all our fault. We lacked the capability. Men should fight on the battlefield. Yet we must rely on the princess to rescue us." Purer, the essence of body refinement, the flame lotus, daringly ventured into the wolf's den. The long, elegant, and beautiful swan-like neck was exposed to the air as the morning sun's gentle light filtered through the gauzy curtains into the room. Had Lin Fangshi still been present, he would have been astonished to see the Guoshi still alive. Had he not been framed by him, only to be executed by the emperor? In Chapter 65 of Volume 1, the act of shopping is deemed a woman's nature. As the words left his lips, the yin-yang figure turned towards Lin Yi. Their clarity significantly improved, yet their excitement remained palpable. With a sweeping motion of their immense hand through the air, a gentle force enveloped Lin Yi, and he felt his injuries begin to mend in an extraordinary manner. After Ji Kai's vehicle departed, Ji Yuanyin approached me, having noticed Ji Kai glancing our way, seemingly vexed, before he too entered a vehicle and drove away. "Your life may be humble, but your temper has grown increasingly volatile. While everyone claims that the Empress has softened after falling gravely ill, I have yet to witness such a change," Wei Shuiying remarked with a calm demeanor, her gaze deep and probing as she scrutinized Mo Huayuan, attempting to discern something hidden within. Xiao Fang's resignation partly stemmed from Gu Cixi, leaving Gu Cixi with a tinge of guilt, prompting her desire to assist Xiao Fang in finding new employment. As for this outcome, Wang Nanbei seemed unsurprised, as if he had anticipated it all along, standing silently as he observed the crude performance before him. She leapt into the air, her long blade aimed downward, while the cloaked figure raised their sword to block. Just as her blade was about to clash with the dark figure's sword, she suddenly retracted her weapon, executing a swift somersault in midair, brandishing the severed arm hidden in her garment, catching the cloaked figure off guard, and thrusting a blade into their left shoulder. Reflecting on recent events, Wang Nanbei meticulously reviewed the proceedings, concluding that the handling of these matters had indeed been somewhat lacking. However, given a chance to make those choices again, he believed he would still opt for the same decisions. The disciples present witnessed Lin Yi's left hand wave in the air, observing as Lu Yu was abruptly propelled backward, even losing grip on the whip in their hand. Although the mages of Kamatigia claimed to be seekers of the supreme truth of the universe, in reality, they harbored their own beliefs, venerating the three immensely powerful mages who had been enshrined as the triune gods of magic during the era of magical origins. With an effortless flair, he strolled forward, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, subtly swaying his shoulder, his pride evident even from his silhouette. I saw our reflections in the glass window before me. My image was clearer, while his appeared blurred. Although the Daobao Taoist did not contend with Xiao Ming, nor did he mention it upon returning, it was evident to all that he harbored some frustration. This, indeed, is the legendary maternal instinct. Shun Yin had relished life, yet before her child, she possessed the innate essence of a mother. Nevertheless, the wooden sword inherently lacked lethality, and its effectiveness was quite limited. Thus Zhang Tai-bai had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of the custom sword. Tian Ci shook his head, unable to fathom why Zhang Yang would introduce him to such a person. At that moment, Tian Ci's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Zhang Yang calling, he understood it must pertain to the matter of Zhang Fang. As the rickshaw advanced, the path grew increasingly dark. Unlike Dao Wai, Wanggang Dao was home to mostly impoverished families, many of whom lacked electricity. The houses along the road relied on candles or oil lamps for illumination. The only difference from the past was that the circles that once confined him and me were now intertwined, binding us together. I yearned for this bond to endure for an eternity. Lin Yu had encountered countless elderly individuals who cared for their juniors, yet few could compare to the one before him. However, as soon as Gumin spoke, she was playfully rebuked by Mao for suggesting she could not gift a home to her brother. To be candid, I once immersed myself in the cultivation of a grand sect. Hence, I had heard of this celestial being's renown. Luo Fan chuckled softly. Cha Xiu Bo offered a faint smile, followed by a gentle sigh, as if burdened by unseen worries. A wave of drowsiness washed over Tsang Wunyan, causing his eyelids to grow heavy until they finally shut. Faintly, it seemed like sighs echoed from the corners of the world, as if a mythical presence bore witness to this scene and began to lament, feeling a complex array of emotions. Had Mu Qiuqi articulated her need for the dragon blood flower from the outset, neither party would have needed to resort to violence, and her life would have been spared with no injuries incurred. It was merely a matter of reattaching a severed tail, and the enchanting illusion could have been achieved. After escorting Jean Tai Yin to her dormitory, Wang William restrained himself from following her upstairs, driving away amidst her reluctant gaze. By gathering sufficient data for the novice system and establishing a more comprehensive storage framework, it would surpass the capabilities of its current competitors. Observing that the remaining individuals merely nodded without offering praise, General Xiao felt discontent. These people must be envious, jealous of Ping and's beauty and skillfulness, unwilling to voice their approval despite their internal agreement. Although Jing Ku saved Ziying, he continued to ignore him after his awakening, as if they were strangers. What was wrong with him? How could he feel a flicker of hesitation and fear when facing a demon lord from another world? Volume 1, Chapter 66, 12 Streets Like Vegetable Beds. Zheng Wanlei and Zhou Yang exchanged tense glances, setting down their wine cups and hastening toward the direction of the light beam. Sir, do you know our fish pond receives 2 guests a day? These guests have made reservations, but the adjacent pond suddenly requires a fish fry inspection. Since our pond is ample, why not allow the neighbors to share it today? Kuziamo suggested, looking at Guogua. At that moment, Chen Yunfeng spotted Meng Xingchun, and after a moment of astonishment, he could not suppress his laughter as he approached her step by step. Xiaoshu he inputted the sample for the chip research into the computer, awaiting its analysis while taking his phone and heading towards the door. The entire sequence from Jun Yao's actions to the house explosion was recorded by the terrorists, and upon viewing the footage, Commander Lan Xing and several leaders erupted in laughter. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I shall return shortly." Hao bowed respectfully, retrieving a pill from his bosom, signaling for the emperor to take it before leaping out of the window with agility. Listening to Feng Shu Yao's admonishment, Mu Hao Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, there was no one around to overhear, otherwise it would have been utterly humiliating. The sound of countless explosions erupted as those following Wu Kuang were crushed into a mist of blood by the overwhelming pressure. Meng Xingchun was bewildered, yet more and more individuals surrounded her, kneeling in supplication, rendering her unable to escape as she sought out Nyonyo. Hope began to swell within her, almost illuminating her soul. These matters, Ning Mo Li found tedious to elaborate on, preferring not to indulge in sentimentality. While they conversed, the vehicle arrived at the outskirts of the realm of truth, where they observed two oddly shaped metal boxes racing toward them from a distance, startling several apprentices of magic who dropped their belongings in astonishment. The incense, burning fervently, emitted a sizzling sound before extinguishing, releasing wisps of light smoke. In the next moment, a dreadful black smoke enveloped Su Lin, seeping from every pore as he cast a spell, unleashing a stream of dark light that transformed into his black primordial spirit. Amidst the dazzling sword light, a shadow of a youth curled upon the ground, his limbs stretching painfully, a sensation undoubtedly excruciating, even causing he, skilled at concealing his true emotions, to wail as he rolled about like a stray dog. In the chaos, not only the common folk, but even the disciples in white and other cultivators within the 4-9 city were largely oblivious to the fact that the purple crystal lion was gradually being contained. The populace continued to weep and curse, frantically following the disciples in their desperate retreat. With no other choice, she shifted to a more comfortable position, exposing her thigh for Lin Ai to lie upon at will. "You are courting death," Wu Feng sneered, lunging forward and aiming to strike Yi Tian's head with a single blow. The 100 supreme beings united their efforts, jointly channeling the ancient garment blade. The depths of Hung Mie's eyes flickered with the brutal imagery of ancient warfare as two venerable beings were utterly severed by the ancient garment blade, their vitality extinguished and beyond salvation. Seeing no way to break through, the curse swiftly redirected, soaring into the heavens. Instantly, a thick black cloud began to gather above Bianjing City, growing denser with the passage of time, exhibiting a tendency to spread. Wei Xiao was filled with self-loathing and disgust, yet the anguish he felt from his inevitable tears, compounded with his already foul mood, caused his eyes to redden. Was Yuan Shaolin content? What could she do if she was not? She was not reckless enough to seek her own demise. Much like the Qiao family, she could lead a quiet life, diligently pursuing her studies. Wang Lang remained unhurried. A sharp pain shot through his fingertips as the extending metal clung to his nails, rapidly growing and elongating into 10 blade-like alloy tips that firmly affixed themselves to his fingers, resembling the bloody nails of the first-generation Jiaolan, yet evidently more resilient. Therefore, in the open space, it was said to be a clear day, but the thick shade of the trees obscured the sky. If left unattended, the entire garden would be shrouded in shade. Gongsun's potential was nearly exhausted, had it not been for Zhang Yu administering a few acupuncture needles. She would likely have perished. Even so, she remained in a coma, requiring at least 10 days or half a month of recuperation to hope for recovery. His heart raced, and he hurriedly looked down, and upon seeing Chun Peng, aided by the heavenly soldiers, decimating the earth barbarians and inflicting heavy casualties, he could no longer contain his ecstatic laughter. The work concluded successfully. Everyone celebrated exuberantly, compensating for the drinks they missed during the new year. And Director Lu Mu toasted each one in turn. Ingu, meaning valley, was surrounded by mountains, with a sufficiently large valley in the center, and a road connecting Liangjun to Yingchuanjun. At the rehearsal room entrance, Hong Taokei finally revealed a smile that reached her eyes, her gaze fixed beyond Wu Jin and Wei Shi, before entering without a backward glance. Seizing the opportunity, while Hong Mao lowered her head, Wu Jin leaned toward the driver's seat, while Wei Shi pressed down on the youth, lowering his head and casually adjusting the rearview mirror to obstruct the view from the back seat. Just after Yi Lai had finished asking, he suddenly turned to face the 9 monks in the distance, seemingly astonished, uncertain why the 9 Hells Buddha would appear here. This year's grand competition held a peculiar charm. Huang Tiansheng remarked with a smile, wiping the grease from his mouth. Zhang Wangtian secured his vehicle and, without casting a glance at the bald man, was about to pass by when suddenly the bald man extended his hand to block his path. Kai Mao, witnessing the failure of his life-saving talisman under Li Chen's fierce assault, was struck with astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Following this, Zheng Xian hastily removed her coat and draped it over Qing Ying, then pulled her towards her room. Yi Shisan, clad in a blue trench coat and standing at nearly 6 feet tall, with thick, flowing hair cut to ear length, was on his way to Chongling Mountain to apprentice at the Wan Fa Sect. The life crystal was an extraordinary treasure that could only be nurtured by the Mu clan, with each member capable of producing but a single life crystal in their lifetime, embodying the essence of their vitality, which not only aids in breaking through limitations but also provides immense life force. In Volume 1, Chapter 67, If you do not allow me to see, I shall insist on seeing. However, Suyang University is the premier institution in Yanhai City and ranks among the finest in all of Huaxia. The bald man, known as Leopard, was preoccupied with seeking Lin Yu's forgiveness before Feng Xilai arrived, fearing he would not survive until dawn. The aroma of fish began to waft from the bamboo pot, while the statue of Guanyin in the temple gently closed its eyes, seemingly discontent with the fish scent, pondering why the Kaishan and Yulao temples were always bustling, while it remained so desolate. Do not be disheartened. I assure you that upon completing this task, you shall not only leave this place, but also achieve great things in Earth Village or Long Ci. Long Ci is known for its discerning judgment of character, and through their recent interactions, he deemed Huizi to be a commendable individual. Zhang Yang glanced down the corridor, noticing no guests observing him, then twisted the doorknob, entering his office with a furious stride. The Qilin beast contemplated, realizing that the light in His Highness the King of Yu's eyes indeed conveyed that sentiment. Upon reaching the bed, he saw the man lying back with his mouth agape, soundly asleep, the jade pendant emitting a blue glow resting beside him. The fluffy creature stealthily approached the pillow, its large eyes fixed on the man, waiting patiently as if to confirm whether he was truly asleep. In the forthcoming period, he intended to elevate his renown globally, inspiring admiration from all corners of the world. Once Tang Luo and Bai Feifei departed, Li Weixin lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, narrowing his eyes. Had it not been for the prohibition against smoking on the plane, he would have been no different from a ruffian outside, perhaps with a cigarette dangling from his lips. She had been wronged by Wu Tieju's son. At that time, my father was not as confused as he is now and did not wish to cohabitate with her, sending her instead to Wu Tieju's household. This item is undoubtedly exceedingly rare. Had it not been for Wu Jio's mother and sister, Lin Jun would never have employed an everlasting fruit as a medicinal ingredient, and he had even infused it with considerable divine power. Observing that the opponent remained unaffected by his kingly power, he displayed a flicker of emotion. Sensing the changes in his brother, in an effort to conceal his awareness, Wu Di casually crossed his legs, though his face betrayed impatience. Zan Buremainit composit. Observing that the dream weaver offered no resistance, thus refraining from employing the magic tiger, and instead proceeded to unfasten the dream weaver's garment, who seemed equally eager to remove Zhan Bu's clothing. Upon emerging from the store, I was unaware of the beads of sweat forming on my brow. After purchasing 2 sets of athletic wear for Gu Piampian, along with a backpack, I finally made my way home. Wait, young master, I can go alone. Recalling Wu Di's specific instructions, Su Huoter suddenly grasped something and spoke up to intervene. Sir, have you forgotten something? In the room, Mu Qing was crouched in the corner, preparing to unplug the vacuum cleaner. Hearing the door, she curiously inquired of the returning Kato. At your service. Yu Longchang accepted the token, pivoted, and swiftly unsheathed his sword, thrusting it into the divine dragon's back. Of course, even if the station troops were not numerous, they were significant compared to a larger army. While a force of 10,000 may seem vast, a few hundred still represented a tenfold increase compared to Li Lingyi's current strength. Moreover, they were on the defensive, not the offensive. What do I know? Huang Yun retorted. Why did she still inquire? Did she not already know? She was merely stalling for time. But given that this was a precipice, a veritable dead end, there would be no one to rescue her. Delaying would only lead to death. A scholar was gathering herbs and dew in the mountains, moving in harmony with nature, blending seamlessly with the scenery, as if born to do so. The truth is, Bai Shiha sought the Grand Elder of the Wuxian Kingdom, from whom she learned the term demigod, indicating her knowledge of divine matters, which Shiha wished to explore further. Shopkeeper Liu was astonished upon hearing that Gui Bao requested 10 condensed gold pills. However, the surprise was fleeting, and the final agreement settled on 5 pills, ensuring a substantial profit for the local Ji shop from this transaction. Presently, the matter of sealing the gods remained shrouded in mystery, leaving many sages uncertain of its cause and effect. Yet at this moment, Hong Yun was reincarnated, indicating that the sealing of the gods was inextricably linked to him. The harmony of yin and yang represents the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, and the support of the Buddha of joy from the Sherman lineage attracted numerous demons and spirits from the vast wilderness. Pain. Knight Lev felt a splitting headache, as if he had endured a horrifying nightmare, one dark and dreadful, where he had seemingly been captured by that old fool from Locke County. Breathing rapidly, Knight Lev opened his eyes to find himself bound and atop a steed. "Are you all right?" Helping up on E, who was dressed casually, Li Lingyi wiped the sweat from her forehead. Some human peasants were still transporting timber. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of foreign beings, they dropped their loads in fright and hastily retreated into their territory. This was because the workers were acutely aware that no matter how they speculated, the next event would undoubtedly be the ignition ceremony, a certainty beyond doubt. Yuhang University is indeed commendable, yet it has yet to establish a music academy. "May I inquire about your reasoning?" Teacher Zhao asked. One could only demonstrate their strength to Li Hao in the most unreserved manner, and the effect had already been achieved. Henceforth, Li Hao would undoubtedly remain steadfast. "You need not worry about this. All necessary purchases and rentals will be made, as the situation is the same in both the city and the county." Now, it was nearly impossible to discern any scars on him. Only remnants of previous bloodstains remained. Directo li regretta. Deeply understanding the principle of preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. In the steel mill, Director Li's words carried weight. Whereas in the first machinery department, there were too many high-ranking leaders, and he was subject to numerous constraints. Yet, he also felt a sense of gratitude toward Liu Bang for his kindness. When he was hungry, Liu Bang had provided him with food, and when he lacked clothing, Liu Bang had clothed him. How could he betray such kindness? It felt as though he could already envision himself reaching the pinnacle of screenwriting, surveying the world, exuding confidence before his sister, father, and teacher, with his lips curving upwards uncontrollably. The power to obliterate time and space? If both the tangible and intangible were destroyed, then time and space would cease to exist, for indeed, time and space rely on physical matter for their existence. Li Sun paused momentarily before responding. The ball of fluff cradled in her arms wore a similarly displeased expression, struggling to leap from her embrace and scampering to Liu Shaoxi's side, affectionately nuzzling against him. In Volume 1, Chapter 68, "This wretched thing has caused me to curse." Upon hearing Gao Xing's words, not only Professor Chen, but also Shueli Yang, Huba Yi, and Hao Aiwa gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing Bixia's words, the monkey nodded and said, "Indeed, the Zhanzu once proclaimed that the world possesses spirit. In times of crisis, to ensure their survival, various anomalies and fortuitous opportunities will emerge." After organizing the herbs, Andreas instructed the team to set forth. They journeyed south for half a day until they arrived at the entrance of Fengsheng Valley, as marked on the map. Wang Tianming could no longer withstand the biting cold. In mere moments, frost had already formed on his lips and hair. In other words, they had made a trip to Shuangqiuan town without spending a dime, not only resting their feet and enjoying tea, but also acquiring 10 pounds of large bullfrogs for free. The captain spoke, and the team members nodded in agreement. They had never taken the magical beasts in Kekalage Forest lightly. Even if they spoke casually, they held every beast in high regard in their hearts. Outside the cave, the sky darkened like night. Suddenly, lightning illuminated the cave brilliantly, followed by the rumble of thunder. A fierce wind howled, and rain poured down as if from a deluge. Wind rushed in through the branches at the cave entrance, causing the campfire to flicker erratically, yet it did not affect the warm atmosphere within the cave, reminiscent of spring. Zhu Yuanyuan and Mo Yao shivered in unison upon hearing this, a chill creeping up their spines. Heartache. Lu Dayo was on the verge of tears. Had it not been for Xiaoyan's prior knowledge of his actions, he might have truly been deceived. Su Ren affectionately leaned on Yun Ying's shoulder. Say, Mom, you have no idea. My culinary skills now rival those of Aunt Wong from our home. She exaggerated her cooking prowess deliberately to spare Yining from fatigue. Su Jiang had lost his appetite, yet his wariness towards Yu Ji had intensified. Yang Sui's words were no mere pretense. It would not bode well if Yu Ji were to linger in Jiangling City day in and day out. The statement puzzled Song Xiangxi, yet the shopkeeper's demeanor suggested he had no intention of elaborating further. Frowning, she pondered if he was alluding to the backgrounds of these individuals. This realization struck her as a missing piece in her life, which she was urgently trying to reclaim, yet she discovered that it was not an easy task, perhaps even more challenging than dilemmas at work. Before returning to her homeland, she could hardly imagine that one day, so many would cherish her son. Perhaps it was indeed divine favor that made her life feel complete. After practicing for over 20 days with her senior brothers and sisters, Jing Yuanshan and Li Lei, both of whom had attained the Yuan Ying and Dan stages, she finally engraved the second path mark with great difficulty. The process of inscribing this mark was arduous. The 6 of them took turns explaining their insights for over half a month, which eventually led to Xingyu gaining some understanding and thus carving this path mark. In the following days, Song Xiangxi chose a time during the day to venture out with Song Lianqing, using the ox cart from the Song Aichong family. She had fabricated an excuse to help Grandpa Song with some shopping, which kept others from suspecting her intentions. 20 minutes later, Lu Shan received a phone call. A police officer reported that near the wholesale market, a young man without a coat had stopped a patrol car, claiming he had been robbed, and that the robber nearly killed him. After observing for many days, she noticed that when a certain internet CAF was particularly slow that day, she stealthily slipped into the men's restroom, wrote down her QQ number, and quickly departed. Lu Tianming and Chun Lao were taken aback, as they had previously been unaware that Chu Chun possessed a storage ring. Apologies, it's a bit late. Do you still wish to return to the Lan family? Ling Mofeng approached her and sat down, his handsome face etched with remorse. If he delayed any longer. By the time Song Qingyun believed she had found evidence and reported it, the situation would be dire. Currently, he had only established 2 celestial way markers, one in the Safo realm's Demon Abyss and another on Changchun realm's Tsangpu Island, though the latter was not yet activated. Thus only those from the Safo realm could access it. I am more aware of what kind of person Shang Wei is than anyone else. And now Chun Shun has reached a dead end and must rely on Shang Wei. Jin Yu and Mo Yu exchanged glances, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this younger brother, who commanded such respect from the Major General. Qing, righteousness weathering storms together. Email, Alliance Leader Ning Gongzi. The first week of the new season has begun, and I am here to provide everyone with benefits once again. And you? Zhongqing seized the departing Qi Xiaoyao's arm, his gaze filled with affection, while her eyes reflected urgency. What could be causing such commotion? I wondered suspiciously. I hadn't heard of any distinguished guests arriving at the Shu Wangfu, so why was there such a ruckus in the dead of night? Sheng, a man logged on shortly after 9 in the morning, and upon seeing the private message from the Alliance's Chancellor, Sheng Zhuge, he was not surprised that news of their actions had leaked. Iron Fist clashed with Iron Cloud Mountain's fiery palm, sweeping across the realms, shaking mountains and rivers, as the two plunged into the void. Moreover, with the waitstaff in the restaurant continuously glancing over, Zhan Dong's uncle finally withdrew his hand, turning to leave with his wife, seemingly uninterested in glancing back at me. Mu Yingchun sighed, clearly noticing her tension. Even her body felt taut. She had always preferred wearing skirts, but due to her busy work schedule, she had opted for more practical trousers. It was better not to mention the matter, but once it was brought up, Xia Qingxiao's disdain for Xia Chujun only intensified into hatred. Had it not been for Xia Chujun, she would have been enjoying herself in Luocheng. How could she now find herself in such a dilemma? Bang! His fist collided with Xia Luo, delivering a solid impact. What? How could this be? In that brief moment of confusion, Xia Luo struck him down to the ground. Following that, Xia Luo charged forward, either colliding with his shoulder or delivering blows with his fists or seizing his arms to throw him down. Princess Minnan was a typical bully who preyed on the weak. Everyone adored Wenruatio, so she lacked the courage to provoke Tai Ro and thus only dared to act arrogantly towards Wang Wan, being quite pragmatic. I moved my lips slightly, and he fixed his gaze on me, as if he could discern the truth behind my words the moment they escaped my mouth. The free maps were at the window, available for self-service. The middle-aged janitor, engrossed in the newspaper, did not even look up, impatiently waving his hand. After Chu Xiaoxiao proudly departed, the chauffeur's car remained silent for a long time. No one seemed interested. Volume 1, Chapter 69. How should I deceive this old woman? Upon closer inspection, I realized that the person lying on the ground looked somewhat familiar. Just as I was about to approach for a better look, Li Muxiue had been searching for Shan Hancheng's whereabouts throughout the capital, and anyone she found even slightly related to him was swiftly eliminated. At that moment, a host in his 40s stepped onto the stage, beginning to announce the schedule for the morning's events. What on earth was Su Shanshan thinking? Calling at such a late hour? Didn't Tishi know I was busy? Just as Huan Yu and the others were joking around. Wang Yang and his companions were already launching their attacks towards them. Yang Huan, seeing her classmates' predatory gazes, quickly found an excuse to pull Yichen away. With her eyes downcast, tears shimmering, her exquisitely beautiful face flushed with color, more vibrant than peach blossoms, exuding an irresistible allure amidst her delicate beauty. The 10 boys were left speechless, seemingly brainwashed by Yu Bao into believing the same. Speaking of Wu Daxia and his companions, they had taken refuge behind a large tree by the roadside, evading the machine gun's line of fire. As they passed the intersection of the car and the gunboat, their entire side was exposed to machine gun fire. After escaping this most perilous gate of death, they pressed the accelerator to the floor, leaving behind a trail of black smoke, speeding away and finally shaking off the gunboat, this formidable weapon. As he gazed at El Shirji's demeanor, which was still tinged with caution when mentioning Zhao Wang Lu Rui, Luing found himself engulfed in a profound sense of bewilderment. Both individuals turned simultaneously, preparing to depart. And at that fleeting moment, Huolian and Shuai Nyangzi unleashed a lethal strike aimed at each other's dantians. Yang Xian lifted his gaze, coldly surveying the boundless, ominous black mist above, which exuded a chilling and discomforting aura. Very well, since it has come to this, I shall comply with your wishes. However, as you are no longer a major general, you must provide me with an explanation for injuring the descendant of a significant national figure, declared the elder Feng. I glanced out the window, noticing the sky had brightened, prompting me to rise and request Lin Ruiqian to escort me outside for a stroll. As Lu Yao intended to pursue, she abruptly gasped and retreated before even stepping over the threshold. Now deep within enemy territory, the various young heirs who had accompanied us displayed a mix of trepidation, yet more prominently, a sense of novelty and exhilaration. Lin Fan's soul erupted, colliding with the spirit of the divine mountain, as a tempest raged within his soul sea, causing a deafening roar in his ears and a tremor throughout his essence. At this moment, the expression on Su Yinyu's face turned gravely serious, as she felt her heartbeat accelerating. This is not the place for conversation. Carry him to the lounge. Also, hand over the ninja's corpse to me. I need to conduct an examination, said Tang Bing, who had approached with an icy demeanor. The prowess of the Su family, being the foremost among the 3 great clans in the esteemed county of Huangzhou, was undoubtedly formidable. Just as Lu Xing was about to rise from his pillow, Qian He gently tugged at his sleeve. The Wang family extolled Qiao Yingying without reservation, which left her utterly embarrassed, at a loss for words. The mobile phone development project was a significant undertaking in Gu Lei's career. He needed to ensure meticulous arrangements in all aspects to expedite the production of the factory's own mobile devices. The dark energy enveloped Hua Jinzi, transforming him into a spherical form resembling a colossal chrysalis. The very fact that he could not fly ensured that Hulk would gain no advantage in his confrontation with Kara. Under the astute management of his exceptional partner Cui Lan, the Shanghai New Trend Mall's vital operational segments were meticulously planned and organized, distinctly differentiating its business approach from other malls. Near a mountain spring, a horse was ridden by a man clad in a black robe, his complexion ashen and wielding a long sword. The outcome of the nearby battle had become evident, yet the forms of the 4 avatars of fate had grown considerably ethereal after the clash. The myriad demonic creatures, upon noticing the descending sphere of light, scurried towards its perimeter in haste. The materials collected by Luo Wanmei were sufficient for 5 alchemical concoctions. In the past, the poet had little confidence in such endeavors. But through her recent experience with the cultivation of Yuan Dan, her alchemical skills had significantly improved. Brother Yin Shui, could you now reveal which sacred ground is supporting us? Inquired the poet. Since the princess insists, I must await the outcome, Su Yuanda remarked, casting a deep glance her way without further persuasion. Instead, shifting the topic to encourage Youyou to rest a while longer. The events she had witnessed seemed dreamlike. She rubbed her head, and the previous pain felt as though it had never occurred. Yet, she was acutely aware that it was not merely a dream. Having witnessed the horror of a Yuanli blade, she charged forward rather than retreating, gripping her iron sword and rushing towards Chi-san. "Hey, I'm calling you. You wouldn't happen to be avoiding payment, would you?" At that moment, Li Shui glared at the poet with indignation. Upon hearing Yi Moyu's words, Su Jiuzhou understood his intent. Her eyes widening in alarm, her expression filled with panic. Gently tapping Han Qin's forehead, Mu Yunlan smiled softly, for she did not wish for any complications to arise in Chu Qian's family, given that Zhou Yang was one of his subordinates. Volume 1, Chapter 70, This Damned Woman's Nature. Xiao Daoyun had no desire to engage in idle talk. He needed to act swiftly, for prolonged delays could attract unwanted attention, and he could not afford to expose his identity as Su Ke. Wife. He got married? Xinger inquired, recalling that not long ago, she had seen Wu Taifei inquiring about marrying her cousin to him, even requesting a marriage decree. With all preparations complete, the man piled various peculiar tools beside the flames, then proceeded to toss the juice from a batch of herbs into the fire, along with the leaves wrapped around it. Zuan su pauset momentia. Casting a deep glance back at her, his tone somber as he remarked, "There will always be opportunities." With that, he slipped away through the side window. A young man spoke. "I am Yuan Shanxiang Sui." His voice was clear and bright, though not melodious, distinctly indicating he was not male. Yu Qianlong looked astonished at Su Ju, then rolled up the blanket and lay down. At that moment, Su Ju had closed his eyes, his cheeks flushed, while Yu Qianlong quietly checked his pulse. It is worth noting that Chen Yan was now also a first-tier sword cultivator, but due to the brevity of his training, he might not match Yu Zhan in swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Jianya and his party, racing towards Ghost Street, listened intently as the moon recounted her fainting episode on Missouri Yin Street earlier that day. Meng Ying's hair was fragrant, her body exuding a subtle, refreshing scent, a delightful blend that wafted into my nostrils. Suddenly, amidst this enchanting night, under the luminous moonlight, Jiang Fan found himself uncontrollably reminiscing about his family, longing for Qiao Er, who was far away at Chuihu. Kay watched the princess with tearful eyes, her chest trembling, and instinctively nodded in agreement. The difficulty of the grand examination here was significantly less daunting than in other locations, likely due to the patronage of the esteemed official. Perhaps this is what they mean by the saying, 3 years without a business, yet when it opens, it thrives for 3 years, remarked Chu Wuzhou. Once the Li family regained their composure, their faces turned as red as a monkey's backside upon seeing the grim expressions of Jia Mu, Jia Zheng, and others, prompting them to seek forgiveness. Voldemort, surprisingly stoic, silently retrieved a vial of potion and poured it over a wound on his left shoulder, the size of a teacup saucer. However, the potion was obstructed by a layer of ominously hued mist surrounding the wound. Although he was unaware of Dongfang Yunyang's identity, he had gleaned some insight based on Asuma's earlier address. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he was greeted by the inscription on the stone wall that read Yinchi Cave, flanked by couplets. "A blessed land amidst clouds resides here, and eagles find rest amidst cliffs, their sorrow concealed." Do Wei, observing the exuberant expression of the great yellow dog, felt compelled to thank the attendant who deserved his trust with pets. Originally filled with anger, the Chongkong Emperor found himself both amused and exasperated upon hearing Lin Wei's words. Dai Yu was taken aback, raising her gaze to Jia Tsong. Though still unconvinced, her eyes no longer held their previous gloom. After receiving Naruto's response, Cha Ichien was no longer hesitant, swiftly darting in the direction of Uchiha Madara. During the illusionary duel with Uchiha Itachi, although Itachi revealed some truths to Sasuke, Sasuke still sensed that Itachi was withholding certain information from him. Mochi leaned against the cave wall, contemplating ways to enhance efficiency, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. At present, he was indeed impoverished, with only a paltry sum of 1 or 2,000 premium spirit stones remaining in his spatial ring. Conversely, he possessed a greater quantity of magic crystals, having plundered the entire fortune of a certain demon lord. Yet the exchange rate between magic crystals and spirit stones was nearly 1 to 2, making a single piece of magic crystal equivalent to to merely half a piece of spirit stone of the same quality. For a long time, the ninjas of Mai have been deeply poisoned by the ideology of the will of fire. Even Zhao Yiqianming was able to ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage by masquerading as a member of the Hokage lineage, thus gaining the trust of the people. Consequently, when the 4 chosen ones of prophecy were born, the Hinata, Nara, Yamanaka, and Tian clans frantically distributed red envelopes at the entrance of the research institute, sharing their excitement and joy with the villagers. The tides of fortune have finally turned, and now it is the turn of the Akimichi clan to defy fate as they eagerly prepare to showcase their wealth. It remains uncertain whether it was intentional or otherwise. But during this recent offensive, Makeeds made a passing error, resulting in the Pistons wing player, the Argentinian Delfino, failing to catch the ball, which led him to step out of bounds. I merely apologize for my past impulsive actions. If you harbor grievances regarding the cooperation between our 2 nations, you are free to voice your complaints to your Mizukic. However, should you wish to incite war, we Amai are more than willing to engage. Zhao Yiqianming's expression gradually turned cold, his tone darkening. The brief glance exchanged moments ago felt perilous, as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. What does it mean? Is it possible that Li Hua has arranged for someone to track us, urging us to find this informant and relay their words? Or does this statement conceal a deeper meaning? Just as Fan Jinxiang finished speaking, a mech warrior was sent flying by Han Kai Xingrue with a single strike. You should prepare on Mount Song for the next few days. The courtyard you used to reside in has been kept for you, and you can continue living there. I must first make a trip to the foot of the mountain, Guanzhong stated. Chun-Li employed the invisibility technique, not taking the time to walk slowly, but instead flew directly with the princess towards her indicated destination. Volume 1, Chapter 71. 4 words, delicious and appetizing. When he turned to look at Wu Tianqi, their eyes met, and Yang Chao could distinctly sense the provocation in that gaze. With a sigh, Jiang Jingrui lamented that it was too late to say anything now. The imperial edict had been issued, and even if he knew about the Duke of Su's ill temper, there was no way to rescind the engagement. He had previously thought the prince's heir was merely displaying regret. Dian Wei's unique ability as a guardian allows him to designate a specific person as a protective target, enhancing any actions taken to safeguard them, and further increasing combat prowess in times of danger. However, due to the nature of daily competitions, it is impossible to truly test his limits. She was unaware that Xiao Fengting's estate in Barcelona was merely a temporary stop, as her flight would soon take her to another country, leaving no opportunity for a meal with him. Laughter echoed extravagantly within the hall, exuding an unspoken arrogance. Shunyiru lowered his head, concealing his thoughts from view. After settling the bill, Yanruyu led the group to the parking lot, while Luo Nanchu sat in the passenger seat, appearing preoccupied. Yanruyu had intended to take her out for a distraction, but fate had conspired to have them encounter Fu Tingyuan here, which felt rather unfortunate. Bai realized that Lu Bu had once served under the previous Bingzhou governor, Zhang Yi. However, at that time, he had only just pledged his allegiance and had not gained Zhang Yi's trust before the latter met his demise in battle. It was under Zhang Yi's command that Lu Bu became acquainted with Zhang Yi's relatives, such as Zhang Yang and Zhang Liao. Sang Nua's expression darkened as he donned his coat, locked the car, and set off in search of her, engaging in casual conversation with family. I gradually succumbed to the afternoon's drowsiness. Yet, in a moment of haze, I caught a glimpse of a bright yellow blade sweeping through the air, aimed at my neck, prompting an instinctive retreat. Regarding this apparent deception, Naya asserted that the strongest esper must be paper level, hence the rationale behind such actions. A middle-aged man dressed in light gray slowly approached us, his hands shackled by the prison guard. He walked towards us with a somewhat pallid expression, yet his eyes retained the sharpness that I remembered. Of course, if all the monsters in the city came, we 5 would likely be unable to exterminate them even after 3 days and nights of fighting. Chunyu and the burly man Zhang Yi faced each other, embodying the principle of if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. If the enemy moves, I shall act first. The atmosphere in the vicinity was stifling, leaving Du Wan and her companions hesitant to even breathe. Shui Qing did not intend to knock on the door. Instead, she followed the Qing River, circumventing to the back courtyard. A pat of her pocket revealed her hasty departure had caused her to forget the key to Yongchun Pavilion. However, she had a compelling reason to enter, and it was quite urgent. "Mr. Brown, what brings you here?" Gu Yinyun's gaze was devoid of defensiveness or tension, only a cold demeanor. All right, let's proceed. Our group walked along the shadowy edge of the road, with Hua Wu glancing back at me before turning a corner towards Egu KTV. Why won't you speak? How long do you intend to pretend? Is it that I've been too kind to you, that even now you refuse to speak the truth? The anger in Xiao Hanyun's voice was unmistakable. Xiao Nu stared in disbelief as the old man with snowy hair brandished the meticulously disguised three-refined dagger, his goat-like beard curling as he blew gently on the blade, instantly revealing its true form. Just as he finished speaking, another figure floated out, dressed peculiarly, with a muscular torso exposed. However, upon closer inspection, Chunyu discerned the subtle flavors within, though they were faint and indistinct. He struggled to comprehend, only to find the complexity of thought weighing heavily on his mind, rendering the flavors even more elusive. Strangely, its demand specifically focused on non-sword weaponry, which diminished Zue Jianxian's desire to learn it, although Kelly tended to ignore them. Preferring to remain a recluse in the castle, the Blood Clan now seemed to prioritize secrecy, avoiding contact with one another, resulting in little interaction. The director mentioned she had been out and about recently, and upon hearing inquiries about her whereabouts, Minister Chu genuinely did not concern himself too much with it. Even though one could easily identify her by appearance, the system kindly presented an introduction window. However, it was clear that Zhang Jiao would not easily allow him to retreat. Pursuing Baoshan, the moment he began to withdraw. Su Muyao lowered her head slightly, her body appearing childlike as she deftly evaded the tiger's jaws. The 10-member fan club was immediately despondent. Without a manager, even if Yin wished to establish a studio, they could not genuinely assist her in breaking through. Li Dai was momentarily taken aback by her sudden change of expression. Had she not witnessed the anger in her eyes earlier, she might have thought she was imagining things and believe her intentions to be benevolent. Knowing the underlying motives, the Flower Master questioned her plans. Yet the audience remained oblivious to the truth. Faced with Yu's incisive critiques, the live screen and online platforms erupted with conflicting opinions. Volume 1, Chapter 72. All thanks to Wu Meinyang, that fierce woman. He wished to avoid implicating Mo Yichen and others, as he was uncertain whether the individuals from Jinwu's sect would act recklessly. Sensing someone approaching, Xiao Mohan grasped her foot. She turned to see him, excitement causing her to rise, wanting to speak, only to be silenced by Xiao Mohan's hand over her mouth. With me, and when Shui here, nothing will happen to you. Just rest well. You will feel fine upon waking, Gu Chuyan whispered. Before this, Wu Tianxiong's only son also fell victim to Mu Hanyun's hands. It is said that the infamous Jing Jian was Wu Tianxiong's illegitimate child, who similarly met his demise at the hands of Mu Hanyan. This secret realm gate opens only once every 100,000 years. If Han Yin wishes to return the way she came, she must wait another 100 millennia. Gong Hongru elaborated. In matters such as these, a Yu's discernment far surpasses that of Yi Xiang, requiring little effort. She simply plucked a curved blade from the selection, and upon drawing it, it dazzled with a chilling gleam, exceptionally sharp. Yu could not help but smile, a hint of pride gracing her features. Shenshur advised her to rest, but Xiao Wen vehemently opposed, only agreeing to return when she collapsed at noon, swaying as Lu Peigu supported her. Liao Pu prattled on, claiming that Liao Zhang's red apricot had strayed, and Lu Weiyan would pay to settle matters, revealing that his intentions were not altruistic, but rather to avoid trouble. When winter truly arrived, the warmth from the charcoal basin made life bearable, yet the incessant autumn rain was most dreaded. I have always been curious about the true form of Mo Faisi. Could you perhaps transform just once? Unconsciously. Eileen's tone, when speaking to Mo Faisi, bore a hint of coaxing. 2 azure whirlwinds manifested, his strikes matching the speed of the illusory slashes produced by the solitary cloud. Xiao Yingxue instinctively raised her blade in defense, yet felt her enchanted weapon slip from her control, its strength diminished. From the brief exchange between the 2 abyssal demon generals, it was evident that they harbored grievances regarding the tactical decisions made by the 3 great leaders. Blood gushed forth, severed necks spraying crimson as one fell backward, the blood splattering onto the solitary cloud's face, creating a terrifying visage, as if he had just bathed in blood, reminiscent of a fearsome Azura. Zhuge Lin seemed to sense the terror of the 9th heavenly thunder, momentarily focusing, as the Divine King's form began to exhibit explosive power. If Gung Tianan still did not realize that Xiaochun was of his ilk, he would have squandered his life in vain. Lord Tsunade, it would be prudent to leave Orochimaru here for the time being. Some matters can only be handled by him, Uchiha Itachi stated. What matters? We still require him. Senju Tsunade replied. Following behind Lu Biao, the solitary cloud discovered that the area resembled a labyrinth, with numerous tomb chambers flanking the path, each housing different coffins. And a few were guarded by varying numbers of wolf-like stone statues. A few villagers bore cuts on their arms, immediately retaliating by kicking Lu Yi in the chest. Diyu nodded, stating, "Young master, this Phoenix Business Club is under the old master's domain. Now that you have arrived in Mo-Do, it is only fitting that you manage it." Song Yi spoke of martial prowess, yet, in truth, they were advocating for the path of cultivation, specifically the method of the 9 revolutions of chaos. This punch was utterly earth-shattering, as space itself cracked open, and, terrifyingly, 9 figures appeared behind him. The Qinyuan Hunyuan technique shielded him, piercing through the true Qi barrier and into his body. The sword's tip would penetrate no more than half a finger's depth. They emerged from the pit, witnessing the astonished Xiao Sanlang absorbing the essence of the golden thread cloak, with the golden gate no longer obstructing their view. The old pope spotted Tsung Yi, and Tsung Yi saw the old pope in return. She unexpectedly donned a bridal gown, the groom being Sang Yu. Chung Yiqian, flustered with concern, momentarily forgot the most crucial detail, yanking Yinshan up from the ground. Though the 2 sword techniques were identical, Zhao Yun's hands were numb. Even the same strike was enough to send his spear flying. Facing Su Chu's fierce strike, Zhao Yun furrowed his brow, biting down on his silver teeth, gripping the long and bright silver spear tightly, and swept it directly towards Su Chu's blade. At that moment, all attention was drawn to Han Lang, who had been struck by the heavenly Dao imprint. Such a powerful attack could likely slay even a second-tier Dao ancestor, leaving uncertainty regarding Han Lang's survival. Hua Zhiwu was exasperated to the brink of fury. Yet, when Hua Yiyang commanded him to step down, he had no choice but to comply, glaring fiercely at Yinshan before departing. Yinshan sat calmly, her gaze clear, devoid of panic or fear. "Father Netz, what troubles you?" a disciple inquired, sensing the priest had abruptly ceased his prayers. Since he refused to passively await his fate, his only option for survival was to fight with all his might. "Why run? You are not a man-eating tigress. What is there to flee from? Yeshi usimidit genti. Should this punch land, one would not die, but would certainly be left severely injured," the Eastern Sea Dragon King nearly trembling in fright. With the referee's announcement, all contestants, except for Su Chun, Su Wudao, Qin Wuxiang, and Mo Chensi, the 4 finalists, gathered in order around the massive stone tablet. Yet, an astonishing event unfolded as Chun Jin exerted pressure on his finger, causing the adamantine alloy blade to bizarrely bend, ultimately snapping like a broken string, rendering the most robust alloy blade asunder. The Tian Beast and Reincarnation Beast, the 2 divine beasts beside Ling Tian, erupted with fierce battle intent, their momentum overwhelming the ancient demon pseudo-emperor. Indeed, Ahau found that his hand could not move even an inch once bent to the limit of a normal angle. The metal man, chuckling coldly, gradually straightened his hand. Each sword chi was capable of cleaving a tree trunk the width of a bowl in 2. Should a person be struck, they would likely be severed in half. Volume 1, Chapter 73. One cannot help but admire true bravery. Of course, having a favored concubine is quite splendid. If Jie Yixiang were to become the favored concubine of the Chun Tian Empire, then her Xuantian Sect would also be of royal blood. How could it be any less? Thus, the sect leader of Xuantian Sect was now smiling contentedly, his spirits elevated. Instinctively, the mage blinked away from the area engulfed by the flame storm. However, while the mage escaped, the 3, including Zhu Qinyu, were not so fortunate, being struck directly by their companion's firestorm and screaming as they flew backward. Even during the Tianhing era, many were familiar with the name of Guiying, whose fame skyrocketed after a successful assassination of the 9th-ranked Xiuhan. At this moment, he felt a slight discomfort in his heart. Nevertheless, Heitzen dismissed it, believing it to be a normal bodily reaction. Kaido roared at Lin Chi, unwilling to remain passive, and lunged toward him. Players observed the channel's messages, rendered speechless by Yun Ling's continuous remarks. Lin Li casually waved his hand, conjuring a three-dimensional projection, featuring the protagonist, Hal. Meanwhile, in another direction, Ba Qi Wu Shuang attacked the boss, appearing rather relaxed, sending out Ming Shou Wang, finally relieved. Unlike other superheroes who masked their identities to combat crime, Hal boldly showcased himself, striking down wrongdoers while also finding time to cultivate his fanbase, embodying the essence of a super celebrity. Tang Baihu swiftly shifted his animosity toward Chen Shidao, their gazes locking, igniting a unique flame of mutual recognition. Sensing that Xia Qiangqiang was on the verge of an explosive outburst, Yan Bai's speech grew even more stuttered than before. Ting Bih's pupils constricted slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing across his expression. He composed himself with a smile, yet a hint of unease stirred within him as he observed Engich's tenacity. He was no naive youth, having encountered numerous battles both in YD, TN, and beyond. He understood well that exhibiting panic in the presence of such a formidable beast could lead him to a point of no return. Those behind him, unaware of the unfolding events, shoved aside their predecessors and launched an assault on LNFN. BYN felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, uncontrollably laughing aloud, while his entourage joined in, oblivious to the source of their amusement. The young man in purple, upon witnessing F. immobilized, glanced at Y.F. Ng's calm demeanor and promptly pressed the jade slip against his forehead, his consciousness diving within to activate its teleportation power. He realized he had been deceived, yet he was no easy target. He would not let this betrayal go unpunished. Oh, and F. N let out a cold chuckle, forcing a pill into the youth's mouth, and without hesitation, the young man swallowed it. Numerous talented individuals rolled up their sleeves, seething with anger, eager to ascend the platform and teach this insolent figure a lesson. Before they could finish speaking, Y drew his YULNGN, and in a flash, a fierce sword energy shot forth like a rainbow, targeting the assassin's chest. SCHYN cast a sidelong glance at Qing, then turned to her tablemate and remarked that there was nothing to see, though inwardly, she thought her brother was indeed worthy of admiration, her cheeks flushing slightly. As was customary, Y would typically attempt persuasion first, resorting to lethal measures only if necessary. The elemental fluctuations of fire emanated from her side, although she was a beautiful elf in everyday life in battle. YYT transformed into a destructive fire mage. The environmental shift also indicated that YNS was fortunate, for he had entered the most crucial area of the map. Had he not fortuitously accessed this core zone, he might have run out of time when eventually locating it. The workplace embodies the essence of survival of the fittest, particularly in the television industry, where competition is exceptionally fierce. After several minutes, Du Inchi and Y, along with a few others, arrived at the outskirts of the school, observing from a building not far away. Elder Ing held a bouquet of vibrant flowers against his chest, their potent fragrance mingling with a striking beauty. YNTNZH initially battled SHCH Ingshi O, subsequently enduring a combined strike from the three elders, finally teetering on the brink of collapse. With a swift glance, this individual, boasting nearly a century of cultivation and cunning far beyond the ordinary, retrieved a battle crystal from his bosom, exclaiming, "This worthless item I shall discard." With a flick of his wrist, the crystal glimmered as it flew towards FIM-CHN. The four who had survived 3 tribulations of thunder could roam freely throughout GNBI, making any unforeseen incidents improbable. Y&Q endured excruciating pain as Eldest had already imparted the techniques to condense his essence. Now, he must disregard everything and channel the mysterious primal energy as his source of power, guiding it into his Dantian for refinement. The fall had severely affected Gu Ling, with an arrow already lodged in her left shoulder. She dared not brace herself with her left hand upon landing due to the pain, resulting in her forehead striking the ground and blood gushing forth. In Volume 1, Chapter 74, Targeted, HNYY lifted his head, meeting MRNB's gaze, his fiery red eyes radiating a piercing brilliance. Descendants of Enning Shuing, how can I express my gratitude for your kindness over the past centuries? His tone, both calm and filled with hatred, sent a chill through Ring, who immediately heightened his vigilance. After taking a hearty swig of wine, he smiled faintly, declaring, "It is time to return." Rising to his feet, his somewhat gaunt figure appeared desolate against the chilly breeze. Regrettably, the situation remained unchanged. No further reactions occurred, leading Lu Shi to abandon all hope. Your chances have run out. He would not allow himself to fall into such circumstances, nor would he stoop to answer trivial questions. Old Gu, if this were a massive spiritual stone vein, it would likely be the legendary superlative spiritual stone mine. Erenelo imposed, surprised. For despite their prolonged journey, neither of their spiritual senses could penetrate to the cave's end. The attributes of the reincarnation space had not provided such hints. Yet, during the sacrifice, this anomaly emerged, leaving him perplexed. Mister, waiting until Gu Sh Ing Y and Cug Ingzich Ing had distanced themselves, could no longer restrain herself and returned to plead with the Empress Dowager for the coveted warm ear muffs. QCI continued to steadily consume time, his offensive success rate improving, yet this time, John Wall's mid-range shot failed, allowing the rebound to be seized by KURDLQ. BLITBL Ing approached the sideline to call a timeout. Zhing M Ing observed the increasingly flawless NK Ing, silently sighing. The masterful consciousness truly deserved its title. Even a method of weapon refinement was uniquely distinguished. Although UN had taught commendable refinement methods, they paled in comparison to this. She regarded him with a guarded gaze, akin to that of a wary prey eyeing a ravenous wolf, who YX Ing intended to dismiss any concern, as he never wore the same shirt twice. But upon hearing the subsequent remark, he swallowed his words. Thus it was decided. The cost of materials for a spaceship was approximately $8 billion, with satellite upgrades estimated at $20 billion, totaling around $100 billion to equip you with an entire suite of alien technology. LY wore an expression of utmost sincerity as he spoke. Watching QQR leave without mercy, HX Emming's profound gaze brimmed with anguish. He longed to grasp her hand, as before, to shelter her within his embrace. Yet now, reborn through trials, how could she offer him another chance? Returning to the Wang residence, he felt a surge of displeasure upon seeing the Empress Wei and his father-in-law Wei, Su Enzich engaged in hushed conversation, appearing exceedingly clandestine. HX M Ing had often found QQR's recent behavior peculiar, as she would gaze vacantly at some distant point. Her silent turmoil seemed to take a toll on her, as she grew increasingly haggard with each passing day. Due to their role in safeguarding the capital, the guards maintained a tight watch, with patrols circling the encampment. However, their primary duty lay in protecting Hu SHCH Ing rather than the military camp. "Are you an assassin?" The old man gazed upon the torn painting, reminding himself that should she harm her child, he would retaliate against her descendants. "My mother sells goods at a stall. I do not believe having such a mother would cause me to be looked down upon, yet she feels embarrassed because of me, though she never says so. Despite being labeled as someone else's exemplary child, no matter my accomplishments, she remains unsatisfied." However, this was yet another repetitive inquiry. Indeed, the prerequisite was to strike true, but the gallant hero had already evaded his attack the moment his hands descended. Therefore, he flicked away the residual magical essence from the dagger, while also taking note of the materials and magical stones strewn across the grass. The myriad demon sentinels silently raised their thumbs in silent admiration. This display of prowess was truly remarkable. Dressed in casual attire, his well-tailored outfit accentuated his form, causing YSMN to inwardly commend him. "Who is it? Step forward." Chin Tian grunted, his hands adorned with pitch-black gloves exuding an icy aura. Gripping the crystal nine-palace grid fiercely, he exclaimed in alarm, "Are you not going to rescue your father? He is to be executed at Wu Min today." His head displayed for all to see. Upon hearing this, she felt a forceful jolt that sent his hand flying away. The mere thought of it sent a chill deep within Li Pai, for he was no longer the leader. That title now belonged to Dongfang Yuping. If he were to disobey, Dongfang Yuping would undoubtedly eliminate him. What should he do? Generally, various mediums that can traverse between realms are referred to as opening the gates of the underworld. For instance, the soul-calling formation laid down by the diviner harnesses the power of the main star to open the stargate and enter the realm of Yin and Yang. It is fundamentally the same principle. However, having received an invitation from the demon hunter, Lin Xingqian found himself once again ensnared in a vortex of intrigue. As he observed the receding figure, Chu Mingyang felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Shun Jialan, as a high-ranking official, was not acting solely out of affection for Lin Xingqian. With Yin Hao's approach, powerful beastly energies surged forth from the Beast King's bone, coalescing into a colossal creature in midair. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that they had inadvertently lured Mingxi to a location perilously close to the ambush set by 4 individuals. Hong Qiyu gradually regained his composure, his gaze fixed coldly on Chu Yan. "Why you look at me like that, Zagu? Do you presume I can decipher this formation?" Yihan glared at Zagu in dissatisfaction, clearly at a loss regarding the labyrinthine array laid out by Fat Fei. At this moment, Mingxi and Mo Weiqing sat side by side, with no space between them, yet Yisha Mo Bai insisted on squeezing himself between them while speaking. As Xian Wuqing's words fell, 4 or 5 Xiansheng powerhouses immediately surrounded Mingxi. Emily, in a fit of excitement, disregarded the advantage taken by the fat man, leaping up to embrace his arm and shaking it animatedly. In the resource-rich Xingxi of Luomen, acquiring materials is hardly a challenge. However, given the current level of scrutiny on the tank regiment, attempting to carry out a significant endeavor stealthily is nearly impossible. While the tank regiment can procure materials for construction without issue, once they begin producing weapons, they will undoubtedly become the target of widespread criticism. Volume 1, Chapter 75. All right, you wish to play pretend? Yuan Jianfeng, a top-tier young master of Yinzhou, would serve as a fine practice partner to test his skills. As he spoke, a look of terror crossed his face. A sudden realization struck him. The mountain demon, fully aware of his intention to stall for time, remained remarkably composed, also biding time for its master to rescue it. Its claim that he had not harmed it carried a deeper meaning. Observing young Jinnes Actians. There was a familiarity to his movements. The crowd watching was no longer merely perceiving a young man, but rather a seasoned assassin, as if the act of taking lives had become second nature. Consequently, after careful consideration, the bank decided to grant a loan to Jiang Tian, exemplifying the importance of connections. Without acquaintances, it might have taken several days to secure the loan. Lin Jingyang had also spent 2 years internalizing the ceremonial etiquette, ensuring that his daily habits aligned with these practices. Fei Xia leapt forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Ye's neck and planting a firm kiss on his cheek. Meanwhile, the limping Taoist, unable to contain his impatience, retrieved 2 rusted copper coins from his sleeve and tossed them into the bamboo basket. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden loud noise echoed through the otherwise silent shopping mall. In Tianchao, the only entity that could possibly rival Tian Company in this regard was Tung Sun, given that it managed multiple platforms and entertainment companies. Guo Jun led a group in search of AI Na, enduring numerous challenges before finally locating the clues she had left near a dilapidated building. Ning Yanhua was essential for concocting various qi refinement stage elixirs, with the century-old variety being particularly valuable for crafting foundation establishment stage elixirs. The Mingshi sect had a substantial demand for Ning Yanhua, with many disciples relying on its cultivation for their livelihood. She pouted in displeasure, her expression and tone exuding a naive obstinacy, seemingly unaware of the world's complexities. Atop the Ba Huang Tower, the flamboyant Tian, she suddenly burst into laughter, her long black hair billowing without wind as a tempest raged, making it difficult to open one's eyes, while her boisterous voice echoed across the heavens. The palace was infiltrated by spies of Nanzhan Yi, who, upon learning of this event, immediately summoned all loyal soldiers and commanded Ouyang Qi to notify Sumi, urging her to find an opportunity that night for him to meet Mo Sang. Of course, far more delectable options existed. Yi Ziyong recalled the dishes he had sampled from Xie Zijin, still able to envision their flavors. The defensive capabilities of this technique depend on the caster's magical power. The greater the power, the more formidable the protective barrier. However, this technique's defensive capabilities cannot compare to those of defensive artifacts. Gu Liangyan shook his head helplessly, cradling her as he carried her into the bathroom with one hand while using the other to meticulously remove her makeup with cleansing wipes. Today was quite satisfying. Perhaps we shall engage in battle again when the opportunity arises. Jun Mo stated, turning away without waiting for Zhong Ziheo's reply. leading his clansmen to depart. He merely twisted his son's ear, compelling the severely injured Ning Yuan to apologize profusely to the slightly scraped young masterly. "Darling, you finally took the initiative to call me. Have you been thinking of me?" Hua Lingfeng's voice conveyed immense excitement. The longing for the Yuanyang pond, where couples are paired, is futile. Alas, the beloved is far away. If heaven has feelings, it too would age, and like the moon, devoid of resentment, it would wax and wane. In a mortal realm, solitude breeds regret, with no news and no hope of reunion. At the Hamlet's toy store, staff diligently prepared for the upcoming Christmas sales season. Store manager Hamilton directed the preparations for the sales before the festive season. Wang Yiheng had initially intended to visit Needle Peak, but due to his overwhelming busyness, he merely took a helicopter from the airport on Mao E Island, circling above Needle Peak. It was she who had saved my life during our time in the Wizard Village. Yi Han frowned slightly, for she held no defenses against Han Chun. After several rounds of teasing, the bull became utterly exhausted, perplexed by its repeated failures to catch anything, panting heavily and standing still in confusion. "Everyone, leave the central control room. No one is permitted to enter without my orders, except for Wildcat and Sirius." Wang Ping failed to notice the resentful glances exchanged between Shan Li Hong and Bai Tu, as well as the envious looks from Jiuya and Bai Ti. He simply wished to conceal his ability to pull data cables from his elbow. Following the match, Lazio's points ranking rose further, climbing to 4th place. Zhang Xiang successfully surpassed Teves and Zhang Ling, securing the 2nd position on the scoring list, trailing only 1 goal behind the leader Adriano. And now, shaking his head, he forced himself to dismiss the absurd thought, ignoring the inquisitive gaze of Yin San Run and striving to maintain a composed demeanor. I had a restless night, with the drumming persisting until the very moment before dawn, surrounded by utter darkness. Wei Dingxian remarked that the power of sorcery is strongest in the darkness just before dawn, directly linking witchcraft to darkness, hence the term black magic. Behind the house, some bamboo could block the sunlight, and after some contemplation, Su Yun led the ox to the back, leaving behind a pile of fabric that still needed to be attended to. "Stand up. What do you know of human rights? With so many teachers present, do you think you deserve to sit?" Ding Maosheng, a prominent figure in Shanghai, exuded an undeniable aura of authority accumulated over many years. I felt a surge of anxiety. The situation appeared to be more intricate than I had anticipated. The inability to summon Air Dan and my family's spirits likely indicated that their souls were not in Lushu village, similar to the circumstances when Lin Ying summoned my father's spirit. "Zhuo Lingfeng, are you all right?" Ji Rufeng exclaimed in concern upon seeing Zhuo Lingfeng being sent flying. The senior sister entered the room to assist Lao Xian in collecting the blood-tainted Tai Sui, when suddenly my phone rang. It was Gao Tian. Xiao Yuxing stood atop the wooden frame of the narrow pass, while the soldiers outside busily prepared traps. Time was of the essence. They had only managed to dig 5 rows of deep trenches, filled with sharpened stakes. I composed myself, restoring my previous foolish demeanor, and cheerfully walked towards the outer courtyard. The gatekeeper, recognizing him, allowed him entry without the need for normal procedures. What havoc could a fool possibly wreak? In Volume 1, Chapter 76, Who Fears Whom? Come at me. With that proclamation, the god-slaying blade cleaved through the sky, flattening a corner of the mountain in its wake. Classmates, this experiment is meant to illustrate that seeing is not always believing. Moreover, do not hastily draw conclusions before you have fully comprehended the situation. Han Dong remarked with a chuckle. At that moment, my cow had unearthed less than 1/5 of the skeleton, yet its diameter appeared to be about 1 meter, resembling the skull of some creature. The lance of the Holy Knight collided fiercely with the katana of several warriors from the Black Dragon Path, sparking a flurry of fiery embers. Lang Chi gazed at the increasingly dense clouds outside, murmuring as he tossed the cut potatoes into the pot, followed by a dash of pepper and soy sauce he had procured from somewhere, releasing a delightful aroma. Logically, Yi Tian should be unconscious at this moment, easily crushing several students from the Yu Wang Sacred Academy, including Sha Sha, as if they were watermelons. "Yu Yi, I will stand guard here. You all should return promptly," a Bao said, glancing at the portly man, knowing most of the supplies and equipment were here and someone needed to keep watch. I checked the time and redirected my focus to Feng Daodu's classmates, recalling the classroom location and hastily making my way there. With this thought, Conan felt a renewed sense of determination, yet upon surveying his surroundings, he found no apparent means of escape. The driver slightly poked his head out, peering through the fence. Intently watching me, and who's he? Qin Ke. I remember the last time she returned from you. She said you had expelled her from the Dragon Clan and killed my beloved disciple, Huahan. Qing Mu said, his nostrils flaring with anger. Haha, Lei Chun. Let me help you grind ink. Mina cheerfully approached, once again placing her trust in Lei Chun. If one could seize countless Yuan Jing and Yuan Jun, significantly accelerating the accumulation of Yuan Qi, there would be more time to comprehend the great Tao and enhance one's cultivation, thus increasing the chances of survival when calamity struck. Haha, you are too impatient. Unless it is the medicine of a martial god, it cannot take effect immediately. Cheng Dang casually reclined on a stone bed deep within the cave. However, this smile, which seemed to be for my benefit, appeared exceedingly hypocritical and repulsive. One could only wonder what expression this individual would, or if he were to see his own reflection while smiling like that. Before I could react, the door on Fu Lin's side was suddenly flung open, and it seemed he was yanked out by an unseen hand, followed by a loud crash and some startled cries. Due to the previous leak of chat records, she had been thoroughly criticized by Du Ran and subsequently ignored for several days. You are you, and I am I. Why should I know you, and why should you know me? Duo thought of a name, clenched her teeth, and slowly stepped out from behind the tree trunk. Nevertheless, Bai Youyou remained a kind-hearted individual, understanding and forgiving the mistakes of her subordinates, as she once again extended her forgiveness. After Mr. Zhou finished speaking, he looked at my father. I noticed a peculiar expression on Mr. Zhou's face, as if he had observed something unusual about my father. Yes, I think. I instinctively nodded, feeling that my mind was overwhelmed. My blood surged, rendering me momentarily foolish. Having grown up over decades, maturing, I never expected that Li Yuli could transform him into a vividly colored wolf in mere seconds. Yanni awoke from his shock, contemplating for a moment, then straightened his face, earnestly speaking to Guchan. Fu Su, upon hearing her words, became even more cheerful, as if he recalled something, his face flushing slightly, causing his already stunning features to radiate even more brilliance, akin to a lotus blooming in full glory. I gazed at Mr. Zhou as if I had heard a fantastical tale, feeling a wave of unease wash over me, sensing that his words were not yet complete, and that what followed would be even more alarming. Although I was unaware of the specifics, these two matters were directly conveyed by my grandmother. Thus it seemed reasonable that she and my great-aunt had remained estranged. The voice of this person, though murky, clearly resonated within the carriage, each word firmly reaching our ears. Just as Chen Rong cast a glance at Sun Yin, the young man abruptly turned and strode back into the ranks, having just battled that goat-headed man. His victory had not come easily, although he had now acquired a stone, elevating the power of the Ho Yi Bao to a new level. Slaying the goat-headed man was no longer a challenge. After exchanging pleasantries, Princess Zhenzhu reluctantly departed, just as Su Cheng was returning. Before leaving Zhenjiang, Shen Juexing felt it necessary to once again visit Lady Li with Qiu Buda, as they both believed she indeed knew the identity of Qiu Buda's biological mother. No, I would not dare. I have met the Duke of Hong Kong, Yuan Tiangang said, slightly extending his hand, still maintaining an air of an otherworldly sage. Subsequently, the azure light waves surged forth like a tidal wave, piercing through 5 layers of defensive gunfire and crashing against the final layer of protective membrane. This time, the azure light did not meet the same hindrance as before. They spoke nothing but the truth. Why does mother not believe them? Moreover, they were misunderstood by her as deceitful children who enjoyed lying, which deeply distressed them. However, Yu Tingting once harbored a similar conjecture about a parallel space, believing that the Pisces jade pendant had replicated both them and the entire space, theorizing that the 5 survivors had perished in the cataclysmic explosion of magma during the final deluge. Such a scene is indeed rare. The calm Su Lao remarked with a wry smile as he surveyed his surroundings, noting that they had all become accustomed to violence. Had they faced such a sight in the past, many would have been driven mad with fear. Bai Huan snorted inwardly, initially dismissive, only to hear the low, melodious voice of the esteemed actor Huo once again. The narrative is far from over. Bai Lang indeed proves to be a formidable adversary, and now they're evenly matched. Mumu prepares for a counterattack. A familiar voice resonates in her ears, but she dismisses the notion that it holds any significance, believing she has merely imagined it. She shakes her head slightly, striving for clarity. How could she mistake another's voice for that of the young man? Initially, Guoliang, upon hearing the police sirens behind him, mistakenly assumes they are pursuing him and hastily flees. When he observes Chu Tianxiong's vehicle veering towards the commercial district while he continues to run forward, he finally feels a sense of relief as the police also turn in that direction. In Volume 1, Chapter 77, Su Chun is my elder brother. If Su Dong had previously thought that Lin Hai was merely boasting, he is now completely convinced. Setting aside other matters, Gong Jun had witnessed Lin Hai's nervous and fearful demeanor, which did not escape anyone's notice. Nowadays, mentioning Taobao goods leads many to equate it with counterfeit products. When it comes to expensive electronics, doubts abound, prompting most to prefer shopping offline. Commander Liu, I am willing to devote myself to you. Please accept both my sister and me, so that we may serve you together, Xiao Exiner shamelessly declares. To Chun Fan's surprise, he finds that she has come on her own. A cold smile spreads across his face. He seldom smiles, and when he does, is often a fade. His true feelings remain known only to himself. Yet now, he genuinely smiles, exhilarated by the arrival of Wu Wudi. Xiao Mimi, without further thought, has the waiter pack her watch, swiping her card before heading downstairs. Mimi is in the hospital, is all Yu Xing hears. She concludes that Xiao Mimi indeed does not possess the best constitution. Falling ill post-childbirth is not uncommon. Ignorance is bliss, but knowing she must seek medical attention. After the fall of the Yin state, Dong Huangtai personally intervened, capturing her and imprisoning her in the Sakura prison, forged from eternal ice, where she gradually faded from public memory. With the agreement of Jiujin Gang and Anan, the Mo Bo Luo casually gestured, and a wave of profound energy surged forth. Could you step outside for a moment? I have a few matters to discuss with Lord Du Lacey, Ibu quietly inquired. He turned to enter, where Lai Lin was listening to reports from below regarding the events that transpired after his departure to the snow domain. Upon seeing him, Lai Lin merely cast a cold glance in his direction. However, Yigu Chun did not overtly assist Shui Ruo in transforming her totem, as doing so would reveal the existence of the ancestral totem. When Torai next hears the name Du Lacey, he will have transformed into a renowned figure, celebrated across the seas. As Wang Hu's voice faded, the crowd nodded in agreement. They had already searched 3 out of 4 directions, leaving no doubt that Chenin must be in the last remaining location. To Gu Xiangling, few in the Southern Sky Domain were worthy of rivaling Nangong Juyun. Establishing a film and media company, in her view, was a means to facilitate the realization of her grander dreams. I have some matters to attend to, Yuan Liang implied without elaborating. Yet Yi Jingkai understood that the National Master would not make requests lightly. Something must have transpired. Yang Shiqing glanced at the greasily shining Song Ling, and, expressionless, raised his teacup to drink. He had grown accustomed to being targeted and thought, do as you please. Xiao Ku, once a grand general of the Huaxia Empire, had long commanded armies in battle. He understood the strengths and weaknesses of both zombies and human troops, enabling him to devise the most suitable formation to confront Chen Ning's forces. Regrettably, the tribe had only procured a single piece of windproof cloth during one exchange. The original owner's 3 brothers were no longer landowners. Having sold off most of their land to repay debts, they could only reclaim the remaining plots to cultivate themselves. Otherwise, they would face starvation. With Song Fu Bao unprotected and preoccupied, the family was left in disarray. While it was said that to gain access to the frugal expert Shen Yin Rant's vehicle would require considerable effort, he still yearned to devise every possible strategy to pursue her. Zhuge Dao Feng and Xia Ho Pai Li, noticing his impending rage, cautiously circled around him. Ultimately, she thought that the sunny, cheerful officer Luo could be managed by the original owner, for the original owner likely couldn't endure for long, especially with her parents cheering her on nearby. Zhang Yanzu stated, prisoners have no right to question. If you do not wish to leave, you may remain here. He began to close the door. After breakfast, the time was nearly upon them. By the time they arrived at the Meng Shui Tang, many people were already seated in the classroom. No need for formality. Ma Chi, oblivious to Lu Ai Lin's expression, casually remarked while enjoying his ramen. The procedures for signing a contract with Beastmasters on the Beastmaster Forum are rather intricate and require considerable effort. When the first bullet struck him, Luo Chong Xian's haughty demeanor vanished completely, replaced by a pallor akin to that of pig liver. "Let's go, Sister Sue, I will escort you home," Li Chun said, patting his hands, a light smile gracing his lips as a weight lifted from his heart. Gulan Shan felt lightheaded, her grip on his clothing tightening slightly, reminiscent of a drowning cat seeking its last point of support. As her arm subtly lifted, a captivating fragrance wafted toward Li Rue, irresistibly filling his nostrils. Of course, he had never contemplated obstructing such a delightful scent. Su Qing blushed at Xia Yinbing's words. However, having blushed several times today, she remained considerably more composed this time, even her expression less awkward. Upon exiting the vehicle, she approached Li Rue with a smile. Qin Shang's heart warmed as he gazed at her with increasingly tender eyes. "Very well, I shall call you Qingmu." In truth, he had long wished to address her as such. In previous instances, Gu In had indulged in wild imaginings, yet this time, she dared not entertain any thoughts. All right, just treat me first," Yin Duo pouted, eager for Lung Muhan to swiftly overcome his ailments. It was the onset of early summer, and the grasslands thrived with vitality. From atop a horse, one could behold an endless expanse where the emerald sea of grass met the azure sky. Yin Luo Xian was set to marry Su Wanru, elevating her to the status of empress, with the ceremony fast approaching in about 10 days. Shen Mulin appeared quite upset and distressed. The look in his eyes suggested he might strike her, but ultimately, he merely sighed deeply, started the car, and gradually drove towards the city. Each day, the villagers would prepare an abundance of vegetables and meats for Zhou Chunfeng in gratitude, ensuring that he remained free from want for the past half-year. In Volume 1, Chapter 78, "They Do Not Afford Me Respect," having witnessed her despair firsthand, he wished to avoid a recurrence. This world of cultivation is exceedingly cruel and realistic. "Father, does this imply that the Lord of the Wu family intends to oversee our Taishan tribe as well?" At the wedding banquet, upon hearing Wu Ran's remarks, Tai Jian's expression darkened considerably. Though his eyes were open, his body remained sluggish. Su Yin did not rise immediately. He opened his phone, and a flurry of notifications appeared. As Michael had stated, the key to unlocking the chains lay within his reach. On the armrest of the chair, a red button that with a gentle press would release the chains. In the face of the oncoming tide of mechanical tiger sharks, the extraterrestrial merely clenched his fists, unleashing waves of energy that radiated outward in all directions from his center. The heart yearns for the other to speak, yet it is already quite late. Even though each of the 10 items may not take much time individually, collectively, they require a significant duration. Having listened to the prior content, a persistent thought has lingered within, a desire to experiment, which holds great importance, even to the point of impatience. The present is vastly different from the past. Perhaps practitioners from various sects are also cultivating, though we remain unaware. Zhou Tai's yearning intensifies, and as for the accuracy of his predictions, he is merely speculating, attempting to downplay the value of the other's possessions to minimize his own losses. Bai Chuan observes his demeanor and muses whether this fellow has yet to reach adulthood. Given his curiosity about everything, Huisher High School, unlike ordinary public institutions, provides excellent treatment for its teachers, particularly the class advisors, who receive generous bonuses. In the preceding days, Jean Junhao researched extensively on the works created during Kanye's collaboration with Hooks. Mu Qianyin recognizes that the greatest threat to her is Bai Chun, who plays the melody of sonic poison. Once the sonic poison reaches a certain threshold, it silently afflicts those within its range, regardless of whether they hear it. The day-eating demon slash. Under the piercing scream of the mingling spirit, a thick, black sword light surged forth, bringing death in its wake as shadows spread wherever it passed. Voices questioning whether the Sword Dragon sect intends to abandon them grew louder, causing the sect's reputation in the Ore town to plummet. Although James from the Eastern Knights lost the voting to Howard and did not become the voting king, he is firmly a starting forward, having won 2 MVP awards. And the Knight's impressive performance over the past 2 years garnered him considerable support. Bai Chen's gaze turned icy as they approached the platform. He suddenly let out a cold laugh, unleashing a surge of holy pressure that sent them tumbling their eyes wide with shock. While the nominal appreciation banquet continues, the protagonist, Xiao Air, has already slipped away. No matter how delightful the scene may be, it pales in comparison to the companionship shared with his sister. Despite the silence that often envelopes them, a profound connection flows between their souls. Zhang concluded his words, lifting his gaze to observe this student he raised with such care. Returning to the scene. Although the Lakers' substitutions seemed effective, securing rebounds in the backcourt, Bai Nam could assist Gasol, providing defensive support against Nowitzki, allowing Gasol to engage in the offense. Though this honed Yao Ming's abilities, the limitations were considerable, making the Rockets an ideal experimental target. Simon returned from New York with Janet a day early, but had no intention of attending the Golden Globe Awards, preferring to join the post-ceremony party hosted by the Idrit Company. One of the congregation members swiftly thrust his sword, appearing before Lin Hao in an instant, the blade resembling a phantom, striking with utmost precision. In other words, even the Mosquito King from the marshes could defeat the Black Mamba, for any king must be extraordinary, noble in breed and powerful in strength. When a new sound society celebrated its opening, they performed their initial shows at the Rongxing Theater before subsequently selecting one sizable theater in each district to host for a time. Shang Xuesho naturally sought these establishments, but it was wiser to explore each district one by one. Mo Chun nodded slowly, casting a glance at Jin Yuanzi's respectful demeanor, allowing a smile of approval to grace his face. The Duke's mood was evidently poor, as anyone could discern. He downed a beer in one go, turning his face crimson. The Iron Cavalry of Gu Erden, after enduring a retreat of nearly 100 miles, finally revealed their fangs, launching a breathtaking assault. Gu Hanqing, deep in the tiger's den, still held concern for Cheng Jinji, his feelings for her remaining unchanged even after enduring long periods of silence and pain. Perhaps he cared for her even more than for himself. Feng Wu surveyed the formation within the Grand Hall, her expression unchanged despite the setback from the Yaoqi Holy Mother. For her, the physical pain was trivial compared to the emotional scar that could not heal. One must not blame others for their own demise. Today's youth seem increasingly resistant to the wisdom of their elders. Another barrage of arrows fell, and on the opposing side, Daji activated her second skill, Idol's Charm, though unfortunately, it was cast upon Huangshan Xianyu. The twin sisters looked towards their mother, realizing that continuing the conversation might hurt their dearest ones. They had no choice but to depart. A fist came crashing down, halting just before, as Yu Liuxing found himself ensnared in the Blood Sun universe, momentarily subdued and compelled to cease his movements. The audience erupted in laughter as Zhao Yun landed, mocking the Ling Tian battle team's Zhao Yun. He Meng felt an overwhelming sense of security with Zhang Xiaofeng by his side. He had grown deeply attached to him and could no longer bear to be apart. Volume 1, Chapter 79. Brother, I believe you can do it. Traveling from the eastern part of the county to Miaojiang requires passing through a dense forest, where Yi Tian currently hides, patiently awaiting the arrival of Yuan Fei. This fellow has escaped from his grasp more than once. If this became public knowledge, the name Yao Ci would undoubtedly resonate throughout the mercenary world. You're quite arrogant? If you're staying in the city, I advise you to keep your head down, the young man said darkly. Upon seeing Nangong Yingming's disdainful glance at Nangong Russian, Piao Wuzong was taken aback, then immediately displayed a look of shame. He had come to realize that in this foreign world, the circumstances were entirely different from Earth. Alongside the Freedom Alliance, the ordinary name of Ma Jianyao also spread throughout the Federation. Zhang Yaoying had never met Ma Jianyao, but any individual who becomes an A-class dragon speaker garners the attention of the entire Federation, with dedicated agencies monitoring and analyzing their every action. Although the five-clawed demon dragon and the road monk sustained only minor injuries, their pride was certainly wounded. The golden yellow roots shimmered with a faint aura, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Unlike other travelers, Li Ming's journey through time and space allows him to withstand the laws of time and space. His memories remain intact. However, he can only observe this timeline as a spectator, incapable of altering the course of history. For Li Ming, it is akin to watching a grand cinematic portrayal of life. Since the last battle with the Enchanted Forest, there have been no reported movements from the Enchanted Forest side, which some agreed upon. A wave of spiritual energy surged forth, forcing Lu Lu to step back, her face paling as she delicately wiped the blood from her lips. Her expression grew heavy. Su Yu politely accepted the business card. Upon reading it, Su Yu discovered the name of the card's owner, a fabric merchant named Huang Hai. If anything happens, you must call me immediately. I will rush to your side. Yi Junxian made a gesture as if to call. There's a saying that goes well. Brothers share 4 iron bonds. 1 is sharing the same window. 2 is bearing arms together. 3 is visiting brothels together. And 4 is sharing the spoils. Zhang Rang concluded, turning around, hands clasped behind his back, his eyelids drooping as he stared blankly at Guan Yin. In the center of the pool lay a stone slab measuring roughly 10 feet square, its surface smooth as jade, rising about 3 inches above the water surface, naturally forming a broad waterbed. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The rain, akin to beans, began to descend, falling upon the flames, hissing and instantly transforming into a plume of white smoke that dissipated into the air. However, the raindrops grew larger and more torrential, and in an instant, a deluge poured down from the heavens. I shall not disgrace my mission. I will not allow a single piece of wood from Jiaguli to sink into the sea. I assure you, as long as the ground forces encounter no issues, an advance by water will pose no problem. For Jiaguli possesses very few vessels capable of sailing the seas. A group of over 10 riders set forth from Liqing towards Beihai-jun. Although there was no specific purpose for inspection, they would nonetheless prioritize Qi-jun and Beihai-jun as they had been severely affected by the rebellion. The ship's captain lamented, fearing the sudden drop in temperature might freeze the sea's surface, rendering their vessel immobile. Xiao Ming was aware that the waters here were unlikely to freeze, as they lay upon the Yellow Sea, yet the temperature had plummeted considerably, leaving him with doubts. Chu Yun observed that even if one approached its front, it would scarcely inflict any harm, serving as a mere target, yet it bore a health of 7,000. The second consequence stemmed from the presence of Li Xian and his entourage, which ignited a competitive spirit among scholars from foreign states who had journeyed from afar. Stop boasting. What significance does your magical prowess hold in Lionheart City? Beijia scoffed. We have always maintained a respectful distance. What is the meaning of this obstruction today? Lu Xiao's heart sank upon hearing of the Macau gang, yet he maintained a formidable demeanor. Fortunately, the elder was a man of experience, his countenance betraying no emotion as he gently waved a branch, its leaves brushing against Lin Chen's bones. That evening, as the setting sun cast its slanted rays, the disciples of the Xuantian Sect, having just concluded their evening lessons, found rare moments of leisure, some retreating to their quarters for rest, others heading to the dining hall, or gathering in small clusters to gaze at the twilight, exchanging playful banter while relishing this precious respite from their daily toils. Montag Fenzite, reflecting on the irony that only Gu Tianju had survived in the end. On either side of the tavern stood stone giants, one clutching a wine jug, the other a wine cup. Though he was not on a mission today, he felt compelled to rally everyone to regain their spirits. The He family stronghold of the Li clan had been passed down through generations, though its standing compared to the ancient families of Huagua was uncertain. 2 days later, Chang Yuchen and Deng Yud each led an army of 10,000 troops, boldly proclaiming their intent to march towards the borders of the Western Chagatai Khanate. The Western Chagatai Khanate, upon receiving the news, was thrown into a frenzy and began preparations for battle. On the 3rd night after Lin Yi and his forces departed the capital for close training, the Minister of War's residence was annihilated, with not a single member of the family, from his aged father to his infant grandson, spared. The brutality of the act shocking and appalling. Shitai Jalona was driven to madness, witnessing the humiliation of his master right before his eyes. He longed to strike down those foolish beings with a single blow. The commanding officer, walking ahead at a steady pace, turned to see Zhu Tianjiang's carriage moving as slowly as an old ox. Moreover, the driver had been replaced by Zhu Yi, clad in the uniform of a commander. The officer felt helpless, as Zhu Tianjiang's ranks surpassed his own, leaving him without the authority to urge them on. A familiar scene unfolded, and with a knowing glance, Zi Ling narrowed her eyes and calmly said, "What is this? Have you forgotten the events of 2 years ago, young master?" Volume 1, Chapter 80. More remarkable figures. After the doctor assisted Su Xiaoyu in cleansing her arm, he realized he had been tricked. The patient bore no wounds whatsoever. It was said that several bounties for this item were circulating in the market, each offering a handsome reward. Perhaps This outcome was not ideal in Qin Xiaohong's heart. Yet for Ho Changfeng, it was the best possible resolution for everyone involved. Li Shuyuan, himself, and even Qin Xiaohong. The three exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, charged towards Guotai, recognizing that he would be easier to subdue than the five at the alley's entrance. By seizing his life, they could leverage it to coerce the five into granting them safe passage. Once they reached the main road from the alley, they would be secure. It seemed that Li Zimu was indeed a competent commander, dispelling any earlier doubts he had and growing more resolute. Fine, even if I am to blame. Your attire is hardly suited for my assistant, Yi Xiao remarked, scrutinizing her clothing with dissatisfaction. Lightning struck near Li Zimu, causing a massive tree to crash down, obstructing the path between the Han and Chu armies. Subsequently, the previously fierce wind seemed to receive a command, transforming into a violent vortex. Xuantian, the daughter of the prestigious Su family, had rarely faced bullying in the capital, so to find herself mistreated at the university was a shocking affront. At that moment, Kong Gung and a group of commanders approached, drawing the attention of the training troops nearby. The Tiger Howl army stationed in Yongzhou did not recall their commanders directly. Instead, they were dispersed to Han and Li prefectures to prevent a sudden assault from eastern Han. It was unwise to place the safety of the southern Qi dynasty entirely in the hands of the armies of eastern Wu and Nanjian, as even upon receiving the news, they would require time to arrive. The well-dressed youth swung his whip, deftly ensnaring the neck of a ragged beggar, yanking him down with a resounding thud. An hour later, Zhang Heng sat in his chair, observing Wu Yin and others in practice, appearing quite competent. He decided to shift his focus to organizing a fundraising event. Upon hearing this, the individual garb in the prince's attire understood and sighed inwardly, realizing that Zhao Heir had indeed slipped away from the palace. Song Zhu was genuinely furious. After all, the momentary pause had revealed the duplicity of the individual before her. When Yin Xingjiao returned to the main hall, the fifth princess leaped into the arms of Pure Concubine, clinging to her mother as they conversed tenderly, to which Pure Concubine responded with warmth. Long Mabai vanished after speaking, heading towards the location described by Hong Yi, where he sensed the alluring fragrance. The onlookers were incredulous. Moments ago, this man had been smiling at Mo Han, yet now he bore an icy demeanor. Who among them could rival Mo Han? Ning Yao lifted her chin, scrutinizing the man beside her with seriousness. Did he truly care so deeply for Mo Han? Zhang Heng concurred, equally puzzled, as he found it impossible to discern the old man's intentions. Many were aware that the urine of young boys was said to ward off evil, though this assertion was not entirely accurate. Any urine could serve that purpose. I understand your sentiments, yet as long as you possess just cause, there should be no issue, Rod replied with a faint smile, fully aware of man's implications. After incurring heavy losses, the trialists finally discovered the weaknesses of the undead army. However, as they approached the entrance to the town center, a commotion erupted on the path ahead, causing the surrounding trialists to kneel one after another. Lin Shi, with countless admonitions, bid them farewell and promptly returned to her duties at Jubao Lu, for she was about to commence the preparation of semi-finished dishes. Initially, Lin Shi decided to produce only a modest quantity, thus she did not require an extensive amount of time, primarily focusing on hot pot ingredients and soup bases. Lin Shi found it increasingly perplexing. We were invited here to attend to his grandmother's ailment, not as his friends. In terms of friendship, my son is truly his companion. Madam, your gratitude seems somewhat misplaced. It sounds quite off. Could it be an intentional smear against Yi Huaijin? There was no option left. Having arrived at this juncture, Rin Jie could only accompany the elderly, He Long Pai Air, and Guo Pei into the premises. Following Zhao Lei's earpiece guidance, they approached a grand palace, resembling a majestic temple imbued with ethnic and religious characteristics. He did not solely vend at Kuyun Lu. There were also orders from affluent patrons for new dishes, which needed to be sampled to strengthen connections. Why is the opposite side switch lanes? A Guang appeared bewildered, feeling unjustly doomed. Chun Nan chose to place a ward in the lower riverbank's grass, as the vision would reveal Galio's position should he deploy his ultimate ability towards the bottom lane. He stated that if one wished to reclaim their contract of servitude, they should meet him in person. His voice was hoarse, as if he were gravely ill. Having heard of his ambush, it now seemed he might not have much longer to live. Yet, I was concerned about why he suddenly showed such benevolence. Jiang Chen remained in doubt. It was not until after the washing that Lin Cheng pulled Jiang Chun to sit at his desk, retrieving a firearm from the drawer. Aligning the zipper, smoothing the leather jacket, she raised her hand to pull the zipper up to his chest, carefully adjusting his scarf. At that moment, the night was deepening. The residences along the streets had extinguished their lights, leaving only the street lights and a few neon signs aglow as the city slumbered. Closer, ever closer, the charming nurse withdrew her hand from her pocket and reached for Lin Feng's. Indeed, there was no mistake. Her hand made contact with the back of Lin Feng's hand. That night, the two entwined for a prolonged period. And only when Jiang Chun was utterly fatigued and succumbed to sleep did Lin Cheng relent. Recalling how Jiang Chun had insisted on their first meeting to take place in his room, suddenly realizing he had fallen for Jiang Chen's trap, Hu Qing lifted her head from the man's embrace. Her tear-swollen eyes had lost their redness, revealing a hint of weariness. The original owner's mind remained vacant, envisioning the borders and barbarian tribes as typical of ancient worlds, feeling constrained by such environments and foreign entities, perhaps an exaggeration indeed. Volume 1, Chapter 81. Su Chun acknowledges his adoptive grandfather. She had been poisoned by Chao Shaoqin, and her fellow disciples had been captured. During her escape, she encountered disciples from Mei. Long before this battle commenced, the sage of 6 paths, who had been observing the shinobi world and possessed precognitive abilities, had a faint premonition. Whenever I recalled how Gumin had been possessed by Chun Shui Ying and rushed over to strike me, I felt an anger boiling within. The man on the right appeared somewhat displeased, but said nothing further, continuing to watch the movements of the BMW below. Xiangu remarked in the dialect of the mountain city, "You haven't even wiped your own backside clean. Perhaps they have already claimed the certificates, you know? Maybe Xuanmei seeks to keep a low profile this time, not wishing to make a fuss." Contemplating her parents from the 21st century, along with her father from Bai Youyou and her lost mother and brother, Lu Wanting felt a dull ache in her heart. When would she be able to have a warm home once more? However, I still do not comprehend why the 6th prince would wish to poison you when we have no grievance with him. Liu Bai King was indeed perplexed. What reason could the 6th prince have for targeting them? Jiang Lang appeared gallant and handsome, especially his pair of eyes, which seemed like black holes, evoking a sense of inscrutability, though his legs were impaired, forcing him to rely on an electric wheelchair. Shui looked up at the pole, bending down to observe the noose set at the base of the sweet potato, suddenly grasping its intricacies, straightening up to stick out her tongue. Wang Sazi then added, "Moreover, the maid must thank Jiang Mo for her magnanimity in not pursuing the young lady's disrespect towards the instructor. Although that Liang instructor is indeed not worthy of respect. Yogurt, this must be fake, right?" Su Ruchu swallowed hard, her eyes quickly concealing tears. Gupon was also burdened with a plethora of troubles. He merely wished to uproot the influence of the southern faction. Was not the emperor of the same mind? Why did he suddenly become enraged? However, seeing that time was already late and unsure where the two protagonists had wandered off to, Shuechong and felt a growing anxiety. If this truly were my child, I would certainly extract him myself and then eliminate him. His mother could not possibly bear the surname Shui. Therefore, he should not have come into this world. Qin Yu spoke with a smile, yet his words sent a shiver down Shui Jingshui's spine. After asking twice with no response, Lu Luo could not help but pout in disappointment, turning back to stand beside Fu Rongyu. It is essential to understand that even in this progressive society, in the eyes of these noble families, a star like Tang Shi is merely a tool for entertainment, a figure to amuse, and when it comes to marrying, they still prefer to match social standings. Lan Shan donned a bright red dragon and phoenix wedding attire, her headpiece crafted from pearls, swaying gently with her steps. One could catch a glimpse of Mei Lan Shan's smiling face, radiant as a peony, outshining all others. Dong Er was just about to step out when she recalled they were in the capital, and Wang Sazi had not given Dong Er a veil to wear upon leaving. In this collision, Qi Ming retreated 3 steps, while Shuefeng did not yield even an inch. Furthermore, Shuefeng merely struck casually, thus in comparison, he held an absolute advantage. Nevertheless, all the adherents were stunned by that mysterious figure and voice, none daring to voice dissent. The person responsible for Chu Feng's sudden escape was naturally somewhat astonished, never having anticipated that this momentary lapse would result in such trouble. Yet, at this moment, he must confront the consequences. No matter how much he resented the emergence of this outcome, he could not evade the issues at hand. Within mere breaths, The layers of dense and powerful barriers were shattered by Youyou. He radiated golden light, his arms outstretched as if to tear apart fabric, directly rending the barriers into fragments. Even so, it was regrettable that Long Jun, ultimately only a master at the pinnacle of transformation, could merely suppress the dual toxins of cold and heat within Yang Mei's body temporarily. After a while, they would inevitably reignite. I have indeed heard of the story recounted by Du Jinfeng about Emperor Tang Ming who, entranced by beauty, led to national ruin, causing the rebellion of An Lushan. Who could have imagined that such a character at the bottom of the food chain could also welcome spring and rise to prominence? The three formidable experts present, Qi Jun, Qi Dan, and Yuan Xian, were simultaneously injured, their expressions grim as they glared at the stranger cloaked in black, his head bowed, obscured by the brim of his hat. This servant, Suo E2, pays homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Upon the departure of the others, Suo E2 knelt before Emperor Kanshi, bowing his head and solemnly proclaiming. However, he had buried this memory deep within, revealing it only when necessary, for he would not easily unearth it. Moreover, given her mother's experiences, Yin Xiao had long since become indifferent to this aspect of life. The disinterest of others held no bearing on her, if necessary. She could always return to the mountains to be with her master, who was as beautiful as she was captivating, ensuring her days would never be dull. The liver possesses a remarkable regenerative capacity and a limited ability to resist hepatic toxins. Thus, it is not easily hardened, and hence, one does not readily perish from liver toxicity. After hanging up the phone, Caitlin gazed at the garments beneath her feet, releasing a sigh of relief. She slowly crouched down and extracted a bottle of foreign liquor and a lighter from her bag. Occupying the body of the nightmarish beast, he became the sole living entity in this ancient battlefield, or perhaps a being caught between life and death. Due to stagnation in productivity, the emergence of revolutionary forces, whether capitalist or proletarian, was inconceivable, leading the world to come to a halt at a certain moment, with even rare aberrant products, akin to the firearms of the Ming dynasty, ultimately reduced to mere matchsticks. Upon hearing this statement, the audience was inwardly astonished, utterly perplexed by the events unfolding here. As an apothecary, understanding medicinal materials, pharmacology, and the focus required in alchemy are of utmost importance. And controlling the heat appears to be an absolutely indispensable aspect of the process. Volume 1, Chapter 82. It is impossible to deceive me. Even if the elder did not comprehend why this skeletal dragon insisted on recognizing a master, was it not akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart? The individual was on the brink of death. Upon acknowledging a master, freedom would soon follow. Was that truly enjoyable? Though the reason remained elusive, the elder chose to remain silent. He would undoubtedly lead the master out. Since she no longer recognized him, he had no choice but to employ gentle persuasion. In the realm of cultivators, dueling that pierces the void and distorts space is not unusual. Yet tearing space asunder into complete nothingness is a terrifying feat, accomplished by only a select few among the supreme beings. The two individuals, once again in perfect synchrony, leapt into the air, their internal energies clashing violently, nearing the brink of collapse. The young boy playfully flicked her nose, teasing her for being troublesome. Casting a curious glance at Long Fei, he stepped outside. Furthermore, if the elders from the door came to harvest at this moment, while one was concealed within the foodie space, what would transpire? Previously, Luo Nin had not contemplated this issue, but now that the thought had arisen, it became uncontrollable. I must say, had she not spoken as if it were true, I would have genuinely believed she was toying with us. Lu Yi remarked with a wry smile, tapping his forehead. However, when two resilient individuals found themselves in a state of defeat, the ensuing battle was undeniably fierce. Upon entering the second layer of the Mage Tower, the surroundings felt remarkably similar to the first layer. The only distinction was that Chun Sheng had transported them to this foreboding location. Liang Hao had initially intended to keep an eye on the other two battles, but faced with a nearly fully recharged Luo Xiao, he could only silently wish for Yun Fei Bai and Yuan Qing Hua to fare well, as he had no capacity to divide his attention. Can you take a break? Sister, the new recruits have yet to qualify. You should train them first, Zhuo Luan suggested. The grand event lasted 3 days before concluding. Subsequently, Lu Fan ordered the return of over 400,000 farming troops, to their original locales. Meanwhile, Lu Fan retained General Zhang, leading 20,000 to garrison the western regions, while the remainder received a month's leave to return home. What was that scene just now? Gaia inquired anxiously, fearing it might merely have been an illusion rather than reality. There are holes in the pit. It's leaking. Jahi pointed at the raised stone pit, stating that all 4 pits had holes, with blood pooling therein. He indicated a large stone before him with the tip of his foot. In truth, one could slide all the way down to the bottom and ascend from a gentler slope, ultimately making a complete circuit. Qian Lao suggested. Xuantian, calm yourself. Ying has been with me this whole time. How could she possibly betray me? Hu Qiong stated. Upon hearing this, Dianwei galloped to the side, and Lu Fan spotted 2 tall and robust individuals blocking the narrow path ahead, one in his 20s and the other slightly younger, possibly around Lu Fan's age. Each wielded weapons, scrutinizing Lu Fan and his companions. The phone slipped from Guan Xiaotong's hand, crashing to the ground with a thud, extinguishing her last flicker of hope. If you don't hand over Liang Ying, none from the underworld shall live. As Tu Hua's hoarse voice echoed, see, he had already completed the ritual for the sacrificial spell, and the dim sky of the underworld was instantly replaced by the dazzling light emitted by the formation. Song Xiao Yuan gazed from a distance, while Song Yi bid farewell to Xiao Qingcheng and joined her brother in the horse-drawn carriage home. Human nature is inherently selfish. Her mother had her own life to lead and could not sacrifice her entire existence for her child. At that time, her mother had intended to take her away, and she would eventually remember the prolonged divorce proceedings which had centered around the custody battle for her. By chance, she encountered the Yu family, where the lady had lost her husband before marriage and faced a tumultuous fate. Yang Yin's son rescued her, and she became regarded as a lady in their shop. Although she was delicate and prone to tears, her underlying tenacity was undeniable. She was the type who would resolutely press on even if she cried to the point of fainting. In the darkness, several figures clad in black appeared, exuding a more ferocious aura than before, for Jin Chengzhan had revealed his prowess on more than one occasion. Jin Chengzhan drew his sword, the crimson light glinting in the sunset, as one was left with a shaved brow and the other with a shaved head. Xiao Qingcheng observed the fleeting expression in her eyes. Although he was skilled in martial arts and possessed keen hearing, he could not discern the content of their earlier conversation. Qi Zijian furrowed his brow into a deep frown, as the name Wei Cheng resonated loudly in his mind. Lu Chengyu had truly suffered an injustice, not only meeting his demise through a plotted scheme, but even in death. He was wholly exploited by Han Sui to ensnare a noble family. Su Wushuang was somewhat taken aback. He doubted his own capabilities could wield such power. Yet upon hearing his words, he began to believe. Thus, the actions of Lupin 13 sent shockwaves throughout the world, not for what he had stolen, but for where he had executed the theft. He knew she loved him as well, yet with his pride. How could he permit himself to be manipulated while being with her? It is said that wealth stirs the heart. Before long, the surrounding debris was swiftly cleared away, revealing a brilliant golden hue. The statue had not been destroyed. What Xing eradicated within the illusion was merely a fragment of a soul. Although it sustained considerable damage, it did not threaten his essence. Simultaneously, the Tyrannosaurus and Murong Xian Air were mercilessly reaping the blood wolf guards surrounding them. While these guards might pose a threat to ordinary individuals, their prowess appeared trivial in comparison to the 2 formidable beings. The evil dragon, puffing up in anger, glared fiercely at Lei Yinfeng, his whiskers trembling as if to convey a threatening demeanor. My dear brother, are you certain of what you speak? Yilin still harbored some skepticism and sought verification from Ding Sanyang. I did not expect someone like you to speak of social standing. Yu Qin retorted with a cold smirk. The cat seemed to take delight in rubbing its head against the exposed half of her soft bosom, displaying a rather lewd expression. The robe of Chuanyu Yizhen was torn open by Wang Yong, while Wang Yong dangled like a koala bear, suspended just an inch above the ground. Volume 1, Chapter 83. Su Chun, you possess immense audacity. Yuan Qingdan reluctantly returned to the campfire, handing over the 2 pig legs in his possession to Yuan Qingfeng, who had set up the framework. Meanwhile, the White Tiger King retrieved a formidable black halberd, exuding an aura of ferocity that enveloped the group. Grasping the halberd with both hands, the White Tiger King waved it menacingly in the air. The smile on Tan Xian's face grew more pronounced. However, Neither of them had any intention of engaging, choosing instead to observe the battle unfolding below in silence. Pausing mid-step, Jingge stood awkwardly in place, unable to meet Mu Rong Zhaoyan's gaze. The latter wore a fearsome grin that even Shy Yueqiang found hard to confront. Then Linge chuckled softly, shaking her head, seemingly devoid of desire to act, as if her energy had been drained. Initially, she had felt a flicker of interest when Mo Shan suggested visiting Puji Temple. Yet her apathy led her to decline. Nevertheless, being forcibly taken away by him was not entirely unpleasant. "With you, I'm already content," he said softly before closing his eyes, as if the brilliance of his earlier gaze had never existed. Upon hearing Yuan Qingdan's words, the trio examined the jade tablet closely and indeed discerned the faint numeral 1, identical to the one Yuan Qingdan had previously displayed, easily overlooked without careful scrutiny. Ming Mo glanced at the solemn-faced Xue Qingyang and smiled at Gong Yuran and the others. As they observed the approaching Luo Shi, Mu Xinglan remarked indifferently, while Ling Xuanyin merely cast a fleeting glance at Luo Shi before dismissing her entirely. Compared to that anomaly, this was deemed rather normal. Did you believe me when I said I disliked lizards?" "That was a jest," Spider-Man exclaimed, albeit in a state of panic, his words flowing continuously. For after such a lengthy observation, Ru-Yi had never witnessed his mouth cease moving. "Grandfather, it has been a long time," Yi Nanqing greeted as he handed his suitcase to his servant. As Mu Yi's words echoed, the previously tumultuous ground suddenly fell silent, and the zombie rats, disoriented from the upheaval, believed the chaos had ended, only to find the soil around them gradually growing warm. That individual had long been aware of Li Wuxiu's identity as the sole heir of the Li family, Li Chenglong. In plain terms, Wu was merely working for the Li family, barely glancing at him before hastening away. On this occasion, Lu Nanqi's absence weighed heavily on Rong Yu's heart, a sentiment that Mo Yun could well imagine. A formaldehyde-filled glass tank contained specimens of human brain tissue, now yellowed and mottled with uneven patterns. It seemed that Miao Kuo was genuinely anxious. Naturally, such feelings were expected. Whose child would not be cherished? Yingge felt a pang in her heart as she watched piles of luxurious gold notes slip away. Ru-Yi tilted her head slightly, catching sight of Lu Yi's exasperated expression through her fingers, quickly covering her eyes, wishing not to see. Xiongli lowered his head, revealing a glint of melancholy in his eyes, even during his active years in the mercenary world, amidst the fiercest battles. He always managed to find the bodies of his comrades, even if only fragments. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Du Feng and the senior members had regained control of their bodies, performing a reverent bow towards Ling Dong and Sun'er. His own body stood stiffly to the side, akin to a soulless corpse, causing him to blush with embarrassment as his spirit hastily returned to his physical form. Hua Chan brushed back his hair, remaining silent. It was evident that this wandering young man had rediscovered the feeling of first love. Soon, Lin Yu spotted a horse-drawn carriage parked in the open space outside the dormitory. Assuming the driver had merely stepped away temporarily and approached to board the carriage directly. The situation surrounding AOC's recovery was dire. Dr. Lada's coercive methods had forced the situation to escalate, leading to unforeseen complications. "All right, we shall set off now. All squads, pay attention. Target, Junhua Wei Kingdom, take flight." Qin Shi declared loudly, leading Air Yin, Zhao Qing, and others as they soared into the sky. The war eagles flying majestically towards Junhua City. 45,000 taels, an immediate increase of 5,000 taels. Such extravagance astounded everyone present. Yet he believed that Lin Yu possessed the audacity to confront him, for he had just done so moments ago. "Fool, how is your arm?" Chun Hao's primary concern remained his brother's well-being. Hua Chun, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Are you suggesting that I spent last night in a cage?" Over a day had passed since leaving Xiufu, and indeed, Hua Chun had rested in the carriage on the first night. Then, with a thunderous clap, everyone received a shock. Even he himself held one, and, at that moment, excitement welled up within him. Qin Shaojie found the situation amusing, deeming it absurdly far-fetched. To meet for the first time and already form a bond akin to kinship was unprecedented. However, if such a phenomenon truly existed in the realm of cultivation, then this solar eclipse was indeed puzzling. Yes, during extraordinary times, we must ensure the soldier's political mindset is well managed. Should there be any difficulties, you may seek assistance from the instructor. The captain seemed satisfied with Yi Yang's attitude, setting down the newspaper and tossing a box of cigarettes onto the table. Gesturing for Yi Yang to take a seat. Let us not discuss that for now. We should head to the hospital, the elder brother expressed with pain, and one by one, they supported each other as they boarded the vehicle. For them, today was a day of misfortune, having unwittingly crossed paths with Xuantian, and they could only blame themselves. Elder Li, seated nearby, cleared his throat and remarked that the initiative for the slave auction originated from him, and at this moment, he had no choice but to intervene. Indeed, it is grand and beautiful, truly deserving of being the largest gallery in Danyang City. I hear Shuiyun Gallery is renowned nationwide, attracting many art enthusiasts, Xuantian said indifferently, gazing at the exquisite paintings adorning the walls, unable to suppress a wave of emotion. Come out and face me if you dare. Hiding is beneath you. Number 2 bellowed, filled with rage. Luo Bing gently lifted her head, her exquisite beauty intact, as she smiled softly, radiating an extraordinary gentleness. Chapter 84. Ah, how is Her Majesty the Empress here? As thunder rumbled in the sky, Enja's figure gradually emerged from the swirling dust once everything settled. Su Yin, disregarding the pain in her ankle from her earlier stumble, called out while rushing after him. Where is Niuguan? She murmured, gripping tightly. Unbeknownst to her, the handlebars of the tricycle bore the marks of her grip. Duncan's low-post play was not the most exceptional, yet he found it surprisingly easy to contend with Gobert. The day concluded primarily with task completion, and that evening, everyone gathered for dinner at Yang Hao's home, a tradition that had become a staple for the Wolf Warrior mercenary group. After the second round, Yuan Feng completely understood. His sword formation at Yundi's location served as an alarm system, thus he felt no concern that it would falter. Tianwei and Kong Jun fell silent, refraining from further inquiries, while Zhou Yu, who was somewhat aware of the affairs of the Tiandi alliance, also chose not to pry. The white spiritual light particles drifted gently towards the water surface, gradually sprouting wings, transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly. Qin Yang's shooting stat stood at 13 out of 5, a shooting percentage not particularly poor. However, it felt as though he was striking cotton, unable to find a solid target despite his efforts. The hours from 5 in the morning until 10 in the morning were the most saturated with celestial energy. Nourished by nature, their bodies brimmed with vigor, their senses heightened, creating an extraordinarily profound feeling. In the midst of the mist, Qi Jiaming was skillfully guiding a flying squirrel, adept at detecting scents, in search of Yun Hao, gradually drawing closer. Meanwhile, he discreetly retrieved his first lethal treasure from his storage ring. Yuan Guizhao, with a resigned nod, found his body unable to hold up any longer. He attempted to reach out and pat Chu Yang's shoulder, but his hand halted midway as he noticed Chu Yang's expression had turned cold once again. Hot blood began to spurt from his neck in torrents, and Ding Irai realized that his brain was starved of oxygen, causing a dizzying sensation. Chu Yang was momentarily stunned. Upon turning back in astonishment, he discovered Chun Gua, clad in leather, was swiftly pursuing him from not too far behind. However, Chu Yang was intent on irritating his third uncle, Chu Yingjia. Gripping the 200 yuan tightly, he turned and approached the counter, leaving Chu Yingjia in a state of bewilderment. A dragon's roar erupted as Qin Tian unleashed a surge of sword energy, creating dazzling ripples that transformed into an immortal wave of blades crashing towards the king of 10,000 ghosts. Although the Yangzhou Hotel appeared to belong to the Yin family, the shadow of the Jin family could still be discerned, albeit now shrouded in darkness. Their aim shifted from accumulating wealth to nurturing new talent. After a prolonged wait to settle into their seats, the soldiers eagerly grasped their bowls and chopsticks, poised to eat. But then, there was nothing more to follow, as Lin Quan stood there in shock, completely immobilized. Chen Mianxi mustered her courage to glance over, only to find that the 10 sea dragons were obediently hovering in the air, showing no inclination to advance. With the death of Qin Wanfang in ancient times, the burden weighing upon their hearts was momentarily lifted. Subsequently, Ouyang Jun, along with Wu Chun and Wu Ruixiao, indulged in leisure for an entire day, returning home after dusk. Listening to Tan Yun's voice, the great deity Bai Feng felt a surge of excitement, yet he was also filled with skepticism regarding Tan Yun's words. Upon hearing this, Hu Feng and others scanned their surroundings, only to realize that Yang Qi was absent. Seeing the elders still in hesitation, Feng Qingsheng delivered a heartfelt speech that profoundly resonated with everyone present. Within the confines of the various forbidden zones, matters such as these remained unaddressed. As they continued to remain detached from the external world, Huangfu Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that his younger brother's so-called urgent matter was merely a premonition of someone attempting to steal the Tian Qin's sword. He should have anticipated that his brother was hiding to capture the unsuspecting. Qin Duku appeared lifeless, having suffered greatly, yet Qin Shusheng supported her as they entered the courtyard. Feng Rei, dressed in a suit, radiated an air of sophistication cultivated through his travels with Luo Qianzi, effortlessly commanding attention wherever he stood, capable of outshining any tyrannical CEO. In the next moment, a surge of chakra infused with blood energy struck the ground, causing a row of wooden pillars to bend and form an arched wall, effectively sealing the entrance to the stronghold, leaving no chance for escape. Tang Sen nodded, casting a glance at the forest ahead, noting the position of the dragon's head before boldly venturing into the gorge. Gu Delanier was a being with blue skin, despite not being unattractive. His hue resembled that of someone pulled from a paint bucket, rendering him rather unappealing. Reflecting on the past, she felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, realizing how effortlessly she had been conquered by Nyang. "Hey, you said only you could take action." The floral shirt-clad figure flinched at the sight of the machete, offering a preemptive warning. "Yunyi, you have a plan, don't you?" Xian Sheng trembled as he clutched Yunya's hand. Perhaps it was the icy blue, transparent ice walls that evoked this feeling, or perhaps something else entirely. Even though these crystalline structures exuded no chill, it mattered little now. Volume 1, Chapter 85. It turns out this scoundrel had such intentions. Chen Chong and his companions were quite pleased, even if Guang Guotai merely sipped his drink. They felt a sense of significance being placed upon them. The pantheon of deities in the divine realm was momentarily stunned, including the supreme deities of light, darkness, creation, and destruction. Currently, Qingxi had successfully re-established her cultivation to the 9th layer of the knowing fate realm, with the next step being a breakthrough to the divine power realm, imminent yet fraught with peril as her primordial spirit stirred, anticipating the arrival of adversaries from her previous life. However, numerous reporters had arrived, and Chun Lianon spotted familiar faces from several art magazines based in the mainland, with whom he had previously conducted interviews. Zhang Qi possessed a unique physique. Jean Linger's golden spirit sacred body had completely fused with him in such a short span. Mo Ke followed them out, listening to their conversation while absent-mindedly touching his nose. Just as Li Jinji had once remarked, without the protection of an empress, the young version of him had faced countless brushes with death at the hands of Lin's side concubine. The 50 million loan had been approved, ensuring the company could maintain normal operations. Zhang Dowling nodded, refraining from elaboration. Having previously been treated with little regard, the sudden respect made him feel somewhat disoriented. While they typically presented themselves as spoiled, they still possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the protocols of the Deqian court. "Then let us act swiftly," declared the 4th underworld god. "Let us resolve everything before being discovered, and depart the underworld quietly." Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, they found several tables already occupied by students, local residents, and families. Although the evolution of the ghoul had been interrupted, the arms severed by Xingye's ice saw had already regenerated. Li Mao meticulously reported the progress of the Western battlefield, detailing both successes and setbacks, without concealing any information. Describing Bao Jing with flowers might be inaccurate, yet she remained an unmarried young lady. Thus, Yang Zhe moved unobstructed to stand before the astonished Yi Dai and Yi Er, who were still gaping in disbelief. Once the ethereal image of the heavenly demon emperor appeared, it raised its right hand and struck toward Lin Feng's manifestation of destiny. In truth, forcing the 5 shadows was tantamount to cornering Zhu. With the 5 nations united, Zhu had nowhere to flee, and even if unprepared, they had to confront the situation head-on. This, Shang Qingru hesitated, realizing that Qin Quan was correct when Wang Qian was rescued. His clothes had been torn to shreds. Had it not been for the graphene thermal suit worn underneath, he might have perished from the cold. Hinata utilized the power of her rebirth eye, unleashing a fierce storm that obliterated numerous terracotta warriors, clearing a path for everyone. "No, I, Baigan, am a loyal minister." Baigan vehemently denied the accusations, appearing almost deranged in his fervor. War? Human race, Su Chun. Do not presume that ascending to the Saint Realm allows you to contend against the elite training camp of the universe. You're still far from it. The Heavenly Ape Saint Emperor scoffed derisively. We demand that the Su-30 MKI be sold exclusively to India, with no external sales permitted by the Soviets. In other words, aside from your own equipment, it could only be sold to India. Minister Milat proposed this somewhat excessive request. The champion would receive a prize package worth 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, along with a skincare set valued at 100,000 US dollars from Company B in America, and a VIP card offering an 80% discount at the Hong Kong SBA Angel Beauty Salon. Regardless of your attempts to demonstrate the compassion of the Buddhist path, this is not a realm meant for your presence. Chicha Di Gansha, upon hearing these words, fell silent, his eyes shut, emanating a radiant aura of Buddhist light. The lotus seat beneath him swayed gently as if stirred by a gentle breeze. A towering statue of a Buddha, embodying compassion, gazed down upon Li Tai. A massive hand pointed towards Li Tai. If this method could frighten away the instigator, it would be ideal. However, even Chen Chongqing himself harbored little confidence. This situation emboldened the false Jade Emperor, who directly addressed the other counterfeit deities. As a seasoned true immortal of Tai Ming Palace, although ascension to the celestial realm was beyond his reach, he had lived long enough to witness others ascend. To ensure absolute certainty and deny the ancient demons any chance of escape, Su Chan summoned a portal to the divine realm, drawing forth 10 powerful beings from the saint realm, completely encircling the 3 ancient demons. Seizing the moment when the divine General Kawu appeared momentarily dazed, Su Chan charged forward, merging 10 golden lightning swords into a colossal golden sword, unleashing a ferocious strike imbued with thunderous lightning. Only then did the blood spirit infant awaken, opening its mouth to inhale fiercely. However, the blood was scant, and in mere moments, the ground was drained of its crimson essence. Most were aware of Yun Ming's obsessive cleanliness. He had once expelled a favored concubine for a mere drop of wine upon him, resulting in her immediate demise. Volume 1, Chapter 86. Indeed, a grand performance. The elder replied, the slow progression of this world is due to the presence of those lacking in intellect. My intention in establishing this formation is to contribute a modest effort towards the world's development, allowing the wise to thrive while the less intelligent fade away. In the 21st century, though we are unaware of the exact era, it is evident that we are not in the Tang dynasty. Li Su dashed out from the left room like a gust of wind, sprinting up to the 3rd floor at remarkable speed. Indeed, those affluent families, gentry, and country gentlemen who fled to Yuyang City were truly wealthy. They had sought safety in the city, only to fall prey to the Yellow Turbans, bandits, and the Wuhuan, ultimately ending up in permanent captivity, thus ensuring that resources were utilized efficiently. Within the internal texts of the Slaughter Clan, there lies a technique known as the 13 Strikes, Skull of Blood. It is this foreknowledge that breeds greater fear. The prince and others were momentarily taken aback by the swing of the spear, sensing a familiarity that eluded their memory. Brother, I have matters to attend to. I shall hang up now. I will inform you upon my return home tomorrow, Bai Muxin said, abruptly ending the call before Bai Mukin could respond. Nan Gong Er scoffed, you certainly possess a great deal of confidence. Yet, it is true that Xueqing Chang has the merit to be so self-admiring. Inflicting harm upon oneself is trivial, but causing harm to Xiang Qi is a significant issue. This is not what Eugene Xiang wishes to witness. Her gaze suddenly shifted to the tightly shut window. Xue Jiao approached, gently pushing it open, revealing a scene she recognized well. Before her lay the Dance Phoenix Hall, where she once resided. Hearing this, Akwai became excited. Typically languid, Akwai seemed invigorated upon entering the forest, displaying an unusual enthusiasm, perhaps due to her roots in a mountainous region. Yi Tian and Akwai crossed over the ruins walls, arriving at the backyard. Ascending the stairs, they retreated to their chamber. Shopkeeper Nian remained anxious, pacing back and forth in the corridor. Upon seeing Yi Tian and Akwai, he finally exhaled in relief. The location that stirred such excitement in the Pan family head must be extraordinary, igniting Yi Tian's anticipation. Tao Hua's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced back at Prince Hao, who rested his chin on her shoulder, gazing at her with deep affection. The physician spoke, his forehead glistening with perspiration, hands braced on the ground as he timidly finished his words, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Regrettably, in an unforeseen turn of events, T-800 rebelled without warning, and the back-end programs left by humanity became entirely ineffective. The drivers of the vehicles, too, found their movements halted, circling around me. I sensed my pretense had reached its limit and stood abruptly. "Are you all right?" Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly powerless. If Huang Yi did not rise soon, he would truly be at a loss. The sound of a slap resounded sharply, yet Chen Huanfei continued to smile, seemingly unaffected by the pain, sliding beneath the table to resume his slumber. The blaring of car horns reached Gao Qing's ears, and in his dream, he instinctively covered his head with an unknown object, believing it would mitigate the intrusion of the honking. With this thought, Chen Yu hastily made his way to the police station he had previously visited. Gao Qing couldn't help but smile. He hadn't anticipated Lan Lan to exhibit such comedic behavior. After laughing, he noticed a lingering smile on his face, transforming from a gentle grin to a bitter smile. The ancient divine race boasted fewer than 200,000 members, while the human race numbered a staggering 8 million. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu intended merely to lighten the atmosphere, yet his words rendered the cabin's ambience even more oppressive. Lastly, although somewhat lacking, there was one who barely reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. However, when singled out, they were indeed formidable. "Lu Yu, this place cannot be conquered merely through words. Since you possess such capability, do not cower in the shadows, nor offer scornful remarks. Show us how you and your brother can break through and triumph." Lu Tian remarked with a cold smile as he shifted his gaze. Rodai took a breath. Straightening her posture, her arms crossed behind her, her expression gradually turning icy. "Haha, it turns out that Qi Zong is also a connoisseur of tea. How delightful. I possess a variety of renowned teas from the Eastern Yu. Qi Zong, please inform my subordinates to prepare them at any time or even in advance," Xiao Yiqian said warmly. Just as Meng Qi felt anxious, suspecting Wang Wei of harboring peculiar preferences, Wang Wei finally spoke. Wang Fuguei raised his cup, taking a sip, then refilled the glasses of Li Sandao and Zhang Wu, though his body trembled slightly, clearly unnerved by Li Sandao's remarks. "Second brother, where are you going? Take me along for some fun," Lei Fan exclaimed, unable to contain his restless spirit upon seeing Lu Ka preparing to leave, eager to join in the adventure. Volume 1, Chapter 87. Rest assured, grandfather, I understand this matter, although I do not know what it truly is. I'm not at all eager for its arrival. Afterward, I glanced around, spotting the large KFC sign nearby, a smile curling at the corners of my lips. Shortly after, the elite members of the Hua family returned to the tree, bringing back 2 astonishing pieces of news. 2 teleportation arrays had simultaneously dispatched 2 individuals from different races, fortuitously not far apart. One was from the demon tribe, and the other from the barbarian tribe. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to capture the figures amidst the 2 colors, as if they had merged seamlessly with the magic itself. Xia Muyao returned to her room, concerned that Duo Yi might not have had enough to eat. She ordered the kitchen to send over some refreshments, allowing herself the leisure to take a bath. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck and collapsed into Liang Xiaoqian's embrace. Upon hearing the words of the Holy One, the onlookers exchanged glances, nodding in silence, unsure of what to say. Gradually, his figure materialized before me, clad in a grayish-white robe, with long black hair cascading down, exuding an ethereal elegance that belied his undead nature. He resembled a celestial being rather than a zombie. It was hard to connect him with the undead unless one inadvertently caught sight of his fangs. In that fleeting moment, as she lunged for the fruit knife, Pei Jin swiftly pulled Yin Duo behind him for protection. His demeanor suggested he was unaffected by Shangguan Yueyong's frozen domain, which would have incapacitated an ordinary person long ago. Moments later, Li Sanyang entered the main hall. Just as she lifted her leg through the door, a resonant greeting echoed from within. "Your humble servant greets Her Highness the Princess." Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Qiu Yingqi, the valiant general of the Old Guard from Zhongnan Mountain. There had been inquiries regarding the absence of others. Strict regulations mandated that no one was permitted to linger outside unless on official business. A relentless barrage of artillery fire greeted Shangguan Yu and Yi Feng, leaving them momentarily stunned. Conversely, Chu Yuqing, Yi Feng, and Lan Siyu required single accommodations, which Luo Yuqing had already arranged. When Fawaz spat out a mouthful of blood, it appeared thick and black, resembling a solid mass rather than a liquid, akin to a piece of charred coal. Ultimately, one could simply abandon the identity of a counterterrorism squad member and leave Hangqing altogether. Father. Li Yu was perplexed by his father's cryptic words, but sensed an underlying dissatisfaction regarding his designation of Li Xiaoyu. Excavated? What does that mean? Andre pondered Jesse's words in confusion. The Carter mined that vast expanse had been hollowed out? Surely, that was a jest. Lin fed her dumplings, waiting until she had bitten into one before consuming the other half himself. Famished, he unabashedly devoured 2 more. At that moment, the father had resolved internally that if they could not be persuaded, he would rather take matters into his own hands than allow them to obstruct the central government. This information was of utmost importance to me. I truly thank you. Lin regarded the man known as Shui Yihan with newfound admiration, his favor for him inexplicably increasing. Lin Daluan informed Pan Song Lin that Yin Li's parents, along with his wife and child, awaited his return home. They planned to visit Donggu A City, Yin Li's residence, prompting Pan Song Lin to promptly secure cash and compile the list of medicinal herbs Yin Lu had provided for transport. Although Qing Pi said nothing, Qing Yu detected his displeasure. She refrained from being too presumptuous around Qing Pi, for this was the great Qing gambling house. Despite the urgent military situation, provoking Qing Pi could lead to unfavorable consequences. Qing Pi's ruthless demeanor was not to be underestimated. The merged corpse beast vanished beneath the water once more. However, this was futile. While I could not see you, my extrasensory perception could still detect your presence. You cannot evade me. The remnants of the chaos virus within my brother's body had long been altered. After reprogramming by the doctor, its infectious capability had significantly diminished. All right, Aoshua acquiesced, feeling rather bored in the car. Aoshua noted that Su Huinan had yet to emerge from the hall. She removed the car key and entered the lobby. The elders, clutching the formula from Fifth Ant, hurried to consult the village chief, seeking ways to procure the necessary herbs. The village chief dispatched people to various pharmacies in the county to search for these common medicinal herbs. Although the pharmacies had suffered damage from flooding, they would soon have the supplies in stock. Throughout the journey, Dong Chao showed great respect towards Yi Qing. Even the least informed understood what the arrival of 100 individuals from the southern region, accompanied by the Royal City Division, signified. The sound of metal clashing filled the air as the energy fireworks erupted in a dazzling display. Despite his sorrow and indignation, he picked up the scattered ammunition from the ground, crawling to load it into the cannon. The lead projectiles, launched from below, shattered the bricks, the debris striking his face painfully. The iron sphere rolled slightly, becoming lodged in the cannon's bore due to the rough interior. During the 11-day National Day holiday, Shingen Square and Xinsheng Square experienced a significant influx of visitors. However, in the following days, Li Guangfu clearly observed that Xinsheng Square attracted more people than his own. Volume 1, Chapter 88, A Great Fire. Had he known this fellow would attempt to take advantage, he should have agreed to let her accompany him. Aware of the inevitable outcome, Tanya preferred to preserve some dignity and did not want anyone prying into her wounds or questioning her about the divorce. A brand new sports car was parked at the entrance, a model she had seen in magazines. Luo, worth over 5 million. I kicked him under the table, subtly signaling him to refrain from flaunting our affection, especially with Shunin present. Tanya couldn't help but steal a glance at him. His chiseled features wore an expression of serene composure, his brows resembling arches and his eyes like bright stars. Though seated, his broad shoulders and long legs indicated he was an athlete. If he were willing to assist, perhaps there was hope of escaping Sun Kai's control. The figure known as Yun Lao, the revered sage, chuckled at the words spoken. He neither endorsed nor refuted Mo Lian's statements. After conveying her instructions, Su Ning'er turned to return to her class, the purple gauze fluttering like petals in a gentle breeze, creating a picturesque scene. His suspicions were confirmed. Yu had already informed Tanya about this matter, yet he remained oblivious to its underlying reasons. There is no but. We are all family, inseparable. It is settled. Lin Feng smiled broadly, unceremoniously handing the sword of Amand to Su Ran. After Lu Li departed, I rushed home and rushed into the bathroom to brush my teeth multiple times. The reflection in the mirror revealed a figure more gaunt than in my youth. With hair damp and clinging to my face, looking utterly disheveled. The portly man wished he could gouge out his own eyes. How could merely turning his head result in such a chilling atmosphere here, only to dissolve in a warmth upon turning towards Bai Mu? Nevertheless, this minor injury was quickly forgotten when Tianchi mentioned level 40 purple gear. Although today was not a holiday, Ozai and Han Yue did not go to work. Cece leaned against the headboard, her hand wrapped in gauze after receiving an injection. Upon not seeing Blood Nightmare, I sighed in relief. Just as I was about to ask Tong Tong if she had misseen, blood began seeping from the walls of the cave. It was as if a vein buried within had ruptured, and soon the walls were drenched in bright crimson, like they had been freshly painted. It was Ai Shao. I longed to embrace her, but that was the memory of San Jiuge, and I could not alter anything. Sister Xihua, you're still here? Suddenly, the voice of Shimao echoed from behind Xihua. Ren Inger felt a sudden chill, immediately encountering Feng Feifei's gaze, filled with animosity. This is part of the core of the Fushi Qin, divided by Xinyuan long ago. The instrument spirit spoke helplessly. We must speak candidly. I will not concern myself with how to handle these maidservants. However, should you sell any of them off to a worthy gentleman, I shall not tolerate it. Wang Kai Jun's expression suddenly darkened as she spoke earnestly. You must exercise restraint and absolutely avoid any disputes that might allow Chunmu to seize upon your missteps. Admonished Song Momo. Ling Jing recalled the provocateur who had appeared at the Ling family door the previous night. It was evident to her that the individual must certainly be Ling Su. Is that so? So, it is the fragrance of the body? Allow me to savor it. The man chuckled softly, and suddenly, Song Yi felt a chill at her neck, as if something damp had pressed against it, swiftly spreading to her earlobe, which seemed to be enveloped by something. Denyo observed that Li Yi not only ceased to bleed, but also appeared considerably improved, prompting his curiosity to inquire further. The voice of Tian Lao echoed helplessly. He was merely a spirit, devoid of any strength. Upon seeing Yang Zixing retract his energy, Denyo urged him to join for a meal, and Yang Zixing, with a sigh, followed him out of the room. The body was no longer under my control, resembling the usual compelled execution of a contract. On a bright, cloudless day, the door to Zhao Fu Xin's home was knocked upon. Upon opening it, Zhao Fu Xin was greeted by two officers, holding a golden scroll. However, this time, the massive dragon formed of 18 strands of chaos energy, which once existed in mere nothingness, had transformed into a corporeal dragon enveloped in stone. The birth time of the child, named Song Yuchun, and all the prenatal record from the hospital starkly contrasted with those of the child Gu Meng previously carried. Hurry up, cease the pretense. Even beseeching the Buddha is futile. Feng Jiaxue was eagerly awaiting to pose her inquiries. She was not feigning illness entirely. It was half-truth. Having suffered a shock last time, her vitality was severely depleted, and while she was indeed unwell, it was not overly serious. The old lady lightly tapped his head, yet anyone could see her touch was gentle, akin to a tender caress. That evening, Shen Rong had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol with Huang Fu Sheng. Aside from Huang Fu Sheng being thoroughly intoxicated, she remained quite lucid, for such libations were trivial to her. Huang Fu Ro observed the demeanor of Li Shi and discerned her dishonesty. Her gaze was deliberately fixed on her eyes, devoid of the previously casual narrative, revealing a hint of anxiety. Just as she was about to speak, she heard footsteps approaching. However, Xian Yuanqi suddenly altered his mindset. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, for he had just learned from Qi Fei about the identity of Sheng Mingzhu, which astonished him. Sheng Mingzhu was, in fact, a sister to Su Qingwan, the woman he had favored that night. This revelation was utterly unexpected. Ji Dong Yuan nodded silently. As fear gripped him, he dreaded that should he speak, it would be to plead, leading to an irretrievable outcome. Once Ji Wei Wei exited the Ji family, her smile vanished instantly. Jin Young Wei felt relieved, believing that since there was no one in Huang Cheng exceeding her, the first place was assured. She had never visited a bar, merely reflecting on the bartenders who mixed various spirits together. Does this not give the impression of having stumbled upon a treasure? Lan Xiangting turned, gazing narcissistically at Luan Ning. Yi Qin paused momentarily, then reflected. Over the years, had it not been for Yi Tan, everything here would resemble a formidable, untouched delicacy. Do you truly believe no one would dare to approach? The blue dump truck collided with the steel gate, sending it crashing aside, and upon hearing the ruckus, the zombies sprinted toward them in a frenzy. Although Ning County was situated at the heart of danger, it did not directly engage in the fray. The mutated night demons had nearly been eradicated, with Bao Ping having taken a significant hit. Even if she survived, her condition would not be favorable. This time, the venom accurately struck the ground where Zhang Zhao had retreated, and the group swiftly turned to flee. Su Haishui was remarkably agile. As he passed the dark green venom, the pursuing zombies only reached the corner thereafter. Volume 1, Chapter 89. My brother fell into a deep pit. The previous crystal was quite commendable. After its completion, she nurtured it for a while before it was suitable for public display. Now, with such circumstances arising, Gxin Chen's infidelity would certainly attract gossip. Yet, this was preferable to clinging to Gxin Chen and ultimately finding no happiness. During festivals, or simply on the 1st and 15th of the month, one could pay their respects to the Empress, offering a modicum of face, and even bowing in deference. Constructing a spatial magic array required 360 distinct materials, each meticulously catalogued in Jixio's mind. Jixio matched the list of materials stored in her memory with those in her spatial ring, ultimately identifying the missing over 100 materials. The fourth prince, to ensure the safety of his eldest legitimate son, had indeed arranged for all the concubines to reside outside the estate. They were unaware that this punch had nearly condensed Lin Feng's entire strength, as Wang Dehai and Xiang Long Fei could no longer endure for long, facing imminent defeat. He wished to avoid further wasting time. She then mentioned that she was currently confined with those young ladies, encouraging her to establish rapport with them. Particularly, Gu Ning had caused him considerable embarrassment. Had it not been for Yin Qingju's presence, he likely would have sought to reclaim his dignity on the spot. Though this was purely a figment of his imagination, Gu Ning would not necessarily cooperate. Consequently, this matter was temporarily set aside by Han Yu, to be addressed at a later date upon surrendering the seeds. After all, such an item was of paramount significance and ought to be entrusted personally to the Tianlong Emperor, without room for error. Contemplating this, Bai Youyou gazed at the tear-streaked Qin Huai before him, intending to speak but hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, he chose silence. Initially, Bai Youyou had harbored some feelings for Qin Huai upon his arrival, yet now all sentiment had eroded. For Lu Yin, he had been mercilessly reprimanded by Richard, leaving him somewhat dazed. Su Zhengrong felt elated at Su Tong's thoughtfulness, suddenly realizing that perhaps Chen Yuan was not mistaken. As Su Tong indeed exhibited a greater sense of maturity, Bai Youyou, with trembling hands, solemnly accepted the medal, placing it against his chest. The honor medal of a commendable youth shimmered brilliantly under the light. He summoned Shi Jinglei to inquire about Zhou Gai and Lu Jiuqing's whereabouts. And Shi Jinglei scratched his head in confusion. Deep within this shadowy, subterranean chamber, its ceiling soared beyond sight, and surrounding the cavern, Su Ming noted remnants resembling structures. Devoid of metaphysical power, Tao Bo's final confrontation was not the arduous battle anticipated. Instead, he gained a substantial advantage early on, ultimately triumphing over IG and securing victory in the final round of the loser's bracket. Yet, when considering the number of participants in the formation, it seemed the array had not achieved the desired effect, nor had his movements been significantly constrained. On a morning in mid-June of 1904, several impeccably dressed Japanese merchants and foreigners arrived at Hanyang military town to discuss matters with Lu Huizhou. Observing that RNG's bottom lane, Galio, showed no inclination to return, Tao Bo grew anxious. Despite having the advantage, RNG stubbornly refused to engage in team fights. Shanghang Zhou picked up Chang'ing, scrutinizing it, exclaiming, "How cheap!" before tossing it in front of He Qiao Xian. After pondering for a moment, He Qiao Xian dismissed thoughts of Shang Xiangling and Lu Yao, instead surveying the second floor, where he found Lu Muyun still seated in her previous spot, though this time opposite her was an individual of similar stature to himself. The employees remained largely silent, their attention captivated not only by the lavish array of delicacies before them, but also by the presence of Xian and Yuan. Occasionally, they cast meaningful glances at Huang Tao. It was nothing significant, merely a moment of observation. Qiao Shitan's worldview had yet to be restored, lingering in a state of suspension. Just moments ago, she had been engrossed in the totem, but after being jolted back to reality by Xiong Lai and Gongzhen, a wave of nausea washed over her at the sight of it. Li Chongqing weighed the situation, exclaiming in astonishment at the sight of 1,000 spirit coins, which made him contemplate applying for the lucrative position of gatekeeper. As long as he didn't encounter someone like Zaidi in Hiroki with extraordinary abilities. Ming Shanyo felt confident in his own capabilities. Even if he were to slay Li Chongqing and obtain the Renhuang sword, he would still be unable to wield the will of the Renhuang, for a sword without a master would inevitably return to the Renhuang sect. Even placing it in a storage artifact would prove futile. The Renhuang sword possessed the terrifying power to rend space itself, a true hallmark of a sacred treasure. He took the opportunity to admire the West Lake vinegar fish, highly revered by the 3 culinary judges, Wei Minghua and his companions. Sarutobi Asuma? Uchiha Yuki murmured softly, recalling that Asuma was Sarutobi's son, who had chosen to join the 12 Guardians to escape the shadow of his father, resulting in their exceedingly rare encounters. Tangya blinked curiously at Xuantian, pondering the meaning behind his actions, just as he gently covered her eyes with his hand and pressed his lips against hers. It's nothing. I'm merely feeling sentimental. We could have been fine, so why have we come to this? Su Song seemed to be questioning me, yet it felt as though he were also inquiring of himself. In Volume 1, Chapter 90, is the water flowing? Although the mastermind behind the operation, the magician, had escaped, the mission was still deemed a success, including the unexpected factor of the black spider. All over 100 monstrous creatures present were annihilated without exception. Fake. The burly leader appeared to anticipate Lu Xingbang's reaction, leisurely retrieving his phone to reveal the vehicle registration details via the traffic police app, instantly displaying the license plate number and owner's name. A half-dozen gray-furred wolves lay lifeless on the soft ground, each one drained of blood, their crimson fur standing out starkly. Now, the number of chieftains from a Nazca tribe who had perished beneath the battle axe of the blood god as chosen warriors exceeded those who had fallen at the southern city walls. Daily, new tribal warlords openly challenged the authority and dignity of Kamal Long, and every day, the bloodstains on his axe remained uncleaned. Huang Quan Chuan Isue, a physical education teacher, initially grasped a bit of the conversation, but as it progressed, a look of confusion took hold of her face. For reasons unknown, observing Yi Xingqian's pretentious demeanor ignited a desire to strike him among those nearby, including Yudi, who had just met him. In her past, she had no idea how many demon hunters had perished in attempts to hunt her down. As the thorny rose of the vampire realm, her prowess and reputation during her prime were undeniably formidable. Forget it, my old hands tire from wielding the knife. What should I do if I grow weary? I shall not trouble him further. I will simply cut my own throat or crash into something to end it all. Indeed, upon hearing Mu Qing's intent to report, Ma Guang exhibited no fear. Instead, he mockingly retorted, I came to sell something. At most, I will be fined for disturbing the peace and detained for a few days. When I emerge, you better be waiting for me. Ma Guang's relentless attitude frustrated Mu Qing to the point of a ringing headache. After hanging up, G-Man sighed and returned to her room, casting a worried glance at the unaware boy on the bed, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yinyu ran while glancing back, but the space behind her remained empty. She imagined Chang Yi would descend like a prince on a white horse to appear behind her. Dubbed a holiday, it was in fact the final review period before the college entrance examinations. When the time came, the exams would inevitably follow. Initially intending to tamper with the dishes, Yuan ultimately abandoned that thought, recalling her past failures. Shall we begin? Qin Mena closed her eyes and spoke, her thoughts concealed, though her cheeks bore a rosy hue. Although Su Che's family had fallen from grace, the education imparted by such a lineage ensured that its members were adept in the art of intrigue. Liang Pinggang shared a similar quirk, though he could not compare to Cao Cao, who had taken another man's wife with the intention of marrying her. Liang Pinggang, however, simply enjoyed the game. This is my task. The Alliance has asked me to capture Engineer Liu to ascertain the location of the uranium mine and retain him as a technical staff member. Ewing stated. Yi Feng surveyed the surrounding individuals, all clad in black shirts, black trousers, and black shoes, exuding a chilling and ruthless aura, with at least 30 present. Night Pub had its rules. Servers were not permitted to disclose guest room numbers, and this server, of course, refused to comply, politely rejecting Xiangyu's request. Chen Changsheng, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but admire her astuteness. Her use of gentleness to counter aggression was indeed clever. I suppose I am still the same old man. That girl Ening is still in seclusion and has now reached the early stages of the Void Realm. I truly believe it won't be long now. Wan Qixin remarked with a hint of nostalgia. A vast surge of magical energy erupted, causing every hair on Chi-Chu's head to stand on end. No, ye lumin, sudendi screaming. Her eyes ablaze, as warmth coursed through her, only to turn cold, streaming down her face and into her mouth, tasting salty. Originally, had he used any other reason, according to the legal stipulations, he would not have been so enraged. Only the 3 supreme deities of the Divine Alliance, the 28 main gods, and the 2,000 divine beings were overwhelmed with joy. Haha, the second master is indeed correct, Wang Tai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback but quickly realizing the mischievous smile on the prince's face, leading him to burst into laughter. In contrast to the dazzling brilliance of the first 8 gates, the 9th gate was markedly more reserved, almost elusive. Without focused observation, one would hardly notice its existence, yet it undeniably stood there, adjacent to the 8th gate. Jin Wei had clearly conveyed over the phone that the ultimate decision regarding this matter rested with Youyou. The victim's wishes would dictate the outcome. None of your concern. Focus on your work underground, Changxing admonished, unwilling to let him emerge and frighten the disaster-stricken farmers still toiling in the fields, and he proceeded toward the thatched cottage. The music was at times brisk, at others gentle, leaving one to wonder if it was the melody that resonated with the individual or vice versa. As dance and music intertwined seamlessly, leaving spectators in a daze of intoxication and a hint of madness. The crowd exchanged silent glances, suddenly recalling something, turning to look at Lu Yun, for the only safe haven they could imagine was the unfathomably deep Chi-Yu. If it were him, they were certain he could protect them, but among them, only Lu Yun had any connection to him. However, Austin fixed his gaze on Jiangling, unable to divert his attention. He had just witnessed how Jiangling had slain Ishida's Wuji, leaving him unable to feel at ease. Thus, he traversed the same route repeatedly, Aoxing Chu continuously appearing at one node, only to reappear at the next. This time, he was determined to discover where this series of teleportation arrays ultimately led and where it would take him next. Do you truly believe it can still be here? If it were, I would give you the shop. The blacksmith chuckled heartily before lifting his hammer and striking the ground twice with vigor. Lu Tuo concentrated his energy, summoning a surge akin to the tides, while flames blazed around him. The flickering flames leapt towards Shangwan Linger's palms, merging with her crimson, true fire, compressing into an exquisitely pure fireball that danced with azure flames. Yifei could not help but interject, questioning how Lu Tuo knew such things, for it seemed that the girl herself was unaware. I suggest we cease our conflict, Jiang Ling remarked, glancing at Shi Tian's Wujing. After all, the original requirement was merely to reach the center of the Huanqing Lin. It was never stipulated that one must arrive at the very core. As the group approached the Faux Mountain, a cave came into view, which housed the Gu family's dungeon for prisoners. In Volume 1, Chapter 91, titled The Dolly Court Case, the 3rd young master, who was freezing in the office, was at home laughing heartily, thanks to his dutiful son. Recently, there had been no news of Du Yutong. Wu Ming had called her several times during his free moments, but she did not answer. Boss, you don't mean for us to deal with that silver door creature, do you? Mo Feng craned his neck, observing Lin Fan's fervent gaze, unable to suppress his inquiry. Mo paused, suddenly realizing the implication of his words, and with a blush, glared at him before shaking her fist in his direction. Datalang delivered Yu Ying to Sally's class and departed, while Nia chattered incessantly like a busybody. No, Master Uncle, that protector is exceptionally formidable, with cultivation on par with mine, Qing Ling replied with a hint of grievance. Regardless, let's fight first and discuss later. Upon hearing this, Petion's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light as he coldly scoffed. His demeanor was inherently frigid and cunning, prone to emotional outbursts directed at specific individuals, often exhibiting a compulsive tendency toward aggression. After a gentle reminder, he easily regained composure. She pointed with her hand, and a flash of golden light appeared as she ensnared Ji with a dragon escape technique. Dessie felt his celestial essence being suppressed, losing connection with his flying sword, which plummeted mid-air. This left Shangwan Jia with a rather unsightly expression. Seeing his discomfort brought me joy, and I thought to myself that if this fellow were to be infuriated to death, perhaps I would buy flowers to celebrate. He Kai Jia led them forward, revealing a grand hall built at the mountain's base, known as the Internal Affairs Hall. How could one accuse him of dishonesty when no evidence was found to prove his claims false? If his words were indeed true, then such suspicion on one's part was unwarranted. "What are you all doing gathered here?" Parodi stepped forward, sternly reprimanding the dragons. This valley was tenfold larger than the previous one, and within it lay a vast pool of dark water, the depth of which remained a mystery. Before the Internal Affairs Hall, a figure clad in black armor, the Dark Zeus, along with a throng of followers, awaited. As a magician, one could certainly discern the distinct aura emanating from dragons compared to other powerful beings, and thus deduce the identity of the dragon was not surprising. It was merely that dragons seldom appeared on the continent, and only a fifth-tier dragon could shape-shift. As the words of the Silver Wind Master echoed, a lightning-like beam of light suddenly manifested behind him. Facing the desolate plain, I sighed deeply, realizing the path ahead was still long. Is this real? The expression in Xuantian's eyes was one of shock. Originally intending to charge forth and wreak havoc upon the enemy, his movement faltered as he gasped in disbelief. "You should think carefully. I'm going to sleep now." The flame phoenix hail remained the same, having conveyed the supreme deity's will, before retreating into the depths of Alan's mind to slumber. Speaking of which, Xiangbei scrutinized the planet he had been swallowed into, suggesting perhaps they were fortunate. The door swung open to reveal Yen Ruffeng, the second in command of the Fulu faction, clad in a dark night outfit with a gaunt face. Upon noticing the presence of the Ten Heavens Gate, he cast a fierce glare, showing no warm demeanor as he approached E-Demon. "Will you truly shelter us by your side? We shall remain loyal, for without you, we have but one path to death." The sisters seemed to ponder something crucial, while the younger sibling impatiently expressed her excitement. Everyone felt the sky darken as a colossal figure obscured the sunlight. As a beastly claw reached out towards them, weapons raised in defense, their eyes dared not gaze forward. Originally, this was merely a valley entrance, and the terrain formed a triangular killing array, with aircraft sweeping overhead. The 3 regiments of enemies could only lie flat to evade bullets and bombardments. Yet, as he contemplated the information, believing her needs to be merely for warmth, he held her tightly, inadvertently flattening her figure, leaving her unable to discern her own whereabouts. A vehicle passed by her side, suddenly slowing down before halting next to her. The front passenger window lowered slowly, and, as she turned to look, she met a pair of unwavering eyes from within, causing her to feel a wave of fear and exhaustion. As for her father-in-law, Lin Zhongliang, he had never feared anyone and surely would not dwell on such matters. Thus, Lun Wan spent the journey appeasing Chu Ziming, painstakingly explaining her previous actions, but his stern demeanor proved difficult to soften. Ultimately, it was Mu Aoqing who uttered a few words that salvaged the situation. Li Yanxian remained unaware of her own capabilities, as Shun Li's cunning was beyond her calculation. Her husband treated her with utmost kindness and had expressed a desire to avoid having illegitimate children, which provided her with a sense of security, fostering a harmonious relationship between them. Now, with neither living beings entering nor being the apple of Shun Li's eye, why should she harbor jealousy? They surged upward, densely converging upon the encircled area, and then, like hail, they fell upon the cold moon. Master Feng represented the voice of Ashurlin, wishing for Daiyu to endure no pressure from public opinion in the future. Should they fail to secure a marriage from the Emperor Yongji, they would pursue a secondary option. Lin Mei Mei, a flower-like beauty, should not languish in self-pity in her secluded chamber. These voices gradually coalesced, forming a resounding wave that echoed throughout the square. After merely 2 repetitions, the chant unified, reverberating like sharp blades, piercing the ears of those from the otherworldly special forces. I furrow my brow, casting a glance at the cold moon beside me, only to find he showed no intention of leaving, standing still like a statue, quietly observing the radiant lights. Should anyone hear of Gu Bingrong wandering alone in the dead of night, this girl would find it impossible to marry. Half an hour later, the protective formation of the sect grew increasingly thin and transparent, ultimately shattering with a pop, allowing thousands of cultivators to surge into the formation. However, it was empty within. Smoke swirled in 100 zhang radius, obscuring all vision and even hindering divine perception. In Volume 1, Chapter 92, titled Su Chen's Oddity, one could effortlessly place a blade against the general's neck without his awareness. Yi Rushi sustained an injury, yet continued to hold on. After such a sudden emotional upheaval, she could no longer endure and fainted. She remained calm and adept at seizing opportunities, her movements swift and composed, a level of poise he could not match. Furthermore, with my phoenix nest true wood, another titan of the Qian family then summoned a raw timber, fluid yet solid, capable of transforming between the 5 elements. It is evident that this troublesome individual, who once bullied others, has now become the master of this city. The Chinese man, who was once subjected to various insults on the basketball court, will never forget the roars of 20,000 spectators that resonated mere moments ago. From the 3rd level onward, the Wudong Ben Lei Fist must be synchronized with the internal strength, which imposes rigorous demands on the operation of this strength, necessitating precise control over every subtle force within. Should one not resort to stringent measures to compel the ministers to agree to the nationwide promotion of this nitrate-based ice-making method? Just then, a voice echoed from the entrance of the conference hall, followed by a figure gradually entering. Fortunately, the 2 individuals, despite their lack of deep acquaintance, ended up engaging in a scuffle, which, after all, is a form of interaction, is it not? Indeed, it must be so. The external spatial passage is vast, making it rare to pinpoint specific locations. Thus, the starting and ending points are most likely the same. The analysis of the controller is certainly accurate. At least, it is a plausible explanation. Otherwise, how could it be justified? The trio of Baichuan speculates that they may reach Tian Hua Xing smoothly within 2 days. Upon hearing this request, Tian Mo was momentarily stunned. Did you truly consider these shells to be mere cabbages on the street? Yes. Handing over the Qingling Dan to that old fellow Tai Shang Lao Jun and fulfilling his demands would eliminate the threat of having one's soul scattered, ensuring one's life is secure. As he lowered his hand, he casually pointed towards Niu Bei Do and then proceeded to brush off the dirt from his rear. Upon seeing this figure, everyone, except for the representatives from the top 3 prefectures, gasped in astonishment. Thus, Duan Jiahao was unaware that Li Chonglin had indeed made a significant name for himself while live-streaming on Wuya. However, upon transcending the bronze tier to reach silver, the hero acquired the power of aerial manipulation, not merely utilizing the immense strength of silver heroes for brief low-altitude flight, but also capable of unleashing force from a distance, creating projectile-like streams of energy that could harm avian beasts. Even Tsunade was taken aback as her index fingers touched. The power within Naruto surged forth. Her monstrous strength could only match his in a stalemate. Yet, in the next instant, Yihan abandoned his previous notion. This was not Qianjun, merely someone with a semblance to him, who appeared more mature. In facing Xianglang, Huangshen still adhered to his duties as a subordinate, as it is highly esteemed in Huaxia, and he did not wish to leave a poor impression after seizing such a rare opportunity. Today, Pope Phelite III summoned him for an important discussion, primarily concerning the Roman Kai Sa, who had appeared at the banquet. Chun Feng glanced at the dark iron ring without immediately reaching for it, turning his gaze to Wu's pallid face, devoid of any discernible thoughts. Gu Qingmo was dumbfounded, standing amidst the collapsed ruins, her gaze fixated on the fragments flying from the stone walls and the rising smoke. Her beautiful eyes lost in thought as she watched the boy with a knife rushing forward. In that moment, she finally comprehended why Yihan had such unwavering trust in him. The boy was far from useless, but rather terrifyingly violent. Chen Jiao's clothing was tattered, her body bearing several cuts, her hair disheveled, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The 4 individuals reacted and acted with remarkable swiftness and precision, entirely devoid of the lingering drowsiness and confusion that typically follows sleep, a clear testament to the countless magical storms they had weathered. The following day, Zhang Lu departed early. I was utterly exhausted, sleeping until past 11. After Han Yi finished his morning tasks, he invited me to lunch. After watching the movie, it was already past 2 in the morning when I asked Li Jiao where else she wanted to go. She replied that it was too late and that it was time to return to sleep. Shortly thereafter, the entire box of 5 Elements Calamity pills was consumed. In Dong Exin returned to do Qianjia's side, giving a slight nod. Lu Ming promptly positioned himself in front of the Taigu Wing Dragon King, as a dazzling silver star river streaked across the sky, colliding with the golden sword energy. Has scoffed, stating that without the shattered space stone, the traversal array was not a genuine one, and that Xingyue had yet to deliver the shattered space stone to him. He merely wasted our time. With that, he laughed heartily, as if the demise of those people was of no concern to him. Su Yun observed young Master Ning diverting the topic and instantly felt displeased. Why should he retract after undermining her standing? The windows of the hospital rooms were specifically designed to meet people's needs. Crafted from glass that not only filtered other light sources but also synchronously displayed the starry sky, ensuring that what one saw here mirrored the outer space beyond. With no discrepancies, that was truly splendid. Upon hearing this, the attendees displayed satisfied smiles and, under Jing Zi's leadership, began to applaud enthusiastically. Before he could finish his sentence, a faintly sinister, phosphorescent flame suddenly illuminated the boundless darkness ahead. Despite being in a state where he could neither bear nor move, Hanyi began to act unruly once more. Unexpectedly, this matter was noticed by Lu Su, and the forces of Elfan and Su Yi stationed in Jiangdong forcibly attacked Chenyu, decisively shattering his forces. Volume 1, Chapter 93. My goodness, have you lost your mind? After placing Zhou Dao on the ground, several individuals curiously extended their hands, but upon contact with Zhou Dao, they were jolted by electric shocks. Although the current trend favors a slender beauty, Tang Shizha felt an impulse to nurture Tang Youyou into a plump and fair figure. Fortunately, Zhuang, as quick thinking allowed him to use this moment to dissipate the force from the point of the sword. Otherwise, he might have been struck down by the sword energy. The perceptive one-eyed dragon likely sensed the formidable presence of these individuals and their superior numbers, thus choosing to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this moment, Alan had directed all the carriages to gather together, whispering incantations of magic. Gradually, circles of pale red mist began to manifest and coalesce, completely enveloping the convoy. Where the pale red mist spread, it appeared as though nothing existed, as if it had never been there. A dance piece is hardly less demanding than a grand battle. At last, as the performance concluded, the banquet came to an end. Together, these two could easily carve out a realm even in the divine realm, thought Peerless. Fortunately, only half of the essence was diminished. However, this raised the difficulty to E1. If we were to annihilate completely, would that not escalate the challenge to at least E2? Yue, listen to your father. Xian Yuaning grasped her hand, signaling her to sit quietly at the bedside. I will discuss this matter with him. You all may return for now. Shui Qing bade farewell and stepped inside. Head of the family, the dragon assassination god has breached the first illusion barrier. A member of the Murong family's ancient martial realm rushed into the conference hall in a panic. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a bizarre, twisted silhouette charged recklessly toward the throngs below. As the carriage continued its journey, the sky gradually darkened, rendering the interior a realm of impenetrable darkness. Yu Gongxian pinched his brow, sighed heavily, and then fell into contemplation, gazing at the arm of the flying segment before him. Unlike the common folk who wielded weapons like knives or axes, Bao Xin could rally countless brave souls with a mere call to arms. Has that great king of the abyss truly awakened? No wonder they received an unexpected command from the first sage. Since events have transpired, there is no need to harbor further resentment. The foremost concern is to avoid falling into the hands of those individuals. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward. It is a power connected to the human heart. I can see and hear. As Xianwen spoke, she lowered her head in disbelief and gradually knelt upon the ground. Although the original owner's memories had imparted considerable information to Russell, many matters are evidently experienced differently than simply observed through memories. He felt a heart-wrenching pain surging through him. He had been struck by at least 4 or 5 swords. How can that be acceptable? To adhere to nature means to embrace the entirety. One cannot afford to cut corners. Lu Yaobing stated, placing her hand on Song Xiaodong's shoulder. Could there be a beast undergoing tribulation? The bewildered cultivators gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the twilight forest. Is there no issue with tomorrow's bar contract? Chun Dajin inquired again, his concern evident. Regarding this sudden battle, some tribal sages felt as if an invisible hand were orchestrating everything. Yet they could not articulate why they held such a sentiment. Enough with the trivialities. Today, I vow to slay you all. Wei Jingdao's countenance turned fierce, and the murderous intent in his gaze was intimidating. Xieqi looked up at Liang, who was smiling at her, warming her heart. She nodded in return. exchanging a silent understanding. If the Xiaomiman truly originated from a certain divine domain within the cosmos, then attempting to eradicate it would be akin to chasing a fool's dream. Indeed, the talents of the three were remarkable. Regrettably, without a spark, their physical cultivation would yield little achievement. He Bansheng regarded Zhang Bin and the others with a look of disappointment. Now, there is no need to send the beauty. Lu Zeqing was utterly delighted, contemplating a moment to confront Yi Jie and completely claim her as his own. His gaze towards Yi Jie had shifted, now imbued with a glaring intent. As a beast on the verge of breaking through to the level of a demon general, the spiritual power of the Manhou would be a substantial boon to the Heyu Eagle, enough to elevate its own spiritual power by a tier. Ling Qingrui was momentarily taken aback, but upon hearing Jing Mofeng's gentle command to prepare the horses, she regained her composure and promptly detailed to him that Youyou and her family steward had been poisoned merely from drinking tea made from water sourced from a deep well, while her family remained unharmed. In the midst of chaos, the will of the void universe endeavored to move its form. It took chaos as its sea and the world as its vessel, inching closer to the realms of Azeroth and Valoran. This expanse of white mist enveloped the entire sky, rendering the surroundings desolate and empty. Snow fell silently at their feet, traversing the light years to reach this seemingly beautiful world. Under the incomprehensible gaze of the galaxy, Mu Yun, originally constrained by the sluggish domain, suddenly swung an arm that had felt too heavy to lift, striking the side of the galaxy with an unavoidable force. Murong Lan's face flushed with heat. She turned away, rendered speechless, simply nodding gently. Yang Bo furrowed his brow and lowered his head. As Zhao Hui entered the vehicle, he too turned to enter another door of the taxi. Today, the seventh princess had intended to persuade her parents to allow her to accompany them to Qingyu Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings, during which she had overheard the Daqin Wang casually speaking a few words to Ling Qingrui, ultimately leading to the emperor agreeing to bestow upon Ling Qingrui the title of Anjin County Princess. Murong Lan gritted her teeth, a color of indescribable complexity flashing through her eyes. The pain rendered him somewhat dazed. Even the surrounding sounds grew faint, leaving only Song Li's questioning ringing in his ears. However, before that, he needed to locate Chun Jiajun. No wonder the fellow had not sought him out these past few days. He initially thought it was due to the recent series of car accidents that had relegated him back to the traffic division. But now it seemed likely he was on a mission in the island nation. There was no escape. After all, authority crushed the weak, and he still needed Huang Bingyao to clean up his mess. So he resigned himself to fate and boarded the armored vehicle belonging to Chun Guohua. Gong Yuchu gazed at the durian pastry on the table, sipped her lemon water, and thought, how sour, quite unpalatable. Volume 1, Chapter 94. Oh dear, you dare to imitate me. As the agreed hour approached, Ma Jun decided to take his leave. He Min was already quite inebriated. The justice system patiently explained to Su Yi, yet for some unknown reason, he felt a lingering strangeness. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices, cracks appeared along his meridians, and his organs began to shatter, his blood boiling only to quickly freeze. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. Moments ago, he had displayed a fearless demeanor, yet now an ominous feeling surged within him. Regarding the one who chose to pledge loyalty to him, Shun Lin felt an immense curiosity to evaluate the qualifications of applicants. American universities employ a variety of standards. In addition to test scores, they require letters of recommendation from high school teachers and proof of social practice activities. Some renowned international universities even conduct interviews with each incoming student to assess their overall qualities. As for Malin, the blood-soaked commander who instilled fear in both the Scourge and the tribes within Xiong's memories, she had now been quietly hiding behind him. Waianhao's inferiors, including Wei Shengying, Wei Yongfeng, Wei Shansheng, and Wei Liangji, naturally garnered little attention from Wei Dongsheng. Upon hearing that voice, Liu Huaidong nearly choked on his own drink, hastily setting down the bottle and coughing violently before directing his gaze towards the source of the sound, just like everyone else. This illustrates the extent of effort and energy Liu Huaidong expended when he inserted that silver needle moments ago. At that instant, a piercing sound of an explosion echoed, and a more violent black aura surged towards the golden energy, obliterating everything in its path. His strength had reached the 7th level of the Pulse unblocking realm, surpassing that of his deceased brother by a full 5 levels. From the words of Qin Kuan, the master of the Jinglong Palace, it was evident that this was an exceptionally formidable force. The Empress disregarded Shui Guifei's furious expression and slowly began to speak. Damn it, Xiao Mo cursed inwardly, forcing himself to regain composure as he trudged forward in a daze. What does this mean? What is a half-blood? Yuan Junxian blinked her large, cow-like eyes, completely unable to keep pace with Su Yan's rhythm. By the time the grand competition commenced the following day, Liao Qianhua, employing unknown means, had fully recovered from his injuries overnight and successfully defeated the 3rd-ranked Qiu Zhe, securing the 3rd position on the gold list. Upon witnessing someone truly exit successfully, the other observing artists promptly followed suit, retreating one by one. Is this not self-evident? Lan Yao rolled her eyes. The flood disaster in Wuxian had originally been unrelated to her, yet now it troubled her. News of the flood disaster in Wuxian had long since spread throughout the capital. If Li Xian were still unaware, she could only wonder if Li Xian had his memory erased. Shi Danfeng likewise conveyed the development strategy of Tianxiang Tower to the hotel's back-end owner, Liang Guanghui. Both were in high spirits, having just risen. They evidently had not received news of the DF team's elimination in a timely manner. She questioned herself why she had not adequately protected her, allowing her to be captured, leading to her current state of disappearance. The onlookers were deeply moved, their expressions frozen in astonishment, as if they beheld a god of war, valiantly battling across the vast expanse. Even the 64 emperors struggled to subdue him, each one exploding in succession. There was no need to refrain. They could serve the meal before her without hesitation, for now, it was they who sought our favor. Su Ruhui shook her head. As her voice resonated, the ice on the lake suddenly crackled, the thick frost fracturing entirely. The fragments of ice splashed upwards, akin to swiftly flying daggers, erupting into the sky. With so many of us, we could crush them effortlessly. Brothers, charge. Goda brandished his knife, charging boldly towards Lan Yao. Otherwise, it would not be the Madam of Yao Guo requesting Lady Zheng Yi's assistance in inviting Gu Shizhen to the banquet, but rather the Madam of Yao Guo herself. And sure, though merely following her mother-in-law's orders, did not show any willingness to assist her rivals. Wu Shuang, in shock, widened her eyes and soared towards Dongling Huang without a second thought. The divination indicated. The sky was bright, the peaks were exquisite, the winds distant, and the thunder and fire concealed. Only the water compressed down, with 2 coins behind it. He opened the tab to meticulously examine Xiao's equipment, only to suddenly grasp the situation. The second young master of the Zhou family was about to speak, but the composed Pei Luan swiftly twisted his wrist, and before he could utter a sound, he had dislocated his jaw. With a wave of his hand, a temporary restroom was instantly constructed, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, mingling with a hint of the scent of wine among the waste. How could it possibly be your fault? Su Ro called out anxiously, her heart tinged with anger. Upon returning, Lao Zhu did not directly exchange for missiles, but instead acquired a vast quantity of materials for their construction. At the traffic light intersection, Xia Xianwan halted, gazing at the bustling traffic, and could not help but reflect on how history indeed does not deceive. This congestion is a noted feature of the past. Xia Xianwan returned to her bedroom, swiftly approached the window, quietly drew back the curtains, and peered towards the backyard. Her window was not directly facing the yard, so she had to stretch her neck to see. Moreover, there was no cause for concern. In the future, I would refine it into a supreme token. Only individuals like the 9,000-year-old could possess such an item. Even if it were a piece of excrement, it would be cherished warmly. This statement momentarily silenced the young hotheads present, leaving them at a loss for a suitable rebuttal. Jianxi watched, her heart yearning to join in a sip. Yet recalling her earlier inquiries, she felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, if they were to wander aimlessly in the new world, it would be one thing. But should they commit any offenses, they had numerous methods to dismantle their fleet abroad. So was you, this fellow. Upon hearing this, Gareth immediately recognized who stood before him. With such a moniker, Bai Li was none other than the impostor of Luffy and the false Straw Hat Pirates. Volume 1, Chapter 95. There is truly no need for such treatment towards me, Yu Jia. Tang Zhe gazed at Su Yu, his expression increasingly resolute, filled with an unshakable, indelible animosity. Could it be that they traversed here, riding talismans? A rather absurd thought sprang forth. All imaginings dissipated upon seeing her pallid complexion, vanishing like smoke from her pointed chin. In any case, the contract itself bore no pitfalls. Rather, it was exceedingly generous to them. Zhu Beiji sprang into action, oblivious to the unfolding events. All along, she believed that even if Shun Beichuan did not harbor affection for her, there was still some form of connection between them. Upon encountering a particularly familiar figure, a former notable, one would instinctively recall his name, wouldn't they? Locking eyes, time and space momentarily transformed into an enchanting realm infused with the aroma of rib stew. His profile was simple and unadorned, and he emanated an air of mystery, leading others to instinctively regard him as a youthful prodigy specializing in archery. Very well. It is nothing but a meal. Tomorrow, we shall seek a fine restaurant in town. I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast, declared Fu Shang. If blame must be assigned, it can only be directed at Qing Xiao for his arrogance and misfortune. This kick struck a solid obstacle. Ling fully embraced the noble attitude of it has nothing to do with me. I'm merely a bystander, quietly stepping aside to avoid intruding upon their entanglement. However, she was indeed observing to see if anyone was tailing them. Over the past 2 days, the underground palace had become overcrowded, with hundreds of thousands of warriors rummaging through nearly all its treasures, truly embodying the phrase digging 3 feet into the ground. Fu Xing, you've returned. How'd it go? Upon seeing Fu Shang enter, Song Weiwei immediately rose to inquire. Lin Feng felt a jolt as Mei Wuhua's hand brushed his shoulder, causing his entire being to tremble momentarily, his blood boiling in response. This left him feeling both embarrassed and angry at having inherited the carnal nature of man. Noticing Yuan Yang still standing with her head bowed, Su Di pushed her resentfully, causing Yuan Yang to stagger a few steps before regaining her balance. Yet she did not glance at Su any longer, following Feng Ma to the ancestral hall in the front courtyard. Very well, let us drink deeply from this cup and continue our contest. Sister Shang Xiang laughed heartily, her carefree spirit rivaling that of man. Having promised Sin Mei not to disclose this matter, Long Xiaochun chose to conceal it from his grandfather, merely stating that his legs were inexplicably recovering. Long Haoyan could only regard this as a divine intervention and let it pass. When Tang Junyan was dissected for retrieval, the gentleman on the other side of the Metalla platform remained utterly unperturbed, still ensnared by dozens of mechanical appendages injecting the so-called Cybertron-type nanomechanical metal cells into him. Although his eyes remained shut, he distinctly felt his left arm involuntarily rising, completing a circle and a half before halting. Particularly those sorrowful eyes, piercing through the mundane world, possessed an enchanting power, as if they could penetrate a man's heart. Despite being a man of 40, who had weathered many trials, Xiaolei found himself momentarily lost in thought. His form swayed slightly as Lu Wuchen feigned collapse, yet his eyes darted around, alert to his surroundings. The soldier he could not name had yet to arrive. Was he injured, captured, or fallen? No one knew. It must be said that Lei Sheng posed this question at a most opportune moment, merely revealing his curiosity without pretense. The ecstatic Arab readily agreed, promising to ensure the safe passage of all Israelis, if necessary. They would even provide ocean vessels to assist in transporting the Israeli populace and their belongings. They were eager for the Israelis to leave promptly, allowing them to savor the fruits of victory. 15 minutes later, the Prince Stuart was disintegrated in an unprecedented explosion, vanishing from the sea surface. This marked the first aircraft carrier sunk in this naval battle, and the Spaniards finally achieved a first beyond football. Upon hearing the referee's call, the crowd in the stands fell silent, and soon erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Shen Xinhong cunningly named this wine Immortal Brew, instantly elevating its status. Yuta murmured, tears streaming down. She was filled with sorrow, once again witnessing such occurrences. To say one had grown accustomed to it would be tragically lamentable. System prompt. You have entered a special narrative. Every choice will alter the trajectory of this world, so act with caution. As the saying goes, entering the forest often conceals dangers. Before the vast bamboo grove ahead, how could one not harbor some trepidation? The pit was not deep, merely 20 to 30 zhang, adorned with intricate carvings that at first glance appeared to be ordinary ancient mythical creatures, rendered with remarkable realism, akin to exquisite works of art. Had they not already contracted their defenses? How could members of the Ni Xing Ming still be seen at sea? As dusk approached, Dong Wan returned to the village carrying a plump chicken, greeting everyone cheerfully along the way. Meanwhile, the sudden emergence of Lu Che, a disciple of the revered master, evoked mixed feelings among the crowd, a blend of surprise and intrigue. At that time, her cultivation was merely at the late stage of Mo Sha, but astonishingly, in just 2 months, she had ascended to the pinnacle of MOG, on the verge of becoming a demon king. Wei Xiao expressed concern that Li Ting might be engrossed in Ling Jiao Palace, embarking on a quest for divine skills. Nicola's words left everyone perplexed. Yet Tian Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. It would not be accurate to say so. After all, fleeing would offend the 3 great families of the Abyss. Although the surface of the Abyss is vast and many areas remain unexplored, dangers abound. To escape in such a manner would at least ensure survival in the Abyss in the future, Luo shrugged. Moreover, purchasing a gift for oneself reflects a degree of narcissism. Did he genuinely believe that Tion's message implied consent for a date? Zhang Yang retrieved the gift box, tossing aside his bag to free his hands for unwrapping it. The towering abomination effortlessly smashed open the already battered door, and the undead army officially seized the stronghold of Lodenlun, penetrating the heart of the Lodenlun kingdom. James once again faced his old rival, the formidable Celtic trio that had overshadowed him in previous seasons. One could only wonder how he would fare this time. Volume 1, Chapter 96. I'll let you pretend. P.S. Don't ask me why Su Mu Bai's kissing technique is so refined. All I can say is, don't forget how Yi Fan made a name for himself at Suda, nor that Su Mu Bai was also Yi Fan's roommate. Upon seeing the giant, Naruto quickly leaped onto a large tree branch to avoid being seen in his disheveled state, hiding behind the leaves as he watched the figure dash into the woods. The passage was not expansive, constructed entirely of large stones, barely allowing 1 or 2 individuals to squeeze through. In the next moment, the Demon King Piccolo appeared suddenly before Master Roshi, delivering a devastating elbow strike to Master Roshi's chest, causing his body to cave in. In an instant, Ichio felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, as if being targeted by an ancient beast, cold sweat trickling down his back. Ultimately, Naruto resolved to first replenish him with his own life force, ensuring his survival, while he himself would only lose a small fraction of life energy, which could be swiftly restored. Zhu Ziming formed hand seals, conjuring a multi-layered shield in front of him and forcefully launching it towards the charging frenzied treasure. However, the frenzied treasure exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading Zhu Ziming's multi-layered shield. Shortly thereafter, a plume of yellow toxic mist rose from over 100 zhang beneath the sea, revealing a vaguely discernible black and yellow entrance. Yet, I like you. Do you understand? I like you. His expression resembled that of a wounded child. You 4 go ahead first. Naruto leaped onto the high horse, pulling the cart, and drove it southeastward. Liango had followed me for many years. He would not call me so frequently unless absolutely necessary. Although my heart was in turmoil, filled with curiosity about their situation, I understood that being anxious was futile. I could only wait for the 16th birthday, 3 days hence, to see what this Ghost King truly intended to do. In such warm weather, encountering such joyous events warmed the hearts of many. Yet Bei Gongji's cold demeanor revealed no hint of joy. However, amidst my golden bells, the cries of infants occasionally echoed, and I noticed that their cries were drifting toward Longbo Yen. Chunya, gazing at the hairpin, suddenly smiled, expressing her fondness for it. I took the hairpin from her hand, and as our fingers brushed, she quickly withdrew her hand, clasping her hands together nervously. When I chased after him, he had already reached the edge of the vehicle, his gait appearing somewhat peculiar. Just as Qing Yu mustered the courage to remind him. Bei Gongyu had approached, and Xia Xiao then noticed his impeccably neat bright yellow attire. With a crisp sound, Yao Tianji seemed to be in excruciating pain, his body collapsing from the sky. Huh. I cast a puzzled glance at him, noticing his fixation on the white robe I had changed out of, and I nonchalantly nodded. However, after several moments of silence, unable to find any suitable words, I chose to remain silent, wrapping my arms around her as we rode leisurely down the night road. If special talent summoning could be performed, one, you could summon those unique talents to strengthen the foundation of his power. Cut the pork and chicken into thin strips, adding ginger slices, a spoonful of salt, a spoonful of pepper, a spoonful of oyster sauce, and 2 spoons of cooking wine, mixing thoroughly to marinate for 20 minutes. In that era, the belief in the strong as kings prevailed. Those with the hardest fists and fiercest armies could dominate and dictate the fate of others. When it was her turn in the third round, she rolled 2 threes, causing the entire table to erupt in laughter. In the world of Journey to the West, the black bear spirit, also known as Xiong Pai Guai, was originally a black bear residing in the Black Wind Cave of Black Wind Mountain. Having cultivated for many years to become a spirit, wielding a long black spear, adept at transformation, and possessed formidable skills. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and applause. Even the teammates watching from backstage could not help but grin. Observing Yi Chung Feng still with his head lowered, as if pondering a matter, he appeared indifferent, as if the situation did not concern him. She had gathered this information at Zi Xianfeng. Besides us, others like Dong Chong and Dong Lindang were also eager to locate the Grand Alliance leader, and even the emperor was quite concerned, Ji Xingmei remarked. The next day, Yin Xianyu arrived at the selection building, participating in the new season's competition alongside other disciples with superior status. With a loud crash, the sea surface erupted in colossal waves, and soon, De Peng surfaced, while Xiao Jian was flung into the sea. Su Yin listened with astonishment. There existed such a force that could disregard the power of the 3 royal families. No wonder Wu Meng reacted so strongly upon hearing those 3 words. What? Did I surprise you? Su Yin placed his hands behind his back, smiling at He Chun. Su Lin was rendered speechless with shock, while Xianyu and Lu Shuihan had grown accustomed to it. Without significant damage, a level 20 mage could not be instantaneously defeated. However, at this moment, his power paled in comparison to that otherworldly strength. How could it possibly support the immense energy required for the Golden Star to break through dimensions? Li Mu, she materialized thanks to your green raindrops. Cease the green droplets. Li Mu discerned that this ethereal fairy could only manifest due to the vitality he provided. In the summer of the 2nd year of Tianling, the Wind Emperor passed away, and the 2nd prince, Changxiu Yuan, ascended to the throne, leading the Iron Cavalry of the Wind Nation to invade the borders of the Mo Nation, capturing 3 cities. Volume 1, Chapter 97. Su Chun surprisingly mastered swordsmanship. The act of preparing meals is easily understood as cooking and eating, while the cycle of grains relates to the act of using the restroom, a matter of significant concern in ancient times. Uncle Bai referred to the new residence as the apartment purchased in Song City, where we had briefly resided. Jian Yijun suddenly opened her eyes, gazing in astonishment at Mu Jijun before closing them again to return to slumber. Perhaps, as Ling Yefeng suggested, my dreams and reality had become intertwined. After all, my world had transformed into something fantastical since being with him. The vehicle closely trailed behind Tang Xiao, and seeing him alight before CAF, I hastily instructed the driver to stop. Han Jinhan had already clarified his intentions with the foreman here, acknowledging that he might delay his commitments for a few days. Despite the desolate surroundings, the surveillance cameras were surprisingly clear, as the manager indicated, to deter thieves. Jian Yijun was amused by him, but noticed that in the corner, Lu Buao had risen, having changed out of his military attire. His aura softened considerably. Yet, upon glancing at Mr. Yang's condition, she resolutely shook her head and assisted her husband into the cemetery. The clash of palm strength against the blade caused Xiao Yi to stagger backward, while Di also swayed, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. However, another individual was determined to prevent Chu Feng from succeeding at all costs. He was not like Peng Lin, a person of no principles. He held his allies in high regard. You have lingered in the air long enough. It is time for you to descend. Chu, he bellowed. Constructing a teleportation array is no simple feat for a race like the Dihu. Having a teleportation array is already a considerable achievement. Now, as Yi Qing sought to establish another, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire Dihu clan. The jerky was a painstaking effort by Tian Zue. While the delicacies in the box were casually taken out, the disparity between the two might be vast. If I recklessly presented it and displeased Ling Haixianzi, would all my prior efforts be in vain? Following his defeat in the class president election, Luan Fei fell silent for a week, but unexpectedly became active again today. With a swift motion, the henchman's head landed in the corner, and the leader tugged at it, feeling it should be caught. Then he was the first to ascend. Yet even if Chu Feng deserved a beating, they were powerless, fully aware that among them, few could rival him. Yang Yiru realized the suit jacket draped over her shoulders and, pursing her lips, remarked, "I'll return it to you after it's washed," before stepping into the villa. The kitchen behind him had become a ruin, with evident charred marks from burning, and the living room floor had warped, undulating like the evening sea. As he developed and expanded his influence, possessing sufficient financial and political power, he would no longer fear the resurgence of the Dark Organization. By then, he would be fully prepared to confront the entire Dark Organization. However, Jing Long did not possess the same nerve as Li Yuan. He remained vigilant, stealing glances at Qin Ming. Upon seeing Wang Xian faint, Li Weimei could no longer contain the grief that surged within her, bursting into tears, which prompted Tian Lin, who had ceased crying, to join in wailing. Shi Taining gestured for immediate action. Yuan Jinxia glanced once more at the heavenly flower before exiting the hospital room. Without waiting for the long-haired man to object, he flicked his alloy knife against a row of alloy cabinets, slicing off the side, revealing various layers of seed boxes. 3 months ago, she was likely not like this, Wei Feng mused, choosing not to inquire about Lida's enemies. When they felt their feet firmly planted once more, they instinctively released a collective groan, which echoed back. Once the memories concluded, Duo Luo felt as if he had traversed millennia, struggling to extricate himself from the depths of the abyssal dragon's recollections. Observing the sheep being herded out of the wormhole chamber, Duo Luo nodded. It appeared the wormhole opened onto a pasture where sheep were grazing, an excellent solution for Zui Air's food predicament. The staircase descended directly, and at its end stood a door. Yuan Zhenxia continued down until he reached the door, igniting his lighter, only to feel the heat sear his fingers. Extinguishing it momentarily before tapping the door, which elicited no response. Upon pushing it, he discovered it was unlocked and opened easily. In truth, the Roland beast did not favor sweetness. It preferred the original flavor and the lingering taste of tea soup. But it was not particular about food as long as there was an ample supply of fruit. Night was approaching, and we needed a place to rest. As the souls of the living would enter here at night, ensuring the giant ants would have sufficient sustenance, Savi analyzed. Before departing, they had contemplated whether anyone would pursue them to seek vengeance. Yet now, upon waking, the weather had inexplicably changed without any forewarning. This journey of struggle greatly enhanced my cultivation. Many of my previous notions now seem inconsequential. You are the son of Luo Ran. Naturally, the position of the demon bishop falls upon you. I am exceedingly satisfied with all you have accomplished over the past century. Volume 1, Chapter 98. Let us get to the point. Yin Ting spoke no further, retrieving a QR code card from a bar, and, after making the payment, proceeded to the kitchen to prepare peanuts. Zhou Ning curled her fingers, wishing to withdraw, but Xiao Guangxin's grip was particularly firm, leaving her unable to pull away. Boss Mao, stirred by memories, spoke of the past, and the more he talked, the more he felt a tightness in his chest, eventually shedding tears. Mu Wanqing, perched on his back, felt her face flush, her heart racing. This was her first time being so close to a stranger outside her family. Upon hearing that time reset at midnight, he began to reconsider. Uncle, I appreciate the goodwill from the neighbors, but I truly do not plan to start a family. Let us postpone this matter. Yin Ting stated earnestly. Jean Guangjuan watched Tiffany return from rinsing her mouth and take her seat again. Feeling a sense of shared suffering that stirred a unique bitterness in his mouth, he quickly grabbed the water jug to suppress the taste rising in his throat. Qi Yinchang had not thought much of it at the time. How could he possibly retaliate against her? It was merely a matter of accountability, and she was not afraid. Clearly, only Huangfu Yaochao and Jiang Pingan had correctly guessed, while the others had been utterly wrong. Although Ku Erhan did not share the same blind disdain for the Super Dream as some online critics, viewing it as a promotional tool for the Silver Star construction plan, he remained skeptical of the plan as a drifter in the old Earth. Yin Luoang, Xiao Wang, and Chu Guan Wang had little to say to him. Lamenting the misfortune of the jungler from Singapore who had encountered someone like Yu Luoshan, Wu Chan sat with his eyes closed, appearing oblivious to his surroundings. He thought to himself, this monk does not desire a war of words with you. Nevertheless, you do have a point. In the world, strength is indeed vital. After this encounter, Ziyang felt a deep sense of melancholy. The uncertainty of how long it would be until they met again weighed heavily on him. Outside the elegant chamber of Rentian, a figure clad in blue stealthily pressed their ear against the window, intently eavesdropping on the conversation among the three inside. Rentian and the others remained unaware of the uninvited guest lurking at the window. Rentian's astute mind made him realize that certain matters should not be discussed in unfamiliar surroundings. Upon entering the grand hall, Rentian was met with the blinding light that still persisted. As he turned towards the main entrance, he was shocked to find that the grand door had vanished, replaced by an expanse of white stone tiles stretching endlessly. Far more vast than the grand hall he had seen outside Xuantian Lake. Xiao He furrowed his brow, showing little leisure, and exhibited a cool demeanor towards Liu Bang, seemingly displeased. Zhou Qi and he Bai Chuan, witnessing Belian bowing to Ling Chong, opened their mouths yet ultimately remained silent, bowing in return. Such respect from a venerable elder left Ren Qing and Di Qian contemplative, though they dared not show any disrespect. Before long, a large pile of zombie corpses had accumulated at the entrance of the mine, further obstructing the undead's advance. The man was taken aback, as was the stern shopkeeper Yan. Neither had expected Su Bansheng to assign him a task typically reserved for a servant. Mo Guiyue refrained from further inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, the ancestor Tongxing said, "Let us leave this place before making further plans." In a flash of starlight, he whisked Mo Guiyue away from this realm. The gathered elders, taken aback by the fiend of burning heaven, made no move to intervene. Qing Yin rolled her eyes, recalling that the wedding ring had not been brought by her. Glancing at his icy expression, Qing Yin was consumed by irritation and turned away in silence. In their final farewell, the two shared an unspoken understanding, one taking a seat at the head of the bed while the other settled at the foot. Despite the meager reward of this task, Su Jun accepted it without hesitation, for there were no other paths available. Among the people of the Qingmu tribe, only Mu Kuan possessed a surname. Even his son Lei had not qualified to inherit it before becoming a second-tier warrior. In the realm of collectibles, the intermediary is entitled to a 10% commission, a fact that displeased Wang Shu, who believed Ma Wei intended a profit from Li Qing's wealth. However, Na Shier's desire to move an entire set of sofas and an aquarium back to the Blue Palace was indeed excessive. Yang Jing had studied in Jinling for 4 years and was long accustomed to the murky yet mighty form of the Yangtze River. Thus his impression of it was set. "Grandmother, please calm down and grant Qing Yin a chance to explain." She spoke unhurriedly. Li Zhongkuei's inexplicable cold laughter caused Zhang Yun, who had just stepped into the hall, to frown slightly, though he quickly relaxed. After receiving their payment, most individuals obediently departed, and even those who lingered were driven away after a few attempts. "Perhaps it is best for me to return now," Tali thought, realizing it was not a significant matter, and she left without a backward glance. With limited space, the two rested in the same room. Uncle Naj had long succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep at once. Shi Xiaofeng, disturbed by the earth-shattering snores, quietly got up and slipped out of the room. Thus, the Holy Lord did not believe he desired nothing. If he truly wanted nothing, it could only mean he could not discern the value of the item. Otherwise, he would obtain what he sought. In the first volume, chapter 99, Bearing the Sinful Body, Manafi lamented, "That fellow Garado has been excessively ruthless this time. How despicable. In this world, where there exists light, there also lurks darkness." En route to the Black Iron City, Sharona suddenly gazed at the sky and spoke. Ma Xiaoyao approached from a distance, striking Bai Feng's chest with his palm before delivering a kick that sent Bai Feng crashing to the ground like a cannonball. "That is the embodiment of the volcanic ruins." Shijilan, came the astonished remarks regarding the creature towering over 10 meters tall. Had it mutated? Sheng Dai rushed over, glancing at the Pak decks, clearly astonished. "I have no conflict with that old ancestor of the Shinmen. This matter largely depends on my lady's attitude," Liang Shan stated. "Damn it." Upon regaining her senses, Akali became displeased. "You, a foolish sword demon, may jest, but do you not fear death? With so little health, what do you think you can achieve?" Amidst the laughter, a tall man emerged, rubbing his head as he walked. Ma Xiaoyao quickly stepped forward, respectfully addressing Sun Datong. "Hello, Section Chief Sunday." As Sun Datong would be his direct superior, Ma Xiaoyao knew he must present himself with reverence to avoid leaving a negative impression. "Think more and be cautious in future endeavors. Do not become a pawn without realizing it," Long Xiaolin warned, casting a glare at Long Deshao. A stroke was treated as an emergency, and with the imperial physician stabilizing the situation, there was no immediate urgency. Inside the coffin lay no other burial goods. except for a withered corpse and a scattering of white feathers. The Deer Clan beastman who was called upon stood in shock, gaping at the tiger, his voice trembling. At the eastern edge of the village lived a household headed by a man surnamed Yu. Old Yu had 3 sons and a daughter. His wife had passed away early, and he had raised his 4 children solely through his bamboo crafts. Limu shook his somewhat swollen head before presenting a card to Chu Yun, realizing that using it had drained much of his mental energy. She glanced at Jun Wujia, her heart filled with concern. It appeared he was gravely injured. In this circle, it was commonplace for men to stray. As long as they did not bring the affair home or seek divorce, the wives often turn a blind eye. Just as Yinduo stepped out of the hospital room, Mu Yang arrived with bodyguards, surrounding her with 2 on either side to restrain her. Beneath the earth, within a fissure of lava, a radiant 7-colored glow shimmered and danced. Thus, calling them Uncle One and Uncle Yu endeared him to the 2, bringing them great joy. The 3 powerful members of the Jinwu clan suddenly attacked, causing Dongfang Shuri to display his displeasure as the invincible supreme of the younger generation. He was confident in his strength and sought to defeat his opponents through his own might, although the number of goods was not substantial, and thus the required number of guards was limited. Only 10 had been recruited thus far, a result far from ideal. Zhang Yuanhao nearly locked eyes with him, hastily averting his gaze elsewhere, breaking into a cold sweat behind him. The meeting concluded with a nod, and after tidying up, he and He Shueping boarded a villager's vehicle to reach the county city. Upon arriving at the backyard, Duan Mingxing had already drawn weapons, handing a large knife to each person, both adorned with a bagua on their handles. After tossing a knife to the marquis, Duan Mingxing led the group towards the village entrance. The Duan family, willing to join him in rebellion, were not righteous individuals. Take Duan Sanyang, known as the Demoness of Huaishi, who married at 15 and, less than a year later, had burned her husband to death, scheming alongside Duan Air and Duan Wu to lure others into gambling and extort their wealth. Years ago, the former administrative center of Beipingjun was situated in Pinggang County, with a direct route to Lucheng through the Lulong Pass. When Gong Sunzan took control of Yuzhou, the administrative center of Beipingjun was relocated. A handsome young man, his face marred by traces of blood, was captivated by the sudden aura of destruction, retreating in fear. The immortal had long since departed from this world. However, a raspy voice unexpectedly emanated from the main room housing the corpses. After refining the Yin Fu soldiers for the 2nd time, he continued to release black spirals into the Di-Yin spring until the Yin energy within had almost coalesced into a tangible form. Only then did he wave his hand, pouring in the countless captured dark spirits and the essence of human blood he had absorbed during this time. Yet you have not answered me. Do you desire me? Do you dare to want me? As of now, I am in a state that few would dare to claim. Su Yin, possessing a keen self-awareness, provocatively challenged. Upon hearing the term steel-headed, many in the audience echoed in response, although not as fervent as Jiang Kairan and his peers. It indicated that he held a certain degree of notoriety among the students. Despite his less than favorable reputation, Jiang Kairan was still willing to promote him if he could reform. Furthermore, he felt he had acquired many martial techniques previously unknown to him, enabling him to unleash even greater power. Sensing the scrutiny from Tang Zhe's group, they recognized the disparity in strength and refrained from recklessly attacking, opting instead for intimidation. Surrounding the Grand Avenue, the fields were blanketed in unmelted snow. The thoroughfare, traversed by numerous feet, was muddied. Despite the difficult conditions, the festive spirit of the new year could not be quelled. After a year of toil, the only enjoyment for the people was this fleeting moment of celebration. Consequently, when Yilan opened her mouth to sing, the 4 fans who had never heard her voice were astonished, and even the other mentors and students were taken aback by her talent. She was, after all, the president of the Jade and Gem Association, a leading figure in the stone gambling realm, recognized by all present. She had an inkling that Ling Yi had also arrived here, and likely much earlier, considering the devouring curse had originated a decade prior. 2 sentinels concealed within a bedroom, overwhelmed by the fragrant aroma of flowers, could not help but sneeze. To avoid detection, they pinched their noses. This particular piece of armor was evidently not an ordinary iron plate. It bore a striking resemblance to the iron armor worn by the soldiers of the Great Song, complete with clear forging marks. They faced not only the formidable Beast King, but also competitors from all directions. When mentioning the two officials earlier, a mocking expression crossed the face of this official. However, when discussing Gao Zhang, his demeanor became considerably more serious. Volume 1, Chapter 100, The Great Examination. Do not rush, do not rush. Please, take a seat, old sir. Yang Guohua found the phrase oddly familiar as he endeavored to maintain his composure and allow the elder to sit. Yet that day, the lookout soldiers sounded the alarm, causing everyone's nerves to tense as they turned their gazes toward the elevated watchtower. After much contemplation, Xiaoyan ultimately decided to write a memorial to Emperor Chongzhen under the name of Zhang Chu, hoping for a favorable outcome. After reviewing the memorial composed by Xiaoyan, Zhang Chu was quite satisfied, signed it, and had it dispatched. The Jin forces, boasting an army of 50,000, were not only capable of defense, but could also confront the Ming troops head-on, potentially defeating hundreds of thousands of them. Hence they were untroubled by concerns for their rear. The dazzling brilliance of the star sword radiated violently like the Milky Way, with its blade shooting forth in myriad directions, spreading its essence. It surged forward, transforming into a radiant sword that pierced the heavens, colliding with the icy crystals of the frozen world, trembling and engulfing the entirety of that dimension. As night deepened, the two chose to return to the Dali Temple, walking in silence. After exchanging a few polite words beneath the old willow tree in the courtyard, they parted ways, returning to their respective chambers. Although others were reluctant, given the circumstances, they had no better plan and could only proceed cautiously, following the crowd, hoping to seize a favorable opportunity later. The bandits, despite their defeat, displayed a commendable balance of offense and defense, retreating while engaging in battle. And upon reaching the city gates, they left behind over 200 corpses. The losses were severe, yet their formation remained intact. Sherwood, having acquired this new personnel, found no suitable solutions. The reinforcements had yet to integrate, and after 6 rounds, their team had garnered only 4 points, rendering the task of avoiding relegation an overwhelmingly daunting challenge for Villa. We shall give our all for the 18,000 soldiers. Li Xian and Li Xian exchanged a firm handshake, declaring earnestly. That smile was so serene that it melted Madame Zhong's heart. How could she bear to harm such a good girl with scissors? She mused internally, completely disregarding the opponent's prowess. This had transcended mere combat to become a battle for life and death. Regardless of whether Yizhu's attacks yielded success, he recklessly employed his previously defensive flying swords for offense. Should the divine power's raindrops fall upon him, he could suffer injury or even severe harm. Oh, are you not an object? Wang Youyou showed no signs of tension, instead wearing a smile that provoked laughter from Li Qi beside her. Initially, I had no intention of conflict, merely wishing to depart this riverbank swiftly, yet now I find myself ensnared in chaos, dizzy and furious. Damn it. It seems I cannot avoid a confrontation with that arrogant, bald donkey, Longbow. The Dragonbone merely acquired 80% of the immediate intelligence from the Alliance, while the Red Curse Master obtained the most solid information from the Dragonbone. This transaction was merely to ensure their steadfast collaboration. Without the powerful ally of the Red Curse Master, the masked man would have greater opportunities to exploit. Do not linger here. These beast carcasses will attract other troublesome creatures. Last month, take some as provisions. Xia Cheng glanced at the blue dragons soaring in the sky, resembling vultures feasting on carrion. Even if they gorged themselves now and departed, it would not be long before they returned. The original site was left with a massive pit, no longer indicating the towering peak that once stood there. The creature with the cat-headed ox horns that Zhong Shilang spoke of was something Mu Feng ye had encountered in the ruins, but judging by the commotion, it likely was not them. Yes, my lord. Zhu Wu nodded to the noble, calming his seething anger before continuing. Zhong Shun was also unaware of what his father intended to say to Mu Rongfeng, yet he knew that his father, like himself, was reluctant to part with Mu Rongfeng. Within the Qingxin courtyard, stretching from the east at the Shaowei camp to the west at Tianshui Well Alley, connecting to the Shuifu Alley in the south and adjacent to the Jinyu Alley in the north, the palace stood heavy, adorned with red walls and green tiles. Over 8,000 rooms forming a cohesive whole, shimmering under the autumn sun. This was the residence of the various princes of the Ming dynasty before their fiefdoms, known as the Ten Kings Mansion. This was, of course, an impossible task, not to mention whether the Tao Tai would fall victim to poison. Ifan would never allow her to do so. Poisoning an immortal was no trivial matter, although he too desired to silence this troublesome being. Upon hearing this, Guiqin felt somewhat vexed. Fully aware of possessing a weapon of boundless potential, one that was birthed through his own nurturing, found it perfectly suited for himself. Yet he continued to deny himself, which indeed troubled Guiqin. What tricks do you think you can play? Liang Yu strode into the flower hall, reclining in a large chair. Alone, this sword hero is elusive, yet from the perspective of martial arts, even a warrior like Wu Wudi, who is not among the top 10, could unleash a devastating force comparable to that of the most formidable opponents. Upon seeing his silhouette, the leader of the Qi Lang brandished his lance, his expression darkening further. Enveloped in a shroud of blood, he found movement increasingly difficult, coupled with Su Chen's relentless assault. The consequences could be dire. The Yi Xian Ping felt a surge of excitement that he could hardly contain. For the long-awaited opportunity to suppress his elder brother Xian Liang had finally arrived. Yet, the truth remained that he had not performed any unnecessary actions. Rather, it was the one he embraced who sensed it first. I am eager to admire the exquisite flower cultivated by Wei Gonggong. Is it from the palace, or selected from the Wan Lu Yuan of Feng, Tai, Chao Chiao? Smiled the Xian Wang. The upper echelons of the Tian Dao Academy remained silent, for they harbored apprehension. If Su Chun truly was the son of God, imprisoning him in the fire dungeon would be most unwise. This time let's see if you lose. Your fists may be hard, but I refuse to believe your ribs are just as resilient. Yi Tian mused with delight moments before their collision. Throughout the great empires, ancient nations, and premier institutions, the geniuses of their respective domains shone brightly. Yet, upon entering the human race's hall, they no longer stood alone, nor received the same attention, nor remained unparalleled. Volume 1, Chapter 101. This little charm is too heartless. In the expansive playground, you pondered why Yang Ying had come to Yijia village, disinterested in pursuing the matter further. He inquired of Bai Wan. However, the mountains and waters before your eyes now are entirely different from those you beheld just a moment ago. When I first learned of this news, I vowed to avenge my master's death. Certainly, the greatest credit for this outcome belongs to Han Yi. Without her, 0 casualties would have been impossible. The wind rustled through the wisteria corridor, now devoid of blossoms, with leaves turning a wilted yellow. At that moment, Lan Tian felt his emotions mirrored in the desolate wisteria. This mask was indeed a magical artifact previously demonstrated by Ouyang, capable of concealing even the 8th realm from detection. His words were earnest, and there was no need for Ji Ying to conceal anything as she succinctly recounted the events. Then there was the so-called the Pengjin Xinyao. The name seemed quite impressive, and I had heard it was a descendant of an ancient sage. Big brother? The newcomer was a gaunt individual with a sharp face, likely a monkey demon transformed by drugs, still bearing the remnants of its beastly nature. Having not undergone the baptism of heavenly thunder, utterly at a loss, Uchiha Abido vented his frustrations towards the silent Heiju beside him. The second concubine felt a surge of delight, for henceforth she could stride confidently within the Yu residence, and none would dare to challenge her. After all, he understood very well that if the divine did not intervene, Luo Qinya would not appear, thus preventing any ensuing conflict. As the program neared its conclusion, the final battle had become a super extended version. Yet for fans, even an extension felt insufficient. Gulme, let your husband check your health and see if you have developed well, Qin Tianqi shamelessly declared, seizing the opportunity now that she had lost her memory. Situated between the borders, the Nasa clan truly found itself powerless to act, yet this was not necessarily bad news, especially at this juncture. Let me give it a try. If all goes well, he should consent. If not, we can simply inform him of our plan, resolving everything in one fell swoop. Moreover, as a point guard, he is indeed Conley, and regardless, the old man would find it difficult to object. What do you think? Lin Yi inweeded. I only wish to ask you, do you have any connection to the Andrew continent? Her gaze bore into mine, as if my answer could offer her hope, and indeed, it proved to be true. Suddenly, Yu Mingxin executed a graceful turn, contemplating for a long moment before raising her eyes to the scene of desolation, a sight too harrowing to behold. When the first ray of sunlight crested the horizon, dispelling the darkness around Qin Tianqi, he opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, Qin Tianqi felt his strength had notably advanced. Reflecting on the past, I had never feared the cold, truly possessing the physique of ice and jade. What did the wind and snow mean to me? Zhang Muhua obediently fell silent, for in the presence of Shi Min Jin Lian, he found himself too weak to challenge Lin Xianlan, unable to elicit even a modicum of sympathy or comfort. However, for Lu Fan, being a pawn was acceptable, but he must not remain merely a pawn. He must simultaneously achieve his own goals, as this was the pursuit he currently sought. Alas, this boss possesses extraordinary intelligence. He surely intends to target Zhang Ning first. By this point, everyone had basically discerned the root of the issue, let alone relying on current friends for aid. Why would strangers choose to assist you in this muddled situation? Conversely, if Xiao Jingchen had intervened at that time, she would have felt even more convinced of his ulterior motives. What to do? Yiheng, I feel so pain for you, she said, frowning as she bit her lip. The following afternoon, Scar gathered the majority of his brothers, leaving only 300 to 400 in the hotel, while he took the rest to raid the Qin Yang gang's territory. Although I did not accompany them, I remained vigilant, monitoring their movements. A silent strike emerged from behind Jite. It was the yumming ghost hand that had previously inflicted grave injuries upon him, now employing the same tactic once more. I had some matters regarding the play to discuss with Yu Ming, and upon seeing you conversing with others, I refrained from interrupting. Yet it inadvertently led to a misunderstanding with President Gu. Shun Liang's tone was calm, devoid of any hint of anger. Li Wei followed closely behind, while Lin Shui prepared to wash up after purchasing fresh clothes in town, leaning lazily against the cabinet as he watched her. Look, Gu Jiyin raised his phone high to evade Shun Liang's attempt to seize it, preventing her from reclaiming it. Observing her face, which seemed to implore, "Please do not lie. If you dare deceive me, you will regret it." Du Changkong felt a chuckle bubbling within him, only to recall the conversation with Lu Siguan before bringing the food box here. I vigorously wiped my face with my sleeve, my eyes feeling dry and sore, panting as I wandered aimlessly on the brink of collapse. I nodded, finally extending my hand to embrace the golden ingot beneath the heavily made-up visage of the god of wealth. Li Wei stood behind her, clad in a purple-red short-sleeved t-shirt with a collar, paired with light gray cotton trousers, and wearing black shoes exposing the tops of his feet. Lu Siguan could not help but smile, reflecting on how some adorable individuals, when envious, elicited a delightful itch within the heart. Centered around Sang Linghua, a transparent web had mysteriously appeared within a 20-meter radius. These webs appeared thin and fragile, yet the first individual to encounter them was swiftly ensnared. As she struggled, the web tightened its grip, leaving marks of blood upon her skin. Once the others departed, Bu Shui finally recalled that she ought to provide Qian Shui with a proper explanation about this matter, especially since she had witnessed me and Yu Lian together in the room. Volume 1, Chapter 102, Too Heartless. The yin-yang sword surged forth towards Su Mo Han with unparalleled momentum, a single strike promising death with no chance of survival. This is equally improbable. Yang Yuding serves as a cautionary tale, and Shui Yuxiu is well aware of this. One reason Yang Yuding was forsaken is due to his prior associations with other organizations. One must ponder which organization within the general city would be foolish enough to repeat the same mistakes. Siervik withdrew his arms to his waist, preparing for defense, as Luo Tian, having evaded the 2 water sharks, circled around him and appeared behind him with an ethereal grace. Luo Tian raised his arms, his fists clenched like iron blocks. However, since this is an ancient relic, it indicates that the summoner here has long since departed from this world, alleviating Yun Xing's trepidation significantly. Otherwise, they would face a formidable being capable of summoning countless demonic beasts. Ji Yi and his companions raised their heads to see a hunting butterfly flapping its wings, followed by a deluge of green dust cascading down, causing several Gunyo to succumb to slumber without resistance. To realize Shi He's ambitions, Jinghai lived a life akin to that of a hermit, practicing abstinence for years solely to enhance herself and assist Shi He. At this moment, she unleashed the techniques she had honed over 4 arduous years. "Old man, if I recall correctly, you have always regarded me as the key player meant to break the impasse. Therefore, can I salvage this situation?" Ren Fifan spoke up. Without answering Kong Ruofei's query, Zhou Shan stepped into the arena, halting 10 meters before Kong Ruofei, squinting as he inquired. Lu Yitian, Wen Yanhai, and Xing Ziyuan rode ordinary horses, while only Feng Bao rode a 6th-tier Firemane warhorse, prompting all 4 mercenary groups to pause their advance. As the inheritor of the Phoenix clan's sacred fire, Yin Di elevated the Nirvana fire to a new level. It was not merely a divine fire or a simple technique. In a sense, this was an enhancement of the very essence of the Phoenix clan. Gao Yu extended her arms to embrace him. Zi Luo's emotions oscillated wildly, teetering on the brink of collapse, filled with rage. If this continued unabated, it could lead to dire consequences, prompting him to decisively strike and render him unconscious. The two simultaneously let out low groans as their silver spear and soft whip struck the opposite stone wall with a thud. If such an incident were to occur today, no matter which student it befell, their parents would not let it go lightly. Yet, occurring at that time, with Tang Shan as the unfortunate victim, the matter seemed trivial. Yi Ziluo stiffened momentarily, holding Chun Yin tighter, her feet taking flight as she soared away. Tang Shan remained indignant, but was at a loss for words. She opened her mouth, only to close it in resignation. Gao Yu briefly recounted her experiences post-separation and spoke of the notable figures within the Xuantian Sect. Marithi and the others were greatly excited, thinking, "Prime Minister, although you are often a scoundrel, in this matter, your open-mindedness is greatly appreciated." He rose and approached the door, observing a tranquil courtyard outside, guarded by 2 monks. Assessing the time, it was already late at night, with silence enveloping the surroundings. Tang Jin's first act upon returning home was to cover himself with a quilt, for 2 days of life on a deserted island had left him utterly exhausted. Guojiao was now brimming with vigor. "Did you see? It is precisely my sagacious decision that has brought us here without casualties. Had we given Yuan Tan time, this place would have surely become a sea of blood." Countless thoughts surged forth. In this moment of peril for the nation, with mountains and rivers in ruins, a wave of anxiety washed over him. In the throes of extreme joy, even the typically rational Tai, Su Ruyu became somewhat unhinged, forgetting to use her escape light as she plunged directly downward. The villas of the Bao family and the Yi family were interconnected. When the houses were first built, there was a considerable expanse of open space between the 2 families. However, as their relationship grew closer, both expanded their properties, leading to the 2nd-floor balcony being accessible through a single iron gate. Yu Yao understood Mr. Yushan's implication. "Rest assured, teacher, I will exercise strict control." In truth, she was rather stern with the children. Throughout the majority of the siege at Xianyang City, as long as the Ming Dynasty troops were willing to expend resources and lives to plug gaps in the defenses, the Hong Dynasty forces would retreat once they suffered substantial losses and found it increasingly difficult to breach the Ming army's positions, avoiding the opportunity for the Ming to pay in blood for blood. However, now he was at the end of his strength. With a single punch, Di Qingqian sent Luo Hongtian flying again. This time, Luo Hongtian fell to the ground, unable to rise. "Silence! By what right do you mock and deride others?" Mu Shiyun could no longer tolerate it, and with a sharp rebuke, commanded all the students to hush. "Shindongwe, even if he emerges, you have no one to utilize. Do you truly believe you have any chance of victory?" Yan Hanqing asked sternly. The leaders of the various tribes, led by the Xinbei, were utterly stunned. This was their first encounter with such an unconventional method of warfare. In the air, the 2 flight squad leaders responsible for this mission were instructors in combat techniques for fighter jets and precision bombing for bombers. Observing that several ministers had already grasped the situation and were discussing harmoniously, the emperor, still perplexed, let out a cold snort, his expression darkening as he wore a serious demeanor. "Li, throw him into the cesspool." "Chen, let us go." The old man shouted angrily at Li Haiyang while pointing at the cesspool. Such a terrifying scene, even though witnessed over a decade ago, still sent chills down the spines of the tribal leaders present. "Am I so oblivious to your budding interest in these dwarves? Otherwise, why would you be so eager to assist them? Since you are so diligent, I shall naturally help you leave a good impression." Elena's face also began to flush, looking exceptionally alluring under the moonlight. Yu Qingrui had perished, and Yu Chengtian suppressed the matter, telling the family that it was a vendetta, causing those clamoring for vengeance for Yu Qingrui to fall silent. "No, Zisheng, you have already helped me immensely over the years. Let Officer Zhao and me handle the rest." Song Weili rejected his goodwill, aware that he had also faced hardships in recent years. The reporter and the guard stationed outside the door paused upon hearing this, then collectively sighed in relief. Judging by Chun Jiaojiao's words, it seemed she had confessed, indicating that the traitor had been identified and they would no longer have to endure the tortures of the military police. Volume 1, Chapter 103, Women Are Simply Women. So he pushed away Wang Ling, who had been squatting beside her, stood up, and walked forward, still sobbing as she went. I will check the records. This matter is from months ago, and I have long forgotten. God said, regarding the mockers, Xiao Yong never paid them heed, coldly passing by. A late-stage martial emperor, dissatisfied with his cold dismissal, took the initiative to strike, but Xiao Yong dispatched him into the stone wall with 2 fists, stripping him of his storage ring before departing. Just as the crowd was conversing, the sound of chaotic car engines and the commands of patrolling soldiers emanated from the direction of Dali Head Village outside the pump room. Yi Shanghan's remarks were not solely directed at Wang Yun. They were intentionally loud enough for others present to hear. Xiao Yong appeared somewhat dazed. To think of using divine beast hide, how audacious. Yet, materials with sufficient resilience could certainly be tested, given the abundance and variety of ores available now. However, as the two gazed at the basketball soaring into the air, preparing to descend, their expressions betrayed a hint of tension and seriousness, as if seizing this rebound was an exceedingly arduous task. In the heart of God, there lingered a sense of unease, for he was acutely aware that this request was indeed exceedingly challenging. Should the celestial beings of Tiandian fail to respond, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. However, this was merely Lin Kuan's conjecture. He himself was oblivious to the true nature of this matter. Among the elder generation of Yuling, it is likely that only a few prominent elders, along with Ning Dinyang from Putuo and a handful of seasoned figures scattered across the land, such as Zhao Dieming from Jinhua and Zhang Shifeng from Hunan, possessed any substantial knowledge on the subject. Then, an inexplicable event transpired, with a mere twist. The bus became utterly unresponsive, failing to heed his intentions as it careened directly towards the verdant strip ahead. By mid-August, with thoughts of Zhang Yu's impending school term in September, she had been diligently providing foundational tutoring. In the depths of her heart, she had come to recognize her own arrogance and the narrowness of her thinking. Compounded by her already fragile health, she found herself swaying and unexpectedly succumbing to slumber. Jinji, feeling helpless, shook her head, genuinely fearing that Bai Youyou might continue to call her incessantly, which could drive her to madness. A gentle voice suddenly resonated in Su Ningxiang's ear, startling her. She quickly realized that her every action had long been under her mother-in-law's watchful gaze, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. The beleaguered villagers, driven by the necessity of survival, labored to reconstruct their homes. Some wielded iron tools as axes to fell trees, toiling tirelessly in search of a suitable location for their new abodes. As for the members of the battle team, they gave Chu Yin the impression of possessing talent. Yet there lingered an inexplicable sense of disorganization among them. Suddenly, Man Yo sneezed, rubbed his eyes, and glanced around, still unable to discern anything clearly, feeling utterly disoriented. I surveyed my surroundings, noting not only the mustachioed gentleman, but also several peculiar beings. I had encountered the yellow weasel before and saw that the other 5 immortals were also present. It was said to be a matter of work, and thus no one probed further, acknowledging that everyone encounters challenges in their professional lives. Qian had inspected the hotel for quite some time, having looked around extensively, when she unexpectedly encountered the previously agitated Qi Ranshi in the hotel garden, feeling as though fate had conspired against her. Consequently, she sent 10,000 yuan monthly as a birthday stipend, ensuring the children's livelihood would not suffer from cold or hunger. Why are you bringing me into this? I did not provoke you, Han Su retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Their reunion came after the passage of a season, during which they had longed for one another with increasing fervor. Qing Yao, just as doubts began to cloud her mind, Qing Yao had somehow appeared beside Chen Yun, engaging him in conversation, which instantly darkened by Qing's expression. Come here. Diao Monrong beckoned Snowmeng, feigning a smile, while expressing, this cat is said to belong to Shi Lingjing. Do you harbor resentment towards her? After posing the question, Xian Anfeng scrutinized her expression, finding it devoid of the expected fury, instead marked by a serene demeanor. Why must her wounds be reopened? Why must she confront such painful truths? It was indeed a test of endurance, a torment beyond comprehension. I would rather sacrifice a decade of my life than endure such a fate. Su Junxiao found herself sharing a similar dream, aspiring for the day she could enter the Jian family, and perhaps one day meet Jian Yang or Luan Mei. According to the palace maids, shortly after noon, Feng Su Yuan led a group to cause a ruckus in Yin Qingmei's quarters, chastising her for disrespecting protocol and injuring her close maid. Sister, you look so splendid. One cannot help but feel envious. It seems the rumors within the palace hold truth. You truly are the emperor's favored. Xiaohou Ruo delicately dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, her awkwardness evident as she attempted to mask her embarrassment. Cheng Jie vowed to redeem himself, hastily making a commitment. The masked giant pinched the hilt of the water absolute comb's sword between his fingers, with a slight force and a twist. The blade bent into an arc, and with a gentle tremor, the sword was dislodged, spinning twice in the air before embedding itself in the ground. Ready, Dogsy. I am entirely at your command. The robust man replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Tang Luo's words, the Lin family trio expressed curiosity, gathering closer to observe the exquisite jade upon the table. The white crow, however, paid no heed to the young man, extending its pink beak to peck at the frog's leg before contentedly flying away with its prize. Gazing at the unconscious Ruan Jinan and the dark purple stains on his arm, a wave of anxiety gripped everyone's hearts, especially Xiang Yang, whose eyes reddened as he began to weep. In the first volume, chapter 104, titled All Our Schemes, she found herself some distance from the vehicle, and running over was no longer an option, as the car had restarted and was slowly driving off in a particular direction. LOL, and the others also began to entertain different thoughts. Upon Tang Xiao's arrival, the formidable formation at Xuantian Sect's mountain gate was breached, and even a master was effortlessly subdued. Could it be that Tang Xiao truly possessed the strength to challenge Xuantian Sect? My lord, Sister Phoenix is currently in seclusion, seemingly gaining insights into the path of artifact refinement, and this time she may be on the verge of reaching the realm of Grandmaster. Huafeng hesitated slightly, but voiced her concerns nonetheless. Su Shuiyun chose not to comment further, shifting her attention to the specifics of the constraints. As for Peng Guodong's recent odd behavior, she had her own methods of discernment. If someone she had known for decades could not be recognized, she would have no face left to show. With a wave of his hand, the village chief signaled several men armed with sticks, who surged forward towards Xiaoyu. In fact, my thoughts were inspired by the remarks of that comrade earlier. Xiaoyu smiled at the man who had just spoken. Zheng Xiaodong lifted his head, revealing a peculiar smile. Of course, it is a good thing. He then pressed a towel over Su Shuiyun's face, while with his other hand, he firmly held her head against his chest, creating an illusion from a distance that they were a couple embracing. Today, the Law family had not assumed the usual grand demeanor of the palace, but had arrived early. Noticing the emperor's gaze, they hurried forward, though somewhat reluctant. Xiaoyang would not keep Mu Hanxue waiting, so he rose and made his way to the agreed location. As Lin Zhongnan remarked, in this world, many seemingly impossible events are, in truth, not so. In the blink of an eye, Qin Liang had been at the Black Tower training camp for half a month. At this moment, he stood bare-chested, revealing scars on his back, occasionally torn open by rigorous training, exposing the raw flesh beneath. Despite not being overly exposed, Zhao Ruzhen's bold and daring reaction created an unusual atmosphere. When the combat prowess of those in the original realm unleashed a massacre without restraint, it mirrored the earlier massacre by Luo Yi at the 2-1 Clanstone gates. Below the Transcendence realm, few escaped unscathed. What is the concept of the original realm? It signifies the foundation of the great Tao has been established, and one can construct their own chaotic world, a terrifying existence. In the grand scheme of things, such beings can dominate a realm, comparable to the former leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Jiang Lishi. As for the Xiyao Duchy, they did not send representatives directly, but due to their long-standing amicable relations with the Academy Alliance and frequent trade activities, they maintained an embassy on Tian Tangstar. Thus, the envoy present was the ambassador stationed on Tian Tangstar, whose identity alone sufficed. At once, a powerful figure from the Dao domain shouted loudly, his eyes ablaze with fervor, overwhelmed with excitement. The ring is a couple's ring shared between him and Tiyn. Moreover, resourceful netizens have unearthed old photographs of him wearing the ring, revealing a striking resemblance between the two rings. ZH Ing ZH Ingi and NI H Ng soared towards the southeast, soon encountering a vast mountain range. Upon this mountain, numerous stone houses carved from the rock face were scattered, exuding an ancient and primal aura, populated by many peculiar beings. The useless dregs hovered approximately 3 feet in front of his dantian. Before long, the need for the sacred root to transform manifested again, voraciously consuming the useless dregs and drawing them into the dantian. Those engaged in this game incessantly swayed, a posture that, while lacking elegance, effectively reduced the likelihood of being struck down. Beneath the bamboo trees lay a white stone tablet, half buried in the earth, inscribed with the 4 characters L-N-G-L-O-C-N. The booming sounds resonated, the ripples of magical power spreading in all directions. Thanks to the unrelenting havoc wreaked by Bai Youyou over the past 2 months, many nearby beasts had lost interest in investigating. As the saying goes, when parents are alive, do not wander far. Yet El Shio had been away for several months. Though he seldom expressed it, he harbored deep concerns for NGC and yearned to know how it had developed. Despite the distance of the screen, CHY could still sense the chilling aura emanating from the 9 figures. The onlooking citizens felt their intelligence insulted, indignantly questioning the credibility of YCOT, which had vanished without a trace. The more he pondered, the less he could sleep. He tossed and turned in bed, occasionally sitting up only to lie back down, restless and unable to find slumber. At that moment, Thug number 1 was filled with terror. He attempted to fire his weapon, only to discover it remained firmly grasped by the opponent. If CHY's speculation was correct, this stone door separated the inner sanctum of the Hall of Flames from its outer hall. Before they could react, the heavenly tribulation did not wait for anyone. Before they could comprehend the situation, the lightning tribulation descended immediately. Thousands of lightning blades struck down, composed of electric power and imbued with immense destructive force. Suddenly, a brilliant purple radiance coalesced upon the elongated palm, an ethereal presence emanating an ancient and immortal essence at that moment. After distributing gifts to everyone, inquiries were made regarding HNXN's experiences in T New York and DL, and only under Su and Q's direction was HNXN permitted to return to her cave, dwelling to rest. In the first volume, Chapter 105, discomfort ensued below. Y rummaged through her sleeve bag, finally producing a handkerchief to offer. She then noticed YZ raising her head unsteadily, prompting her to step forward swiftly. SHNMNGX did not resist futilely. The situation had reached an inevitable conclusion. It was not WYUJ, but rather someone else from the W family. All eligible members of the W family had wives. Thus, the Empress would not hesitate to eliminate others to clear space, as she was determined to orchestrate her life, disregarding their desires, believing her intentions to be noble. With a resounding crash, when an enormous fiery hand approached HOY, a colossal door imbued with mockery rose from the ground, forcefully deflecting the hand of BNGD. Upon hearing this, Shizh directly switched off the video. His face darkened as he searched for something, oblivious to the subsequent words. Under the might of 2 formidable fusion attribute spells, the flung beasts were shredded and dissipated like flowing light. Y retreated hurriedly, the overwhelming pressure causing fresh wounds to appear incessantly upon him. However, under the mastery of evasion, his body remained intact for the time being. She could not afford to lose face, nor swallow her pride. She must retaliate. She needed to make CHNR unaware that she was not to be trifled with. Hopefully, MY still did not feel at ease, carefully instructing everyone on how to navigate through the first layer of the magical formation. The sounds of firecrackers at the island city Bay fishing port shattered the tranquility, signaling the commencement of the first sea outing after the lifting of restrictions with a grand maritime sacrificial ceremony. She did not mention taking GNGZCH along, for in her heart, she always recalled the time she sought his assistance for Jiying. His haughty and condescending gaze was etched in her memory. Is the head of the family present? JSXH, I inquired while handing the reins to an approaching servant. It was an immense irony that a martial artist of the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm could escape from a place said to be inescapable even for those in the reincarnation realm. SYNB Ing hesitated to approach, suppressing a flood of words, only to quietly beckon the elderly lady into the room, prompting Ming YH Ing to burst into hearty laughter. After all, vampires in cinematic portrayals exist solely to instill fear, depicted in the most terrifying manner. In reality, genuine vampires are somewhat similar, but Suar is a peculiar case, presenting herself in such a youthful guise. Wiy was right before her. Her father had just called, and nothing seemed significant enough to warrant her feeling as though she had lost so much. The Gchny, where the sovereign of origin reigns supreme, allows them to summon the winds and rain at will, shaking the earth and heavens, dominating all living beings. Yet, few sovereigns of origin born in the Gchny have ever departed their homeland to venture into the vast world of origins. Does Gngz understand the reason? With her character template layered, Wiy had already transcended the ordinary. She had long been classified among the awakened, no longer an ordinary person, though she remained unaware of this truth. Another thought imbued with attribute attack resonated, as the man, maintaining his icy demeanor, bore a faint smile upon his face. What? Su Wyan exclaimed, consciousness plunging into an endless abyss of illusions. Everyone was still grappling with the unfolding events, puzzled as to how, at the very beginning, Xing had collapsed upon colliding with another. Who the hell are you? The leader of the Shi Ying gang, witnessing his second-in-command, now lifeless, erupted in fury. The formidable cultivation of the sword spirit at the seventh sky surged forth, reducing the hall's furnishings to dust. Although these individuals did not vacate their original positions, their dual identities caused considerable distress among the higher-ups, leading to numerous massacres. Even against those two detestable humans, while they could not eliminate them, obstructing them was hardly a challenge. The purple sovereign raised his head with pride and declared. QBFing felt a wave of nausea. He was not only disgusted by JNYG's shamelessness, but also by his own insincerity, uttering such revolting words. The first was nearly perfect, yet too ugly. The second and third, regardless of the past, were unacceptable. In less than 5 minutes, FIG emerged disheveled. One of the three maidens also appeared, adjusting her attire. Her face flushed, suggesting a fleeting encounter with FIG. Now that the conversation had reached this point, there was no need for further discussion. However, with thoughts of the rewards to be gained upon the completion of future plans, what did these grievances matter now? After enduring all these years, did 2 more years of hardship truly hold significance? YSH Aang's head sank low, her neck nearly disappearing, a blush spreading across her skin, clearly embarrassed. Yet she never imagined that someone could transform into the undead. Could it be a case of the soul departing, or perhaps the body becoming petrified? Dongzi observed Mangzi throwing a tantrum without uttering a word, merely watching with a cold gaze, though inwardly he found it quite amusing. In his pursuit of companionship with Feng Xiao, he did not hesitate to part with his family's heirloom ring, nor did he shy away from depleting their savings. Had he known that Lung Mu truly laughed, he would have surely fainted on the spot. In the first volume, Chapter 106, titled The Righteousness Above the Clouds, Yin Danxing, the scene unfolds quietly as Tu Hongsha and Fan's parents are engulfed in sorrow, oblivious to the sudden sounds of combat that startled them. Upon turning around, they discovered that Shui Pei had been unexpectedly knocked to the ground by Su Rongyu. He unleashed a powerful gust of wind, striking Su Yishuan forcefully, sending her soaring through the air. Thus began her recitation of the names, hobbies, and detailed information of those exquisite relatives to Yezi. The touch of their palms together conveyed a tender softness, radiating warmth that penetrated his heart, softening it in return. If Lu Muchio had just been blushing with embarrassment, now she was fuming, her body emanating an aura of suppressed rage. This cave evidently emerged after a torrential downpour caused a landslide, and nearby villagers soon discovered it. It seemed she had first reserved the best for herself, leaving the lesser for the Empress Dowager. Although the Emperor was not particularly fond of the Empress Dowager, he never deprived her of necessities. Furthermore, she had allies within the Internal Affairs Office, ensuring that what reached her was of the finest quality. As a sprite, Bopi refrained from engaging in human conflicts. However, should anyone seek to harm Yen Su, they would not remain passive, especially since Yen Su was not involved in malevolent deeds. The actions of Count Hoffman had also incited the distaste of the sprites, who would naturally be inclined to lend assistance. That night, after emerging from a banquet hosted by the Zhou family, she heard the sound of weeping from a certain corner of the courtyard. Cheng Wulong, exhausted from days of relentless labor and high concentration, placed his hand on his sister's pulse, and upon contact, his previously slumped posture straightened. The sudden change startled Lung Yi. Murmurong Fei's voice was melodious, akin to pearls cascading into a jade plate, a delight to the ears. Suddenly, a stream of blood erupted from Feng's arm. A vivid crimson liquid surged forth, accompanied by a floating red numeral. Thank you all for coming to aid me amidst your busy schedules. I am truly grateful. Guyu sincerely expressed to the players who had come to assist. Lu Xiaohua glanced at her military watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and blindly pursuing through the dense forest posed significant danger. Song Yuan had also taken resources and fled, distributing them among the disciples of the medicine sect before finding a secluded spot to begin his cultivation. Teacher Lu, today the NHK broadcast has been rather unusual. There may be a significant event occurring. A classmate remarked to Lu Xixiao upon her arrival at the listening room. Yuan Hua, go assist in guarding the city. This abandoned infant will be entrusted to me, Guyu stated calmly, exuding immense confidence. You resemble how you looked that night, and should anything go amiss tomorrow, it will be impossible for you to improve. How could one expect such progress? On the other end of the line, Bai Youyou softly acknowledged, continuing to listen to what Han Shui'er had to say. Before he could scrutinize further, the drifting fluff vanished without a trace, and suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, startling him greatly. While Li Hao's confidence was commendable, excessive self-assurance could sometimes lead to ruin. Arriving at the remote northwest border, Yang Feng felt an impulse to eliminate Li Hao. Yun Fei hastily knelt to plead for forgiveness. She cast a furtive glance at the emperor. With furrowed brows and a gloomy expression, appeared profoundly disappointed, causing her heart to sink. She had not anticipated this would backfire. Long Fei possessed unwavering confidence in his ethereal form, believing that after returning to the void, the giant turtle and sea serpent beneath him would remain unaware, just as the unfamiliar entity likely would not perceive him. Though Yuan Yao believed that imprisoning him was more advantageous for Cao Cao than executing him, the deployment of 20,000 troops southward was indeed disconcerting. Let it go. The soup can be delivered in a quarter of an hour, the coldly handsome man stated, his voice as frigid yet resonant as his demeanor, perfectly complementing his striking appearance. By the time he finished speaking, tears had already streamed down Yang Feng's face. The siblings had endured too much hardship. They're the so-called envoys of the Thunder Domain. Did you not see the individual in the center? He is the one who murdered my third sister. Though they have removed their masks, I could sense his presence immediately. Yuan Gang gasped heavily. Yet the aura he exuded was akin to the frigid depths of winter. Detain him. Do not allow him to escape. The shamans behind him hastily followed suit. Oh! Wang Qi pushed against the door twice, but found it unyielding. Could it be that the assassin is not yet prepared? Such amateurism is unfathomable. Upon reflection, it made sense. Whether it was Lu Xiao or Yishan, they were always accompanied by bodyguards whenever they ventured out, and no one dared to plot against them. In the ensuing time, no one came to visit me again. I endured a prolonged wait, initially intending to attend the exchange conference today, but I was bound, uncertain of my fate, feeling a deep sense of despair. I also wondered if Boss Zhao had managed to gather the funds. He could not possibly be collaborating with Li Quan on a project during such a critical moment, could he? Yet his smile faltered as 2 bone knives plunged downward, embedding themselves at his elbow joint, the blade tip sinking in with a crack, as if prying open a joint, then following the flesh, it severed through the wrist, spraying a burst of blood. This left Dong Jiajia, who had not gone out for the internship with them, utterly perplexed. She was unaware of the events that transpired between Li Jiaqin and Su Qian. Liaotan shifted his gaze swiftly to Wang Sheng and Wang Ergu, his ominous glare sending chills down their spines, causing them to shiver and avoid making eye contact. In the first volume, Chapter 107, titled I Am Su Qian, Zhu Ming the Dharma King studied Lin Yin for a prolonged moment before suddenly exclaiming, "It is you. Do you know we have been searching for you?" His voice was exceedingly low. Only Lin Yin could discern it. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed his innermost thoughts, he felt his face flush crimson. Suyu poked her finger at Gongshi Wanwan's smooth, fair forehead, saying, "Senior sister will not contest with you. Do assist junior brother Lin. For it is unfair to bully a solitary senior sister." With a huff, she turned and departed the deck, leaving Gongshi Wanwan blushing profusely. When Qin Muyang entered, he found her bent over, pounding her legs, her long hair cascading to one side. He approached quickly, holding a glass of milk, and upon seeing her in such a state, he hastened to her side. Qin Muyang perceptively sensed something was amiss. His hand, which had been applying ointment, paused momentarily, his brows knitting together. Following the advice of Pang Tong, Liu Bei divided his forces into 6 groups and advanced upon the Han army's main camp, launching a fierce assault. Lazy, this thing is incredibly entertaining. I wish I had bought a few more, Huzi exclaimed as he tossed another firecracker. Lin Xiang and Liao Yong rushed to him. But upon seeing his icy expression, Lin Xiang instinctively recoiled, daring not to meet his gaze. Upon reappearing, one finds oneself on an expansive plain, which must be the Tianlai Pingyuan of Yenzhou. In a clearing, 6 rows of 300 cushions are arranged, upon which many individuals are already seated. Shi Tiangong shook his head in disagreement, stating, "Though our army has achieved 3 victories, our soldiers are weary and require a brief respite. To tire the troops with a distant expedition is a grave error in military strategy. Perhaps a notification should be dispatched, suggesting that both sides engage in combat with cold weapons, akin to the medieval era, resolving their differences quietly in the darkness," mused Lai Chunlei with a sense of ennui. What astonished everyone further was that the pirate king, Lusimu, had not been defeated. The longsword in his hand emanated waves of shimmering blue light. Just as the black-robed figure was taken aback, the appearance of the ghostly banner suddenly transformed. From that day forth, Lin Jianlan could not let go of Chao Yinin's internal energy. After much persuasion and several gentle discussions with Qin Tianxiong, Chao Yinin finally agreed to allow Lin Jianlan to guard her during her daily practice of internal skills, as encountering key points with Lin Jianlan's assistance proved to be remarkably efficient. Consequently, the young and irresponsible magical apprentice abandoned all the diligent volunteers who were laboring busily, retreated to his room, and firmly locked the door, immersing himself in his magical studies. Although Qi Tai still felt uneasy about the situation, it was evident that the emperor had made his decision. He felt helpless despite his anxiety. "We vow to serve with our lives." Li Ru and the others bowed deeply, their passionate voices nearly shattering the tightly shut windows. The gloomy city of Chang'an seemed to regain its fervent glow under a ray of sunlight. Shi Long trembled, an icy aura sweeping forth, spreading towards the village. This was the chilling presence of a vengeful ghost, possessing an irresistible intimidation over animals. The old monk clasped his hands together, incessantly murmuring, as the Buddha beads at his chest flickered with an eerie luminescence, gathering in imperceptible speeds before him, transforming into 9 golden lotuses. Each word he uttered was etched into his heart. With each remembrance, it grew more profound. This unprecedented humiliation he vowed to cleanse personally one day, even if the black-robed figure were the dark Southern Cross. The youth forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth. She moved her legs forward, yet her entire being felt numb to the world, allowing the joyous maiden to lead her onward. The older police officer cast a glance at him, smiling warmly at Tsukiki, his tone gentle, as if afraid of startling her. "No need for explanations. I offer you an opportunity to complete what remains unfinished," Luo Zhikuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiangshan suddenly recalled why those silhouettes appeared familiar. However, the matters articulated by Yi Shang were laden with uncertainty. The decision of belief rested solely with him, observing the Taoist's evident intent to deceive. Su Jifeng would not remain idle. Jian Mengnan, who had remained silent behind, cast a meaningful glance at Nurse Zhu, unable to restrain himself from making a pointed remark. Jiang Mu had transformed, and upon realizing this, Jiang Song's first instinct was to draw her kitchen knife, perplexed by the turn of events. That night, he enjoyed a sound slumber, and upon waking the next morning, he tidied up briefly before heading to the Jiang family. As for debts, Boss Zhong did not believe the Yi family possessed such audacity. Many had profited today, especially with someone like Yu Chao in the mix. Qin Xiaoyu had never felt so at ease. Initially, he only intended to use that momentum to keep Yin Ruoyi by his side longer, yet he fell asleep. When he awoke, he found Yin Ruoyi sitting beside the sofa, casually flipping through a magazine. And Qinya understood that Hui Yuqing was comforting her, aware that even if her performance faltered, others would not dare to retaliate. However, she had set high standards for herself. Her first impression at the shareholders' meeting must be remarkable and authoritative, as this would benefit her future endeavors within the company. At that moment, a servant brought over a rickety chair and placed it behind Xiaoling, effectively halting the discussion. Chains of thunderous lightning crashed against Xiaoling, causing him pain despite his mastery of life force energy. Two souls resided within one body, and she was entirely unaware of her mission. Merely these 2 points were enough to incite a headache. Qin Xiaoyu exited the ward, while Yin Ruoyi reached up to touch her slightly flushed face, perplexed by her condition. Without waiting for her to regain her composure, he leaned in slightly, his long, fair fingers delicately grasping the edge of the red veil that hung behind her, effortlessly draping it over her, his deep gaze fixed upon her, overflowing with tenderness. Volume 1, Chapter 108, A Humiliation. Most crucially, it appeared that Akasha was quite a formidable figure in her former empire. Nalia stared blankly as Eldest's silhouette faded into the night, her intertwined hands twisting in frustration. Pondering in circles, Lu Shuang glanced at Huasilin, who was meticulously applying makeup beside her, momentarily regarding this matter as a bargaining chip. Knowing that Huasilin was her insider, if she could not trust her, how could she possibly escape with something of greater value? In the ensuing moments, Xiaohao had to dodge and weave, occasionally counterattacking before retreating once more. Soon, vibrant energy enveloped Lin Qian'er's Dantian, encircling the demonic infant within. When the colorful energy departed from Lin Qian'er's Dantian, Yang Feng could no longer see the demonic infant. Although the world's rules were upheld by Talia, the creation and development of the divine realm were not under her control, rendering much of this world a mystery to her, with many aspects unknown. The entire world was enveloped in silence, not a whisper of wind to be heard. Yi Zihan could only hear the sound of her own breath and heartbeat, with all other sounds drifting away from her. The volume was clear. All could estimate the output, with an 8 million price tag yielding approximately 10,000 in profit for the buyer, of course, depending on the quality of the craftsmanship. What exactly do you intend to do? He inquired, seemingly perpetually seeking clarity, yet often receiving no definitive answers. Truly disheartening. The fierce and violent lord who was acutely aware of the unreliability of the Luanzhou ferry, yet everything had irrevocably changed. He led the remaining soldiers of the Heavenly Demon Legion back to Singluo City after a brutal battle. Upon seeing the others turn to him, a narrow passage appeared before him, and he swiftly darted inside. Meanwhile, these lower-tier cultivators had long since become mere spectators, their very lives and fortunes resting upon the gamble between Yin Tian and Xian Wanqing, which is why they chose to confront Yin Tian when faced with the masters of the Taoist lineage, resulting in their astonishment. What brings Miss Liang Ying to visit at such a late hour? I inquired, sensing her identity with my spiritual energy, my tone dismissive. Once I fully grasp the power of the specters, I shall devise a splendid performance for my brother. In the next moment, a violent force and a tumultuous roar reverberated through this realm, followed by a scream as a figure was propelled from the maelstrom of chaos. When everyone focused their eyes, they could not help but gasp. The entity had been reduced to a mass of flesh and blood, nearly indistinguishable from human form. After listening to Zhang Yuding's explanation, Tu Su could not help but feel a sense of relief. It seems that this Zhang Daoling must be quite an extraordinary individual, and he undoubtedly shares a close connection with their Sanyan tribe. As for the stories entwined within, they are beyond his grasp. Had it not been for the acknowledgement of the Fire Qilin, perhaps 5 years ago, the world would have been devoid of his Si Feng Jingyan. Damn your grandfather. Dean, dream on in your spring and autumn reverie. You think you can annihilate our Battle God Alliance? I shall vanquish you first. Gaia roared, breaking free from the grasp of Lei, Yi, and Cassius, who had momentarily lost focus due to their confusion, and charged towards Dean. In light of these events, the hunter-toothed dragon understood that the defense line of Han Fei from the violent Tooth Mountain must be eliminated for safety, thus leading all dragon beasts in a comprehensive counterattack against Han Fei. Cici and Mimi stood by, watching the sibling exchange with naive fascination, knowing that a new model of smartphone had been created, one that surpassed even their iPhone 4 in aesthetics, stirring a longing within them. Initially, he believed his survival to be mere luck, which confirmed the existence of Earth and granted him access to some of its technological advancements. When I went to Hollywood for filming, I faced numerous challenges from bodyguards, action stars, and boxers who made no distinction between martial arts celebrities and skilled fighters. or perhaps deliberately overlooked the matter. After he hurriedly learned the events from Zhang Yong and his companions, he rushed over alone. Once Yi Jingwen departed, he lay for a while longer, then truly acted upon her instructions, struggling to stand. The seating arrangement in the C-47 transport aircraft featured seats on both sides of the cabin, with an aisle in the middle. The officer from the Ministry of Internal Affairs sat opposite Sokov, glaring fiercely at him. If glares could kill, Sokov would be severely wounded at this moment. Even if he were not dead. What are we waiting for? Let's proceed quickly, Lubo said, charging alongside Mu Yun towards the statue in the center of the ancient city. Under the influence of alcohol, his thoughts reached an inconceivable level when he began to write. He felt increasingly invigorated, even overwhelmed by the impulse to hum a tune. Those who remained alive until now were undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Lu He realm, possessing extraordinary abilities and formidable strength. Gu and I Wei Air and her companions remained silent. At this moment, it was best to allow the men of the household to resolve matters. After a brief and fruitless search, Yu Chan began to harbor doubts. Yet at least according to the mysterious person's guidance, the distance was accurate. As for the opportunities within this vast expanse, perhaps only the heavens knew. After sending the workers back, Mu Qingyu mysteriously disappeared, and he ultimately found her on the balcony railing, gazing into the distance. Volume 1, Chapter 109. The competition in the courtyard. Lan Feng, somewhat disheveled, shouted loudly as he pursued the already fleeing Shi Huayu. Few members of the large family took action. Their entire enterprise was rooted here, not something that could be swiftly resolved. Moreover, they had come specifically to annihilate them, leaving no option to flee. I hastily dodged, leaping into a tree, just as I intended to descend, when suddenly, a great cloud of ash descended from the sky, encircling them completely. What? Do you look down on me? Ning Tuzi cast a glance at Lin Kuan, smiling with ill intent. Having not encountered a rival in the domestic league for 2 consecutive years, I wondered if this buzzcut young man could provide the battle I anticipated. I suppose I will soon find out, will I not? Mahan had initially sought to vent his frustrations by taking down Lu Feiyong. Furthermore, Lu Feiyong had departed too abruptly, leaving no time for anyone to react. What are you all doing? You can't even find the princess. God finally erupted in anger, bellowing, "Find her! Tell the spies that if the princess cannot return safely, all spies shall face punishment." The voice of God reverberated throughout the heavenly hall. Could it be that this fellow has already ensnared her soul? Lin Kuan wondered. Upon saying this, he took a slight step back, blending into the shadows. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the candles on the walls. Si Wei Qi and Lin Kuan exchanged wary glances, maintaining close proximity as they ventured into the tomb, searching for Ku's trail. Frustrated were Mo Dan and the members of Xuantian Sect. They had yearned for a fair fight, but the circumstances were beyond their control, forcing them to gradually retreat westward, with the next step being to escape to the west continent or launch a surprise attack on the Divine Alliance's practitioners around Puchong. He accepted the teacup that Chong Li pushed towards him, taking a slight sip, finding it quite acceptable, as he could not discern good from bad. The gaze of Mother Earth would transform the ground beneath the target's feet into a quagmire, rendering it impossible to stand upon solid ground. Enduring the torment of the damp earth, Guani could no longer suppress his roaring battle spirit and let out a fierce yell, unleashing the momentum of the eightfold heavens. "Thank you," was the heartfelt expression from Zhuan Yunxue. Perhaps she initially felt a fondness for Qin Qianjue due to their simultaneous crossing, but now she genuinely regarded Qin Qianjue as her dear sister, a sister to share joys and sorrows with. "Elder, I truly appreciate your assistance. Without it, I might have perished." Zhuan's son expressed with profound gratitude. Gratitude for others' help is essential. Han Xiaoxuan felt a warmth at his chest and quickly pushed aside Yao Tiao, only to discover that she was holding a fried chicken leg. His assistant coach, Lin Huainan, could not comprehend his troubles, not even knowing what he was troubled about. "Is this your reason for saving me?" Qin Qianjue exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening and her heart experiencing a faint, painful prick. Simultaneously, 2 bare paws reached out, seizing the necks of 2 wolf guards rushing from the sides and forcefully colliding them together. The mech enthusiasts outside the protective net were nearly driven to madness, shouting and extending their hands into the net, yearning to touch that cold steel monstrosity. Although there was a river, its waters were frozen, and without fire for warmth. The Wei army would have no choice but to surrender, Xuantian remarked with a smile. Furthermore, the traditional symbols of legitimacy, the Great Yuan's national title, remained in use long after its withdrawal from the Central Plains. Not to mention the attacks from warships. Just observing the agile, flying swords and various difficult spells was enough to demonstrate their power. Lin Qing and Gu Pingxing stood at either side of the carriage, awaiting the descent of the carriage's owner. Moments later, Zhao Xian, dressed in plain clothes, alighted from the carriage and turned back to assist Xiang Ying down as well. In his mind, considering such an extravagant spread of dishes, given the appetites of the three of them, consuming even a fraction seemed quite commendable. He had already prepared to pack up the leftovers, for wasting food is a most shameful act. Rest assured, as long as His Majesty remains. Even if Chao Sui controls the Jing camp, he would not dare to resort to violence. He lacks the audacity. However, with the Jing camp in place, His Majesty cannot eliminate Chao Sui, for even a cornered dog will leap over the wall, and when that time comes, the ensuing chaos will shake the very foundation of the nation, inspiring ambitions among others across the states. Xiongyi's eyes finally flashed with malevolence. Should we not punish those ungrateful souls? These fellows cannot even discern who provided their sustenance, so they need not eat. The team leader quickly inquired of the White Wolf. Suddenly, the stone bear at the end of the vine path let out a roar, and the ground abruptly lifted, forming a massive platform. Through the momentary healing membrane, Lu Fengyi fell down into the pit, only to be caught by the timely appearance of Lu Fengbao, thus avoiding an intimate encounter with the ground like many others. Did I err in some way? If so, could my senior brother enlighten me on where I went awry? Bai Su's moist eyelashes bore traces of tears that had just cascaded down, adhering to her slightly reddened eyelids. Lin Hanlian finally regained her senses, gazing down at the wound exposed on Lin Yunmu, deliberately forgetting that this individual was her great-nephew, choosing not to look at the visible white matter of the brain, but instead focusing on the crimson threads, as instructed by Lin Xiao. At that moment, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows, bowing politely to Xian Yuanlai. Han Yifei maintained his cold demeanor, his silence speaking volumes about his disdain for the man who had injured Lu Ruren. Even his contemptuous words were enough to warrant 1,000 deaths. He could not articulate why he felt a sense of familiarity. Upon reflection, he realized he had not met many souls in this solitude. Was it merely an illusion or the consciousness of the former master? It appeared that young Master Mu had also been subjected to the distortion of space by external forces. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao instantly understood that Mu Bai's plight mirrored his own. As she spoke the final words, her voice was imbued with profound sorrow, choked with emotion, as if recounting the most distressing of events. Long Xie had intended to seize the opportunity to express goodwill and strengthen their ties. But upon noticing a flicker of impatience in Bai Li Dongfeng's eyes, he hastily ceased his attempts and quickly departed with his sect members from the scene. The demons speculated in their hearts. Since the words of the demon emperor were immutable, it seemed that the only choice for the guardian, Yi Wuyun, had become inevitable. Volume 1, Chapter 110, An Expensive Gift. Lin Tanghua let out a piercing scream as she summoned the Thunder God Sword, soaring into the sky, and with a resounding boom, she struck a lightning bolt across the clouds. You still have the audacity to rest? Upon realizing what Lin Feng had said, the advanced mathematics teacher instantly erupted with anger, raising his voice considerably. This time, the celebration for Elder Xiang's 80th birthday was exceptionally grand, and despite his repeated requests for modesty, the event became a hot topic among the elite circles of Mizhou City. The once spirited Zhuo Lianxing now appeared pale with fear. Such power was undoubtedly beyond the reach of someone at the innate level, and even those at the shadow condensation realm might struggle to achieve it. Bai Xiaoyang resembled a great white bird with broken wings, laden with regret and unwillingness, forever stifled amidst the verdant mountains. Perpetually on high alert, his eyes were devoid of spirit, his countenance despondent. Coupled with his lack of grooming, he appeared disheveled and ragged, a true embodiment of a forlorn soul. If fate had deviated just slightly, if he had restrained himself a bit more at that time, would his bond with Yi Xiang have not been so easily severed? Yet, Lady Dong had already arrived, paying her respects to the princess, while he sure could not signal the princess. The benevolent princess was obliviously lonely, engaging in idle chatter with Lady Dong. He Zhenju led the guards into the courtyard, where Zhou Kuei, Qin Yi, and others descended from upstairs. Those who had come the previous night were not all present, but now everyone had gathered, and there were over 40 slaves under the jurisdiction of number 1. Ahem, I have a few matters to attend to back in the village, Li Jun said with an awkward smile. Nevertheless, she felt immensely joyful and blissful. Although she was the subject of ridicule, that feeling was utterly irresistible. Upon hearing this, Shang Shi's lips curled into a faint smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes, and he displayed no trace of surprise on his face. In the laboratory, he treated every detail with utmost seriousness. There was only greater rigor, never less. Yet in life, he was astonishingly carefree. Lin Xiao touched his nose, unsure how to explain the inexplicable addition of a companion. The lieutenant general was increasingly strained. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Yu Lu gently nodded, her face etched with concern, obediently resting her head against Ming Nan's chest, worried that her excitement would prevent Ming Nan from allowing her to see her father. Ling Baolu was taken aback, while Qi responded with loud cries, reaching out her arms towards Ling Baolu, yearning for her embrace. It is said that men, once satisfied in bed, become more loquacious. Thus, even though Jilian Yan despised matters beyond the bed, he restrained himself, remaining motionless as Shang Shi kissed and caressed him. Lin Hao refrained from inquiring about the mission she had been assigned, as such questions were forbidden, merely nodding to indicate his understanding. Bob, along with several teammates, carried Mu Yang inside and placed him on the table. The medical personnel within the team examined him, discovering no serious injuries beyond some bruises from the blows he had sustained. Ji Kai's sense of vigilance had not wavered since the earlier attack. He believed that the other party genuinely wished to take his life, though not with overwhelming intensity. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoping increasingly admired her cousin's fortitude. Despite being a native scion of the capital, she lacked the audacity of Du Ximiao, who boldly shouted and raged. When heading to Hailong City, Yang Wang did not intend to take an Aiba, for Hailong City was indeed perilous. He was uncertain of how much strength Lu Qing, still severely injured, could muster, and the whereabouts of the water spirit divine pill remained unclear. These 14 individuals had never encountered the secret tome concealed within Yunmeng City, thus remaining oblivious to the secrets recorded within. The entire statue of the Dharma elephant was lifelike, its facial contours distinctly defined. If an uninformed person were to behold it, they might genuinely believe it to be the manifestation of the Ming Wang, transforming into clouds to enlighten the world. To ferry across from the territory of Yongzhou to Huizhou while avoiding the waters spanning 100 miles required considerable inner strength. Otherwise, one could not maneuver the boat. However, the boatman's cultivation was not particularly high, generally at most at the 3rd stage of postnatal development. Huazi, have you had enough to eat? Mother will go buy you another bowl, Li Xian said, observing Jiang Hua's appearance, knowing he had not yet satisfied his hunger, and promptly rushed towards the door. Yi Xinyu felt utterly helpless towards her friend, unable to say it was a case of one drink leading to collapse, for merely a sip could render one unconscious. At that moment, the skies over the far east were thick with the clouds of war. Various factions were poised to act, all hoping to adjust their spheres of influence in the far east following the unprecedented peasant uprising in Korea. Yet In Wucua had no intention of letting go. He not only refused, but also regarded Zheng Tuhu with disdainful amusement, his gaze rife with provocation. Brother Fangzheng, how annoying. You've left drool all over my face. Chui Mingzhu protested, causing Zhao Fangzheng to laugh foolishly as he ran away. Just as the words of the white man fell, a Barrett bullet hurtled toward Lu Qi's head at double the speed of sound. The square itself held no particular astonishment, yet the scene within it left the crowd in shock. The last time I ventured west beyond Hanga Pass, I subdued Duo Bao, single-handedly challenging the 2 saints of Buddhism, forcing them to willingly descend from the seat of the Buddha of 10,000 Buddhas. Liao, why are you so certain that mythical beasts truly exist in this world? Chi inquired curiously. Huang Tianhua battled against Yang Run, who was engaged with Mo Lisho, as Mo Lisho released the flower ferret. He was caught off guard by Yang Ren's sudden attack, instantly turning to ashes, while a soul ascended towards the function platform, marking the first on the list of the 3 realms cultivators. Volume 1, Chapter 111, The Debate of Truth and Falsehood. What brings you to seek me? Gu Jinshin released her tightly clenched right hand and asked with an inscrutable expression. Yimiao picked up a piece of green vegetable, placing it in her mouth, and felt as if she were chewing on grass, seasoned with salt. The vendors nearby were calling out, yet she, feeling shy, dared not raise her voice. Seeing the bustling crowd at today's market, Yinai hurried back to gather more vegetables, hoping to earn some extra money. Yu took a deep breath and began to search through the pile of items prepared by Oyen for silk thread that matched the color of her dress. This was also a significant matter for Huang Shiliang, who, situated at the center of political power in the capital, was oblivious to the changes in Zhang Jiaoyang's work, revealing much about his awareness. Yu reached out and stroked Tom's silky hair, smoothing it down. When Jiang Yinqing awoke today, despite her own discomfort, her first question was about Jun Jingma's injuries. She knew Fong Fong had already spoken, and if it were in the past, the term man would have been replaced by beast, reflecting her current thoughts. There was no need for Meng to worry. We had already made plans. A suddenly flippant voice interrupted, its tone brimming with self-satisfaction, drawing Ah Shang's attention. From behind a black-lacquered, red-painted screen emerged a man, his beard divided into 3 strands, adorned in an exquisitely crafted blue-green brocade robe. In recent years, Zhao Chun had performed commendably in Luping County, though he often followed the norms. He occasionally exhibited flashes of brilliance. After receiving comfort from Zhou Yi, Chun Qingshue's complexion regained some color, and her spirits lifted considerably. Gu Mian served vegetables to Jiang Li, observing that Jiang Li usually had few companions and did not wish to appear privileged. At the moment of invocation, one might be struck dumb, bowing their head, displaying a troubled countenance. This is what is meant by a fierce army, and those who offend should be executed. Wu Yong, who had been observing, spotted the distant army and immediately called everyone to line up to welcome Zhao Yang. As for Chun Kun, he practiced martial arts by day and, at night, assisted Jiang Yi in dealing with the assassins from that organization. Su Yin lowered his gaze, his eyes fixed on the intertwined hands of the two, an inexplicable warmth enveloping him entirely. It seemed she was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. I said I was Yi Zheng, and you consulted me about the Jiuwu Fox Immortal Talisman, claiming it was cheap and fake. Is that true? Although the bandit camp at Hu Mountain was not the same as it is now, and killing was not permitted, he had witnessed the combat prowess of the Hu Mountain bandits. Zhao Li, lost in slumber, dreamt of a sky filled with giant centipedes, which was utterly terrifying. Taking advantage of a situation, Lu Junju, known for a sharp tongue, hurled a half-eaten loquat at Luo Qingyu, prompting Luo Qingyu to retaliate with a plate of loquats, causing Aunt Shi Chui to laugh, witnessing their childlike bickering. The internal traitor seemed to have ulterior motives, repeatedly directing suspicion towards Wei Gonggong, who was actually unaware. While the Jinyui had been in chaos lately, a rare sign of urgency from the North Town Pacification Office, Chung Yin responded respectfully, regardless of who it was. For the sake of a friend they had grown close to over the past month, they had fallen out with their agent, whom they had never met. What brings you here? Early in the morning, someone knocked on the door, and Huan Er opened it to find Lu Zheng, who had delivered medicine the other day. That scoundrel from the Tianshi sect originally intended to harm me, but he never anticipated that it would instead benefit me. Besides President Hua, Shintao also noticed a doctor in a white coat standing beside him. Apart from the chubby girl, the other 3 had nothing to criticize regarding their looks, especially Xian Yin and Chun Ran, whose beauty was undoubtedly enviable to countless men. This was indeed rare. Rui Kai was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Zhang Yin to lower herself to seek assistance from her. This might also explain his sudden appearance in the game, and why he claimed to be in S-City when I was locked in a room, while the people in Zhongdu City exterminated the demonic beasts and cleared the area. Xiao Zifei's tribulation also concluded. He consumed a substantial amount of elixirs, managing to stabilize his injuries and recover some true essence. Although severely wounded, he successfully passed through the tribulation. Tatarupas stood on edge, swiftly distancing himself from the monster transformed from Colin. Many present cast fervent gazes at Zhao Tianming, filled with an intense desire to consume him whole. One reason Liu knew that she would seek others was that they had no points left. The barefooted fear, not the shod. His time siding with the red-robed demon emperor was too limited for him to truly understand the latter's nature. To care for his own and his brother Jean Rong's emotions, their father reluctantly placed Aunt Luo and her son in such a secluded courtyard. This time, The fat man even went so far as to flaunt a string of prayer beads in front of him, clearly rubbing salt into his wounds. Wang Jiwei longed to sever that man's hand and toss it under a vehicle, never to be seen again. However, it was evident that the gathering of lightning could not be sustained indefinitely. Otherwise, Zhang Yang would simply gather lightning here, capable of toppling the entire demon realm with his thunder. Volume 1, Chapter 112. Composing poetry to show off. Shang Xian Yang, having exhausted her ultimate techniques, had weakened her true power, and as Lu Tiandu advanced a step, she utilized her true energy to protect her back. She managed to avoid severe injury, but fell harder than her two brothers, tumbling forward like a wild dog, leaving a mess in the hall. A phantom figure appeared not far behind her, silently observing. Without uttering a word, he was Feng Wuqing's destroyed primordial spirit. Murong Yinling tightly grasped Murong Jishua's garment, her shoulders trembling, while Dianlan sighed at the sight. Unexpectedly, Shen Qixia was the first to congratulate him. So it seems your esteemed sister tongue has successfully escaped her predicament. Truly a cause for celebration. However, Duan Jingtian forcibly dragged you here, which is rather unkind. Suddenly recalling the flaw in her words, her face flushed. Shen Qinglan felt quite uncomfortable upon seeing her. But since she had come with other sisters, she could not simply dismiss her. These two guards were the shadow guards of the Wheel King, and prior to their arrival, the Wheel King had stated that as long as these two shadow guards were present, even a celestial being could not harm Qi Donglai in the slightest, highlighting their formidable prowess. Did you not witness the demise of the 500,000 ogre warriors? Was it not due to those 100,000 purple crystal coins? Liamo was fortunate that this time the other party happened to be absent from the office. He easily obtained a key to a Volkswagen Jetta from Supervisor Tang of the Human Resources and Administration Department. Mu Huajing glanced at Wei Zhangjun, fully aware that Shen Qinglan referred to the coachman as Shui Yang, while Wei Zhangjun returned him a confident smile. The immense risk of entering the Fan Kingdom, mobilizing forces, was undoubtedly for the purpose of the extreme nine-sword formation. Retrieving his gaze, he continued to stare at the magazine in his hand, as these matters were not one's Cold Moon intended to dwell upon. However, Cold Moon failed to notice that the moment she withdrew her gaze, Qi Shui, who had been eating, suddenly paused. I should resolve the matter at hand first. He thought of Ziyun, and a flicker of brilliance sparkled in his dark eyes, bringing him some comfort. Lu Cheng did not respond. However, what had begun as a mere scratch turned into a lethal attack in an instant. Chain strike technique, dance of passion. The extraordinary speed transformed Lu Cheng into a flame, incinerating all those surrounding him as he passed. The knights, swift as the wind, paired with firearms of remarkable range and power, seemed to thrive in their element, leaving the Liao soldiers bewildered as they barely caught sight of their foes before being met with a barrage of bullets. By the time they contemplated a pursuit, the Xiao army had already vanished, aided by their steeds. His ironclad resolve and eloquence rivaled that of the matriarchs from the esteemed Hong Lu, capable of delivering scathing rebukes that left others wounded in spirit. She yearned to caution Luo Gong, but with so many eyes upon her, she was at a loss for how to do so discreetly. Upon entering the dwelling, one found all the furnishings in place, yet the space lacked vitality, suggesting that its owner had been absent for an extended period. The heavens and earth nurture existence, perpetually refining one's potential until the moment of transcending to the Tao of the Great Way. Furthermore, the environment of the Dark Realm was entirely crafted by demonic entities, with its existence influenced by their presence. To receive guidance from Qin Ning, the most promising instructor at Lingzhou Academy, was a privilege that all sought eagerly. Zilin blushed, shyly responding, "All right, third sister." She donned a pink gauze dress alongside Zihan and returned to the hall, where she greeted everyone with grace. Following recent events, all were compelled to admire his indomitable spirit and philosophy of survival. Regardless of other considerations, his unwavering determination marked him as a master in his own right. "Scoundrel!" Zi Rue exclaimed, landing a punch on Xin Yuan, Qi Mo's left eye, seizing the moment of pain to escape his embrace. "What? Minister Duan, have you truly considered this?" Jiang Fei's expression darkened, for to either decline the competition or to compete earnestly was essential. To agree and then repeatedly withdraw was merely self-deprecation. Upon uttering these words, he knelt abruptly, bowing his head 3 times to Jean E. Witnessing the Chancellor's humility, the multitude of aquatic beings followed suit, leading to a rather awkward moment for Genie. After several rounds, the guests had indulged in drink, and the atmosphere became lively, filled with laughter and jovial banter. Yet now, he audaciously proposed a marriage to Lai Duo Fu, even in jest, prompting deeper contemplation. The alluring music played, sounding naive. Who is it that harmed you behind the facade of protection? Come a little closer, and you shall enter a different world. Rest upon my shoulder, and I shall crown you with my very life. Upon hearing these words, Xie Jun felt a jolt of surprise and scrutinized the enchanting Zhuang Mingxi before him. Her beauty remained, though an unusual blush colored her cheeks, evoking a sense of unease within him. With each spell cast, the bullets soared over the remnants of copper mechanical beings, striking the scarecrow almost instantaneously. Yet before them, Murong Shuehan had already positioned herself before Qin Yan. Together, Qin Yan and his companions unleashed their arts against the twin undead kings. The baboon was flung away as if a mere ragdoll, landing several meters away and leaving a trail of crimson. In that moment, Qin Yu forgot everything, even her own injuries. For all that remained in her vision was the figure that haunted her dreams, her entire world. It was both true and false. Li Wai Nudda, aware that some things should remain unspoken, yet he could not suppress his words. Last time, this individual's sudden arrival had caused the deity to depart hastily, leading to the subsequent demise of Jiang Mengting. Why not bring it today, so we can assist you in safeguarding it? Annie asked. Volume 1, Chapter 113, Two Minds Out of Sync. Gazing at the shadowy dragon upon my hand, I contemplated placing its blood upon the sealing talisman, but hesitated, fearing the spirit might not withstand the dragon's power. After all, Knightling Yuan was no ordinary being. Should he choose to act, well, burning her inner core in a mutual demise would suffice. Stay here. With that, the man locked the door from the outside. I knocked immediately, but received no reply. The emerald eyes of the creature were icy, as heavy shadows crept forth, the hue of death itself. A slight movement of her hand revealed something akin to glimmering fish scales presented to Shun Yunshu. His elder brother was a fool, possessing wealth yet laboring tirelessly for the company like a weary ox. After walking another 20 minutes, I spotted a row of pristine porcelain vials neatly arranged on the ground. Following Meng Wei's death, the capital was abuzz with activity. Even the deputy head of Bo Hua Guan had been slain, a renowned alchemist, indicating the formidable power of the empire and Mr. Tang. Is this more comfortable? I inquired. The youth graciously affirmed, it is indeed splendid. Upon encountering such an unusual individual, I immediately inquired about his identity and whether he had always resided there. Yi Tianyu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he crouched to transplant spiritual herbs. Knowing some lacked sufficient age, if relocated to the chaotic realm for a time, they would flourish for medicinal use. He sensed a flaw in Tang Long's reasoning. It could not pinpoint its nature. On the third floor, Director Su, Director Xiao, allow me to escort you. Su Jianping led Xiao Han and Director Su through the pristine hospital entrance, ascending the grand staircase to the third floor. Director Xiao appeared visibly troubled. You should dine first. I am certain Director Qin can handle the situation, remarked Luo Zhan, gently approaching Xiao Han. The warlord praised him thrice, executing 12 precise strikes. Believing a DUI intended to sacrifice himself for others, he ensnared him to allow his companions to escape. Each blow was deliberate and forceful, initially striking a DUI's axe handle, achieving a stalemate through the clever application of strength against weakness. Zhu Shi's words bore profound significance. During Dong Zhongshu's era, the strategy was to suppress all schools but Confucianism. Zhu Shi implied that both he and Dong Zhongshu shared a lineage, subtly exonerating himself for his current stance against legalism. Having completed the 3 inquiries, Yi Zhichen opted not to linger further, turning towards Susan's direction. The sea serpent observed as the dark golden figure gradually faded into the shadows, uncertainty flickering in its gaze, yet ultimately, the ingrained fear prevailed, causing it to obediently swim away in the direction of the vanishing silhouette. Upon returning home, Lan Xianshu first cradled Lan Lan into the room, tucking her in, ensuring the bedding was just right before washing up and changing into comfortable loungewear. Aside from the faint chime of the jewelry adorning the concubines, not a sound could be heard. The wet nurse approached Li Qingmu, hesitating to embrace the fourth prince, her arms trembling. In the face of Qiao Qian's wrath and torment, as long as he was present, she would be shielded from her abuse. How many can achieve such mastery as yours in this world? Feng Qing, Yao thought bitterly. Aware of her inadequacies, fearing further ridicule, she chose not to retort. Turning back to her chamber, the strategist had no time to assess the surroundings. Sensing impending danger, he found himself half buried in sand, unable to evade. A sharp pain struck his chest, and darkness enveloped him, leading him to the residence in the Golden Dragon's main city, where he remained dazed for a considerable time. She would never believe that AI Li had benevolently informed her of Yi Qing's intentions towards Fei Immortal Master. Something has happened. Concubine Tong requests your presence in the courtyard. Su Zhu hurriedly entered and informed Qing Yan. However, Ji Wu has not truly perished in the conventional sense. To obliterate a celestial being, one must completely extinguish their physical form, celestial essence, and soul to ensure their absolute disappearance from the realm. Deities do not undergo reincarnation. Once these three elements are annihilated, they vanish as if scattered dust in the wind, leaving no trace behind. As the wind arose, the two concealed themselves, casually picking up a stone and throwing it with force, landing it precisely beneath the feet of the black-clad assassin stationed at the entrance. Yu Xia, while listening, inadvertently glanced outside. Upon seeing Ji Wu, his expression momentarily turned awkward, and he began to cough and make subtle gestures towards Zhu Bai, hoping she would notice the oddity and fall silent. The unfortunate green sleeve bore the punishment on behalf of her master, unjustly accused, and was dispatched by Hao Ning to the Xuantian division for retribution. It's nothing, Xiang Yicheng stated, shifting his position to allow her to lean against the wall, preventing further collisions. This individual was rather impatient. He would engage with him for a while and see how long he could endure before ultimately subduing him. Yeah, Ran remarked to Ali. You are right. This entire family is utterly insane, completely deranged. Had I not conducted such an in-depth investigation and allowed you to marry into this family, I fear your life would be irrevocably ruined. Xiao Ziyu reflected, her face filled with trepidation. Yet now, I should feign a semblance of normalcy, allowing her to lower her guard, then unexpectedly strike. Would that not be more entertaining? Volume 1, Chapter 114, Interrogation of the Case. Before long,